Yu-Gi-Oh! YCS Sacramento. We are in the beautiful and hospitable Sacramento, California for the kickoff to the 2025 competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Season. That's right, WCS 2024 is right around the corner, yet duelists are already paving the road to NAWCQ 2025. Hopefuls have been lining up for registration of the main event with their deck lists submitted and their strategies tested, and alongside them, side events will be happening all weekend. So whether you're here for Advanced Constructed, Dragon Duel, Ultimate Time Wizard, or Attack of the Giant card, we're all here for the love of the game. But even if you could not make it live here in Sacramento, we appreciate all of you watching at home. I am live on the convention floor. I'm Steve Kangas, and I will be your stage host for the YCS this weekend, but I will not be alone. So let's send it over to the casters to get us underway for duel number one.
All right, thanks, Kangas. Really excited to be here. I'm Billy Brake, and joining me this weekend, we have one of my favorite duelists all time. He's a Shonen Jump champion, a world's competitor. He's a connoisseur of Duel Links, Master Duel, and the TCG. If it involves Yu-Gi-Oh, he loves it. It's Michael Kahanam.
Thank you, Billy. It is an honor to hear that from the legend himself. One of the greatest duelists I grew up with.
Thank you. It's always been a pleasure playing alongside you all these years. And now you are here to commentate alongside us for this exciting weekend here at YCS Sacramento. As Kangas mentioned, the World Championships only in a couple weeks happening in Seattle. But before that, we have another Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series to kick off the 2025 season. We're going to see some exciting decks today. It's going to be a lot of fun. How are you feeling?
I can't wait. I'm very excited to see what people come up with for this YCS.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of creative strategies since it's kind of like the end of one format, ushering in a new one. People are going to be doing the things they've been wanting to try, and hopefully we get to see some really creative stuff. But let's talk about the format. Let's tell you, what are the players going to have to go through throughout this tournament, Mike?
It's going to be a two-day event, and in the first day there will be 8 rounds of Swiss that will be timed at 45 minutes each and will be played in a best 2 out of 3 format. In day 2, which will continue tomorrow, we will have 2 additional Swiss rounds with a time limit of 45 minutes, followed by a top 32 and top 16, each which will have a 45-minute time limit. After that, we'll be in the top 8, which will have 55 minutes, followed by the top 4, which is 55 minutes, and the finals, which will have a 65-minute time limit, each match best 2 out of 3. As always, once we get to the top 32, the rounds will be single elimination.
That's right. The players are going to get a little extra time as the rounds go on, but 10 rounds of Swiss this weekend before we cut to that top 32 and eventually crown a champion on Sunday. They're going to be able to play through the single elimination portion of the tournament, but at the end there will only be one champion. And let's go ahead and take a look at the prizes that are on the line for first place. It looks like they can win the brand new ultra rare Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship prize card, another Versalaria. That's a fire pyro monster. You're going to want to keep an eye on that with the upcoming set, Rage of the Abyss. A brand new Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship trophy that is going to feature the amazing Another Versalaria in there, laser etched into that amazing trophy. Trophies look a lot nicer than they did back when you and me were winning them, that's for sure. Pretty jealous of all the players who had to get a chance to get their hands on that. A Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Premium Messenger Bag, wouldn't mind one of those. A Nintendo Switch, an invite to and VIP status at the next World Championship Qualifier Tournament, and of course the brand new Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Top Cut Game Mat. A lot to be won there for first place. I mean, the trip to next year's NAWCQ while Worlds is still on the line. And there you can see the brand new Another Versalaria and that amazing trophy. Oh man, it's one of my favorite looking prize cards of all time. And as I mentioned, it is a fire and a pyro normal monster. You want to keep your eye on those typings there when Rage of the Abyss is released in a little bit. But
yeah, it's beautiful, and it's going to be the first one given out. So somebody at the end of this weekend will have the only copy of that ultra rare version.
Yep, definitely. And even throughout the whole year, there's only so few copies of the ultra rare. The super rares are also extremely limited as well. I know I want to get my hands on one very badly. Can't wait to see who's going to walk away with it this weekend. But we're going to be right back with a quick break, a really quick break. Round 1 has already started, so our feature match is just moments away. You're not going to want to go anywhere. We'll be right back. But before, you want to check out this really cool message about something coming up for Master Duel. That's right, it's the Shadow Duelist event, so why don't you take a look. Hello and welcome back, everyone. As I said, we were going to be back shortly with our first round feature match. Only mere moments away. We're going to meet our players very soon. But I'm really excited to be here for YCS Sacramento. It's always the energy in the room in the morning, right before round one starts. Always like, it's so, pumps me up to play Yu-Gi-Oh!
It's very exciting. I think it's very tense, though. I don't know if you would agree, but I think round one of the Swiss is the most stressful Swiss round.
It really is.
It picks up again at the top cut, where any max loss knocks you out of the tournament. But round one, you really want that win.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I know I lose round one a ton, but there's Swiss rounds, so you can shake it off and play past it, but that is definitely where all the nerves sink in. Doesn't matter how many tournaments you go to, you're still going to have that same little bit of stage fright before round one. But speaking of round one, let's go ahead and meet our players for our first feature match. Kangas, who do we got?
For our first feature match, in the blue chair, Alberto! Hometown Lathrop, California, and his favorite card is Fabled Grimro, and he's been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! For more than 15 years. That's right, kids. He remembers the first dual terminals. And his opponent in the red chair, Elias! From Modesto, California, his favorite card being Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, and has only been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! For 4 months. First duelists have taken the stage. Let's send it back to the casters for duel number 1.
Right. Thank you, Kangas. It looks like we have our first round feature match, 2 California natives. One of these players only been playing for 4 months already on the feature match stage. Might be a little nervous, might have nerves play into this match. We're going to have to see if that is going to be the case. But I want to talk about Alberto here. He kind of hinted at what his deck is.
Favorite card, Fabled Grimro.
Fabled Grimro, and that is because he's playing the Fabled strategy. When we saw the deck type, we were like, maybe the naming's wrong, maybe there's something, because we saw that the main name was Fabled here in our first round of Swiss. And no, it is a Fabled deck, but it's also using Dark World cards, which makes sense. They also kind of work similar with the Fabled cards. Discard and you get effects as well. And the Fiendsmith package out of the Infinite Forbidden is all included in Alberto's deck, which is really cool.
Yeah, so the Fabled monsters are all light fiends, which work really well with the Fiendsmith package, because you can use any one of them to summon Fiendsmith's Requiem from the extra deck, and take off from there by getting Braver and doing the standard combos that you may be used to seeing from people using the Fiendsmith pack.
Yeah, they even include Fabled Lurie and all the things with track, but imagine what you can do with all the other Fabled cards. It goes beyond just Lurie. You'll be able to get that special summon. You have Grimro, you have Cruz, which can special summon from the graveyard. Kushano is always something that stays in the graveyard where you can discard cards to summon it back, so you just have more monsters that can play through things. And his opponent, Elias, as we mentioned, he's only been playing for 4 months, brought a pure Yubel deck here. No Fiendsmith in the deck, just Yubel strategy.
Yeah, I think that strategy is pretty strong. It's actually interesting. I've been playing it on Master Duel recently, and it kind of reminds me of Dragon Link, but with Fiends.
Oh, really?
Like a Fiend Link deck.
That does make a lot of sense, or you kind of just keep link climbing up with like Yama and everything as well.
Yeah, you keep getting monsters on the field to link some more monsters, and obviously you have fusion capabilities as well, because it is a Yubel strategy at heart. But there's a lot of strengths to that deck that I think we may be able to see in this feature match.
Definitely. I hope we get to see both of these players get to show off why they brought these decks here this weekend. This is round number 1. It's like Elias shuffling. You're getting ready.
Do you have a favorite Fabled monster, Billy?
I do have a favorite Fabled monster. I think it has to be Grimro. Just so it's just kind of like, if you played back in the day, that was like the linchpin of the strategy. You're able to discard it to add any Fabled monster, so kind of like a track way many years before Fiendsmith track. It looks awesome. The dual terminal ones were always like my favorite.
I love that super rare from the dual terminal. Still have it.
Yep, it's always been the dual terminal super rare. I used to say is my favorite rarity out of all the rarities back then. Now I'm a bigger fan of quarter century secret rares, but definitely Grimro. What about you? Do you have a favorite Fabled?
It's Grimro, so that makes 3 of us. That makes 2 of us and duelist using it.
Yeah, there must be something there with that card. I mean, we all probably used to play with them back in the day. It was definitely one of the coolest ones, and I hope we get to see the Fabled cards in action. There's also a bunch of other cool tech cards in Alberto's deck, like Diabolica, the Draconic General. We had to like check what that was. So he's utilizing cards that people haven't seen too much. Doomdog.
Octhros.
Octhros, that's a Duel Links card?
It was used in Duel Links. It can get a level 8 Fiend, so it can search for Dark Necrofear.
Oh, okay.
I don't think Alberto's using it for that purpose, but...
That was the true intention of the card. There are some other level 8 Dark Fiends that are pretty good in Dark World, I hear. It looks like our players are shuffled up. So we are mere moments away from jumping into this match. And it's time to duel. It's game 1 of YCS Sacramento, round 1. The tournament begins now. All right, looks like they're offering to cut each other's decks. Fist bump for good luck. But yeah, you see the deck type, Dark World, Fiendsmith, Fabled.
Yeah, it's an interesting combination. The Dark World and Fabled cards had always kind of worked hand in hand because a lot of them have effects that when they're discarded, you get to summon them or their effects activate. And Fiendsmith is kind of a natural addition to those two.
Seems to fit right in. And it looks like Alberto's going to fit right into going first as he rolls a 7 versus Elias' 6. So hopefully we get to see what this deck is all about.
Draw, standby. Main. Normal summon.
All right, starts. There's Fabled Cruise, and you mentioned just being able to summon any light fiend will be able to access the Fiendsmith engine. Fabled Cruise, who was discarded, can special summon a Fabled from the graveyard. And since he has a Fabled on the field, he can discard the best Fabled.
Fabled Grimro.
Let's go.
Oh,
no.
Ash Blossoming Joyous Ring negates its effect.
It's so good he had to Ash it. Makes sense.
But there we go. He's sending his one light fiend to the graveyard, Fabled Cruise. And I think we know what we're about to see.
Fiendsmith's Requiem. Really cool utility there, being able to, you can use it as a combo piece, you can use it as a combo starter. This is why we got this deck up here for that first round feature match.
Contributes the Requiem, and now he has Fiendsmith's Engraver on the field, special summoned by its effect.
Effect.
Looks like he'll equip that Link Monster to his Engraver.
Yep, Requiem can equip from the graveyard or field, and now he can send up both of those to the graveyard to meet the fusion material requirements for Necro-equipped Princess. It needs a monster equipped and a monster card. Fiends, that is, and then you can send them both and summon Necro-equipped Princess. Now he'll be able to shuffle back a light fiend into the deck and be able to summon the Engraver from the graveyard. Now looking at this deck, he has one of like all of the Fables in the deck, but because you can keep putting them back into your deck, you don't need to play those multiple copies.
Yeah, that is really cool, and a lot of them are searchable. They're all searchable by Grimbro.
Definitely, that's why it's the best one.
Like the Dark World.
Okay, it looks like Dark World
Target
Puppetry, I
damage.
believe. I know it's the one that has Raiko on it, getting really scared.
Yeah, so I think he
Effect of
banishes cards from the grave and then gets to discard a card. But I believe it discards as an effect, it being a Dark World spell. So he was able to discard the snow,
Okay, that's
and
a
now he
graveyard
gets to
effect.
activate its
Not-
effect.
not a hand
That'll
effect, right?
allow him to add a Dark World card to his hand.
Nice, so getting to capitalize
It's
on the
activating
Ash
the
Blossom
graveyard.
being used there.
Dark World. But this one is only a monster effect in the hand. Yeah, that.
Looks like the
that's
judges
graveyard
are
effect, not hand effect. Isn't it?
saying something to the players.
Okay. Okay. So I'll search.
No, just wants to read Necro-equipped Princess for a moment. Oh, I think he used the effect of Necro-equipped Princess since he sent a card from his hand, so he gets to draw a card. That might be what they're talking about.
Let's check the activation
Brown?
requirement for that. The
If a
monster
mon-
is sent from the hand to the graveyard to activate a card or effect. Did he do that?
Yep. Pretty sure the puppetry was not a cost, so he's able to draw a card as well. Alright, looks like he is eyeing his extra deck. Gonna link away, not a rank 6, but a link 2, maybe Fiendsmith Sequence.
Muckraker from the Underworld.
I was wrong. It is Muckraker. Interesting. Muckraker, really good card in Dark Worlds. And Fables too, I believe. So,
Effect of Nutcracker.
going to discard. Everyone being very cautious here. It is round 1, so there's a lot of nerves being a round 1 feature match.
Target Dark World. That one?
All right, so we need to see what he sent to the graveyard, but he's going to summon back Snow, so he's Fiend locked now.
Effect of Engraver in the graveyard to special summon by shuffling back. Oh, I did, huh? I did, sorry.
Oh, looks like he was trying to do Engraver again. Already did it this turn. Looks like the nerves may be setting in just a little bit here for Alberto. Looks like he does have an Ultimate Providence that he is setting face down. Ultimate Providence is a cool counter trap.
It is. He just has a monster in his hand, though, right?
Yep, so you can discard a card to match whatever your opponent played to negate that. So they use a monster effect, discard a monster, negate and destroy it. Spell it, you know, keep on going. Now it looks like it's to Elias's turn, so we're just ending on a Muckraker and a Snow here. Elias can start with 1-for-1 discarding Ubel, the Terror Incarnate.
Not the best card to draw the Terror Incarnate, but 1-for-1 puts it to good use and allows it to be used to eventually summon Phantom.
Yep, that's Phantom Ubel fixing it. Because even using it from your hand, being able to fusion from your hand, put it back into your deck isn't so bad if you're wanting to prevent your opponent from using a monster effect to stop your first action.
Yeah, and so he summons Samsara Lotus.
That is a good level 1 monster, able to treat itself to summon a Ubel from the deck.
Typically, Spirit of Ubel.
Spirit of Ubel is the main one you want to go to. It'll get you access to that Nightmare Pain. We'll see if he's going to follow. Looks like the judges are still conversing with these players. I've seen the players looking at the judges more than each other this match so far. But it is round 1, so nerves, they might be doing a little nervous.
Use the Ultimate Providence here. Yes, you do if you're Alberto.
It almost looks like Alberto's telling the judges what he's doing when he talks. I think that's what's happening.
It looks like he discarded Grapha, but I believe discards as a cost.
It does. Ultimate Providence is a cost, which works with the Fables, but not the Dark Worlds, I believe. Or maybe neither.
Right. It works with the Fable monster.
Yeah.
Sure. But in any case, Alberto is going to summon... Sorry, Elias is going to summon the Phantom of Ubel by sending the Spirit of Ubel from his graveyard along with the Samsara Lotus back to his deck. Does he have cards in his hand to follow up, though? That's the question.
Sorry. Battle. Did you say pass turn?
All right, now play is back to Alberto.
Standby?
Just a Phantom of Ubel here from Elias. Alberto's going to draw for his turn.
So can't be destroyed in battle, and he won't take battle damage when it's attacked.
Going to put the Snow back in the hand to summon Grapha. That's not a monster effect, so he won't be able to negate that. Grapha makes an appearance. You know Grapha pretty well, Mark.
I know, yeah. I know him quite well.
One could say you almost manifested Grapha at one tournament many, many years ago.
You could say that.
That's one of my favorite written coverages for the 2011 Columbus, right after that Dark World structure deck came out. If you read those, go back and read some of those the blog site matches, you'll see that Grapha was there commanding his troops in great fashion. Now he's back here in 2024.
So Muckraker's effect discards as part of the effect?
I think it might be a cost also. It looks like he used Phantom Ubel.
On sending to the graveyard?
And we don't have any player audio, so it's a little tough to know exactly what is conversing between the two.
It does discard as effect, so it looks like he discarded the Snow, summoned the Grimro, and then used the Snow's effect, which the Phantom of Ubel negated.
Okay. And now he's summoning a Bestial from his hand, banishing the Spirit of Ubel.
But there's nothing on his field that would allow him to summon it as a quick effect.
Definitely not. I don't know if it makes too much of an impact here. But
yeah, I think it makes no difference because he can just.
I can hear you now, Mike. Nice.
Yeah, I think he could just do it now, so I guess it doesn't actually matter.
Effect of Grimro to special summon by shuffling back.
Okay, so he's using the Engraver's effect by sending, I believe, Grimro back to his deck.
We can assist you with doing that, giving that update at the main event or public event stage. Please come speak to event staff about either of these items.
Filling up the board, just has to find a way to get this Ubel off the field.
I believe Grimrow's a 4, so I don't know if he uses
Unaffected?
Chaos Ankle. If he does use Chaos Ankle, that's an option.
Chaos Angel is a good one. That is cool. With the light and the dark, you'll be able to get both the effects. The Chaos Angel can banish the U-Bell, and that should be enough damage. Oh, maybe he doesn't use Chaos Angel.
I don't know if he uses Chaos Ankle. Yeah.
That would have been nice, though. But summoning sequence is still fine. The Duraswarm will take down the U-Bell as well. Sequence is going to be able to shuffle back to Fusion Summon.
That works, and Duraswarm sends monsters to the graveyard. It doesn't destroy them.
Don't have to worry about the Terror Incarnate coming out when U-Bell is destroyed.
Look at your graveyard.
Looking through his options, trying to consider what to do here.
Starting
Starting off like a little slow pace here for the beginning
Yeah,
of
I
the
think if
tournament.
he has something he can summon with sequence.
Oh wait, sorry. I mean link off.
It can be nerve-wracking being on stage. Just have to keep
Yeah.
that in mind, especially round one. We talked about the nerves going into round one already being huge. I played in so many tournaments and still going into round one, I'm nervous. And then if you get called up on the stage, that can even like add to that nerves.
For sure. I think Alberto sees that he can win, and he's just trying to figure out
Right.
exactly how. So he's link summoning Lina. That works because Graver is light.
Okay,
He has no.
Yeah.
looking at the judge.
Let's see.
You might be getting a slow play warning potentially.
He has no room to link summon again, but he can.
Okay.
I don't know where that link summon line actually gets him.
It looks like he lost a link grading.
Yeah.
he's down a link grading, but that's okay. He still can find a way to navigate. Yeah, also, he might be fiend blocked if he used Muckraker.
He did
Well,
use
battle
Muckraker, so he should be fiend locked.
27. Gonna attack for 18, 50. Oh, okay.
Pretty sure Muckraker locks you into fiend after you use the effect, but that's okay.
Yeah, for the rest of the turn.
It's also round one for
27,
the judges as well, but
and then
Lina
18,
is a
50.
spellcaster. I believe all of those Link 2 Charmers are
Yep.
spellcasters.
great for going into Celine.
Yeah, very good for going into Celine. And Celine's great for going into Access Code
1000.
Talker.
2450. Oh, pass turn.
Well, considering summoning Lina probably put him in a worse position. I don't think he really gained any advantage from that.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think he's trying to do it intentionally. Any sort of, it's just the round one nerves.
Let's start with normal summoning Samsara Lotus.
The Lotus is back, and it doesn't look like there's any interruption to stop at this time.
Gonna tribute off that Samsara Lotus, lets him summon any U-Bell monster.
Special summon Spirit of Yubel. On summon Spirit of Yubel effect, search for a Yubel spell trap.
Spirit of Yubel typically gets Nightmare Pain. That's what we're going to see here.
Set it
Yep.
into the field.
He can set it from the deck or add it to his hand. Does it really make a difference?
To play around Droll and Lockbird, usually just set it.
Ah.
Most of the time, you just never add it to your hand. I guess you can add it to your hand if you already have one on the field and you need to use it to like discard later on. So it does give you like a little bit of utility and a little bit of options.
That's good to know. I haven't been hit by the Droll, but I usually add it to my hand so they don't know. You know,
They don't know
when
what
I'm
your
gonna
next
play
move
it.
is.
They don't know my next move. That Nightmare
Always
Pain
keep
can
them
hit the field at
guessing.
any time, and they could forget.
Nightmare Pain will add Grave Swarmer.
All right, Nightmare Pain destroys the Spirit of Yubel. He gets the Grave Squirmer, and the Spirit of Yubel's effect will activate to summon Yubel from the deck.
The gruesome Grave Squirmer. We would hate to add a
Gruesome,
Grave
yes.
Squirmer.
Yeah, the Grave Squirmer doesn't fit
Not
in
too
quite
bad.
as well.
It's a good battle pack card. All right, Yubel special summons to the field.
That graph is dangerous to have on the field now. 3 Yubel monsters attacking into it is 9,000 points of damage with Nightmare Pain.
True. If you can find a way to summon 3 monsters, you could find a way to win this game.
Yeah, if he had opening of Spirit Gates, he would have it already. going for the cross sheep,
All right, Cross Sheep's pretty good with Phantom of U-Bell.
which I think we are going to see hit the field now. Probably link to that cross sheep so he can special summon a level 4 or lower monster from his graveyard.
Bell and Bell Terran Incarnate for the intermission.
So he sends back Ubel and Ubel Terror Incarnate to summon the Phantom of Ubel. There he is, linked to the cross sheep.
Special summon the level 4 in my grave.
Cross sheep's effect will activate. He will get the Samsara Lotus back.
Okay. Where does he go next?
He already tributed it to use its effect.
Yep, he's going to link it away with Cross Sheep, sending them both to the graveyard.
Special summon Muckraker.
Okay, so Muckraker's effect will let him bring Ubel back if he wants. If he has a way to destroy his own Ubel, he can win. Oh, he sent the Ubel back to the deck. He gets Spirit of Ubel. The same holds true. If he can destroy that Spirit of Ubel, he wins. Because he'll then be able to get
You take the battle damage.
Ubel from the deck.
Looks like he's going
well,
into
he would still
battle.
need another body.
So he's going to attack into the Grapha.
The following players: Joseph Bunin and Joshua Friedman.
So that's
Joseph
down.
Bunin and Joshua Friedman. Can you please come to the field?
I have a question.
Same stage.
If the monsters are the same attack, will they both be destroyed in a battle, or is it
It would crash, yeah.
they will both be destroyed.
Muckraker into Muckraker?
So it looks like both Ubel
Activate effect.
monsters attacked the Grapha.
So yours would crash, but I would prevent my monster from getting destroyed by tributing a fiend monster that I control instead
Phantom Bell effect?
to make it.
Change
Yeah.
your effect.
Yeah.
Does Muckraker's
Does that
effect
work?
activate, or is it a replacement effect? It looks
It's
like
a
he's-
replacement effect, I
Alright,
believe.
it looks
Yeah.
like he's
Just disruption.
trying to use Phantom of Ubel to stop it, but can't do that.
This one doesn't activate, it's just a effect that applies.
Oh, okay.
So Phantom of Evil can activate, but they're both would be attempted to destroy. So
Would be destroyed by battle. If a monster you control would be, so I can't do it on herself. Can I? Yeah. 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 So I'll be tributing Dark World.
Okay, so the Muckraker is going to sacrifice Grapha to
I
protect
will
itself.
main phase 2. Set. And then pass to
Draw.
So got some damage across, got the Grapha off the field. Now Alberto's drawing for his turn
Confuse
here.
effect.
Going to start with
Targeting the Dark
Muckraker
World.
again. So he's going to be Fiend Locked the rest of his turn. Hopefully he can remember it. But Phantom of Ubel is going to be chained.
Oh, got it. It's part of the whole effect.
Okay, so that will change the Muckraker's effect and allow allow Elias to destroy a Ubel from his deck.
destroy the Spirit of Bell from my deck.
Ubel monster. So he's going to destroy the Spirit.
Yes.
Spirit's effect will allow him to summon the real Ubel. I don't know if he had the materials to summon another Phantom of Ubel, but that
open
could have
game
been
state?
his third
YCS
attack
Type
into
of,
Grapha.
Fiendsmith, Engraver to shuffle back.
David Rainey.
Does it shuffle for cost?
David Rainey.
To special summon?
I'll chain called by targeting them.
All right, Call by the Grave is going to be chained to Fiendsmith Engraver. Going to banish it from the graveyard.
Okay. No more Engraver effects this turn.
Pickle. Spanish. Effect. To banish it, to add a target one of my banished fiend and add it to my hand.
So he'll back the puppetry to return the
Dark World
Engraver to
puppetry?
his hand. But if he activates the effect, it would get negated, so he can't do that. I mean, he can, but he won't get anything out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, that was activated first turn. So, Fiendsmith back in my hand. Activate.
Uh-oh.
Huh? Oh, you're right, my bad.
Yeah, you can activate
so
it,
he
just negate it.
can activate it, but
Okay.
it gets negated. So that's what we're
it.
going to see happen here.
Wow.
Yeah, Call by the Grave is pretty effective against cards with multiple effects that activate.
Can I see your green?
It is definitely a good one.
You summoned these two last turn, right?
The first.
You summoned, okay.
All right, looks like, can he even go into Typhon?
He
went in
summoned
Cross
a-
Sheep?
Yeah, he
Oh,
did
he
summon
did two,
Cross
he did
Sheep
two,
and
he
I
did
think
two.
Phantom of Yubel.
Yep, there was two for sure. So Typhon
okay.
able to
Take
come
any
down.
damage when
You're
I
able to
attack
put down
you.
your highest attack monster as long as your opponent's supposed to summon 2 monsters from the extra deck previously.
He's going to have a problem because he put in an attack position and Nightmare Pain now forces him to attack.
That is a problem.
So he might actually lose on his own turn right here.
Yeah, that's something to keep in mind when you're playing against Yubel. If they have Nightmare Pain face up and you have monsters in attack position, you will have to go to battle phase, and you will have to attack them, and you will take the damage. But you still take the damage. That's the classic.
He got it. Because he'll just attack over me. Could go to game 2. Well, yeah, I'll
Alright.
pass. Yeah.
You can't
Yeah.
pass.
So he
You
can't
overdo that
pass.
in a battle.
You could just
Yeah,
concede.
exactly.
But
That
I
was
think
what
people
happened.
think you don't know you can concede anymore, but you 100% can concede when the writing's on the
Yeah.
wall to get to the next game.
It was either over there or on the following turn had he put the Typhon in defensive
He-
position.
Yeah, there was no getting around it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the big advantages of Yubel is Nightmare Pain is you have that alternate win condition. Not only can you establish a really strong turn 1 board with like Varuda, Phantom, Yubel, Appaloosa, you also have a way to attack into your opponent's monsters after they've spent money or their negates or something and just take a game right out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's something you really have to keep in mind when you play against the Yubel deck. Because when I used Labyrinth for a very long time, and when I was playing it against Yubel, I very slowly learned that leaving Lady Labyrinth on the field for them to just attack with a bunch of Yubel monsters with Nightmare Pain up would very quickly lead to my defeat.
Yes.
And once I realized, wait, I need to play around that, I need to avoid that, that they can otherwise sometimes struggle with dealing the damage, I started to win a lot more.
Definitely. That's something people always ask, like, what is the thing you want to negate if you have like a infinite impermanence or an effect veiler if they don't have Phantom Yubel out already? You could go for the Samsara D-Lotus, but if you let it tribute it off to summon the Spirit Yubel, the effect of Spirit Yubel to add a spell and trap from your deck to your hand once per turn. Only can do that once per turn. The destruction effect is destroyed multiple times per turn to keep summoning monsters. So if you do let them get the Spirit Yubel, you stop them from getting the Nightmare Pain. That is a key way to defeat Yubel sometimes. Of course, if they already have it, then it would have been better to negate the Samsara D-Lotus. But these are the kind of questions you got to ask yourself with your interactions.
Yeah. And decks that use larger monsters are more vulnerable to the damage from Nightmare Pain, so that's also something to keep in mind.
Definitely.
It's weird, too. When I first read it, I didn't realize that that's even how it interacts, because Yubel makes all the battle damage 0, but it's only the damage you take, so it can still reverse it.
Yeah.
So you would have taken 0, but they can take the full 3,000 from attacking into Grappa.
Yeah, that was like a big thing with the Lyralisk reflecting the damage back in the Tri-Brigade format, where that became a thing, because you wouldn't take any damage, but they would still take the damage. But you still take the damage. Yep. Stays true from the anime to the TCG, all the way to this day. But, you know, on the other side, Alberto will be going first here again in game number 2, now that he can dive into his side deck. I do like that Elias is showing you that even if you don't have the Fiendsmith cards from the Infinite Forbidden, you can still find a way to make it work without them, and the Yubel deck's still strong. Phantom Yubel is still a powerful card. You can still do a lot of that reflection damage. You're not going to be able to maybe have as explosive of a turn 1 board, but it also means that people who are more prepared for the Fiendsmith cards won't have those interactions against you. Droll and Lockbird is a decent card, pretty strong sometimes against Yubel, so not playing the Fiendsmith package, you're not going to walk into that as often. There can be advantages. Even if you don't have certain things, doesn't mean you shouldn't still try to play your deck and do the best you can with it. As Eli said, he's only been playing for 4 months, and he went to maybe, I would guess this is his first YCS. He's only been playing for 4 months. And already,
safe to say.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty safe assumption. And already on the feature match stage here, 1 win away from moving on 1-0 here in round number 1.
Yeah. Don't forget, every duelist starts somewhere. They start at one event, and they don't always do you know, they don't always win that first event they play, even the best duelists.
Definitely. Losing round 1 happens to all of us plenty of times. It's about how you can have that mental perseverance and keep on going throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, plenty of players lose round 1 and go on to win the tournament.
I've done it.
Living proof.
Living proof.
Right here at the commentator desk.
Yeah, but now I'm here at the commentator desk, so maybe don't follow me. No, I'm just kidding. I would play if I could. I would be down there in a heartbeat with the best of them. But let's go ahead and jump right into it. It's game 2 here at YCS Sacramento of our first round of Swiss. Dark World Fiendsmith Fabled up against Ubel. Let's see if Alberto is going to be able to maybe put up a little different of a board this time here in game number 2.
Good luck, man. Good luck.
Good luck going into game 2. All right. Wait, did he choose to go second? I see he drew Mulcharmy Perilia. Maybe he chose to go second.
That would only make sense if he did, but no. Yeah, I think since you have to control no cards to use Mulcharmy Perilia as effect, I think most players will only decide it in when they go second, right?
Usually.
But
maybe if something goes wrong, he can still have it as an option, but no, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Can a judge stop that?
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm
well, he's a little ahead of
step
himself.
ahead.
He's going to use the engraver to get a crack, then he'll play the crack to get the lurry.
Yeah, just skipping steps.
Except for the Golden Lockbird.
Yeah, now
kinda,
it matters.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was
messes
talking,
that up.
I was talking about Droll Lockbird being good against Ubel because if you do start with Engraver, Droll is pretty strong because you're adding a card that goes to add, and we'll have to see if this Droll is really going to shut him down. It is notoriously good against decks like Dark World.
Right, so he can't add a card to his hand with Thrust, but he can set one.
Let's see what he goes to set. Looking at Danger Zone, that would be cool. Or the Danger Trap, the like Graceful Charity. I think that would be hilarious. Then he like discards Grapha during their turn. It looks like he's looking at Fiendsmith in Paradise. I doubt he plays it, but it would be something. I used to like playing pure
Looks like
Dangers.
he is getting Fiendsmith in Paradise, but that's not going to do anything unless he has a high-level monster on the field.
Fiendus in Paradise? Fiendsmith in Paradise?
But if he does get it, it destroys all monsters on the field.
Okay, exactly.
They're all cards, I think. It's a board wipe, I believe.
It is all cards on the field to the graveyard other than the monster, but he has to target a level 7 or higher light fiend monster that he controls to do it.
Oh, I wonder if that's why he plays Fabled Dianaria.
Is
is
that
Chaos Hunter?
Yes, Chaos Hunter in his hand. Is that a fiend?
It might be.
I mean, that'll be pretty awesome if he can summon that during his opponent's turn and then use his Fiendsmith in Paradise. Oh.
Wait, this Lightning Storm is going to backfire here on Alberto. He has the Perilia in his hand. He sided in going first.
Okay, so now he can use it.
This is insane!
There it is, the Mulcharmy Perilia.
Alberto is steps ahead of us. He saw. This is a Shizu, not Alberto.
There's the normal summon. He gets to draw.
He knew this was going to happen. It has been foretold. Put in the Perilia just in case you get Droll and Lightning Stormed. Let's go, Alberto. Steps ahead. All right, and now it looks like Elias is going to tribute off that same Sardilos to summon Spirit Ubel. Well, on summon, its effect's going to activate.
Spirit Ubel effect on special summon.
Now it looks like he wants to. He looks like he's considering Chaos Hunter.
Advantage to Foolish Barrel, and then on summon Chaos Hunter.
All right, so his opponent's not going to be able to banish cards.
Your opponent's
why is he handing the Chaos Hunter to the judge?
Maybe the
What
judge
is
wanted
going
to read
on?
it.
So what is going? No, this is not how you don't have to hand cards to judges. This is.
I'm not entirely sure what's going on right now, but we know what's going to happen.
Oh, so okay.
He's making sure he can't do anything.
Can I do that because?
He's okay. I get it. But I don't know why he has. Yeah.
Just this one.
So since he used Fiendsmith in Paradise, it's the same window where you'd have to do Chaos Hunter because it's be in response to the summon of an opponent's monster. So he's not able to do both. He has to pick and choose between the two.
Oh, I didn't realize he was trying to use Fiendsmith in Paradise effect.
I did not either. But it seems like he'd have preferred the Chaos Hunter, so maybe a slight misstep there from Alberto. But I do love that he was able to use that Perilia.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome. And I think he will have another opportunity to summon Chaos Hunter anyway, so I don't think it's going to matter. Or if that does happen to be the...
Nightmare Pain is going to destroy Spirit of Yubel.
Yeah, so here's the next special summon. So if he wants to summon Chaos Hunter, he can, but I'm not sure that he wants to.
I mean, it would keep... No, it doesn't really do anything.
Adding Gruesome Gravestormer to my hand on resolution of that Spirit of Rebel effect.
It does give him a card he can send from his hand to the graveyard and a monster on the field. But yeah, no,
But the monster on the field could be a
bad.
liability because it allows Nightmare Pain to redirect damage.
Let's see if he realizes that now that he sees the Nightmare Pain face up. He's like, wait, maybe I don't want to summon a monster?
I mean, he has that option
Gruesome
right
Gravestormer
now.
effect is special summon from
The hand. Draw.
Oh, summons from the hand.
Another draw.
He did not
from
miss that
Perulia.
Perulia. Yeah, he realized, maybe I don't want Chaos Hunter out.
Alberto did receive a PE minor warning for trying to activate an effect that he could not activate. Not a big deal. Just don't do it a bunch of times throughout the tournament and you'll be good.
effect.
Hold on.
So he's going to use the Gruesome Grave Squirmer and the Yubel
Summon?
to summon Yama.
Yeah, so trigger effect.
I've just seen Alberto looking at the judges the whole match. It's so funny to me.
Special by discarding.
Here comes Chaos Hunter. This could be his demise.
He'll discard the 1-for-1. He probably feels like it's safe now that there are no Yubel monsters there. He might be wrong, but...
We'll have to see what goes next.
Yeah.
Elias is searching for Yama, be able to grab Shavara.
Does that card have any effects other than the...
You cannot banish cards.
I mean, had he not summoned it, he's open for a direct attack from Yama.
True.
Plus the Shavara, if he gets another monster on the field that he can use destroy to summon the Shavara.
True. And even it was only 2,500 attack. Even if he is able to attack into it 3 times, it still isn't enough to end things.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, if you have it in your deck, might as well bring it in.
Oh, shuffling back.
Yeah, I don't know that the no banishing is going to matter, though.
I don't think it will. So he shuffles back for Phantom Yubel.
What's happening?
There it is from the extra deck. Phantom of Yubel is an incredible card. Such an easy summoning requirement.
Oh yeah, just shuffle. And it's from your hand, field, or graveyard, so you can even just start with it. So it looks like he's going straight into battle. Going to try and attack into the Chaos Hunter. Can't be destroyed by battle. Alberto takes the damage. Elias takes nothing.
2,500 points of damage, to be precise.
main phase 2?
Doo-doo-doo-doo. As it goes down to 5,500. The little
Life
anime
point drop sound effect.
Standby.
Alberto did draw a couple cards off that Perulia.
Yeah, let's see what he's able to get together. He has the Engraver in the graveyard. Droll and Lockbird isn't active anymore. So he's going to try and summon it, and that's going to prompt Phantom Yubel to change the effect to destroy itself. Or destroy Yubel from the deck.
Yep, so he did use the Engraver's effect to try to summon it. So that's now been used for the turn.
On resolution,
Spirit of Yubel's effect will activate, allowing him to special summon Yubel from his deck. The Yubel.
Just saw that Yubel's getting a quarter century secret rare in the upcoming 10s also. Can't
Oh,
wait
is
to get
that
my
right?
hands on that, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yubel and Honest.
Alberto is using Fiendsmith's Track next. Couldn't use it last turn due to the Droll and Lockbird. He's getting Fabled Lurie.
Yep, adds the hand, then he has to discard. Gonna discard the Lurie.
Yep, Lurie's effect will activate since it was discarded, and now he can special summon it back to his field. Looks like he'll link it away for Fiendsmith's Requiem. And perhaps he'll get Engraver from his deck that way.
Looks like that is what he is eyeing to do. The Requiem contribute itself. Special summon a Fiendsmith monster. Currently, Fiendsmith Engraver is the only monster he can summon.
I hope he remembers the Nightmare Pain is up there.
He paid him no mind in game 1. We'll have to see if he learned from that game 2. It is an easy effect to look over.
It is, if you haven't played against it before, and basically you have to have been burned by it
Your
once.
monsters, right? Or just Yubel in general.
You have to have made that mistake and been forced to attack all of your monsters into Yubel.
That's the best way to learn.
Yeah, for sure.
Even if I control Yubel? He controls it.
Even if I control Yubel is his
Well, you
question. You might have something to take control of it.
Maybe he's trying to think about like Dark or something. I don't know. Alberto trying to navigate his way out of this position.
Has a level 6 Engraver and a level 7 Chaos Hunter on his field.
Looks like it's going to be a link for 2 effect monsters. One is a light Fiend, so he could go into Fiendsmith Sequence.
I think so, yeah. Fiendsmith Sequence is here. He has a pretty loaded graveyard, so I think he's going to have some fusion summoning options.
Effect?
Looks like
When's he do?
Huh? Fusion summon. By shuffling.
looks like he's going probably going to go for Engraver and 2 other Light Fiends to make Desiree. Yep, 2 Engravers and a Lurie.
These 3?
Yep, Fiendsmith Desiree. That's able to negate face-up cards equal to the link rating of a link monster equipped to it once he equips the sequence from the graveyard. That's the cool thing about the sequence and Requiem. They both can equip to a light Fiend, whether they're on your field or in your graveyard.
Yep, now he just needs to get them equipped. He can negate Nightmare Pain, he can negate Yubel.
Yeah, if he gets sequence equipped to it, he can negate 2 face-up cards for sure.
Yeah, I don't know if he has a way to get sequence into the graveyard. That's the question here.
You can equip from the field.
Oh, it can equip from the field.
It's
There
not,
you
it
go.
doesn't feel as good, that's for sure.
Yeah.
You're losing out on value there for sure.
Okay, so he's going to equip it with both. The Requiem with the Requiem's effect in the graveyard and the sequence with its effect on the field.
So the Desiree can't be targeted and it gains 400 attack, I think, from Requiem. Maybe 800? I think it's 400.
Rarely comes up.
Activate.
Very rarely. A lot of the times they use the Requiem to equip to the Engraver, so you don't see it on Desiree as much.
Yeah. 2, 3. So 3.
Well, it's equal to the link rating, so he just negated all 3 cards. Not
No,
that
it's
he really needed to.
It's 600 attack.
Nice.
I was right there in the middle of the 2. I was saying, sorry. But it's equal to the link rating,
Does
yes.
it negate the name or does it negate?
Negates a. You can read it.
So even Yama's effect is negated. Not that that means anything really. But with Yubel's effect negated, he can just destroy it in battle, and Nightmare Pain being negated means he won't take the damage.
Go Yubel effect.
So Alberto is able to inflict the damage instead.
All right, now it looks like he is going to summon with Yubel.
Yubel was destroyed, so he is going to go for the Terror Incarnate.
And now
Set 1 and pass.
sets 1 face down.
All right, so that probably didn't get him as far as he really wanted it to get him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Looks like they're talking to the judges here for a second.
Negate while it's face up on the field.
He has a quick effect to negate face-up cards on the field. And it looks like he's going to shuffle back the fusion materials required. You special summon a Phantom Yubel from the extra deck.
That's a good way to start the turn because it immediately puts up an answer to the Desiree.
Must be present to claim that rescue rabbit flesh.
That might actually be game.
Did he force out the Desiree yet?
Do what?
You destroy a dark monster on the field or in my hand.
Rolling?
He did.
And then search.
I don't believe he used the Desiree's effect. Maybe.
I don't think he did yet.
I think that, yeah, I think that's why he summoned the Phantom.
Yep.
Oh, yep, he's gonna use it now.
No, it doesn't destroy, just negates.
Yeah, doesn't target.
1, 2.
Checks at resolution.
I
So
think
he's gonna negate 3 cards.
Phantom of Bell's effect is almost certainly going to activate here, right?
It's too late now.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
he's another one.
He's played a
Wow.
second Nightmare Pain.
Oh, he is gonna win right here.
He is.
He's, yeah, now he just has to go battle.
Is it once per turn for effect? Because he activated the effect.
Yes.
Continuous.
So that one's not negated, so he can still redirect the damage. It better work, though, because if it doesn't, his monsters will be destroyed in battle.
Does it? Okay, he's gonna link them away. He's got time is winding down. So he's gonna go into anguish. I'll just link it away.
Can't target it.
Yeah,
So he-
target. Yep.
Okay.
As I mentioned, the sequence does protect it from targeting.
And now he only has one U-Bell monster on the field to attack Desiree with.
Targeting my background.
I guess if time winds down, he ends up winning because he won game 1 anyway. Oh no, he loses this game and it'll be a draw.
That could happen.
Is that attempt to use the trap? Activate? No. But is he chaining the trap?
Both these players not really familiar with their opponent's cards, but that's okay. It is round 1.
I think all he had to do was attack with the
Yeah, just run into
U-Bell,
the Desiree.
yeah, the Terror Incarnate and the Phantom of U-Bell. Or he could have negated the Desiree's effect, right, with Phantom of U-Bell. And then that would have destroyed U-Bell, Spirit of U-Bell from his deck and allowed him to summon another U-Bell.
Yeah.
So he'd still have 2 bodies to attack into the Desiree with.
That definitely sounds like that makes sense to me, Mike. And now Elias going straight to battle. Oh, he only needs to get 1 attack.
30.
Because yeah, it'll put him ahead now that they are in the battle phase.
It'll put him ahead in life points, but it won't bring Alberto's life points to 0.
Yeah, but if they are in time, he should just win right here.
Yeah, I'm not sure where
I
the
think damage
clock
when it
is
still gets
at.
destroyed, right?
Yeah, so it still gets destroyed because its effect is negated. Oh, but then he can use the effect of
Yeah.
his Yama in the graveyard I forgot about.
Well, he will take.
So he can actually summon it back.
I had
Dyslexic, you're right.
Dominant effect.
Yeah, a lot of nerfs here, round 1 or number 1, but it looks like Elias has seen the line that he needs to win the game this turn.
Yep, there's another U-Bell monster.
And attacks into Desiree.
34, so that's game.
That's game. And Elias with his pure U-Bell deck is going to take
Yeah.
down Alberto. It is Dark World Phoenix's deck. Looks like he has a lot of fans here from California cheering him on as he wins this first round feature match. Just incredible.
Yeah,
Solid
he
match.
still had it with Nightmare Pain.
Yeah, big congratulations to Elias. Only been playing for 4 months. Was probably extremely nervous to play in his first big competitive event. And then the nerves doubled, maybe tripled, having to be on stage in a feature match round number 1. But
Yeah.
was able to fight through those nerves.
Yeah, I like the U-Bell deck, especially now because you can practice it on Master Duel, as I've been doing. Most of the cards in the pure U-Bell deck are available to use, and it is definitely one of the stronger decks.
Yeah, definitely cool. And it's cool to see it in action without the Fiend's strategy. It seems like he is really focused on when their opponent gets a big monster on the field, using that Nightmare Pain to end the game as fast as possible. He was able to find the line there with not having technically too many U-Bells monsters on the field, capitalize on the Desiree, negating the Phantom U-Bell, because normally Phantom U-Bell can't be destroyed by battle or card effects, so he wouldn't be able to run it in, wouldn't be able to trigger the Yama, but being able to be aware and know that, oh, this card's negated, my Nightmare Pain's negated. Now, even activating the Nightmare Pain effect to destroy, to search, to force out the Desiree immediately, because he could have held that and then waited till the second Nightmare Pain gets activated and then always be able to Desiree the Nightmare Pains potentially. I guess he would just he might just try to enter battle phase. That would force the Desiree on the first Nightmare Pain, and then he'd be able to activate the second one from his hand. But didn't have to do that. Was able to force it out with the effect activation of Nightmare Pain, and then once he had the second one, it was all over from there. But really, really cool plays there from Elias.
Yeah, that was a good match. I think both of those duelists really loved the deck they were playing, so I always like to see that when players they bring a deck because they like it so much, they really enjoy it, and that is what true dueling is all about.
Yeah, I mean, even if you can't get your hands on the Fiendsmith cards, the decks are still strong without it. You can find a way to make it happen, make it work for you, practice a lot, and be prepared for the tournament. And that's what we saw Elias do here, and he's already off to a round 1. Now he can always say, maybe his first YCS, he won round 1 in a feature match. He'll always be able to go back and watch this match. And I can hear his friends cheering him on there on the stage. I think that means Kangas might be ready with our winners interview, so I'm going to toss it. Nope, maybe not yet. It was just, maybe there's cheering as he stood up. Maybe he did like a fist bump. And everyone's like, yeah, Elias.
Just too much excitement.
Yeah, just too much overload.
They couldn't contain how happy they are for his victory in that round 1 match. And, once you win round 1, you're feeling really good going into the rest of the rounds, right? Because you have that victory behind you. Mm-hmm. And
it takes the weight off your shoulders a little bit.
And you've done it. So you know you can do it again.
Yep.
You know you can do it 7 more times today.
Yeah, especially if it's your first YCS. You don't know if you can win a round yet. And it gives you that confidence. It builds you up for the future rounds. And
That's
then,
true.
I mean, even when you're playing, I think this is a really scary for a new player. When you're going round 1, you're playing for 4 months, you're trying to learn all the top decks, what everyone's playing, and then you encounter something rogue, something random. I told you this is the format's winding down, so people are going to be playing like their favorite kind of things. His favorite card is Fabled Grimro. He brought Fables to the tournament. But being able to adapt on the fly and still find your win condition for your deck, important in any YCS or Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship series.
That's right.
Definitely. And so, going on, do you think Ubel is going to find one of the top spots in the tournament here this weekend?
I wouldn't be surprised. I think it's stronger with the Fiendsmith engine in it. Mm-hmm. So I think it's very likely that a build that uses the Fiendsmith engine will be in one of the top spots. We did see it take a top spot at the WCQ.
Yep.
So if that's any indication, I think we will see it. And I think I like it again also because it's an easy deck to practice with because you can play it on Master Duel. And I think that it can catch some weaker players off guard with Nightmare Pain because it can kind of bait them into summoning stronger monsters and then just destroy them all at once with some attacks from Ubel monsters. So it has a bunch of things going for it that other decks can't tap into.
Yep.
So I do think it will at least top 8 this weekend, but we'll see.
Yep, definitely. I'll expect to see it around, but I think Kangas is now standing by with our winner, Elias. So I'll go ahead and toss over to Kangas. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Billy. I am live with Elias after your first ever feature match at your first ever YCS after only playing for 4 months. So first off, congratulations on the win. What was it like playing up on stage?
Very scary, especially with that deck. I don't know what Dark World does, so he was just kind of going off, and I'm like, go ahead.
Now, I heard from some people in the crowd that this was basically a locals rematch, that you and Alberto go to the same locals together, right?
Yeah, so I've seen him a few times at Simply Unlucky over in Modesto, and I believe I'm not completely sure if we played actually, but I've seen him a few times, and it was nice seeing him again, honestly. I didn't know he was even here.
Well, the hometown hero taking out another hometown hero, unfortunately. But you had a lot of people cheering for you. Do you have any messages or shout-outs that you want to give to anybody at home watching or anybody here supporting you?
Thank you to everyone at Simply Unlucky. It's been very nice. Been very nice learning the game with everyone, and sorry, I get a little nervous.
You're good. You're doing great.
Yeah, it's been very nice. It's very welcoming over there. Thank you all.
Well, welcome to the game. We're happy to have you, Elias. Congratulations on the win. We're going to send it back over to the casters.
All right. Thank you, Kangas. Awesome to see Elias there. Just excited to be here. Happy to be here for the experience.
I love to see that, and I love to hear how welcoming his local community has been to him.
Definitely. I mean, that's what it's all about. If you want to learn how to play the game, find your local OTS. Go there, find some people that have similar interests to you. They'll play around with your deck, maybe give you some cards to help you out when you're getting started. It's all about community and working together to have fun. This is a game. It's a hobby. We're meant to have fun and learn. That's how I get to meet some of my lifelong friends. Some of the best people I've met throughout my life have been from traveling from this game and competing. But same for you, Mike, for sure. We'll be back shortly with round number 2, but before that, we are going to take a look at the World Celebration event that is going on. We've been talking about your OTS. You're going to want to make sure you check out, and if your local OTS is running the World Championship Celebration event. It's going to be September 7th and 8th, the weekend of the World Championship. You can support the World Championship competitors through watch parties, win exclusive prize cards. You see that beautiful Quarter Century Secret Rare Doom Caliber Knight. I need 3 of them. And Quarter Century Secret Rare Swords Revealing Light, ready for your Memo Gold deck as well. It's going to be really exclusive for these 2 cards. And you can also purchase commemorative sleeves and game mat featuring Grandopolis from the Las Vegas World Championship, I think in 2013. But now with those beautiful sleeves, they're sideways. I love it. The art is great, and I can't wait to see. You're going to want to make sure you talk to your OTS and see if they are holding a watch party. But as I mentioned, round 2's right around the corner. We have a lot more exciting action, maybe some creative decks, creative strategies, and of course, you know, some of the same stuff. The Fiends with Snake Eye deck is the deck to beat this weekend, but I think a lot of players are prepared for it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our second round of Swiss here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Sacramento, California. Stay tuned.
And welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in Sacramento, California. And again, you may see a new face here. I'd like to welcome a new member of the Council of Stevens here, right? Why don't you introduce yourself, Mr. Rodriguez?
Thank you so much, Stephen. My name is Stephen Rodriguez, as Stephen just told you, and between us and Stephen Kangas over there, you will be having a lot of Stephen action throughout this weekend, but also a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Action. I myself am a player of many card games, but this weekend I'm a master duelist, going to be doing my best to showcase all of you the awesome stuff that's happening here in Sacramento, California.
Well, speaking of awesome stuff that's going to happen, let's go ahead and throw it out to the other Stephen of our family here. We're going to throw it down to Kangas so we can learn about our new duelists.
Thank you, Stephen and Stephen. Up first in the blue chair from Renton, Washington, Tien Nguyen. It's his first YCS, and he'd like to shout out his locals, Shane's Cards. In the red chair from Sunnyvale, California, Julian Cajon. His favorite card is Wind Up Rabbit. It is also his first YCS, and he would like to shout out his local OTS store, Card Art. Duelists are ready to go, so let's send it back to the casters for duel number 1.
Always great to see local legends approaching the YCS stage here. And speaking of legends, there are no slouches here on the deck type. Again, we are going to have, appears to be Fallen of Elbaz, Blue Eyes, and we've also got Beansmith Snake Eye, although I think it might actually be a different deck here, but it's going to be fun nonetheless.
Slight correction here, just in case you guys are missing it at home, is that I believe Tien is playing what's called a Ritual Beast deck rather than a Blue Eyes branded deck. But Julian is on that Fiendsmith Snake Eye, which, as we all know, has been the terror of the format ever since the Infinite Forbidden released last month.
No, super huge impact there. Again, we're coming off of the EUWCQ and the NAWCQ, showing how powerful these new cards from the Infinite Forbidden are. And these guys just came from their local stores, right?
Yeah.
They probably have been seeing how much of an impact this set has. It's going to be good to see, again, just daily dueling resuming once more. This is the beginning of our new season here, and it is very exciting because these guys are basically firing the first shots in their long-term career towards 2025 WCQ.
And speaking of it, I think both these decks have been getting really good showings, like we've mentioned. We have Fiendsmith Snake Eye, the actual ruler of the format, and then we have the potential of Ritual Beast on the other end with Tien. How do you like in those matchup spreads, you think?
Well, there's so much that's going on both sides, right? It's really, who gets to do the commanding thing first. Ritual Beast obviously just does so much with the banishment, but that can backfire too, considering that those Mulcharming Borrelias are there, so all those extra normal summons are just giving cards to your opponent, if they run that card. On the flip side, though, Fiendsmith Snake Eye has just been so commandingly powerful, a very popular deck, but as we've seen from the difference between the EUWCQ and the NAWCQ, either of these decks are champions in their own right? Anybody can make it to the top tables, so really excited to see what Julian and Tien end up showing us today.
And then obviously the big thing to watch out for if you are playing against a Ritual Beast deck is that if they do go for their full combo, they can end on Arch Nemesis Protoss, which essentially can blank your turn on the following. And so even if you do have a powerful deck like Julian and Fiendsmith Snake Eye, if they just call fire, all of a sudden the best you could do is use all your Fiendsmith cards.
Now, Light Fiends are no slouch for sure. Looks like the duelists are just making sure they've got everything here as they get ready to get going. Again, it is just round 2 here, which means round 3 we'll have our VIP duelists entering the fray, right, to get that precious 2-round bye. But this is a crazy format so far. We're seeing all walks of dueling life demonstrated here. So again, this is going to be a fun one once it begins.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the big hallmark of this format has been we have this king in Fiendsmith Snake Eye, this deck that can do everything you want to be doing in Yu-Gi-Oh! Better than almost every other deck. And you have a deck like Ritual Beast or a deck like Tenpai Dragon that has this idea of I'm going to play in the battle phase, or I'm going to play by banishing and summoning a lot of cards. And the best way I have to win is by turning off the ways that you have to win with all these powerful effects, like being able to have follow-up and all kinds of powerful combo lines to set up advantage.
Well, both decks are trying to do that again with Dimension Shifter and Arch Nemesis Protoss possibly in play here. It is going to be difficult for Fiendsmith Snake Eye to play through either of those powerful lingering effects, but we'll see what ends up happening here as the duelists just start to get their life point counters ready here. Nothing wrong with a little pen and paper action.
And just to clarify for everyone watching at home, we have got it. Tien is playing Ritual Beast. He is not playing Blue Eyes branded. Even though that would have been equally as amazing to see.
Oh,
I'm excited to see all the fun animals come out and banish themselves to summon even bigger animals.
And we'll get a regular zoo of fun creatures here. Looks like the players are almost ready to go, and it's always good to see them in good spirits again. know, some people, they get a little nervous when they approach the featured match stage, but it's kind of like your own private dining car, right? You get your own set of judges up there, your distance from everybody else. Yes, there's plenty of viewers watching at home who can hear my voice, but just don't think about that when you're in the featured match stage. Just think of it one duel at a time.
Yes, we're not talking about you. We're talking about your play. Very different. You can remove yourself from it and then just play your best. I believe Steven said that these are both these duelists' first YCS as well. So being on a feature match in your first ever YCS, whew, very exciting.
They definitely seem like they're excited too. He's got a bright smile there. Julian Sharon there, just running his fingers through his hair as they get ready again. This is going to be their first YCS and getting a first featured match. Well, let's get to the chase here. It is game 1 here at round 2 of YCS Sacramento.
Bro, I couldn't see. High roll? High roll sounds good.
All right, looks like they're going for the high roll. Let's see what we get.
8. All right.
8 on Julian's side.
This die roll's going to be super important. I see at least a 6. And it's an 8. Oh, evenly matched so far.
Yeah. We rolled the same thing. 5.
Got a 5 and squeaks through. Tien going to decide.
Good luck. Good luck, bro. Good luck.
And Tien will be taking the first turn. That's going to be super huge, pretty much allowing Ritual Beast to set up their full, entire, uninterrupted board, unless Julian can draw any of his many disruptions from hand, of course.
Let's see how this checks out, because again...
I'll go standby. Yeah.
Right into the main phase.
I'll normal summon Elder.
Okay. Normal summon Elder.
Sounds good.
Immediate normal summon coming your way.
Normal summon Canahawk.
Mm-hmm.
I'll activate Canahawk effect to banish from deck.
So he's going to be banishing from deck using the effect of Canahawk.
Yeah, I'll banish 1 from deck and then 30 seconds standby.
So if you're unfamiliar again with the Ritual Beast deck, it really just piles on so many different cards. But the way that it gets there is primarily by banishing and using a lot of additional normal summons here. So it does make it vulnerable to certain cards, but so far, no interruptions.
Mm-hmm. And because the deck is rolling around banishing, that's why cards like Dimensional Shifter can be included in your main deck and don't actually hinder your own game plan, but do severely hinder certain of your opponent's game plan.
Now it looks like all gas and no break so far as Lara being banished triggers its effects. We're going to special summon somebody else here. It looks like, ooh, it's Rampengu hitting the field.
I believe Rampengu is both a gold sarcophagus as well as a foolish burial, being able to fill up your graveyard and fill up your banish, depending on what you need.
Really good stuff there.
Same type. Same type.
Looks like we're going to go ahead and let it go through. So for our banish,
looking through the extra deck here, might be getting rid of one of the... Yep, so that's going to be the Link 2 monster that I believe when it's banished lets you do an additional normal summon. Basically the theme of the deck.
All normal summons all the time. Shades of Fluanderees, right? But speaking of wind monsters, looks like we're going to see Winda go into the grave.
Yeah, now I think he's deciding whether or not he wants to send another. Okay, yes. So he's going back into his extra deck looking for another card to send. It's looking like he's going to... No, he's actually going to be banishing both the Canahawk and the Elder to summon Ulti Canahawk.
So here comes the fun. If you don't understand how Canahawk works, it's wild and very rules intensive, but it has 2 different effects that allows you to target 2 different monsters, and you can use them in combination with each other to basically get both your special summons and a search.
And then add 1 back to hand. Sure. Then we'll chain the Canahawk, bouncing itself for...
So far, Julian has not shown any sign of actually wanting to interact with Tien's board here. I wonder if that means he has maybe like a Nibiru or some kind of other disruption that requires Tien to have a lot more cards in play before it becomes really effective.
Possibly. He also could just have a sort of stern face there and able to just play through it. We saw plenty of people at the NAWCQ not revealing whatever point of interaction they had from the hand until it was time to activate it.
Mm-hmm. I saw a little bit of a glimpse of Julian's hand there, but I couldn't quite make out any of those cards.
You've already used all your normal summons.
Not quite yet.
Yeah, so as of right now, I see Tien with 3 monsters in play. I believe he's used up all of his normal summons. I wonder where we're going to go from here.
Well, we don't have enough attributes in order to get out Arc Nemesis Protoss, but you can kind of go down the Infernal Banshee road, considering that you do have 2 level 4 monsters on the field, which is common with this deck. And looks like we're going to go ahead and link off, though, first.
The Kimi Falco?
We're going to go into the link to Kimi Falco.
Kimi Falco's banish.
Yep, so now we're going to be banishing from Grave and getting an additional normal that way. And then, does Canahawk have an effect when it's banished or no?
Don't think so.
Regular Canahawk, I should say. Yeah, all the Ritual Beasts start small and then they get much bigger as you go into the extra deck.
Definitely have stared down enough Spiritual Beast Petal Fins to be like, oh no, Ritual Beasts, here we go again.
Yep, and here comes that brand new Lara that came out in the Infinite Forbidden, which is basically, in Terminal Revenge, which is going to be a big support for this new deck that allows it to get that extra extension as well as extra protection in the graveyard.
No, this is certainly a good reminder that all the great cards in Battles of Legend Terminal Revenge are still really great cards, and hopefully we get to see some of the other decks today too, but Ritual Beast just amazing with all the new support cards they got in that set.
Mm-hmm. And then it appears we're going to be going for a Link 4 play?
Oh, Link 4 to Ulti Red.
Ooh!
Another
right
Ritual
to the
Beast Link
top.
4, I believe.
Oh. Raritaria.
It's going to be the Ulta Revertari.
This allows it to return cards from the banish back to the hand, which could be a very good resource loop for him to be able to utilize the rest of his effects to get even more normal summons and build up that attribute count, like you said.
It's definitely really what this deck's game plan is all about, is just resource loop, resource loop, resource loop, being able to do just a little bit more, right, bounce to the ounce than normal decks can, but it still has to put out some cards on the field to end its turn, so I'm curious to see where this is going.
He has to immediately normal summon after he resolves his effect. He added back Canahawk, and I think he's targeting another Spiritual Beast Tamer, but it looks like Canahawk is his choice for normal summon here. Again, getting that level 4 access, so maybe he can get into the Infernal Banshee, like you said.
Well, it'll only lock off half the attributes. Most decks these days aren't really mono attribute, except maybe Yubel, but even with Yubel Fiendsmith, you're using Light and Dark. So while Arc Nemesis Protoss is good, if that's where we're going, it doesn't necessarily shut things down completely.
Cards in hand right now?
And there we see a little bit of a peek of Tien's hand, the rest of the monsters he has access to. He has another Charmer as well as the Ritual Beast Apelio in his hand.
Dark Ruler No More is not going to be helping if you're going first. Obviously, still a powerful card, right? You just want to consider that option if you want to play through stuff going second is Ritual Beast. But there's the Banshee.
It's actually interesting noticing, looking at Tien's deck list here, he has chosen to go for like a sort of going second or a sort of board breaker approach when it comes to Ritual Beast, sort of foregoing any actual cards that stay in hand that try to disrupt the opponent. He has a couple of copies of like Ash Blossom Joyous Spring, but really it's all evenly matched. Book of Eclipse, Dark Ruler No More, all things that stop the opponent from playing that he can probably interact with. And here we see the Nemesis flag coming down, returning a banished monster back to the extra deck. And now he's going to search for a Nemesis monster and add it to his hand. I imagine it's going to be the Protoss.
Certainly great resource looping there and putting those cards back so they can be used later on. Means that the banishment is just another pile of cards you can access pretty much at any time, at least with this deck.
It's just the second hand of this deck. Or the third hand, I guess, if we consider the graveyard first.
That's Indignation. Okay.
All resources all the time.
And wow, not a single point of interaction for Julian at any point here. Like having a card like Imperm or some kind of even Ash Blossom to stop this Nemesis flag would have been super huge here.
It's going to be pretty difficult depending on what Julian is able to open there. He might be able to chain that Protoss and get something going, but here we're going to go ahead and just get rid of these 3 different attributes.
Fire, Wind, and Light. Is Lara the only light Spiritual Beast monster, or are some of the extra deck monsters light as well?
There might be some of the extra deck ones too, but luckily he did have that light here, and you know, could get that Lara effect later if it comes up. But right now, looks like we're just going to go ahead and bring back the Banshee for an additional body on the field.
Yeah, Protoss plus your big, I believe, Ulti Returaria also prevents monsters from being tributed as well for both players, which is pretty powerful.
Lava Golem is out there in this format. Some people we've seen use the Winged Dragon of Frost Spear mode, although it isn't as popular giving up for normal summon there, but it's going to be difficult to get through this. You gotta have exactly the stuff.
Yeah. So if we assess Tien's board here, we have Protoss, which of course is basically a blanket you can't play effect, and then we have what is Ulti Returia, who's a quick effect banish. Really powerful point of interaction.
Certainly good stuff, and it's going to be difficult because once you commit to that first normal summon, you've kind of told your opponent, yeah, this is what I'm playing, and yes, you kind of know what is good to go ahead and stop. But on top of that, with the ulti, that's going to be difficult to play through.
Yeah, and looking at Julian's hand here, it was all gas. We're leading off with this Wanted, going to be searching for Diabell Star. Whether or not we summon it will be up to Julian. My guess is it's going to be a super awesome point of interaction here to sort of force the Protoss.
Certainly have to try there, because you can't just sit there and be afraid of it. You've got to get into this duel one way or the other.
I think I see Snake Eyes Diabell Star in hand as well.
Summon which effects?
That's all
good. Good limitation of information there. You still don't really know where this deck is going, right? You assume that there's probably going to be some Sinful Spoil Snake Eye shenanigans going on, but you don't necessarily know that from a Diabell Star alone. Could even be White Forest.
To go battle phase.
So here we search for another Wanted. We set it face down.
Diabell Star into Protoss.
So we're going to be attacking Protoss, just getting rid of it. Protoss does have protection from effects, but it can be destroyed by battle and only has 2,500 attack points.
That'll get it done. Little Dark Magician stats there for our favorite Black Witch, but definitely allows him now to get into the game and use all the additional cards that he has, including...
Did Tien name an attribute off of Protoss, or did I not hear him say that?
No, I don't believe he named an attribute. I think we waited a little too long on that, and here we are.
We still have to contest with his banishment from the Link 4, but I think Julian's free to go up if he has any access to anything else. I believe he has the original in hand. That's why he didn't search it. No, he didn't. He just searched wanted.
Oh, but there's the Snake Eye Ash. We're off to the races.
There's the boy. Snake Eye Ash going to be searching, I'm assuming, another Snake Eye Ash. Huh. Man, I really want to know what Julian's hand is. I guess he just drew all of his main targets. Is his hand like double Poplar or something?
Maybe. We're going to Link Summon, though. Interesting. To a Link 1.
Anima?
Oh, that's interesting.
Because there's a vertical link arrow on the Link 4, so you can target Anima.
That is the threat of those vertical link arrows.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, so we just chain to Anima's effect here, right? And then just banish it. And then banish the Link 4 as well.
It does get rid of a monster. Certainly could be painful if there was original Sinful Spoils at the ready there, but taking a quick look at the graveyard here just to see what it is.
Target Protoss, special summon Jerusalem.
Nice.
Jerusalem effects.
You're all good.
And proceed to end. Okay.
So then so running the end phase here, and we're searching for Bestial Baldrake and adding it to our hand, and then passing back to the opponent, it looks like. And my guess is Tien has definitely enough cards in his hand to maybe rebuild his board, but without access to Protoss or ways to return it back to the deck, this could be tough for him to kind of recover here.
Certainly can. Shows you how versatile Bestial Druisworm is in this format. There's so many different decks. There's going to be Magnavoot could be fit into.
Ooh, did we just draw the Ritual Beast trap card?
We might have.
Steeds? No. I think he just drew Impermanence. Which, because he has that face down Dark Wither no more, he can't actually activate, unfortunately.
That is the difficulty when you have those powerful cards. Could easily have come up at that evenly matched as well.
So if they would see the wind coming down.
Targeting the...
Yep, so there we go, targeting the Link 4 in the Banish Zone to return it back to the extra deck, I believe. Yeah, so I think Julian's just thinking here if he wants to maybe interact with that effect.
Sure.
Okay, he does not. He's going to be going back into the extra deck.
This is only banishing monsters.
Oh, no, it comes back to
Special
field.
Summon, that's right.
Wow, even stronger than I thought. Because it was successfully summoned, okay.
That's a great card for sure, but taking a quick look at the hand there again, seems like it is mostly... Oh, Baldrake.
Yeah, oh, he drew evenly matched for turn. That was the trap card he had.
Okay.
I got confused.
Yeah.
Well, the same rules apply, though. That infinite permanence is just as inactive as an evenly matched in his hand, right? So, unfortunately, when you set those cards and you do have those trap cards alive in your deck, you have to consider those options, but maybe the Dark Ruler No More might come up. We'll see.
Yep, so Baldrake came down, and then we're activating Dark Ruler No More to negate the effect of that Baldrake, because they can't interact pretty hardly with this board here. But that will prevent Tien from going for a game potentially this turn. So it all depends now on how much board clearing he wants to go for.
Is it only on my turn that you can banish?
Yeah, it's only on your turn I can banish.
The Repelia's quick effect is only for his turn, not for both players' turns. Sorry, for his opponent's turn, I should say.
To return and then...
So he's returning Renpengu back to the deck, and then he's going to do an additional normal summon.
Banish, right?
I believe he's used up all of his additionals for now, except for the ones he's going to keep adding.
It seems like he's gone through the full cornucopia normal summons there.
So there we see Spiritual Beast Apelio coming down. This will allow him, I believe, to indeed summon again.
That is the name of this game. Taking just a moment to think there, but there's not really a whole lot you can do. And again, I think the reason why the Dark Ruler No More does so well in the Ritual Beast deck is you've got time, right? You'll win eventually. You just kind of have to keep pushing and pushing your opponent's resources. And this is making it safe from that Bestial Baldrake.
Targeting...
So here we see the banishment of the Apelio and the Lara to bring out Ulti Canahawk. Ulti Canahawk is going to be returning to the deck.
Window and the Apelio to special.
So now we're going to be special summoning a lot of monsters back to the board thanks to that Ulti Canahawk.
It's true. Now we are seeing Force again. I wonder if we're in the overlay network again.
I believe we did return Banshee too earlier last turn, so it could totally just be Protoss all over again.
Just great resource management. Again, taking the same set of cards and using them over and over and over again without necessarily having to run too many duplicates or having to run multiples in the extra deck. Some really good stuff here from Tien.
That's the idea of decks like Ritual Beast and Snake Eyes, is they just have this loop of resources turn by turn by turn, that their follow-up is nearly as strong as their big explosive turns like we saw in turn 1. This is turn 2, and it's basically the same thing over again, but just slightly stronger because we're starting everything with a Link 4 already in play.
What are the known cards in hand?
The known card in hand is Canahawk, and the other is unknown.
So we're just doing an assessment here of known information, so that way Julian can make all the decisions he needs to with the most amount of information possible.
We will
Always a sign of a good player, keeping track of the entire game state, not just the cards in front of you.
And I believe, thanks to the effect of this link too, we will be get to an additional normal summon once again. It's always hard to keep track of how many normal summons this deck gets. But there we see the Canahawk. Once again, Canahawk's effect.
Yeah.
Allow him to search through the deck.
Just gaining and gaining and gaining there. Obviously, 2,500 is strong, but we've seen how well 2,500 could be an accessible attack number 2, so we may just be seeing the end of the bestial monsters on the field, and maybe there's no battle damage, but he'll have to start from a pretty blank board.
Yeah, exactly. And funny enough, this Link 4 is 2,600 attack points, so it's just enough to get over these bestials.
Did you not use that effect already this turn?
do special.
That's a really cool thing about bestials, is that they're essentially DD Crows that also summon themselves, and they're beefy, and they have effects.
That's good stuff, but unlike DD Crow, right, DD Crow has a few different options it can pick out of the graveyard there, so a lot of great cards. Just have to make some choices and see if it works out for you.
But if I had to pick 2 attributes to target, I think Light and Dark are pretty good ones.
Yes, in this format for sure.
Yeah, you're right.
So here we're yes. Yep. So we're making Ulti Draco by banishing 2 from the graveyard. It looks like.
We'll activate Lara now to special.
Sure.
All right, getting that Lara effect again. Every time it's banished, you get to special summon from the deck. So we are going to choose. Thought about that, Rampangu?
He returned to the deck for a reason, I think.
There he is.
Sure. No effect on Penguin.
Ooh, but passing the effect on Penguin. So Rampangu not going to do what it does.
I mean, I think there's no more good things to Sark or Foolish Burial anymore.
You've kind of gone through the whole list of Ritual Beast names there. I think the only one we haven't seen, what is maybe Petalfin?
Which I don't believe Tien is playing in his deck. We've
Powerful
seen
card, but
we've seen regular Canhawk, yeah.
Different tempo there. But speaking of tempo, we are seeing the duel turn up the tempo as IP Masquerena splashes down to the board.
And now I think Tien's just debating if he wants to keep extending or go straight into battle phase and start picking apart Julian's board. I think Julian's activating Wanted at the start of the battle phase, so we're in battle phase currently. Just want to make sure. I don't think he said what phase he's going this in.
Did not hear any phase there, but looks like we are still technically in main phase 1, so it might have been when they switched over to the battle phase.
Does just depend. Like, I imagine if it's still main phase, Tien might have something to say about this Diabell Star coming down. No damage will be dealt this turn as a result of Dark World No More being played.
Monsters that you, like the Ulti Canahawk.
Be interesting to try to put out the Diabell Star. It doesn't really make a difference since you don't have any damage you're going to take because of Dark Ruler No More.
Maybe Lara?
Okay. Might be Lara.
Oh, it appears the judges are inquiring about how Tien built his board. They're inquiring about how Lara was sent to the Banish Zone, I suppose? Wasn't that so they could fusion summon Ulti Draco?
I believe so.
Sorry, special summon Ulti Draco, not fusion summon it.
It was one of the normal monsters you said?
That is a very nuanced point, Steven. I got to say, you know, all of these are special summons, so no Monster Reborn for them because they were not properly summoned, even though it's technically the only way to summon them.
The main interaction that would like matter for is things like Book of Eclipse or anything that like turns your monsters face down. If they were if these were considered fusion summons, I believe you'd be allowed to use face down monsters.
That'd be fun times, but unfortunately the Ritual Beasts do not allow that in their woods.
I wonder what they're. I guess they're just asking like how Tien's board got here. There was maybe a dispute with the judges. Like I said, Ritual Beasts have a lot of moving parts between normal, special summons. It's hard to get it all the way right. Always good to see our judges trying to make sure that they themselves keep track of the game state in case anything gets made wrong. But I think everything's good so far. We're entering battle phase. We activated Wanted to add Diabell Star to hand. And
I mean, it doesn't do anything when sent to grave. It's really just when you summon extra deck monsters and it's negated.
Yep, that Baldrake might as well be blank because the Dark Ruler No More, so we're all safe here.
But again, because these bishops are so beefy, I'm not sure how much clearing Tien's going to be able to do. Like, I'm pretty sure this Magnemud is stronger than all the other monsters that are in play.
Might survive, yeah.
I mean, there could be like an Apelio banished to maybe increase the attack of one of the Ritual Beast monsters, but that seems like a waste, I think.
So hand is still unknown.
A little bit, unfortunately.
Oh wait, I don't
No
even think
Cheat
Apelio
Draco, I think,
in the grave.
And I think the Ulti Nutrio Draco is only at 2,400 right now.
Exactly. And sadly, Tien was not able to get back to the Protoss line, which would have been really powerful, I think. Like, having this big of a board with IP Masquerena and Protoss, that much interaction.
This is in any phase, right? Or is it main phase only?
It's just during your opponent's turn.
All right, Julian, let's see what he's going to try to combat this board with.
Interruptions, this doesn't do anything on my turn, right?
This one can bounce itself and then special summon.
This is a really
one
heads-up
from
thing
the
Julian
banished.
is doing. Before he commits to
Okay.
any plays,
And
he's making sure
then,
all the points of interaction that
in
Tien has
Laura
access to
protects, you have
before he
one
figures
base.
out his line. Against these kind of decks that build these scary boards of
So you have no
IP
graveyard
plus a
effects on
quick
the
effect
turn?
banish plus
No
a who
graveyard
knows what
effects,
else,
and then
you always want to make sure you can assess,
Barrier.
okay, how far can I go and how far do I need to go to
And this guy
actually
too, right?
control this board and
he
get back
also
in my
take it?
Oh,
favor.
yes, that's one
No,
can
it's certainly a
tag out.
nuanced part of the game. You are allowed to ask questions of your opponent,
main
and they
phase.
must answer truthfully there, so there's no harm in finding out exactly what
Discard
those
the
monsters
Bell
are,
Star,
so you don't have an
summon
anime
which
moment about
effects?
forgetting a monster's special effect.
And so here we're just leading off with discard Diabellstar Snake Eyes to summon regular Diabellstar the Black Witch.
That's good.
All right, effect to search. This time, are we going to
So
get
I can't
original?
activate this, right?
Yes, specifically contribute to activate a card or effect.
Oh, this does not tribute.
Oh, and then as well, sorry, another effect is no.
So that might have been why Julian was playing a bit more haphazardly last turn, was that he was confused on how the Link 4 works. It prevents tributing. It does not prevent sending.
Got it.
That's correct. That's correct. Very nuanced difference there. And again, if you don't know that and you don't take the time to ask about the cards, well, how are you going to know? So you have to make sure to get clarified.
Yeah, I know that part. You're good. Okay. This guy's at 32.
Just for clarification,
can I
too, if you
attack
guys want to get a
anything?
good assessment
just
of what
protect from
Tien's
attack
board
or not?
looking like, we have
You're
IP
alive.
Masquereno, which
Okay.
can quick effect during the main phase, Link Summon.
Normal
Then we
summon
have, of
Snake Eye
course, the card
effects.
that prevents tributing, as well as the quick effect banish in the Link 4. And we have Ulti Drago, who protects the other Ritual Beast monsters from being targeted.
Poplar effect in hand.
That's certainly a good setup there. Again, not necessarily
effect on
foolproof, but enough that Julian's really going to have to work through here. Getting to actually finally resolve a lot of these Sinful Spoil Snake Eye shenanigan effects that we've talked about before, right? Poplar going ahead and grabbing the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye there, probably to activate it and place something in the Spell and Trap zone.
Super standard so far. Again, the big question is going to be how do we actually deal with this board? Because that IP at any point can turn into an SP and start banishing cards. And that's the one thing Snake Eye cards don't want to go to, is the banishment.
This is the battle of the Banishment versus the Graveyard, which is the better second hand, as you say.
Basically. I know which one Julian's rooting for. He's like, let me use my graveyard really quick. I promise nothing bad will happen. I promise. It's just these little Snake Eye guys. They're going to go down there and they might come back later.
They're just level 1. There's nothing scary about them.
Yeah, now some of them are stronger than 2,000 beaters, but hey, that's not a big deal. No one knows that part of Temple.
Hey, it comes up sometimes. I mean, all you need is numbers.
110.
But speaking of numbers, looks like we're going to have somebody new join the field. It's going to be, oh man, a beautiful quarter-century secret rare Snake Eye Flamberge Dragon. Ooh, gorgeous.
Placing the Flamberge down. That could be a way to kind of combat, because I believe Temple can work during your turn. So if you IP summon SP, that means you can chain after resolution to bring Flamberge out of the spell and trap card zone.
Oh.
If it gets targeted. And there we just go for a big Link 4 into Appaloosa, straight up.
On res, I'll activate Poplar effect, targeting the Bellstar.
And here we see Diabellstar doing her best Crystal Beast impression, going in the spell and trap guard zone face up.
Certainly, we'll call him Julian Anderson here, a student of Duel Academy, as he advances the Snake Eye Diabellstar and places the Snake Eye Ash there in the Spell and Trap Zone. It's just so cool to see that particular gameplay mechanic showing up not only in Centurion, Snake Eye. There's a lot of decks that are really getting to place monsters in the back row.
Monsters are the best type of cards, and now they can go everywhere. We love it.
It's not just for pendulum scales anymore.
Attempt to go battle phase.
Ooh, and now we're ending battle phase. I believe this material is a 4 material Appaloosa, so 3,200 attack, which is really good given this board texture.
Activate Kimi Falco, or bouncing itself for cost.
All right, so we're bouncing Kimi Falco for cost to activate the effect to special summon from the Banished.
Now, who's going to be joining us now?
So we're doing Lara and Alara. That is a powerful board there, because I believe when they're both summoned, they let you search, right? Something like that?
Anything.
Well, and then if they went back to the graveyard, then they could be banished to
If it's
protect.
banished, they search.
And then if they were banished to protect, then of course they would special summon, so there's just so much stuff going on now in that field, even though it just looks like defense position monsters. Very dynamic.
They're defense position monsters that can protect the other monsters if they were to get destroyed.
Certainly a powerful effect since time immemorial.
We'll activate Masquerena.
I'll chain Ghost Ogre.
Ooh.
Oh, there we see one of the few cards that I was really excited to see in Julian's deck. The sort of hand disruptions that he's playing is Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. In response to IP Masquerade's effect is going to be so huge, because I believe the way it's worded is IP will resolve after you target what cards, and because that's when Ghost Ogre resolves. There's no longer an IP to actually link summon into anything.
Yeah, it's hard to link summon including this card when this card doesn't exist on the field anymore. And I'd have to say the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit in the main deck is just such a heads-up play for this format. It works against so many different deck types, and we're seeing exactly why it's good. In a really, sort of common situation with the IP Masquerena there.
All these powerful disruption cards from hand, like the Bestials, like the Ghost Girls, they're all so powerful and can be so useful. It just depends which ones are the right ones for the day, and that can tell the great players from the even greater players.
We're definitely seeing a good duel here from these two local legends from their respective OTS stores, where we move on to the battle phase. Time to start clashing.
I believe Snake Eyes Diabellstar is 2,800 attack or something like that. It's she's big.
She is, but her most important effect is pushing things to the spell and trap zone.
This guy can do his thing. This is anytime as well. You can tag him out, right?
So I think the best play here would be have buy Diabellstar attack into the link 4, and then if he attempts to banish the attacking monster, you can Appaloosa to negate it. Because if you negate with Appaloosa or attack with Appaloosa first, she'll become too weak.
So I think I have to do it first. So I will priority Diabellstar. Target doesn't target. Just
little Yu-Gi-Oh! Judge quiz for those at home. Remember, it is Julian's turn, so he is the first person who can activate a fast effect.
So he's activating Diabellstar's effect to put it in the spell and trap card zone. And now he's chaining the effect to banish, and he's going to banish Appo plus the Lara, and now he's going to chain Appo, chain link 3, to negate the Rotoria.
Now my Appo's at 24.
So finally got that link 4.
Does Snake Eye Diabellstar target or no?
Don't think
so. It just like affects whatever it's attacking, right?
In a Grand Mole sort of sense.
Exactly. Because otherwise, I think Ultra Drago would protect it.
Of course, sorry.
My guess is it doesn't target because it only
we would not be
affect
getting this far, right?
Exactly. But now Appo is just as strong as the Ultra Draco, and so the best you could do is crash with it, which I think would be a very bad situation for Julian. Because this Appo with 3 more materials could be so useful on the following turn, especially when all Tien has in hand is evenly matched.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll attack over a Lara.
Yeah, so he's going to go for the Lara, which is a little unfortunate because them in the graveyard is really valuable because they can banish themselves to protect, and then they get their banish effect after that.
Main phase 2. Activate original.
Sending Flamberge for cost. Oh my gosh, that's so good.
This is going to be an explosive play here. Takes a quick look at the graveyard to consider what he is going to special summon with the original Sinful Spoil.
Was there a reason maybe Julian didn't do that before he entered battle phase? Because there's totally a way to get Flamberge back before you attack.
Not quite sure. To each duelist their own, right? But he might have wanted to make sure that he definitely got through before he decided to commit these cards to the field. Interesting, though, with Appaloosa Bow with the Goddess, you have a lot of protection there. You can insulate your plays, but certainly he's in the driver's seat, so let's see where he goes with this.
Now we got all the effects. We haven't used the Snake Eye Ash effect to send 2 cards you control to the graveyard to summon a Snake Eyes monster from the deck. So here we're going to see that, sending the Poplar.
Oh, no, actually, Moon of the Closed Heaven.
And now we're unlocking the Fiendsmith portion of this deck by going into that Light Fiend, Link 2, Moon of the Closed Sky. Going to be sending Link 1 Requiem. Going to be using Requiem's effect to send it to the graveyard to bring out Engraver from the deck. And now the world is Julian's oyster from here.
Definitely has 2 different options at the same time. That's what makes this deck so powerful, is that, you could do a little bit of Fiendsmithing, and then you could say, you know what, let's pause that. We'll go back to a little Snake-Eyeing, and then back and forth and back and forth. But it looks like we're actually going to use the Fiendsmith effect here to go ahead and get rid of that Requiem and dunk down into the graveyard another Ritual Beast.
I'm surprised Tien is not using the effect of Lara to protect the destruction. Maybe it's because he can't?
I think it's Send.
Sequence effect diffuse.
Requiem's effect is to send it to the grave. Wow, that's really powerful.
Or not targets. Thinking on what I want to summon.
I was just thinking of it as, I'm destroyed now.
It feels the same, but it's just enough to get by.
So we just linked Ash plus Engraver to get Sequence, and now I believe we're deciding if we're going to Fusion Summon using Sequence's effect.
You have 1 card in hand.
Definitely can see a little mental calculations from Julian here.
Using monsters in your graveyard.
The funny thing about this board texture is that last turn, Tien drew what I would consider a very not optimal card and evenly matched, but now that he's gotten so far behind, unless Tien puts up some kind of trap negation, it's just going to blow up his entire board.
Think on if that's all.
Hard to believe this is still game 1, as players have just been slinging cards back and forth. Again, there's so much that has happened just in this first duel. But you're right, as we get into Fiendsmith Town, it becomes easier and easier to sort of craft something you need that's going to basically try to checkmate Tian.
Lacrima effect, target Engraver, my graveyard.
Not to say that the duel's over, but it's starting to go Julian's way.
Right, exactly. He's definitely in the driving position. He just summoned Lacrima. He's using the effect, I believe, to target Engraver. And now he's going to be searching for Fiendsmith Tract. Activating the effect of Tract, I imagine we're going to see the ever-fabled
Fabled
Oh,
Lurie.
Lurie.
Discard Lurie.
Sounds good.
Then I'll activate Lurie's effect, the special.
Yeah, and that's just the power of this Sneak Eye Fiendsmith deck, is that there's so many different kinds of lines of play. Like, this started as a simple Snake Eye combo, and now it's turning into a Fiendsmith engine galore that could play around pretty much anything your opponent could do. And now he's using it essentially to, I think what Julian's trying to go for here is a powerful Omni Negate like Fiendsmith Desiree to end his board on. Because if you have Appaloosa plus Desiree, there's really no hope for Tien to come back in the 15 minutes that we have left.
All of a sudden, another Dark Ruler No More would sound really good, but you'd also need to have follow-up plays, and with only one card in the hand, and I believe that's evenly matched when you have cards that are stuck on the field in the Spell and Trap Zone, you are not going anywhere fast.
Right, exactly, because you'd have to like set it face down, and then you'd have to wait until your opponent's next turn, and then you'd activate evenly matched, and they would still get to keep 2 cards.
And it'd have to survive that long, too.
So 3 cards, because he has 2 cards in play, sorry. Even slightly worse.
IP, I'll activate Lacrima's effect, shuffling back Lurie to burn you for 1200.
So there we see the burn effect of Lacrima coming down, shuffling back Fabled Lurie. We have our own IP Masquerena coming down on Julian's side. Again, lots of fun stuff could be happening here. Like that's the tough part of it. And I never envy players who play Fiendsmith Snake Eye because there's just so many different options and roads you can take. That's such a winding road that can feel really difficult to feel like what's the best option. But I feel like Julian is going for the summon of Engraver here. And now we're going to link climb some more, maybe?
Possibly. You're right that it's a choose-your-own-adventure deck in the sense that you can just go anywhere, right? There's a million different plays you can make, all featuring the same cards, so you have to really carefully craft whatever it is you're going to do. It looks like Promethean Princess is going to hit the floor.
Reborn of Fire in my graveyard.
So, she'll go ahead and grab out that beautiful Flambird Dragon.
Link 2.
So here we're going to see either Rising Phoenix or Ambler Whale because we are locked into fire. Oh, we're going to do it for a simple Link 2. Into Nightmare Phoenix. Ooh, and now we can get rid of Link 4.
Yeah, I'll activate Nightmare Phoenix, no effect.
Oh, never mind.
Activate Flamberge to place IP.
So Flamberge's effect to place IB from the graveyard in the Spell and Trap card zone, and then potentially special summon it back out during your opponent's turn.
Place OSS at the bottom of my deck.
Then we're activating Wanted to send to the bottom to draw a card. Again, this is what I was talking about with these decks, with the powerful resource loops, the powerful follow-up, the ability just to gain as much resources as possible before you end your turn and go, next turn, all this stuff, I'm going to use it to now defeat you.
Draw? Yeah.
Well, it's not down and out, drawing for turn.
Better than an Omni Negate, I would say, but like having the power of Flambird Dragon, being able to bring up that IP, do our own quick Link Summon shenanigans is always really threatening.
I think we might be doing that Pot of Prosperity, but the issue with Pot of Prosperity in this particular deck is it is very expensive, right? The extra deck has never come at a better premium. 15 cards is very difficult to figure out exactly which ones you're going to use. But Pot of Prosperity, getting rid of several of those, man, that really can cut off some future plays.
And I really do hope both these players are taking time into consideration because it's looking more and more that this could be our only game that we're going to be able to properly finish before time. And so making sure that you take into consideration, okay, how am I actually going to go for game? Not how am I going to not lose.
What is it summon exactly?
Oh, sorry. I'm attempting Lara effect.
I know, but I'm asking about this.
So here we're seeing Drago, and I believe we just have a question here about how Drago comes into play.
I know.
Both players constantly reading these new cards, making sure they perfectly understand everything before they understand what they do next. Because I imagine Julian's debating, okay, do I negate Lara with Apo or do I negate this with Apo? I'm not even sure. I think actually, because Draco's in play, can he target the ones in Banished, or does it only protect the ones that are on field?
Even might, but it looks like he's going to go ahead and concede here. So Tian goes ahead and allows it to advance to a game 2 with Julian as the winner.
It's like I was saying, both these players need to consider time at this point. And unless Tian really thinks that he can fight through an Appaloosa plus an IP Masquerena plus a Flamebird plus a potential SP Little Knight, so on and so forth, it's just not worth it to keep playing this game out.
I don't think I could break the board fast enough.
Can I grab that?
Crowd very happy to be there. Again, lots of great duelists. We'd love to have you here at YCS Sacramento or a future YCS event. But again, Julian is our Game 1 winner there, and just, certainly took quite a bit of the time clock there. But again, there was no, unfortunate play there. Everybody was going at a reasonable pace. It's just this deck both of these decks really just do a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah, and they were kind of playing really scrappily throughout that first game. You know, no one was really trying to go off besides Tien's first turn. But Julian was like, I'm just going to do my best here, get rid of that Protoss. That's the enemy number one. Then once that's gone and I'm feeling really confident, then I'm going to do my full Snake Eye Fiendsman stuff, build the board that I know can't be broken, and then say, Tien, beat this. And then he was like, I can't do that, King. Let's go to game 2.
Exactly. So we might be crowning a new king of games here in Sacramento, but we are still needing to get through this duel. Again, you know, both of these duelists, obviously they go to their locals often because all their play very meticulous, very considerate. But unfortunately, we can only have one winner in this duel, or maybe a draw. We'll see. But side deck-wise, how are you feeling if you're Chen? What is the magic option that you want to pump into the deck in order to beat our Julian?
Well, I'm feeling a little worried if I'm Tien, honestly, because I imagine he teched out his main deck to fight against Fiendsmith Snake Eye, not necessarily needing so much from his side deck. You know, we see things like Dimensional Shifter evenly matched already being in his main deck, and so I feel like besides maybe adding more cards of like, you know, Ash Blossom Joyous Spring, maybe bringing in a card for time or something because he is knowing that the time's on the clock, so bringing something like Gakka Cowboy or Spooky Dogwood or something like that into his deck, that could be an extra benefit to him. But because he's going first, most of those cards don't matter because they're only really good at stopping your opponent. He's going to be playing his life, how can I go off as best as possible while also securing the victory in the following turn? I'm actually more interested in Julian's side deck, specifically cards like Molcharmy Perulia that came out in Infinite Forbidden. It feels like it was made to defeat Ritual Beast.
Oh, goodness. With all the extra normal summons that you have, that is one of the things different from some of the other legendary cards that let you draw every time there's a summon. You don't have to worry about that with Molcharmy because, again, each of those normal summons is still a summon from the hand, and that qualifies, so it's written right on the card. We've seen some crazy double Molcharmy effects. So if we happen to see that here, just to push the game forward, Chen is going to have to give his opponent 1, maybe 2 cards every single summon.
And I don't care how much Protoss, how much Ritual Beast you have. If my opponent has 5 extra cards in their hand, I think they can fight through it just fine.
It's pretty difficult, that is for sure. Now, some people in the Molcharmy debate, they say, oh, what if I end on a conservative board and I just make them shuffle everything back? They're still going to have more cards than you, so that better be the best card you have ever played.
Right, and I think we saw that in Tien's deck specifically, the way he's playing with Ritual Beast, he's not really trying to, like, protect the castle, as it were. He's trying to go, I'm going to do the best thing I can. It's a little, you know, fragile. If you just summon a monster that's stronger than Protoss, you can probably just fight through everything. But I'm trying my best to just go, I'm going to do my thing. I'm going to summon these monsters. I'm going to have this quick effect banish. I'm going to have this mountain of normal summon monsters, protect myself for the following turn, and I'm going to throw Protoss on top of it and say, hopefully that's enough.
Well, card considerations aside, both duelists still seem engaged in the game. Chen kind of breathing a sigh of relief there and ready to get back in to give it another shot here. Julian obviously just locked into the game, right? You won the first one. It's your first YCS. You're not doing bad so far.
Yeah, I always consider like the first game of any round, that one doesn't count. Game 2 is when I'm really like, now I know how you play, now I know what's in your deck, and now I know how I'm going to combat everything you do before you even do it. And that's where I think Tien's feeling confident. Like, I think he totally believes he can win this game in 8 minutes and then probably fight for that tie. Because that's the kind of mentality you want to have when you're playing a big tournament like a YCS Sacramento, is you want to make sure I'm playing to get as many points as possible. I'm not playing just to not lose. Well, here we go.
Speaking of which, yeah, we're going right into game 2. So let's see which player does their best, because they do have to win. They can't just not lose.
And there we're seeing an opening hand of D. Fisher plus 2
I will go standby.
Interruptions, and I believe Crossout Designator.
Yeah.
Oh, here it comes.
I'll start with Fissure.
Pretty good.
Dimensional Fissure basically automatically activates all of his banish effects whenever he wants to.
I'll attempt Cannahawk to banish.
Julian smiling there, noting how pretty good it is, right? It is a strong start there to have Dimensional Fissure. There's more than just Dimension Shifter out there.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I believe Dimensional Fissure turns off Perulia, right?
I don't think I've ever
Yeah, you would be able to discard.
Because you just banished
Look at the text there, but yeah, you are not able to send those monsters to the graveyard.
Yeah, Perulia does not say discard. I think she says send this card to the graveyard.
I will chain.
Survey says discard this card, so you can still
Molcharmy.
You can
still Molcharmy. Good to know. That's why people play Molcharmy in Dimensional Shifter decks still. Okay, good.
It's still a fascinatingly good card and more fun on the way, but for now, it looks like there's an Ash Blossom discarded straight to the banishment.
That one I'll have to pass turn over.
Huh, that's interesting.
Oh, wow.
Tien had Crossout Designator in his hand. Did he draw his only copy of Ash Blossom that's in his deck that he has for the Crossout target?
Still technically could, but I guess he didn't want to go that hard into it, right?
Just for a Cannahawk?
Crossout Designator, yeah.
Sorry, no, just for a Lara effect, actually.
Oh, gotcha.
And there we see a set and pass.
Wow. Taking away the graveyard, change this duel right up.
Dimensional Shifter, Dimensional Fissure is a pretty good card. Speaking of which, Tian just drew another one.
Oh, man. So here's the question. Do you activate the second one just for the redundancy, or do you hold on to it in case it's lost?
Interesting. I'm not sure how much removal Julian has for Spell and Traps in his deck, and so I would consider it very safe. And if Tian does have any cards that require him to like banish cards from hand or something like that, it's just worth hanging on to maybe.
You take 400.
Oh, wow.
The Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, 1800 defense going into the Cannahawk, 1400 attack, dealing 400 damage to Tian. This is what happens when you have these decks, you know, like I was mentioning all these powerful side deck cards that both Julian and Tian can play. Almost none of those cards I mentioned are part of their main deck engines, and so they kind of don't do anything for you if you only draw those. And that's what I think happened for both of our players here. They have a handful of cards that either don't work because of D-Fissure or are just hand disruptions that can stop your opponent.
So a lot of excitement crashing into that face-down Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. Tian so excited and so surprised that he ended up putting that in the graveyard. No, it's okay. Your monster isn't destroyed. Your hand just hurts a little from punching into a brick wall. That's all. But the crowd certainly excited too because this duel is going at a completely different pace.
Sorry, what's it do?
Now you feel like maybe this is the Nightmare Phoenix here?
Exactly. That's the one piece of spell trap removal that I think would be so valuable here.
That's why I feel maybe you could activate the second Dimension Fissure, but it does keep it safe. As long as you live through this turn, you've got another one.
Yeah, but like, what do you do after your Nightmare Phoenix? You know, like, unless you have a card that can special itself, I'm not sure you're doing anything else.
Yeah, my main place turn 4.
Oh, banishing.
Oof. Anything here?
Fable. I don't think there's any way to get Fable to back unbanished in this deck, which is very unfortunate.
Battle phase?
Oh, we just have numbers from Relinquished Anima alone here. Certainly not the duel either of these duelists expected, but both of them giving it their all under the circumstances, right? This is what it looks like. People forget that the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game is a two-player game, and the person sitting across from you, they got up just as early, practiced just as much, traveled maybe even further than you, and this is what it looks like to watch two great duelists go up against one another.
And here we see the play into SP Duel Knight by using the Relinquished Anima, and then we banish the Dimensional Fissure, which feels pretty good, I imagine.
Hey, until the next Dimensional Fissure, the crowd's literally laughing at the activation.
And I believe the quick effect of SP can only target monsters, so there's no way to get rid of it using that effect, sadly.
That is correct.
Oh, he just drew it too.
Hey, but we saw how powerful 1400 was. SP 1600, so we got some real street dueling going on. Is that a normal summon flag?
Yeah, it is a normal summon flag.
That does put back a monster from our banish, giving us more resources.
Maybe trying to get the Nemesis Corridor, you think? Maybe go into a Thunder Dragon Colossus?
Right, because we can get the, exactly. Do you think it's smart to banish this flag? No way, right? Because there's just, you banish the Corridor after it gets played, right?
Yeah, the Corridor would allow you to return, then you'd activate a Thunder Monster effect from your hand, making you eligible to go ahead and use Thunder Dragon Colossus's, summoning requirement. So it seems like we're going there, but you're right. It's like it's kind of difficult here.
He has some up-and-out cards in his deck.
You have to be careful how you shuffle there.
It could be a problem, but it's good to notice it when you do and fix it when you can. Yeah, you're totally right. There is a copy of Thunder Dragon Colossus inside of Tian's deck. This could be a really cool play to see from him here.
Certainly a nice little sub-package you can run when you're running Arch Nemesis Protest. Just throw the Corridor in, you can have some fun.
And I imagine Fissure plus Colossus is quite the lockdown that Julian would not be able to fight through.
Right? Yeah. Okay, sure.
So recycling that Lara for later as the clock ticks down. 4 minutes and 51 seconds left for now.
Tribute?
Oh, we're doing it.
We're doing it. We're summoning.
Oh, tribute. Oh, for this.
I think.
Over somehow. Yeah, fair enough.
Now, I believe SP can get rid of Colossus, right?
It could, because it can't be destroyed. Well, at least it's able to protect itself from destruction. But this time, yeah, no effects activated, so kind of missed an opportunity to do something. But what would the alternative be, right? SP Little Knight would have gotten rid of the flag, maybe a little less damage, but still not able to deal with that Thunder Dragon Colossus.
Exactly. And so now Julian has to fight through Fissure plus Colossus. That feels, I think, pretty impossible to do, actually.
It's pretty difficult with that deck. You mentioned, trying to fight as hard as you could to get a win within 8 minutes. I think Tiana's on his way. We might be going to Game 3.
Yeah, because if he just draws any Ritual Beast monster, he'll have more than enough damage on the following turn.
Oh, we are. Just concedes. Wow. So Tian does take it. Julian conceding Game 2, using the rest of his time.
I'll have to tell you the hand later. I was looking at my hand like, The whole time I was testing.
Yeah, that was some real scrappy Yu-Gi-Oh. I was saying game 1 was scrappy. No, that's what this one was. Just people going like, defense mode, Ghost Girl? That's enough? Great. Attack you with SP Lunite? Okay, great. Colossus, you're like, yeah, that's good enough. That got me. That's a little too strong for attack and pass.
Oh, yeah. No, fans of the Time Wizard format might have looked up at the screen and said, hey, there's not really a lot of cards in there. Are they playing Time Wizard? No, it just changes. When you and your opponent work just as hard to run these perfect counters in the side deck and main deck, stuff happens.
Is that Colossus? Oh my gosh, is it 2019? What the heck? Look at that.
Well, it's good to see Thunder Dragon Colossus getting a little bit more use here again, recently coming off the Forbidden Limited list, and didn't make a huge splash, but I think in this duel, it definitely did.
Oh yeah, because obviously if you draw things like, you know, Snake Eyes Ash or stuff like Poplar, being able to get like those resources in play is really great, and then being able to link climb into more powerful link monsters would have been all, you know, Julian needs to get the damage he needs to get through. But not being able to search your deck and every card you have going to the banish zone, those are the two places this deck gets advantage from, the graveyard and the deck. So it's impossible.
Certainly
Julian recognized that. I would say the only thing Julian's thinking about is A, how can I build the strongest board possible, and B, can I draw Dogwood? Because that is in his side deck, and that is the exact kind of card that is used for this moment. When there's only 2 or 3 minutes left on the clock, I'm fighting against a deck that summons a bunch of monsters. All I need is that little bit of extra life points, and I could sneak a win in this round.
If I recall correctly, we did see some incredible Ghost Sister and Spooky Dogwood play at the EUWCQ again against Ritual Beast. And even if it was 45 minutes left on the clock, that extra amount of life points is just difficult to get through. It gives you a shield, right? Some duelists are like, no, life points don't matter until you're at 0. No, they really do. They can determine the pace of the game by quite a lot, so it'll be interesting to see if we do see any life point shenanigans one way or the other.
Yeah, I remember that match. Essentially, it allowed the player that was playing Tenpai Dragon to survive through the Protoss and then go, oh, I can now use my fire monsters again. That'll be great.
Always nice when you can just throw your hands up and say, you know what, I'll take the damage.
Yes, I have 30,000 life points. I'll be fine. Alrighty, here we go. I believe they have, what, 3 or 4 minutes left on the clock, like you said?
Should just be about that.
We should be seeing some lightning Yu-Gi-Oh! The fastest Fiendsmith combos of the West is what I imagine Julian's going to try to fight for. And if it does get to TN, we know he has Gaga Cowboy, so that's also going to be super lovely.
All right, looks like both duelists getting some additional instructions from the judge there. Again, judges traveling from all around the North American continent to be able to make sure gameplay is fair, so make sure to thank your local judge.
It could have been a clarification about time rules, but here we go into Game 3, this all-important Game 3, and I believe I see 0 on the clock, so maybe time has already been called? No way, right?
Now, it might be that there's some additional timer. It sounds like our judges might have a separate timer on the board, about maybe 90 seconds or so left, so...
That's what the judges were telling them, like, oh, here's how much time y'all have. They already called time for the main round.
We went ahead and updated our clock there on the screen, so let the game begin.
Alrighty, here we go, starting off with Julian.
Divine Temple with Snake Eye.
Activating Divine Temple, going to be searching his deck for a monster to place in the Spell and Trap card zone. I imagine Snake Eyes Diabellstar is the optimal pick here, because it can automatically get summoned, depending on what the rest of your graveyard could be set up like. There we see it. Interesting to start with this. I wonder if he had anything else in his hand. We do see the bonfire in his hand as well. It could have been a nice little bait to try to be like, are you going to Ash my temple? No? Okay, now here's bonfire.
So based on what he has, points of interaction from the hand are really going to determine what happens from this duel, because if he's able to get into Fiendsmith Lacrima, he could do enough damage by the rules of the game. That would call him a winner.
And then remind me, at the end of phase for time rules, if they both have 8,000 life points, it's just a tie.
It would be a draw, yes. Then you would compare the number of wins. There'd be 1 win each, and our players would be walking away with only 1 point each to show for this duel instead of the 3 for being a winner.
So here we see the normal summon of Poplar, so we open basically with 2 Poplars in hand. I'm surprised he didn't search for Ash off Bonfire then. I guess because then you can just search your Poplar from the deck.
No effects for Poplar. I'll go Diabellstar effects.
So Diabellstar will add the Poplar to the Spell and Trap card zone and summon itself out.
All right, 2 monsters.
For Princess? For Celine.
Oh, interesting, including a spellcaster.
We have the field spell, we have the spell in the grave, and the spell that's in the Poplar, so that's 3 counters.
And then Celine effect, the special.
We're getting monsters in play.
Oh, this is some big stuff.
All right, so now we're going to link 4 potentially.
Possibly a 2-material Appaloosa. Insulate plays. Yeah, that's what we're seeing. Okay, so at this point, feeling very well protected here. Of course, we know that Appaloosa does have natural predators in the format, right? Maybe a Nibiru and another card to negate it.
And there we see the original sending the Poplar for effect, and now we're going to go into Snake Eye Ash. So we did all that Poplar shenanigans so we could set up, Oak, even same thing kind of, because you can go for a Flambridge Dragon after that.
Target Poplar, chain Poplar's effect, target the other Poplar.
Yeah, going for Ash here would mean you don't get the second Snake Eye name, so this will allow you to go into Flambridge now. Very heads up from Julian.
Poke effect.
Making a little branded portal there with the cards in a perfect square. But speaking of squares, let's cycle through these and pick out Snake Eye Ash. Oh, no, it's Snake Eye's Flambird Dragon. Okay.
Yes, exactly, because now he had the 2 names to send with Oak. But is there a way for him, because I believe time has officially been called for these players, which means this is going to be the last phase of the duel, this main phase.
So it's really up to him to just keep pushing, and if there's any point of interruption, Chen needs to hold it to just the last second.
And hopefully it's not a monster effect.
Flambridge effect engraved.
Ah, here we go.
He's going for Lacrima.
So Moon of the Closed Heaven, it was foretold.
So now all he needs to do is get into his Speedsmith engine and go for that Lacrima. If he can somehow prevent the Lacrima from being summoned, that would be all Tien needs to do. I'm not sure what card that would be from his deck. Let me just see if I can see
Maybe a combination of a Nibiru and an Infinite Impermanence. Maybe an Effect Veiler if he decided to sign it in.
That could be really powerful, actually.
But this is getting kind of down to the wire here.
Yep, so there we see the sequence, Fusion Summoning using the Light Fiend in the graveyard as well as the Requiem to bring out Lacrima.
Engraver.
There we
The
see
crowd
Lacrima.
sees what's going on. We heard some woos out from here in the audience.
And now all we gotta do is get Lacrima in the graveyard. And then we can do it. Almost anything can do it. Just Link Summoning here. We're gonna be going for a Princess.
Return,
Wait a second.
Return.
Oh,
pass turn.
over a second. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. 600. Little handshake there.
I
Huge round of applause.
I was like, if you stop this, oh wow.
Yep, no interaction from Tien's side. A single shifter, a single whatever else would have led to a single tie. But hey, great job on both players. Tien recognizing his win condition in Game 2, even in that scrappy game, going for that Thunder Dragon Colossus to force this scenario, gave himself the best chance to win after that really long Game 1. Really happy to see it. And Julian playing to his outs, realizing, okay, all I gotta do is deal some damage. I have a card that does that. No worries.
Just some great stuff, again, showing you that even if you're down and out, Julian not having the strongest start in either of those duels, you really can't claw your way all the way back. And they're now just having a little moment to joke amongst each other, showing each other, fun hands. That's one of my favorite parts of the duel. Once the stress has cleared the air, right? You're the winner, I didn't win, that's fine. Now we can talk about this game we love so much.
I'm sure Tien will be telling all of his friends, y'all, in Game 2 I drew double D Fissure, Ash, and Nibiru. I couldn't play my deck. And I still won.
I mean, sometimes it happens, but just some really, really cool stuff there. Again, we're only in round 2. It is going to be quite a long day here. We've got 8 rounds total, so we'll definitely be seeing some cool Yu-Gi-Oh! Action here. But this was a really great showcase of what some of the strongest decks in the format are doing, and some of the most popular ones, too. It really just goes to show you, I mean, Ritual Beast can do anything, and so can Snake Eye. There's some really cool stuff with the Fiendsmith engine that we saw today.
Really happy to see both these decks. I'm sure we'll see them again probably throughout this weekend. They're both really powerful. Both got a huge boost from Terminal Revenge and the Infinite Forbidden, and I feel like they're both really well placed to take down this tournament, especially by players that are as good as these ones. Congratulations, y'all. Your first YCS is going strong.
Yeah, we've had a lot of first-timers here on the stage, but great dueling action. It shows that you guys, you could, watch from home at Twitch or maybe on YouTube, or you can come on down because we would love to see you guys compete here at our Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. This doesn't happen without you. It's not for us. It's not just for the Stevens to check out cool dueling action. It's literally for you. We would love to have you up here sometime, right?
It's a little bit for me too, but I'm glad that they can enjoy it as well as I can.
Good deal, good deal. Again, we're going to be showcasing some of the best and brightest duelists that we have here in Sacramento at the YCS, but before then, we still have to go ahead and get set up for our next round, so don't go away. We'll be back after a break right after this.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. I'm here with Julian after a win up on stage at your first YCS. Was that also your first feature match then?
Yeah, it was my first feature match, yeah.
How were nerves coming up on stage knowing you're playing in front of the stream and everybody here?
I was a little stressed. Plus, when I saw he was playing Ritual Beast, I was like, oh, he's going to do it to me. I'm going to get shifted. Luckily, 3 games, no shifter, so that was a blessing, even though he had double D-Fissure on me.
I was going to ask about that one because in Duel 2, the second D-Fissure comes down, the crowd reacted. We saw your reaction. What were you thinking in your head in that moment? Because it did eventually lead to a victory for them in that Duel 2.
Honestly, I was like, I just got a scoop so that I have enough time to burn him for game 3. That was my, because I had like, I had no way to play pretty much under a second D-Fissure, especially when he makes the Thunder Dragon and I can't add cards to my hand. I'm like, okay, he'll win this game in like 5 minutes. Like, it'll take time because it's like so slow right now. But I might as well just scoop and have a chance in game 3 rather than taking a draw.
And I wanted to ask about that in particular because that was a great strategic move. When you know that you have that other duel to do, you're limited on time, and then it's going to time on the clock. That's a lot to process in your head when you're also dealing with the stress up on stage. So how do you feel about your performance up on stage? How happy are you with how you did?
I think I did pretty well. Game 1, he had me pretty stressed with Protoss blind calling fire, and I was able to get out of that, even though I think I misplayed a little bit in game 1, but then I think I got my stuff together for the next games, and I think I did pretty well.
Perfect. Well, congratulations again on the win, Julian. Best of luck going into the future round, and we're going to send it back to the casters.
Good stuff, and definitely some of the insights that we saw that really was going through his mind there. So it's just really neat to see like what the perspective of the duelist in the driver's seat is. Speaking of duelists in the driver's seat, though, there are plenty of great things that you can win if you're physically here. And we again love to see you here. So let's talk about that great map.
We have the brand new winter mats happening all weekend long for the Pot Collection. Gorgeous. We see some of the OGs like Pot of Greed, Pot of Avarice, Pot of Extravagance, Pot of I think Disparity is one of them as well.
Oh, there's so many good ones there from the Pot Collection, absolutely. Do you have a favorite pot?
It's definitely Avarice. Oh,
I love that face. I'm kind of a Greed fan. I still don't know what it does. One day I'll figure out what Pot of Greed does.
It's lost to time. No one will know.
Ah, well, too bad, too bad. But speaking of time, here's the good news. Again, we do have, as you saw, all those duelists getting ready to sit down. I wonder what's coming next. It's probably round 3, but we don't get to go to round 3 until we get a break, so hold tight. We'll be back right after this.
See you soon.
Yuga! What is this place? It's Duel Links. It's a digital world. I see, it's a digital world. Like a smartphone? Are they related? Not quite. Never mind that. Let's rush duel in this world. Bring it! I won't lose no matter where I am! That's the spirit. Let's go! Rush duel! Here I go! I summon 3 monsters! What? 3 monsters? You're allowed to do that in Rush Duel. I set 2 cards and end my turn. Interesting. Then I will do this. I summon 2 monsters, and then I tribute them to Tribute Summon. Let's go! Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius! I summon another 2 monsters and activate Dragius's effect. Double Doom! I attack with 3 monsters! Concussive Electrostatic Shock Ball! And there's more! Dragius can attack twice! Dragius can attack twice! Inferno of Infinite Destruction! Ah! You're doing great, Luke! You know it, you so know it! That ends my turn. Now what are you gonna do, Yuga? Isn't it against school rules to be this powerful?
Come on, do something!
I'm not giving up yet! It's my turn! I draw! What? You can draw 5 cards at once? You can draw cards until you have 5 in your hand in Rush Duel. You can always turn the tables. I summon Strange Cat and Mystic Dealer. I tribute 2 monsters to Tribute Summon.
A wall? A mountain? Not even a planet can block my way! Nothing will stop my road to victory! Seven's Road Magician! I send the top card of my deck to the graveyard to activate Seven's Road's effect, Elemental Road! Seven's Road gains 300 attack points for every different attribute in my graveyard! Seven's Road Magician attacks Dragius! I'm loading the road to freedom! This is Rush Duel! Rush Duel has been added to Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links! Duel in a new way!
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We're here at YCS Sacramento. 2 rounds in the book already, but we have 8 rounds of Swiss today. We are going into round number 3. It's been exciting so far, right, Mike?
Yeah, I can't wait to see them match in the next round.
Yeah, definitely. We just got to see Ritual Beast up against Fiendsmith Snake Eye. That's a classic matchup. We've seen Ritual Beast really take off since it got 2nd place at the EU WCQ. Might expect to see at least a few in Top Cut. I really love the Arch Nemesis Protoss being able to banish the Flame Banshee. It comes back, so you have the fire that you can destroy with it. I really, really like that interaction.
Yeah, Ritual Beasts have had a lot of different versions that have been successful over time. It was a top competitive deck a long time ago. It was a top competitive deck in Duel Links for a little while. And now we're seeing it back at a YCS level competition. So it's really cool to see that and see the new support to make it even stronger to help it keep up.
Yep, those new cards, Out of Battles, Legend, Terminal Revenge, definitely helped. But we have a new feature match this round. Kangas is standing by with our competitors. So let's find out who is going to be competing in our round 3 feature match here at YCS Sacramento.
And our first competitor in the blue chair from Sacramento, California, James Womack. His favorite card is Cyber Dragon, and he wants to give a shout out to his brother Henry and his friend Alex watching at home. His opponent today in the red chair from New Brunswick, New Jersey, Pakawat Pamunsuit. He would like you all to know that he recently got Sword Soul Supreme Sovereign Chen Ying to over 7,000 attack, and he's very proud of it. Duelists are ready to go for duel number 1, so let's send it back to the casters.
All right, thanks, Kangas. Chen Ying, one of my favorite level 10 synchros, and yeah, I don't think I've ever got it quite that strong. He gains 100 attack for every banish card. So.
I was just about to say that. I played Sword Soul, and I don't think I've ever had its attack points anywhere near that.
But we can see he is playing White Forest Runic here today, which means that's probably how he's banishing so many cards to get that attack so strong. You're able to go into those level 10 synchros. And then banish so many cards off the top of their deck, and we're going to have to see if we're going to have a giant change. But his opponent, Hometown Hero, playing Heroes.
Hero! His favorite card is Cyber Dragon, though. That really threw me off.
It's GX. It's around the same time era, right?
Yeah,
so,
it is. It
adjacent.
is. Certainly it is.
But definitely you'd expect a hero player to have their favorite card usually use one of their favorite heroes.
I see what you did there.
But this is going to be exciting. Both of these players do already have one loss. They lost, I believe, maybe the last round. But the thing about Swiss is you can lose 1 or 2 rounds and potentially still make the top 32 on day 2. You just got to keep going. But these are really 2 cool, exciting decks we really wanted to feature and show off what you can do in this format.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about how Ritual Beast decks kept getting new support to keep up with the metagame. Hero is another deck that just doesn't go away. They keep getting more cards and keep getting a little bit stronger to help them keep up. And while they haven't really had the competitive success that we saw Ritual Beast decks have in the past, they have a lot of strong cards and strategies, and there are so many different options that you can use in your deck. So I'm curious to see how James handles all those choices.
Definitely. It is one of those decks that just keeps getting better with time. More and more heroes always to be added, seems to find their way into the deck. Let's see who is going first. It looks like Pac may be going first.
You're good.
Yep, into the main phase.
We'll activate an Upstart Goblin. That is fine.
All right, so cool. He's
So
playing
you'll go to
Upstart
9,000?
Goblin. I was kind of talking with Pac about his deck before this event. Being able to use Upstart Goblin to draw a card, not only are you thinning your deck out to where you're getting to your key pieces
How many cards
faster,
you
you can add it back with the Diabell's White Forest, the level 8 Synchro. Use it again, and it's like you used the Pot of Greed, basically.
That's awesome.
A lot of cool stuff in this deck, and I hope we get to see some of the cool plays.
Runic Flashing Fire to summon. That is fine.
So Runic Flashing Fire is going to special summon a Runic from his extra deck. There's Hugin.
Hugin, the Runic Wing, and I'll declare the effect to discard evenly match to add Runic Fountain from the deck.
All right, so you see main deck evenly matches here.
Yep, that
He's
results.
going to try and search out Runic Fountain, but that's going to be
Then
cut
I'll
off immediately from
activate,
James by Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
It's cool that he's able to main
Then I'll
deck evenly
activate,
matched, even though
Rosette's
it's
effect.
most
I will
effective going
give up
seconds, as you
Flashing
can
Fire
just
from my
discard
hand
it.
to summon herself and add a White Forest my deck to it. That works.
So here comes
I'll be
Elzette
adding
of the White
Sylvie to
Forest.
White Forest.
Yeah, so
So he adds Rusia
I'll
here.
summon Sylvie. I'll
Oh,
declare the
Sylvie,
effect
sorry.
to add a White Forest Fallen Trap directly from my deck. Yep.
Yep, Sylvie gets to add on summon.
I'll add a copy of the Woes of the White Forest.
Woes of the White Forest is a really cool trap card. The White Forest spells and traps, if you send them to the graveyard, they get to reset themselves. But Woes lets you special summon a White Forest monster from your deck and immediately synchro summon afterwards. And one of the level 6 synchros in the White Forest deck can flip all of your opponent's monsters face down, so it can be a really timely interruption.
Really powerful effect.
All right, now we are seeing the synchro summon. Oh. For a level 6 synchro. He's going to go for Coral Dragon. Shades of Naturia Runic.
Well, then,
Coral Dragon is a synchro tuner. In order to get to the level 8 synchro Diabells, you will have to use a synchro tuner. That Diabells lets you add back a spell or trap from your graveyard to your hand, so we'll see how Pack is able to navigate this. Getting cut off from the Runic Fountain is tough here for him, but he's going to go ahead and synchro 8.
You don't need a synchro tuner, but you won't get the effect that brings back a spell or a trap unless you use one.
True, true. But he does bring out Diabells.
One Yebel, targeting the flashing fire to add back to my hand. I'll go Coral Dragon, draw a card. That's fine.
So he gets to add back the flashing fire and draw a card from the deck. And Elzette's able to summon herself back from the graveyard during the opponent's turn if a light spellcaster is summoned to the field.
Play a copy of Fountain.
Oh.
We'll activate
Runic Fountain.
Runic Mining Storm.
James wanted to cut him off from that access, but summons has able to draw into that Runic Fountain there. Has another Runic spell to summon Hugin, and now he's going to use Fountain to put back 2 to draw 2.
The effect of Hugin is chilling 2, discarding the Woes.
And Hugin's going to discard the Woes. So the Woes will be able to reset itself. So we're seeing some of this synergy here for the strategy. Runic Fountain isn't once per turn. I know Pack was also talking about how he's able to add back Runic Fountain sometimes after replacing it with a different field spell and resolve it twice in the same turn. There's a lot of cool things you can do with this White Forest Runic deck. This is the deck that I'm looking to play after this event for sure, once I pick up all the cards.
Yeah, I mean, look how many cards he's drawn already.
And this is through an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring as well.
Yeah.
Whoa. Activate.
Taking a moment to consider his options.
Set 2 to my back row, and I will attempt to pass it.
All right, 3 cards face down total.
Yep.
Doesn't look like too much, but the Woes represents a lot of interactions. Being able to summon the Silvera, Wolf Tamer of the White Forest, being able to flip all your opponent's monsters face down is going to be key here.
That's scary to see. And plus, he's not out of the woods from the cards in his hand because he can activate them if they are Runic spell cards because of the Fountain.
Definitely never want to overlook that Runic Fountain for sure.
Dark Ruler no more. Not the most effective card here, but it'll negate the effects of those monsters.
All right, a hero lives. James is that hero. He is trying to live here by paying 4,000 life points, special summon a hero monster from the deck.
A hefty cost.
I guess it only had to pay. He paid even more because his life was at 9,000. Thanks to that Upstart Goblin.
Okay.
It does have your life points, so he's at 4,500. There is Elemental Hero Stratos.
That'll go with me.
Stratos' effect will resolve.
Imagine he's going to add a Vision Hero, maybe. No, it's going to be Liquid Soldier. If you use him for a fusion material, you're able to draw 2 and discard.
Discard 1, yeah. Liquid Soldier is amazing.
It is a really cool one. Oh, he already has the Ferris. He's going to be able to discard Malicious.
Discard Malicious. Ferris gets summoned.
So now he's going to be able to try and place Increase into the spell and trap card zone, trying to get more elemental hero monsters onto the field. Now Pack's going to have to consider when he wants to use his trap cards, when he's going to be able to key time to try and flip all his opponent's monsters face down with the Silvera.
There's the increase.
Yep.
I first learned this combo from Duel Links.
Oh yeah, this is definitely one of those other decks that was also good in Duel Links as well.
Yes.
Yeah, Ferris Increase was really good for a really long time in Duel Links. There's Vision Hero Vion. So that can kick a card from his deck to his graveyard.
I will chain Runic Freezing Curse to target the Vion.
So he tried to use the effect, but it got negated by the Freezing Curses.
Cards of your deck, which I have the shuffle.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Vion's a good one you want to negate. Not only can it send the Shadow Mist to your graveyard, so you're going to get an additional surge. You can also banish a card to get access to polymerization as well. So be able to cut off both those effects. Kind of like negating a Snake Eye Ash. Where you don't want either one of the effects to really resolve. Oh yeah, but we see the Wing Karibo level 6!
He lost the Wing Hero level 6 to the Curse.
It's Karibo cosplaying his Elemental Flame Wingman. I love this card, and I love that it's in his deck.
It's very cute, and it's always an Elemental Hero, and it's understandably a favorite card.
It's my favorite.
Then, on Resolution.
Alright, so Pack's going to use Fountain, so he drew some cards from his deck, and now it looks like he's going to go for Woes. Now that there's 3 monsters face up on James' side of the field, this does seem like a good time to try and put them all face down before he's able to access the extra deck and go into some of those powerful extra hero Link monsters.
Yeah, this is very well timed.
Lucia.
So he's going to summon Lucia, which is a level 4 tuner, so he can synchro with the Hugin for a level 6 synchro, which is going to probably be that Silveria.
Silvera. Then I'll declare Sibel's effect to book all your monsters.
Puts all those monsters face down. Now, if James has something like Polymerization, could still be useful. I'm always scared of Vision Hero Trinity. It's one of those cards that's always laying in wait. But he still has Malicious in the graveyard.
He can't deal damage either because of Dark Ruler no more.
True. That makes Trinity much worse, but the Malicious is going to be his next option here, banishing to summon another copy. Now the Destiny Hero Malicious is free at 3.
Yes, but one was banished by the Curse, if I heard correctly.
Well, then
this is the last copy. It's like he's playing 2.
Ignore the last changes on the FNL list. Pack wants to make sure you can only play 2. I mean, that's also the key advantage or bonus of like the runic cards is while you're just doing your normal things, you could be disrupting your opponent's strategy, taking those key cards off the top of the deck.
That's true. A lot of decks are built to use one-ofs that are searchable, and hitting those can hurt.
I will declare the effect of Rusha, target this, and put it back in extra deck and summon itself. That's fine.
Yep, so they both of the level 4 tuners have the quick effect that they can put back synchros to special summon them back. And now the LZ's going back to the hand as well. I think we're still all in the end phase here.
Yep. Runic Slumber, I'll target your Malicious to banish top 3 cards in the deck.
So Slumber is going to just be activated, so Malicious can't be destroyed.
And
just to put a Runic spell in the graveyard, it looks like.
Draw turn? Yep.
Yep. Now play is to Pack.
Draw phase. I'll activate the effect of Runic Destruction. Target your back row.
Ooh, just one back row, and it's going to be destroyed by Runic Destruction.
I'll chain favorite contact.
Ooh, that's a good one to chain. Favorite Contact. I was talking about how he needed Polymerization to Fusion Summon, but Favorite Contact works the same. It's just a trap card, though, so he did have to set it. He's going to be able to Fusion Summon. We'll see what he decides to make here. Or if Pack has a response to cut off the favorite hero.
Chain Diabel, sacking Runic Destruction.
The favorite Contact, as it were.
Basically a Synchro Tuner monster that's level 7 or lower. That's fine. I'll summon... Thinking...
All right.
So, banish top. You resolve
first. Right?
Yeah, resolve first.
Okay.
So now he's going to resolve favorite contact. He's going to send the Malicious. Looks like he's thinking. I'm not sure what he can summon here. Yeah, I guess Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer might be the best option.
Could be.
Yep.
So he goes for a dark monster. And there is Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer. I remember when that card was just a menace.
Play your deck and then banish top 4.
Oh, that was going to the bottom.
Oh, this goes to the bottom?
No, the materials I use.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Just banish top 4.
Yeah, put the materials back into the deck, and now he loses the top 4 cards off the deck. There's a Fusion Destiny.
Yep.
Don't need that. Destroyer's already on the field.
New chain.
Not too bad. Didn't lose anything
I'll go
of
Chain Link 1
much to
Falcon,
mention there.
target, 2 Runic.
Yeah, nothing too devastating.
Spells, my grave. And I'll go Chain Link 2.
So he's going to try and put back the 2 runic spells to draw 2 cards and flip the Destroyer face down, forcing out the effect right now.
Does it target?
Does not target.
It's been a while.
Okay, yeah, it resolves.
I'll target.
So now Destroyer chooses at resolution. He activated, Pack had no response, so now he's going to be able to pick the targets to be destroyed.
Yeah.
He's going to take out the Runic Fountain and the set increase.
And this gets flipped now.
Now the Destroyer goes face down. Not a big deal since it already uses effect.
Yeah. Pack just keeps drawing cards, though, which is pretty concerning from James's perspective.
So now I know color cards. Okay, so then I will then activate in draw phase the flashing fire to summon. That's fine.
All right,
Summon
flashing
Jerry,
fires,
Jerry
especially
effect,
Jerry.
add it back
This
to
is
my
also
hand.
another cool thing. You can always send the runic fountain to the graveyard for your white forest effects, and then always just add it back with Jerry later on. There's just so much synergy in this deck. It's why I really want to pick it up.
Yeah, that is really strong.
Okay, then
I'm also,
I
you know, a
will,
little biased towards synchro monsters. Any sort of synchro decks I always want to take a look at. They're a lot of fun.
I'll use the effect of Alzette, sacking fountain to summon.
So, going to discard the runic fountain from the hand to special summon LZ, and then special summon.
Deck to my hand.
Well, gets to add the white forest monster to be summoned. Still has the normal summon.
So he has a level 2 non-tuner
then I
with Russia in
will-
his hand, Sylvie on the field.
I'll go effect of. Effect of Sylvie targeting Diabel. Yep.
So he's going to shuffle back the Diabel, summon Sylvie from the hand.
It's so strange to me how these low-level monsters make you trade your synchro monsters to summon them back.
Yeah, they can shuffle back from the graveyard too, so it's a little more useful when you're just summoning them for free. But it is interesting when you see it go from the field. You're like, it's like transforming. You're going back into the woods.
Yeah, it's like, well, I just made you. Do I really want to send you back to the extra deck to come back from the grave?
The white forest cards are fantastic. And it looks like the judge wants to read favorite contact and destroyer Phoenix Enforcer.
No? Competitors, I get Pablo Bautista. Pablo Bautista, please come to the main stage.
I'm not sure what's happening.
We can go back. All my cards are no.
Oh, maybe you're not allowed. Maybe there's a legal summon there for destroyer with
I
the
just looked at
favorite
those, yeah.
contact. Let me pull up favorite contact real fast. Let's see. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron app is really great to be able to look up exact card text. Helps when you're dealing with translations as well.
Goes back. Okay, here. Fountain's in my grave,
Yeah,
but this is set here.
Not sure.
This is in my grave. I had.
Does destroyer not mention hero
this
monsters?
Here.
It's a level
this is
6
still
or
something-
higher.
this is back in
Oh,
my
6
hand,
or
but this is
higher
my
hero.
deck.
What did he use?
And
Plus a Destiny hero.
Yeah. Right. Yep.
Oh, he
He
used
used
the
vicious.
malicious
Oh, and
and
then
the
my fountain is
level
on the
4.
board at this
So
point.
the malicious fulfills both of the things, but not
yeah,
one
yeah.
or the other. He
So-
didn't
yeah,
have
so-
a matching thing to go with the malicious, so it was an
an
illegal summon.
Yeah, he used Vision Hero
Faris,
Faris, right?
Yeah, and he needed to use a
Okay, so then it's,
level
then
6
you
or
have
higher.
something to resolve this,
Yeah, right,
and
sure.
then
Yeah.
Or a
then-
Destiny hero. And
Right.
unfortunately, malicious is both those things, but can't be both of the materials.
Yes.
So it's back in your
Faris is a level 5 monster.
Right, then I'll just resolve this but not target that.
Yeah, they can easily fix the game state. Looks like that's what they're doing here.
It
just
appears
going
they
right back.
can. I'm surprised they can because so much has happened, but they're actually having no trouble whatsoever
Yep.
doing it.
Put the cards back real quick.
I mean, they did go pretty far.
It has been a bit.
It looks like the judges are taking a second look. Because like the fountain got destroyed, Jerry added back the fountain got activated.
We had a lot of end phase, and we also Pack also drew a card. Plus, several of the plays he made were with the expectation that Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer would be on the field.
I think, yeah. It's still good. It looks like we are in the right position and jumping right back into. I think they're waiting on us, but they're good to go. I think. I'm filled with anticipation right now.
Yep.
Yeah, they were waiting on us,
Yep.
but we're all good here.
I'll use
Continue play.
yep. My hand.
Yep.
Okay, cool. And now they're going to send those two to the bottom to make absolute zero.
And now,
This is drastically
disruption
different,
resolved. Destroying this and
unfortunately.
banishing the top 4 cards in your deck.
Which, yep. Did they, yeah, okay, it's going to be the same top 4 card.
Yep.
So just the only thing that's changed, the
And
fountain
then,
stays on the field. There's no destroyer, so there's
nothing
absolute
with-
zero.
yeah,
Absolute zero is a little harder to deal with, though.
New chain.
He has to get it off the
I'll
field
go
without sending it
effective
to the grave, or
fountain, targeting
like returning to the
these
extra deck or something, because if it
and
does
then,
leave the
chilling
field,
to Silvera
it will destroy all the monsters.
Yep. And then you don't cut. Got it.
We put it face down.
Draw. Draw.
Does White Forest have a way to return it to the deck?
Then
We're going to have to find out. I mean, there
right.
might be some synchro monsters you
I
might be
will
able to
attempt
eventually
to
use, but
make
maybe
these.
not.
Yep.
Maybe find a way to
activate,
banish it face down with like
effect.
SP Little Knight or something like
Send the
that.
fountain to the graveyard.
We'll see how he navigates this.
Then I'll add copy of Russia to my hand.
He's doing most of what he was doing before.
Effective
They
Rusha
rewound.
special. I cut through. I will go effective Rusha, send destruction to draw a card.
Yeah, I think he's able to keep the Diabell on the field this time.
Then I will
Discarding the runic spells with Rusia to draw a
activate,
card is
Fountain.
really good because you can then turn them into more cards with the fountain.
Yeah, definitely. You don't have to actually activate, because sometimes the problem with the runic spells is your opponent doesn't let you activate them. They don't have monsters on the field that you can target. They don't have spell and traps that you can target. And then you can't really use them from your hand, but being able to always send them, you'll always have that utility.
Right, the runic destruction is a prime example. There are no spell or trap cards to destroy.
Gary, add back the fountain.
Exactly, and now the Gary's still going to add back the other copy of Fountain. He's going to put 2 back, draw 2 more.
Upstart Goblin.
There's 6 monsters on the field, and
Upstart again.
He's giving opponents some life points. This is why I want to play this deck. It is so much fun.
So many cards.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay.
Then I will synchro summon using the Gary and Silvera.
6 and a 4,
Summon.
level 10 synchro monster.
For a card, Penying.
There he is.
Oh, Changing is a great way to get the absolute 0 banish face down. He just needs to have James banish a card, or he can banish a card. And then he'll be able to banish a card from James' side of the field and graveyard.
Shouldn't be too hard to banish a card with runic.
These two?
If he has a slumber or something, that's a banished card.
Roselia.
Roselia lets him add if he wants.
My hand to
Yep.
add.
Get rid of that evenly matched he doesn't need, turn it into something useful.
The last thing he wants to do is even up this field.
Definitely. And is that now to the hand?
Use these two.
Is he going for SP Little Knight?
Make.
Yep.
Yep.
I will.
Now he's going to start picking apart James' side of the field. He doesn't have a battle phase.
SP effect targeting.
That's why you see the Changing in defense mode.
This.
He will have to skip it, but he's going to be
Then
able to
I'll
clean up with
trigger
Changing
on a
and
new
SP.
Changing effect. I'll banish.
I imagine you go after the face down absolute 0.
I don't remember. But will it matter?
I think it will trigger because it goes face up when it gets
I'll banish
banished.
this and the increase. Okay.
But the Changing has the built-in protection effect
Almost
as well. But I think you have to banish a worm, maybe.
I start my turn with this though, yeah. Then I will make.
Doesn't
now
it have to
the-
banish a
actually
worm?
go-
I don't think so.
But now it's a worm or a sword soul
Sylvie,
card, I believe.
Or
But
sword soul.
Yabel,
Is
put it
that
back to my extra
is
deck.
going to be normal summon? He's going to return back. Synchro to
Which
special summon
Yeah,
the
that's what
other
I'm-
level
I specialed
Fortuner.
her, using her effect.
It's any card. I thought it was any
Then-
card.
Oh, okay. It's even better.
Yeah, and then that
I
triggers its
will
effect to
synchro
banish more
summon.
cards.
Into
now
Diabell effect.
Diabell's going to
Add
be able to
back
add back
Goblin.
since they use a Synchro Tuner. Gets
activate
back
Upstart
Upstart.
again.
It's Pot of Greed!
Win.
One Upstart Goblin results in 2 cards. Pot of Greed. For,
75.
James gets 3,000 life points this turn, though. Almost back up to 8,000
Terraforming.
despite that a hero lives. Terraforming coming down. Gonna add another field spell. Chicken Game. We're drawing more cards.
Activate Chicken Game. Pay 1,000. Draw 1. There you go.
This
Activate
is the
1,000.
deck that just keeps on drawing.
It really does, and unfortunately for James, he's kind of out of cards. He has 2 monsters face down, and that's it.
Activate Runic Tip to add.
Fountain and Tip.
Oh, boy.
That's just an incredible combination of cards. We knew he had the Fountain, so he added back with the Jerry. Runic Tip's going to allow him to add any runic spell from the deck to the hand.
So the Slumber will allow him to activate the Cheng-Ying's effect at will.
Then I'll activate Slumber, targeting Sylvie. Banish top 3 cards of your deck.
Well, maybe he's just playing cards to try to deck out.
Then I'll activate the
He has
effect of
so many
Bounty
win
Draw 2.
conditions with this deck.
He really does, and he
I
just
win
has so
it for
many
tip.
cards, he can just do anything.
I'm here for it. All right. Now, cards on the bottom. 2 more draws.
It's final even.
I should have kept a draw counter. How many cards he's drawing during this turn? It's at least it's over 5 for sure.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if you count the Upstart draws too, it could have hit 10.
Yeah, I think it was 2 with Upstart and 2 with Fountain. 2 with this Fountain.
2 with the other Fountain.
I'll activate
Another Upstart.
I'll think today.
And now he's going to
Battle
have
phase?
4
That's for
cards.
you. Okay.
Skips the battle phase. In turn.
And by me?
Yeah.
That is the drawback of the runic spells. You do have to skip your next battle phase after you
I'll read
use
this real
one.
quick. Yep, you're good.
So there's Elemental Hero Absolute Zero, which should be familiar to some Time Wizard fans.
Definitely. Summon a Stratos as well. Now this might prompt Pack to do something since there's 2 face-up monsters.
No, you're good. Okay.
Nope. Lets him go. He could link these away and then it would activate the effect of Absolute Zero.
Yeah, the problem is Cheng Ying could banish whatever he link summons along with a card in the graveyard and protect itself, and Little Knight can allow him to protect his own monsters.
Definitely.
So I don't think Absolute Zero's effect is actually relevant right now.
It's all James has, though, and he's going to have to rely on it and hope it's going to be enough. But it's not looking like he is going to link away. He's just going to go straight to the battle phase, try and clean up,
if he can
clear the SP Little Knight.
Probably wants to destroy Little Knight, but I think it's very unlikely to happen.
Sure. It's at 0 attack here. Stratos continue.
Oh.
Yep, all his monsters are losing 100 attack and defense for every banished card thanks to the Cheng Ying. So he was going to try and clear off some monsters in the battle phase. That just isn't going to happen.
Yep.
So
he did attack into the defense mode monster, so he gets to keep the Stratos, so he will still be able to link them away in main phase 2 for extra hero Infernal Devicer.
Destroy all your monsters.
Chain Link 2, SP Low Knight, targeting itself and Sylvia.
And as you said, he is going to use the SP Little Knight to protect both of his monsters, banish them away.
So he protects his own monsters, then Cheng Ying. Oh man, Slumber will protect the Diabell from destruction, then the Cheng Ying's own effect will protect it from destruction.
Resolve to destroy this, but it's protected by Slumber. And then I'll protect Cheng Ying by banishing a card from my graveyard.
4 monsters on his field, not a single one was destroyed by Absolute Zero's effect.
That's fine.
It is a sweet deck, and now
and I'll put this to the bottom.
He's going to banish the Infernal Devicer as well, and he gets to use Runic Fountain to draw a card.
We saw that coming, but I don't think there was anything else he could have done.
Oh no, no, you got to play to like what you can do, and that's all you really can hope for.
Maybe your opponent will just say okay and send all 4 monsters to the graveyard. Wasn't going to happen here, but
enter battle, skip past.
Yep, Pack had to use a Runic Spell in the last turn. He is going to have to skip the battle phase, and now James gets another turn, but with only 2 cards in hand, it's only a matter of time, probably. But he will not give up. He is going to summon Elemental Hero Stratos.
Okay.
Yep.
he took the Stratos off the field, so now it's a question of how much James can do with the 1 card Stratos searches for. The answer is probably not much.
He is just going to get the Liquid Soldier.
He has a Droll and Lockbird in his hand as well as his other card, which won't do him any good.
Yeah, he already normal summoned. The Liquid Soldier on summon could bring back a monster, but not going to be able to do that. Pack has a battle phase finally.
Cheng Ying has 1. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, that Stratos has 0 attack. Pack is trying to see how strong he can get this Cheng Ying.
Plus 25 is 24 plus 1. 25 cards banished total. 55 over 0. You take 5,500. Back for game.
Yeah, you got it.
That is a strong Cheng Ying. I totally see how he got it over 7,000 attack points.
Yeah, I really like the White Forest Runic deck. White Forest, one of my favorite themes out of the Infinite Forbidden. There's a lot of different strategies you can use with it. It's seeming like Runic is kind of rising to the top as the subtype that you can really complement the strategy well. But there's other cards, like the toy cards that came out of Battle of Legend Terminal Revenge are really cool. If they're sent to the graveyard, they special summon themselves as well, so you can help that with synchro climbing. It's a smaller engine than what you would use with Runic. So there's like some merit to trying those cards out as well. That's going to have a little more heavier the White Forest aspect of it. But really seeing why the Runic and White Forest cards work so well together. The synergy of the discards, the synergy with being able to add back the spells and traps. With the Runics where you already are adding back your Runic Fountain with the Jerry, you're discarding with the Hugin. That's what really comes together when 2 strategies complement each other well. And we know that tuners with the Runic cards have already had success in the past.
Yeah, that was awesome. And I didn't really understand the synergy between the 2 themes until I actually saw it in action. Because in my head, I'm thinking, well, you want to use the Runic cards. You want to activate them. But I see Pack is using a very light White Forest Spell or Trap lineup. He's using very few. So his goal is not to discard the White Forest spells and traps. His goal is actually to use the effects of his White Forest monsters by discarding the Runic spell and trap cards, and then recycle them with the Fountain. And I think that makes the deck very consistent because you have all these different purposes for all these different cards, and that's what makes the 2 themes work well together. But I don't think it's immediately obvious, at least it wasn't to me.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, they're 2 different strategies, but seeing it in action really puts it on display why this deck is popular, or becoming more and more popular. We saw Joshua Schmidt use it at the EU WCQ, but I don't know if he did get like one feature match. He made it to top 64 and lost in top 64, but I don't know if people thought he was already kind of had punched his ticket to go to Master Duel Worlds. So a lot of people, I think, were kind of like, oh, he's kind of taking the foot off the gas there, just kind of having fun with something. But no, this is actually a legitimate deck that is a contender in this format.
Yeah.
And I'm really glad to see someone like Pac bringing it this weekend.
And it's cool because this is basically the same format as the North America WCQ.
Yep.
But we didn't see this deck a lot. This is a deck that has picked up steam as duelists realize, wait, these two archetypes work very well together. And you see how many cards Pac drew in that game, and you can see the appeal of using this deck and running those two themes together.
Definitely. I know it is appealing to me.
Yeah.
I already want to play this deck, and I'm going to build it as soon as I can. But it looks like James is going to go first with this hero deck. And oh, not
T-set
it's an L
pass.
set. It's an L set. No. Not what you want to see with your hero deck. And then Pac starting off with one of the strongest cards in his deck, Runic Tip. You have to Ash Runic Tip.
Oh, man. I see a triple tactics talent in Pac's hand.
Then by main.
Oh, he did it before his main.
Oh, no.
Normal summon Rusia.
Normal summon is fine.
Effect.
Very good.
Effect tip, draw one.
Yeah.
So Rusia is going to let him discard and draw. Doesn't need that second copy of the Runic Tip.
Can only activate one per turn.
LZ effect. Sending talents to summon.
Can use the LZ's effect to discard a spell or trap to special summon it from the hand.
If I have the triple tactics talent, I like to use the spells in the draw phase and risk playing into draw.
You could. I mean, he knows for a fact that James is on draw and Lockbird, but maybe he could think side it out for going first because you got to see one band. Another advantage of the Runic cards, you get to see more of the deck and what they're kind of playing in game number one. Right. Game number two, so that might have scared him just a little bit.
Yeah, he probably played it in the draw phase just to play around draw, which I guess he calculated to be more devastating than the benefit of using tactics.
Yeah, even though it's a tough call for sure.
Thank you.
Coral Dragon is going to come down, let him discard a card from his hand to destroy. Looks like he's going after the spell and trap card on James' side of the field.
James appears to be considering chaining it. Favorite contact, looks like there's nothing he can make with it, unfortunately.
He seems that card is stuck in his hand. It's actually a card you searched and add to your hand throughout your combo.
He gets his battle phase because the tip was negated.
Yep, the effect
so
was
he's able
negated.
to attack, and Shadow Mist effect will just add Varret.
In battle,
Varret's
activate
hand.
Freezing Curse to summon.
That's fine.
You can effect.
That's fine.
Playing around Effect Veiler a little bit, doing this in the battle phase.
That's smart.
Oh, this is so cool. So Pac's out of cards, right? He's adding the Runic Fountain, but he has the materials he needs to go into Diabell to add back a Runic spell.
That's awesome.
I love this.
He'll also get to draw from Coral Dragon.
Yes, yes.
One Coral Dragon, chilling to Diabell, targeting Runic Tip, out of back to my hand. That's fine.
So at least be able to use that on his next turn to draw some cards. Did he draw a Runic spell?
It looks like a, what did he draw?
Yep.
Flashing Fire, maybe?
No, he got Ash. He got Ash, right?
Yeah, Ash. First tip.
That's French. But he got Ash. Yeah.
Looks like they're going back to make sure he gets he's entitled to a battle phase that turn.
Part of the effect, right? Oh, okay. I don't get it back, so I have to go back.
Oh, it sounds like it's part of the activation, not part of the effect. So he has to actually skip the battle phase.
It does appear so.
Shuffle it back in. This was from the from the destroyed type battle. Yeah.
Put this back like this. I think this is right so far.
Yeah.
I have.
Yeah.
Just fixing the game state a little bit.
These two are back in these two are in my hand. Then I had.
Yes.
Yeah, it does say activate
this
one
is-
of these
yeah,
effects,
and
but
then
skip your next battle
so this
phase
is the board
after
state.
activation.
Yeah, these two.
And
So
then
it
you
is
have
tied
a
to the
semicolon.
activation, and Ash Blossom only negates the effect. Sometimes
Right.
it's beneficial, but
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yep.
other times not so much.
So this looks like Pac did not know that. I did not know that.
So
Oh yeah, Ash negates effects. Those two. Okay. Okay. Let me know when to continue.
Looks like they're rewinding. Pack now knows what that face down monster is, unfortunately.
Looks like the judges are just talking for a minute, trying to consider the options. And now they were just waiting on confirmation, and now they're good to continue. I mean, it's going to be the same result. The only thing that's different is he doesn't destroy the Shadow Mist. He doesn't have the bars.
Yeah, if he's still permitted to do all that in main phase 1, having tried to enter his battle phase, that I don't know. But yes, his end field would be the same. It would be totally unaffected by destroying that face down monster.
We might be just talking to the judges here for a minute while they talk about what to do. I mean, even if you were to take like at worst, it would be a game loss if they were to decide that it's an irreparable game state. He would still have to be going first in game number 3. I know James is probably wanting there to be some sort of penalty, but probably just a PE minor. But I'm not a judge. I don't know what they decide to give out for each individual penalty. Since they rewound it in the previous game, I feel like we rewind it here.
Well, it's tough because a concealed card was revealed here.
If you have a time extension, that time starts now.
I feel like Pack had concealed cards revealed in the last time too as well. But yeah, no, that's good. They're going to stick with fixing the game state so we can continue.
So they've adequately rewound it.
Yep.
And I think it's safe to say Pack is going to do exactly what he planned to do before. And he's permitted to go back to his first main phase.
Alright, so Synchro summons for Diabell. Diabell's going to add back the Runic Tip, just as we saw. Draws from the Coral Dragon as before, activates Runic Fountain. There's the card. He drew Smiting Storm. It's going to banish one card off the top deck.
Oh man, Destiny Hero Malicious.
Sniped right off the top there.
James is just not destined to have 3 of them in any duel this round.
It is tough, yeah. And also just opening up with favorite contact. He's going to draw 3 cards from Runic Fountain. I see another Runic Fountain, more Runic cards in the hand. Looks like this turn is just going to continue. Nope, just going to set 2 and pass. So now it's James' turn, back to him. Pack's going to immediately use Runic Tip to add a Runic spell or trap.
They banish the top part of your deck.
Gets Freezing Curses.
Makes a lot of sense. That's able to negate monster effects of special summon monsters.
I'll go Fountain to draw 2. That's fine. Yep, you're good. Okay.
Dark Ruler no more. An Upstart Goblin it looks like he got with his Fountain's effect.
Attempt to add.
I will say that I will chain Diabell, sending this to attempt to summon.
That is fine.
So Diabell's effect changes the Stratos. He discards a spell, Dark Ruler no more, to special summon a Synchro from his extra deck.
Oh, Zapper Shrimp. Zapper Shrimp, really cool. Out of Infinite Forbidden. It's a world premiere card, I believe. It's like Formula Synchron, so it's a level 2 tuner that lets you synchro on your opponent's turn, but it also lets you pop a spell and trap as well. So instead of drawing a card, you get some actual interaction there.
Like, I might go back. Yep.
James gets Faris once again.
I'll activate Faris' effect, make pass it special.
Yes.
All right, so Faris is going to discard 2 special summon from the hand.
I will.
And then Faris will let him place a Vision here on the spell or trap card zone.
I will chain.
Assuming that's where he wants to go with it.
Freezing Curse to attempt to negate it.
That is fine.
I'll chain the Zapper Shrimp to Synchro Summon.
That's fine.
All right, so Chainlink 1 negates the effect. Chainlink 2 Zapper Shrimp is going to Synchro for Changing. And now the Changing synergy there is... Oh, Droll Knocker, and Ring Kribo level 6.
I'll declare the effect of Chenying.
Yeah.
Changing's now on the field when the cards get banished.
The Malicious, as well as the face down monster. And, yep, you're good to continue. Okay.
And since the Faris' effect was negated by the curse, James is unable to put a Vision Hero increase into his spell and trap card zone, cutting him off from being able to special summon more heroes from the deck.
Yep.
Yep, he does still have 2 monsters, so he'll be able to make a link to... He's going to go for Extra Hero, Infernal Deceiver.
Okay.
Then I'll use the Deceiver's effect to reveal.
Yep. Yep.
So now this is where he can add 2 fusion materials, up to 2 fusion materials of the fusion he revealed, but he's going to add Element to Hero Neos from the deck to the hand.
Okay, up to 2. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, only needs to add 1. That's what I was just checking myself.
Oh.
The extra heroes look so cool. I really think Infernal Deceiver is a really cool looking card.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I'll draw for turn.
That's good.
Stand by main.
So it looks like just Infernal Deceiver pass. Doesn't really have much going on for him in terms of disruption during Pack's turn.
Yeah, with Kenging on the
I'll
field as well,
activate,
I think it's pretty much over.
Runic Slumber, targeting my Chenjing.
That's fine.
Not this
so
turn,
ban
of
something
course,
from
since
your
he
deck.
doesn't get a battle phase.
Not this turn for sure. More
Also
cards off the
Chainlink
top.
1 Fountain,
The Changing
targeting
synergy.
2, killing 2 Chenjing.
The Runic Fountain's going to draw some cards.
Changing's effect gets rid of the only monster left on James's field.
That.
It looks like
normal.
I caught a glimpse of it. It looked like a woes that he said.
I will attempt to enter battle, pass, skip, pass turn to you.
Skips his battle phase and passes back to James. So he at least has the Changing, he has the Book of Moon, or Book of Eclipse, so he's able to summon the level 6, flip all those opponent's monsters face down, and he, of course, has Runic Fountain face up.
Set pass for James.
Rusia targeting this.
So Rusia's going to shuffle back the Synchro, special summon back from the graveyard. It's a quick effect during
the
other player's
add
turn.
it back to my hand.
And since the Lucio is summoned, he can add back to LZ. Now he has a full hand of cards.
Effect. Discarding Upstart, summon.
Don't want to give your opponent 1,000 life points, just send it to the graveyard. We don't need negative draws. We have plenty of cards in our hand.
Yeah, he has more cards than he knows what to do with. The question is, will he be able to win this turn without using any Runic cards that would cost him his battle phase? Or he can use Runic cards in the battle phase if he wanted to.
I think that is where Pack is trying to go with it.
Goes through to summon Silvera.
There's Silvera, just getting more monsters onto the field.
I use Zet to special, so I start with my normal.
Everything's switching into attack position, which tells you where Pack is going.
I will enter the battle phase.
Looks like he is going to do the battle phase trick with the Runic spells.
I will attack with Silvera into your defense position monster.
Into your grave?
Yep.
All right, the attack prompts James to check the graveyard.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. And this does all my
it gives them the piercing.
Monsters gain 5 unit attack, and if they attack a defense position monster, it also does double piercing battle damage.
Double piercing,
double
that's right.
piercing.
It's huge.
So, I have 12, so it's at 0.
Okay. It's at 0 because it's more synergy. More synergy with the synchros. I love it.
Wow.
Yep.
So the Changing puts this at defense at 0, double piercing damage. The rest is going to go through, and Pack is going to win this round 2-0 over the hometown hero. But with Pack's awesome White Forest Runic strategy.
That was a nice display of what the White Forest Runic deck can do.
It really is. I mean, seeing the synergies, drawing a lot of cards. I mean, if you're playing against Runic, one of the key parts is that deck draws a lot of cards. But usually, like, all the draws are just coming from that Runic Fountain. But that utility with Upstart Goblin and Diabell being able to add it back, like, it is cool to watch. And, you know, seeing a well-known player being able to pilot that deck well into a tournament, bringing it into a tournament where everyone is expecting, you know, Fiendsmith Snake Eye to be the most predominant, dominant deck in the tournament. Means he thinks there is actually something there. He's not just playing for fun this weekend. He wants to win. It's a brand new prize card. He wants that amazing trophy. He wants to add to his legacy as a player. And this is the deck that he wants to do it with. When I was talking to him about like his profile and why he uses certain cards, there's a reason for every card in the deck. And I'm that same kind of way where when I have a deck, I don't just throw random cards in there because, oh, this guy's playing it, probably looks pretty cool, I'll try it out too. But I will do that, but you try it out and then you develop your own reason for using that specific card. You should be able to say why every card is in your side deck, why you have the cards, and why, answer the question why.
Yeah, Pack understands his deck very well, obviously, and he played it very well, and you saw what happened as a result, how many cards he drew, and how easily he was able to win. But I think it's cool that this White Forest Runic deck is kind of one of the rising stars of the format right now, where it got very little attention at its original release, and it just keeps picking up popularity. So I'm curious to see how well the deck does as the tournament progresses and in future tournaments.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Fiendsmith cards were a lot of the cards a lot of people looked at with the Infinite Forbidden, but the White Forest cards are actually really good. I mean, I always thought they were one of the better strategies coming out of that set. I've been wanting to play with the deck for sure, but now I'm pretty much sold on it that this has to be one of my decks I'm going to add to my armory and arsenal of decks that I can play with, against people for fun and maybe like at a local OTS or everything. Speaking of OTS, we were talking about that Worlds event we're able to watch, the Worlds Watch Party. We're not only going to be able to, not only can you go to your OTS and watch from your OTS and enjoy Worlds there, we're going to be having live look-ins at certain official tournament stores during the World Championship. So maybe your OTS, while you're there, we'll have a live look-in and be able to see you on stream at the World Championship. It's going to be a celebration that's held all around the world, and you want to be a part of it. So make sure you talk to your local OTS about it and make sure you're going to be involved, because the World Championship is only 2 weeks away, I'm pretty sure. Maybe 3. It's right there in that first week of September, 7th and 8th. But I cannot wait, and you're going to want to make sure a part of that. That's neither here nor there. Kangas is standing by with Pack. Here are our winners interview from round number 3. Take it away, Kangas.
Thank you very much, Billy. I have Pack up on stage after a quick 2-0 in your first round win. So first off, how's your YCS weekend opening up? Is this kind of what you expected?
Yeah, pretty good. Definitely a lot more like rogue decks in the sea of people, but I think it's early round, so that's to be expected. Yeah.
Heroes as your first opponent. How comfortable are you playing against that deck?
It's been a while, I'm not gonna lie. I haven't played against it in a minute. I usually, I picked it up maybe like 2 years ago, but a lot has changed with the deck. They added some new cards. Like, I've never seen that trap card before, favorite content. I was like, well, this is crazy. So yeah, so really cool stuff, I think, yeah.
Well, you're also playing one of the newer decks out of Infinite Forbidden, and there was a moment in that game, too, where things had to kind of rewind a little bit. Talk me through what that moment was like from your perspective.
Yeah, it's just honestly like my brain just I don't know, just turned off. So, yeah, just an honest mistake. I forgot that he ashed my tip, which means I don't get a battle phase this turn. I just literally forgot. So, I was like, oh, this negates activation. I'm like, no, it does not. So, don't get, yeah, so.
Well, you were able to get the game state back to a correct position and get the win, but I want to talk more about that deck. What about these new cards made you want to try them out at the YCS this weekend?
I think that with Fire being very dominant, I think when you build your deck to beat the Fire decks, inherently you are making your matchups worse against all the other rogue decks at the YCS. So I wanted to play a deck that has a lot of good utility cards that are going to be very versatile regardless of whatever deck you play against. So I think the Fire decks are good into each other, the mirror matches, but I think they're very 50-50 coin toss. So I was like, you know what? If I can build my deck to have a 50-50 matchup against the Snake Eye deck, but then have a way higher percentages against all the other rogue decks, which I feel for example, my deck is more well equipped to answer Shifter, more well equipped to answer stun decks with a bunch of floodgates. So I think that for me is an edge to kind of play this deck, because at the end of the day, you're gonna have to get through the multiple Swiss rounds with so many options that people can play, because I think a lot of people kind of want to move away from Fire since it's been very dominant for the year. So kind of taking that into the back of my mind as I was building my deck, I think kind of helped me come to this conclusion to play the Runic deck because of how versatile it is.
Cool. It was awesome to see you pilot it. We'll be excited to watch you continue on. Congratulations on the win, and we'll throw it back over to the casters.
Thank you, Kangas. Awesome to hear from Pack. He has a lot of really good insight into the deck, why he decided to choose it. Hearing that 50-50 kind of, I mean, it's not always 50-50. People can make mistakes, but I see what you're saying. He doesn't feel like he can gain an edge playing the mirror match, so he decided to look for an alternate deck to win with.
Yeah, a deck that's just as good as that deck in that matchup. I really did enjoy hearing his rationale for why he selected that deck, because like we were saying, this is kind of an up-and-coming deck that players are sort of just discovering.
Definitely. You want to keep your eyes on the White Forest, and you're going to want to keep your eyes on this stream. But before we go to a break, I want to talk about something that we have going on right now. That's right. It's regional qualifiers for 2025. They're going to be going on from July 27th to September 29th just for this specific format. We're going to be able to win this game, Matt. The regionals will be going on all the way up till the next NAWCQ. But during this time period, you'll be able to get Fiendsmith Engraver game mat. It looks beautiful. I love the emblems that are on the zones, and Engraver is just one of the coolest looking cards.
It is. It's a really nice mat. Really nice what they did with the zones there, and I think it's going to match a lot of people's decks.
Yes, I do think that Fiendsmith Engraver is in a lot of the decks. But we are going to be right back after a short break. But before we go to a break, we're going to check in on our side feature match. So don't go anywhere if you want to watch some more Yu-Gi-Oh! Here at YCS Sacramento.
another game, World?
and welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in Sacramento. We are about to enter into round 4, so we're about to hit the halfway point, but again, there's just so many different exciting stuff, all the cool decks that we got to see out there in the format. But we've got kind of a nice little treat for you here, so I'm really excited to introduce all our stuff, but let's go ahead and jump into round 4 here, shall we?
Match in the blue chair from Louisville, Kentucky, Clifton Land. His favorite card is Lone Fire Blossom. He wants to give a shout out to his wife, Kat, and his OTS store through the decades. In the red chair, his opponent from Elizabeth, New Jersey, Jeremy Brunwasser. His favorite card is Wind-Up Carrier Zenmaity, and he would like to shout out his mom, as well as his local OTS store, Tier 1 Games. Duelists are ready, so let's send it back to the casters for duel number 1.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas, for introducing our 2 players today. We've got Clinton and Jeremy. I don't know if y'all saw it, but we have Clinton piloting Fiend Smith. We have Clifton piloting Fiend Smith Memento, and then we have Tenpai Dragon piloted by Jeremy. These 2 decks are very exciting, very explosive. I cannot wait to see which one of them can actually battle it out. We haven't seen Tenpai today yet, but we have seen plenty of Fiend Smith shenanigans. What do you think about this matchup, Steven?
Well, it's going to be a little different here because, again, Fiend Smith goes well with a lot of different decks, but Memento does something totally different here. But Tenpai has a lot of new options that it's been playing around with, right? We're seeing people using main deck Dimension Shifter in Tenpai, and you wouldn't think that because they're so reliant on the graveyard, but they've just figured out great play lines around that, so it's going to be difficult if Jeremy is running those options. On the flip side, though, Memento just keeps pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing, so if it manages to strike through one of those cards with a lingering effect that prevents its game plan, there's some good stuff coming our way.
Memento is one of those decks where I feel like every single card is both a starter to a combo as well as an extender to a combo, so depending on what kind of hands you have, you can just pop off, or depending on what hands you don't have, you can just go a very limited combo that can still probably end on stuff like Combined Creation or the brand new Creation King that came out in Infinite Forbidden.
Such an amazing card, again, being able to send multiple cards from the deck or extra deck to the graveyard. Like, so many powerful effects in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like that. Typically, they're on cards that are limited to 1, but this amazing fusion monster gets it all done, although it does come with a little bit of a hefty resource investment.
Needing, what, 3 different Memento monsters as well as 5 different Memento named monsters for Combined Creation. It can require a lot of cards to be in your graveyard at any one time. And like you said, if a shifter comes down or something that actually stymies you from getting that many names in the graveyard, the Memento deck doesn't really do anything after that.
No, you're absolutely right. It is certainly vulnerable to Nibiru of the Primal Being, right? You do have to summon 5 cards to get to the boss, and you're not there until it shows up. So it could be difficult for Clifton to be able to pilot that deck to victory, but I guess only one way to find out, right? The duelists are shuffling, and we are going to see a great duel.
An interesting thing to find out is once we do the dice roll, if Jeremy playing Tenpai will decide to go first or second. I think given the way that he's set up his deck, he's going to choose to go second, and that will tell Clifton, oh, okay, my opponent's on this. I can probably go unimpeded unless they draw their shifter.
Well, time to find out where the rubber hits the road here in Game 1 of our Round 4 at YCS Sacramento.
Alrighty, we got the dice roll coming down. We see an automatic 12 for Clifton. I bet you he feels pretty powerful about that. Followed by an automatic 12 for Jeremy. These guys are evenly matched. Did that happen again for us?
Yes, that is the second time so far. Looks like we got a 7, and we're hitting... Oh, okay, that good that we rolled 12 twice.
All right, and let's see. Does Jeremy tell him that he's going second? Oh, I think he just said, you're going first, my friend. Which is very exciting. We're drawing our 5 cards, and now Clifton's feeling like, oh, okay, I'm playing against a deck that wants to go second. Let's see what happens. An opening hand, we see some forms of interaction, and then boom, draw face
there's
shifter.
The shifter. Wow, and Quarter Century Secret Rare. That makes a statement, doesn't it?
It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful lingering effect.
We'll take a look through the hand here. I could definitely see what appears to be Mementutlin Sleepy there, and possibly an Anguish as well as a Dark Blade. But with
as well as the Bone Party Quick Play spell, I believe.
That is Bone Party. But I don't know if it's party time just yet. Could technically activate in response to the Dimension Shifter, but looks like going to go ahead and pass there and allow it to resolve.
And it's looking like he's thinking if he wants to start with Darkblade, he will be starting with Mementillion Darkblade. This will allow him to discard one Memento and then target a spell and trap card to potentially destroy it, or he can search his deck. He can destroy a Memento monster he controls to search his deck, which he's going to now select to destroy Darkblade, banish it using the effective Shifter. And I think here we could get Tatsu, but because he doesn't have any more Memento monsters to destroy, he won't be able to get the Foolish Effect to grave, and even if he could, Dimensional Shifter's in the way here too.
It is going to be difficult. For those at home who are wondering why he has a 40-card extra deck, it's not. There's a left-hand accommodation here. You can always ask your judge if you're left-handed. We are not trying to make you play the hard way.
That's why the zones are not actually marked with like the pendulum scales or anything else.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, whenever she summons, she has a momentum on.
Now we can hear our players talking to each other here. We have the Anguish searching for that Tatsu, like I said.
No monsters or just momentum on.
Probably one of the most incredible memento monsters.
Allows it just to get all those names you need in your graveyard as quickly as possible.
Well, there's no graveyard here, though, so it might be saved for a later turn.
Yeah, it looks like Clifton did draw a lot of sort of interactions in the hand, things like Nibiru, things like Impermanence. He's probably comfortable just setting those and hoping that his opponent maybe can't play under Shifter as well as he hoped. Obviously, because his opponent main deck Shifter, he's like, he probably has a way to play over that. So I wonder how far he's going to go before he goes, all right, that's enough. Let's see if we can survive.
Oh, so it looks like a Link summon here with the Anguish and the Tatsuno and Toshigo into just an SP Little Knight, holding it down. Absolutely right there. Decent pieces of interaction. Certainly can wait to get to the next turn. Use that Bone Party to basically set up an entire Memento combo next turn if we get there. But let's see what it is that Jeremy does on his first turn here.
Ooh, and that top deck of Tenpai Dragon Pydra is huge. I think...
Wow.
Put my advantage right here.
Both players just having a fun little time here. It's always exciting playing cards like Raigeki. You know, just those OG staples that are still powerful to this day.
Certainly a classic from Legend of Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Not having the protection of Saint against something the field spell to stop this Hydra from being interacted with is super huge. I think
he's the best.
Kaiman is going to be just enough here, getting that Chandra, allowing him to keep playing even through his own Shifter. Will be super cool. I forget exactly what the line is for the deck because you won't have access to Bite and Dragon to bring back all your cards from the graveyard. But I wonder if Jeremy can just get enough damage here.
Well, there's our first attack here. So Chandra going in and going to go ahead and bring in another Pydra.
And both these guys have not activated their effects to quick Synchro Summon.
15. So that puts you to...
Life points going down.
4,800.
4,800 there.
And then we could just go for a big level 10.
Yeah,
that is 3,000 attack.
Okay, I'm talking
Should be good enough.
Just making sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, so
30, 31?
3,100.
Yeah, 3,100 life points left for Clifton here. Just figuring out how much more he can probably get.
Yep.
Going to be banishing these two because of the effect of Shifter. Going to be Synchro Summoning from the extra deck.
This might be it, actually, just with a little bit more quick synchroing like that. Here comes the Sangenpai Biden dragging on.
And then we use the effect of Hydra now to quick Synchro Summon. We can go to a level 10, and boom, there's the damage.
Harder? Yeah.
But this
500.
But I think Nibiru can be... Nope, Nibiru cannot be activated because of the Transcendence Dragon's Battle Phase effect. Your opponent cannot activate effects, and I believe it was literally the 5th summon.
Yep, so unfortunately that is a quick 1-2 punch. Jeremy able to just clobber through the Memento board that wasn't established because, again, Dimension Shifter is a card.
And this is exactly what Tenpai Dragon wants to be doing. They want to stymie your opponent just enough to where they can finally get to their battle phase and go, the little bit of stuff you were able to do is not enough to actually stop me from going for this big board that can deal so much damage like nothing, being able to quick synchro and actually still attack in the same turn. So powerful. And then that Transcendence Dragon, even though it was the 5th summon, like I said, having that ability to stop effects in the battle phase kept Clifton from having that last point of interaction he might have needed in Nibiru to get his turn back to him.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of those things where you do have to have the perfect run as a Tenpai player, right? Everything kind of has to just line up perfectly so you can get through it. But if you're lucky enough, if the heart of the cards are on your side, yeah, you might see that Dimension Shifter game 1 every single time. So we'll see, though, because now we get to see a little side deck access. So Clifton gets a chance to breathe, go ahead and go first, know what it is that he's up against, confirm those suspicions like, wait a sec, that guy rolled a 12 twice, it still made me go first? What's going on? Well, the cat's out of the bag, he knows what to do.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Clifton's side deck right now. I'm seeing some really fun inclusions he could be doing. Things like Solemn Judgment can be really powerful for going first. Things like There Can Be Only One can be specifically good against this deck that's all dragons. We have Anti-Spell Fragrance, which could be really annoying for all those really powerful Kaimans and other spell cards that are so strong that you can automatically activate them, but they're only really good during the battle phase. And then I'm seeing the Momentilian Fracture Dance trap card. I don't think I've ever seen that before in a Memento deck, but I believe it's some way for you to like interact with your opponent's board and like destroy monsters?
Well, it does some really cool stuff. First off, you'll get 1 destruction if you have a memento, but 2 if you have the combined creation. But you can also banish it from the graveyard in order to do piercing battle damage, and that can really stack up. The issue is, though, there is battle damage protection built into Tenpai, so we'll see if it actually ends up coming up.
I see.
It's just one of these interesting matchups where, you know, you see 2 decks that are great on their own, but when they come against each other, it's like you see different sides of the deck that you hadn't seen in other matchups. So it'll be interesting to see how Clifton is able to prepare for what he knows is going to be an onslaught of Fire Dragons.
The big thing is, can Clifton, hopefully now going first in this game too, set up just enough to where he can actually stop Jeremy from doing pretty much anything and then come back to his turn. Like having things like Combined Creation that I believe is able to force your opponent to attack into it at 5,000 attack points. That's the one thing that, you know, besides having like Trident Dragon access, the Tenpai monsters don't get that big. They just have a bunch of different attacks in a single turn, so he can wall up, as it were.
No, you're right.
If he needs to.
Does take a little bit of setup there. You will have to have your Cranium Burst out there, making that continuous trap card force your opponent to attack the highest attack memento monster on the field. But yeah, if it's 5,000, it's incredible. And having that built-in Appaloosa-style negation ability, right, losing 1,000 attack, that's 5 negates, and it's a really affordable 5 negates. But we'll see if any of that comes into play, because unfortunately for Clifton, it did not happen game 1.
And then what would you say is Jeremy's biggest thing? Because we're assuming he's going first for this game too. I imagine the best thing he can hope for is like, I've always seen like the Seals end phase for a lot of Tenpai Dragon players going first is like, well, I have Disruptions in the hand, I got things like a Shifter that can still stymie you, and I got Seals. That's pretty good.
Seals Pass is definitely a vibe, but let's see who ends up going first. Did Clifton decide to make Jeremy go first, or is he going to try to set up against this Fire Dragon theme?
All right, here we have our players just getting ready. They're feeling the nerves here in this round 4 of the YCS Sacramento. And here we go into game 2. Let's find out who chose to go first. My guess is that it's Clifton. Alrighty, and that opening hand consists of, I think I see a Dark Blade. No, I see a, is that Anguish?
Does look like Anguish, Bone Party, Ash Blossom, Cranium Burst, and Fracture Dance. So some really good memento setups.
He did decide to side in that Fracture Dance, which is pretty exciting.
That one destroys memento on my field or hand, and then summons or adds memento.
So here we see the Bone Party being activated, allowing him to summon some mementos, and there we see the Chain of Ash Blossom negating that effect.
Now the good news here is you can use that Bone Party later for a little piercing battle damage by banishing it from the grave, but curious to see. Oh, that's right, you know, the Fracture Dance, when you banish it, that's the 1,000 attack reduction. So a lot of great options already here, but we're just going to summon Sleepy.
It was Sleepy, yeah.
Yeah, okay,
so they're all based off the old Dawn monsters.
Yeah.
During that turn,
yes, pointing out that the Momentilian theme is themed after a lot of really older cards. Like, I think it was also Trihorn Dragon, Dark Blade,
Ghost in the Attic.
Ghost in the Attic.
A lot of fun ones in there, sort of blasts from the past blasting back. But
I think Sleepy is Cable Sheep #1 or something like that, #2 maybe?
Stand by. Maybe.
Well, no time for the past. The future is now, thanks to Pydra.
Back to Pydra, search for a Sangan Speller Trap card. Let's see which one he gets. Probably going to be Kaiman or Sangan Summoning.
So you can definitely get rid of the field spell here with the effect of the Fracture Dance, but it's going to be difficult to decide if that's what you want to jump in.
I'll use the effect.
Chain Fracture.
Okay, we are going to go ahead and claw right through that.
So he's going to pop his own Sleepy to get rid of the Sangan Summoning field spell.
Nothing.
Pick a Sleepy.
It lets you send.
Dump some memento.
So now we're going to activate Sleepy's effect to send from deck to graveyard a Memento monster. Again, almost all the effects of Memento happens on board and in grave. If they're in the grave, they can do something. If they're in play, they can do something. And here we're seeing Gaddock.
It summons himself from the graveyard whenever he sends.
Ghost in the Attic has reincarnated himself, and it's a great card again, too, because he is going to come right back to the field there.
And by the way, I don't know if we mentioned this, but Clifton does play a Fiendsmith engine inside of his deck, which is very exciting because we do have access to a lot of different feed monsters, not just Gaddock and stuff like that as well.
Bone Party not doing too much from the graveyard there.
But could come up later once we're trying to attack with combined creation and stuff like that. Again, if you're ever someone who's playing against a deck you're unfamiliar with, like Jeremy seems to be here when he's fighting against Memento, it's always good. Take a second here before you make your next play, assess what your opponent has access to, and then go from there. So here we're going into battle.
Yeah, thank you.
Not a whole lot you could do from Clifton's perspective here, right? You put whatever you could on the field, but with those cards in the hand, you're just hoping to live through this turn.
This is the big one. And that's why we saw, I think Jeremy either drew Shifter for turn or didn't choose to activate it for the very first turn because he knew he might want to access his graveyard for the going for game combos that he's going to try to achieve this turn.
Really good foresight there to think, okay, you know, I've had my opponents on the rope the first duel, but I think now I don't actually need to press that hard and I get access to my graveyard by not discarding Shifter.
Also, I do see the Kaiman already in Jeremy's hand again.
This could be painful.
I think it's safe to assume that he has it when he searches for Sand Summoning, which is the Pydra, especially going second, where you don't really necessarily need to protect your guys as hard.
I will declare an attack. Anything.
Not a whole lot could be done here. Clifton assessing what few options he has.
I think maybe Clifton's trying to save his Ash Blossom for that Kaiman, but if Jeremy reads that and then just goes automatically into Transcendence, that could be pretty big.
Oh, during the turn a monster is destroyed by a card effect, it can quick effect summon itself from my hand. Okay. And then unsummon it if you
Yeah, Clifton's like, let me just build the wall of Memento monsters to try to protect myself. And there we see the quick effect. Going into Transcendence Dragon. I believe Shili will still be able to resolve because I think Transcendence says you can't activate effects.
But the Sleepy's first part of the effect was to summon. It's the on-summon effect to be the fusion summon, so we're locked out from now. And Clifton didn't even try. I think he's already aware as the Sangen Kaiman is activated to get out the Fadra.
And then Fadra will be able to reborn any of the Tenpai Dragons that are in the graveyard. He's going to get Chandra.
400 and 1,000. So
Yeah, all the Memento monsters are pretty weak because they're based off of old normal monsters.
With some strange stats, it's always nice to see 2850 printed on some cards.
Always exciting.
He's dead.
And then we have another Pydra coming down, swinging Fadra.
17.
Yep, and then 3K after that with the Transcendence Dragon.
So that's puts you at 63. 3,000 puts you to 33.
Just counting down the life points here.
And then
I think it's just a matter of what's the best route to go here. I think going for, using the effect of Bind Dragon to summon itself back, 26 more damage, and then just any quick synchro.
Yep.
And then one more attack, and that's game.
And our climactic finisher is brought to you by Odd Eyes. Wow.
Meteor Burst Dragon, nice.
It's not, it doesn't make it better that I had the Shifter game. Yeah.
Honestly,
I really don't know what that.
Tenpai did Tenpai things. You know, they summoned dragons and they attacked. That's all they were going for. And Clifton chose to go first in that game too, which is a really rough thing to make. Like, do you give your opponent the opportunity to actually attack, or do you set up as much as you can before they attack to try to survive? It's a really tough question.
Look at the transformation there from Jeremy too. At first he was very steely, very stoic, and now smiling to himself as he shares a laugh with his opponent Clifton. Yeah, you know, Tenpai just doing Tenpai things. Both of these are great decks, and both players had some great records, so we may see them back on the featured match stage here, but right now they're just comparing cards, side deck options, smiling and such. Again, one of my favorite parts of the duel, just remembering, you know, it's a two-player game, right? You are competing to show that you're the best and brightest duelist here. It doesn't mean that the person across from you is out to get you. They're just your opponent. And that's how these two are showing their sportsmanship.
Yeah. Even though Jeremy played a Shifter, even though he attacked him 5 times in a single turn when he only had 2 monsters, there's no hard feelings. Clifton is like, that was so much fun. I can't wait to try again and fight against Tenpai and get the win back. It's always about, I lost today, but I'm going to win tomorrow.
Certainly. And it's difficult for Memento. Memento does require a lot of setup. It's a deck that I love playing at home, both on Master Duel and in the TCG. But it's true that it can be a fragile house of cards, and Tenpai is really good at punching holes through stuff because that's how it wins, right? And that's how Jeremy got his victory.
And this just goes to show, too, how powerful the Tenpai Dragon deck has been in this format. I know we talked a lot about earlier Fiendsmith Snake Eyes being like the big powerhouse, but decks like Tenpai Dragon and being able to just decide, I think I can win the game this turn, and then doing it and having your opponent go, yeah, there was really nothing I could do about that. Good job. So, like, it could feel really harrowing to try to actually beat a Tenpai Dragon deck. So hopefully we'll see some people actually succeed at doing that, or maybe just more Dragon Rampages throughout the weekend.
No, certainly. And good to see all the options there, right? We got to see even the Odd Eyes Meteor Burst Dragon showing up there at the end, certainly sealing the deal. But it is just incredible to see how those cards have really like rocketed all these different Dragon Synchro monsters that, you know, only showed up here. Maybe we saw them in like Dragon Link or something like that, but so many different pieces of the puzzle finally got to come back. So that's why Tenpai has been exciting to watch.
And we didn't even see Genroku come out in that matchup with the actual new card that it got in Infinite Forbidden that just adds to its overall extension of plays.
Yeah, it shows you that Tenpai is able to just get it done with the base combo, and unfortunately for your opponent, if you don't have what you need, that is it. So again, we are going to be heading into our interview soon, but I wonder how it feels when you're halfway through the tournament, right? You've got round 4 already done, and you're feeling pretty good at this point, right? Your Tenpai Dragon deck has gotten you a decent record, so with 4 wins times 3 points, that's 12 points already in the tournament so far. Good work.
And speaking of that interview, I think we're getting ready to go throw it back to Jeremy and Kangas on the screen to talk about this win. I wonder what he's going to mention. I think he's going to talk a little bit about how powerful cards like Transcendence and Dimensional Shifter are and how impactful they can be in matchups like Memento. But let's go ahead and throw it to them and see what they have to say.
Thank you very much. I have Jeremy up on stage with me after a very swift 2-0. Getting some cheers from the crowd right now. That's got to be the fastest match we've had so far. Is that the typical Tenpai experience?
I win quick or I lose quick. That's the way it goes.
So what about Tenpai Dragons spoke to you that made you want to play it this weekend?
In the words of the 2012 Philly winner, the YCS then, if I OTK, I win.
Simple as that. You know, it's an effective strategy, time told. But what was it like being on the feature match? How many feature matches have you been a part of before?
None. 0. First one.
Did this add extra pressure then to you as a duelist, trying to actually pull off the combos?
Oh, yeah. Good thing I wasn't trying to combo. I was OTK. Didn't have to think too much.
Well, I know that you have a lot of people cheering you on, and you mentioned that you had a few teammates here as well. Is there any teammates that you want to shout out? How's the team doing?
Team's great. Shouts to Mike, Steven, Anthony, and everyone back home. Ryan, Brandon, Chris, Rob, everybody. Team Waste Potential, Salad Boys Investments. Let's go. Woo!
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Best of luck going forward, and we're sending it back to the casters.
Just some great energy, and calling your team Wasted Potential with a performance like that, you guys got to change the team name because you're all incredible duelists in your own right. But if you're an incredible duelist, especially an incredible speed duelist, you might want to check out some of the events that we're hosting soon.
That's right. All weekend long, we'll be having these announcements about the brand new matches that will be happening at future YCS events, like the Remote Duel YCS Speed Duels. They're going to be happening, and they have this brand new Dawn Zalug mat for the winners there. They're going to be scheduled every single month, starting in September, going through all the way to December. Be sure to check out whenever you have the ability to go participate in those awesome events.
No, you're absolutely right. Those of you watching from home, that's okay. You can duel and be winners in your own right. So definitely check out that Speed Duel main event series, because just like Steven said, they are having it every single month. So I can't wait to hear about how great a speed duelist you are.
I'm definitely looking forward to that Speed Duelist Battle City Finals box, kind of bringing an end to the old main support, but there's still going to be plenty of tournaments to support the people that love Speed Duels in every single tournament here for coverage.
So we are going to actually be having a bonus feature match before we go to break, so we're going to go ahead and cut to that shortly. Going to be some fun times ahead. The dueling action isn't going to stop anytime soon. All right, so it looks like this duel is in progress here. Apparently, Junlong has won the first one. He has been playing a Beasteel Fiendsmith deck, also featuring Yubel and Unchained. And then his opponent, what do we got over there?
We have Ellis playing Voiceless Voice, which is actually a really sort of stable deck, very similar to a lot of the, one-card combo decks we've been seeing throughout the weekend or throughout the formats, but it's focused around ritual monsters. Things like Low, Guardian of the Voiceless Voice, will be able to allow you to summon things like Skull Guardian, which is a really powerful Omni-Negate that can also redirect attacks and protect your other Voiceless Voice monsters. But this version that Elias is playing seems to have a lot of fun stuff built in. We have things like Branded Fusion, a little mini Fallen Albast package, and even Dark Magician.
The Dark Magician? The ultimate wizard in terms of attack and defense.
I was just about to say it, but you got there in front of me, man.
Sorry, Steven.
That's gorgeous. I wonder if we're going to see some funny stuff like that happening this weekend for Elias here.
Well, let's take a look at our Pot of Desires. Looks like we're hitting Cosmic Cyclone as well as Sarevis, but I think we're going to go and grab that Dimensional Barrier. Certainly a lot of options there. Also the Herald of the Divine Light, but nope, we're going in for Dimensional Barrier.
There's also the Trias Hierarchia as well, which we decided not to get. I'm surprised we're getting the Dimensional Barrier. We're playing against Fiends with Yubel. I guess we're trying to turn off Fusion to maybe keep them off of Phantom of Yubel access to let us break through their boards on the crackback, maybe?
Well, it also lets you stop Desiree, which might be one of the few things that non-targeting negate could stop Low. And speaking of targeting negation effects, there's the effect veiler.
Yep, and then we're going to see a set 2 and pass. There is really powerful Voiceless Voice trap cards that you can play as well, but I'm not sure if we're doing that. Like I said, we're joining these people in game 2, so they might have included things like Anti-Spell Fragrance, Evenly Matched, or other kinds of cool cards into their side deck. But here we see Junlong starting off his turn with a Fiendsmith Tract, going to be searching his deck for a Light Fiend, adding it to hand, and then discarding a card from hand. I think Elias is deciding what he wants to do in response to that. Nope, it's going through. He's going to be searching, I imagine, for that Fiendsmith, for that Fabled Flurry. Going to be adding that to hand, and then, of course, discarding it to then bring it right back out. Essentially tracked as a free special summon of a Light Fiend monster.
You know, Ellis definitely has his work cut out for him if he's able to survive this turn, because again, with just those 2 face downs, we're not even sure if they're just other voiceless voice cards that can't really be used effectively right now without any ritual monsters on the field. Looks like we're going into Fiendsmith Requiem, and Jinlong's just explaining what's next, as Ellis doesn't seem to have any response.
So here we're going to send Requiem to the graveyard to bring out Engraver, or at least attempt to do that, I suppose, unless Elias has anything to say about it.
He's thinking about it. Take a look at that hand briefly, maybe committing something. Oh yeah, there is going to be. Saying, I guess, no, it has to be Fusion.
It has to be
Fusion. It has to be Fusion.
Because there's only access to really powerful Fusion monsters and Link monsters for the Yubel deck. I guess you could maybe, if they're playing that rank 10 that has the Omni Negate, but I think most decks don't have the space anymore for that, given how much extra deck space the Fiendsmith engine takes up.
We've seen a lot of side decking of extra deck cards throughout the tournament, and it just shows you, you know, 15 cards sounds like a lot, but 15 can be difficult.
And there we see the normal summon of Samsara D Lotus after summoning your Fiendsmith Engraver from the deck using Requiem, and this is going to be the starter. Yubel's very own Lone Fire Blossom, as I like to call her. Let's see what happens here.
Taking just a moment there against Samsara D Lotus. Very powerful card. Kind of a blast from the past, too, right from the original Samsara Lotus. Now it's got that wacky little Yubel arm there.
She's been infected with the awesomeness that is the Yubel. And there we see the Tribute and then response with the Ash Blossom to stop your search. Really powerful. Honestly, Ash is the best interaction for Samsara because even if you use things like Effect Veil or Impotent Permanence, all you need is a copy of Grave Squirmer and you can change that right around.
So it looks like we're going to go ahead and use the equip effect there, the Fiendsmith Requiem, and slap that onto the back of the Fiendsmith Engraver. We're just going to attack low.
50 attack points is not more than 1,800, so
no, it is not.
Dealing some damage and then just passing turn. I think given what Jun has in hand, he probably just has a bunch of non-engine cards that are disruptions for his opponent's plays, so he can't really go further and further from here.
Lots of different ways to say no, not necessarily any ways to say yes. So Ellis receives turn player priority again, sets a monster on the field, and I think that's the end of his turn. So we are seeing a very neutral game state here.
Once again, that's what a lot of these matchups will sometimes look like. You'll either have all the cards in your engine that you want, and you're just going to keep going, all these different lines of plays, and sometimes both you and your opponent will draw all the cards you need to stymie your opponents and go, well, we're just playing good old honest Yu-Gi-Oh! Now. I'm going to summon a monster and attack yours. You're going to set a monster, and I'm going to try to get over it, hopefully.
It is interesting, you know, you think of this as a very explosive format since the impact of the Infinite Forbidden, but we have seen these really grindy games against like a combo deck versus a combo deck, just kind of like whittling each other's resources down, just like this, where you're attacking over a Droll and Lockbird, not getting a lot done there.
I actually think we used the effect of Requiem to send the Droll and Lockbird to the grave. Because who knows, it could have been an Ash Blossom, which has 1,800 defense, which is equal to Engraver, and that means we got to get damage through.
Got to be careful there. It looks like we're going to fuse one Fiendsmith from the hand and one Fiendsmith Engraver from the field.
That was using the effect of Tracked in the Graveyard, right?
Yes.
Beautiful. And then we're going to go into Lacrima. Lacrima will summon back one of the Engravers from the graveyard, and then we can access our rank 6 engine. That could have been a cool thing to call, too, is Xyz because of like things like Beatrice or Wave King Caesar access.
They might have actually called it technically, so yeah, maybe they really did.
It was definitely fusion. But there's the Impermanence targeting the Lacrima. Wow. Like I said, just a bunch of cards that stymie the opponents, and now we're just going to play some good honest Yu-Gi-Oh! I believe Lacrima has 2,400 attack points.
And we're down really to the wire here because, well, Ellis doesn't seem to have any cards left in hand and no cards left on field, so this is the opportunity.
No cards in hand? Oh, wow.
Not that I can see.
Again, grind your duels. You'll literally grind through all your advantage cards. And now we're going to link off our Engraver to get the Requiem that we just added back. Again, that's the real, like to me, that's the most powerful part about the Fiendsmith engine is that all you need is like the 4 extra deck slots, and they will continuously recycle themselves over and over again.
Certainly reminds us of Ritual Beast that we got to see earlier. It's just, again, you get to play and play and play, but you don't necessarily have to overstack the extra deck with multiple copies of the same card. You just reuse the same one.
Is that Chaos Summoning Beast in Junlong's hand?
Some good stuff, but I mean, maybe we got a little bit of Sacred Beast. Fun stuff here. Again, you can do some fun stuff, you know, with Dark Beckoning Beast and Opening of the Spirit Gates. There's so many different ways to play Yubel.
And here we see the link to in Fiendsmith's sequence. Going to be shuffling back some monsters to perform yet another fusion summon. This time probably going to be for that Desiree, which is a really powerful card.
Ellis doesn't seem to have anything. Just taking a moment to talk to the judge there. Again, even on our backup featured matches, there is a judge. They're just not visible on the screen.
And I believe you just saw Jun use the effect of Lacrima to send to the bottom to burn for 12. And now we're activating the effect of Chaos Summoning Beast to send.
Maybe it's a Phantom of Yubel? Because you would normal summon the Chaos Summoning Beast.
Right. So yeah, exactly. You're exactly right. Because the card underneath it was a regular Yubel that he's sending to the bottom of the deck as well. I wasn't sure what that second card was.
So Chaos Summoning Beast can be really fun in this deck because it's searchable by Dark Beckoning Beast, but it's a level 1 monster, and it's a monster with a different name, which gives you access to things like Nightmare Phoenix. Maybe you're trying to use Relinquished Anima. So it's a really interesting, not a tech, but just kind of like a different little thing of spice, right? Maybe you do want it on your Yubel sandwich, maybe you don't.
And it's only really good if you have what's the name of the gate? Oh, the gates.
The opening the Spirit Gates, that's right. And you can even discard to special summon it because it's another 0 attack fiend.
And here we have some sequence. I believe sequence's attack points are... No, we're using the effect of Desiree to equip the sequence after we attacked her before.
I think it looks like we went sequence attack, then equip, then Desiree go in for the final punch here. Let's just taking a quick look to make sure that that is good. And with the Phantom of Yubel, there's not even a lot you could do to respond to this. Oh, okay, so the end damage is going to be that 450?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was in main phase 2 or battle phase that they were equipping. I'm pretty sure they attacked with Desiree and sequence, brought them down to 450, went to main phase 2, equipped, and then passed.
Well, it looks like the only response we have here is just the Herald.
Which is, in terms of like one or two cards in hand, that's great, but we're facing down a Desiree and a Phantom. Two really powerful negate effects.
Absolutely. We do see that Ellis appeared to have one card in hand, just didn't do much with that, but using the Phantom of Yubel, Junglong is going to go ahead and change the Herald's effect here. So the Diviner, oh, and there's the handshake. Ellis has seen enough. Junglong goes ahead and takes it. Really cool Yubel plays there. Nice to see Voiceless Voice, though. Certainly not a slouch of a deck, and reminds you that there are so many different things that you can play this format that'll get you this far into the tournament.
And here we see a really good representation, kind of like I was saying, of what I think this format's truly about, which is about grinding advantage. All these really powerful, like, one-card effects, like Fiendsmiths or any Snake Eyes cards, or even Voiceless Voice. What matters not necessarily is what any of those one cards can lead to, like a really powerful board. What happens is the turns afterwards. Junglong was able to leverage the power of the Yubel engine to get so many resources and so many interactions that were able to pause the game long enough for him to get his Desiree, his Phantoms in play, and then go, boom, that's the final nail in the coffin for this match.
Yeah, and it shows you that getting to those checkmate-style scenarios where you can just whittle down all of your opponent's resources until your game plan gets to fire off does some incredible stuff. But speaking about incredible stuff, our tournaments, again, don't happen without incredible duelists from out there in the field, so we're actually going to get to talk to some of those right now. So we're going to go ahead and throw it to Kangas in a pre-recorded segment interviewing some folks.
Enjoy.
What's up, everybody? I'm Steve Kangas, live at YCS Sacramento. We got a lot of duelists waiting to compete, so let's get to know some of them. All right, I am here at the booths with Chris. Chris, how's your weekend going?
It's going pretty great. I've just showed up. I checked in my hotel a couple hours ago, so now I'm here. Finally, we've got the line through pre-registration, so it's pretty nice.
Hotel right to the venue. Where were you coming in from?
I'm from Reno, Nevada, actually. So it's only like a 3-hour drive. Not terrible.
Nice. How many YCSs have you competed at before?
This will be my third YCS. I've competed at the Las Vegas one like a couple months ago, and the 250th in LA.
How'd those two go, and how confident are you in your ability to perform at this YCS?
I scrubbed out both of them pretty much, but this one I'm actually playing the meta deck right now, so I'm hopefully gonna do better. Last time I did kind of a couple road picks, and I kind of regret it, but it is what it is.
Does that mean you say meta is that Fiendsmith Snake Eye?
Yeah, that's what I'm playing today, Fiendsmith Snake Eye.
Okay, cool. I got a fun question for you. What do you think right now in the meta is the most underrated card that everyone's sleeping on?
Ooh. Either Regeki or Dark Hole. Both of those pretty much are the same effect, but I think Dark Hole's a little bit better just because you close your own field as well. So sometimes it's a little more situational because sometimes if you man Lightning Storm or whatever, it's nice to have like a backup plan if they do give you like a monster or something.
All right, I'm here on the show floor with Landon, who just qualified for WCS a few weeks ago. How's your YCS weekend starting off?
So far, so good. Cali, it's great, and everyone here, all my friends, yeah, it's great.
How confident are you in your ability to perform at this event?
I'm feeling good. I get to play my deck again, Snake Eye Fiendsmith, obviously. Yeah, but the deck's really good. That's all I can really say. It's the best deck.
I've been asking everybody this question. What do you think is the most underrated card right now? Maybe it's something that's meta or something that's not meta that should be played. What do you think should be played more?
I actually think the Whitewood cards are like really good. They're in the Runic deck, as you can see. Most of the lists are playing, but I think the toy cards are good as well. The Bestials, obviously, everyone up the count of them. But I also think DD Crow is good because your opponent doesn't have to have any monsters for you to activate it.
Yeah.
So I think that could be good. Yeah, I mean, those are all the cards that I think are good.
I'm getting all the strats from you. This is incredible. You heard it here first, everybody. Marquise, first off, how's your weekend going?
It's going pretty good.
Yeah? Is this your first YCS, or how many have you been to?
I've been to close to 8.
So a little bit of a veteran. How confident are you this time around? And what's the best YCS that you've had?
The last YCS that was like the best for me was YCS Indy. I was 5-0. I had a little issue, so I had to leave, but I was undefeated, playing the best deck, obviously. For this event, I feel really confident. I'm playing a very unique deck. It's a lot of engines in it. It should be very easy to like sweep through the floor if I do what I'm supposed to do. But overall, I think I could do it. Top 4.
Top 4, and repping the team as well. How much practice were you and the team putting in leading up to this event?
Everybody's busy. If everybody knows, the DC Dart just won the N-Days WCQ. So I've been taking pointers from them, trying to learn how to maneuver around with my deck. But I want to be here and try to make everybody proud.
Now, there's a lot of esteemed players at events like this. Do you have any players that you look up to? Any of the pros that you think, like, that's the guy to beat, that's who I want to match up and have a match against?
They're not here.
Not here to, so you don't see any competition out there?
I see competition, but it's just like, I look up, the people I look up to, they're on my team because they got me where I am.
Fair enough. Last question. Everyone's got their own favorite card that they think is underrated. What card do you think right now in the meta is underrated and underplayed?
It's not in the meta, but my underrated card would be Nethabis. The Prince.
That's a good one. All right, thank you very much, Marquise. Best of luck in the event. I'm live on the show floor with On. First off, fantastic hat. Second of all, how's your YCS weekend going?
It's going pretty well so far.
Anything in particular that you're excited about this weekend? Anybody you want to duel or any decks you want to go against?
I'm just excited that I'm here playing VIP, I guess, for the first time, and hope I don't go X2 after like the 3rd round or 4th round. I mean,
where are you traveling in from?
From Orange County.
Okay, so California local then. Yeah. How was the trip for you?
It was surprisingly a lot faster than I thought it would be. Yeah, it was like 7 hours or so like that.
Okay, nice. You feeling rested, feeling ready for the weekend?
Yeah, I didn't sleep much last night, but that's what happens every YCS, so I'm used to it now.
All right, well, I've been asking everybody this question. What do you think is the most underrated card right now? Something that people should be playing, but they're not.
Honestly, I think that Molt Charmy is kind of underrated. Because, like, I know that a lot of the top players are playing it, but, like, not everyone's, like, on the same page. Also, Dogwood. Dogwood's underrated.
Okay, well, I wouldn't endorse that one, but if you want to. Final question. I hear that you have a good anime impression. Let's hear your best Kaiba.
You're a 3rd-rate duelist with a 4th-rate deck.
Darn right. Thank you, On. Best of luck. I'm live on the show floor with Enzo. You're going to be going to WCS through Master Duel, but you're at YCS weekend. How's your weekend starting off?
Good so far. Ready registered, ready to play tomorrow.
How confident are you in the deck choice that you picked for this weekend?
Very confident. I did well at Nationals with the same, almost basically same deck list. Changed a couple cards, so just feeling good overall.
Okay, I've been polling everybody here. What card do you think is underrated right now that should be played more but isn't?
Molt Chummy.
How come?
Some people don't play it because they're scared of it getting Ash Blossom, but the card's just crazy. Like sometimes if they have the out, but if not, like you're just getting free cards in your hand.
Okay, so have you got your play set? Do you recommend everyone else pick it up?
Yeah, I would recommend everyone pick it up. It should be in everyone's deck list.
All right, now there's a lot of esteemed players here at this event. Is there anybody that you're looking forward to dueling against, and why?
No, not really. I'm more like I just don't want to play my friends. We like share a lot of similar ideas, so that we kind of have like a similar deck list. So like it's kind of like just me knowing what they're playing, and don't want it to happen.
All right, cool. Well, thank you so much. Best of luck this weekend, and yeah, we'll be cheering for you. All right, I'm live on the stage floor with William here. Welcome to YCS Weekend. How's your weekend going?
So far, so good. I mean, it's Friday, so looking forward to the event tomorrow, but right now we're just kind of here having fun, so.
Do you feel prepared? Are you confident going into tomorrow?
It's going to be pretty similar to Nationals, so we'll see how it goes. I mean, all I can do is hope for the best, right? Play as well as I can, so, yeah.
And where are you traveling in from?
I'm traveling from Houston, Texas. Yep.
Okay, bit of a travel for you. How many YCSs have you been to in the past?
I think this is probably like my 10th, around 10th, 11th-ish, yeah. So I've been playing for a little while, so.
Bit of a veteran then. You've probably matched up against a lot of the top players. Is there anybody that you look up to at this point in your career?
Oh, ooh, that's a good question. I look up to all the players who like were really good, you know, like in the past, like 2019, 2018, who have like a lot of tops now and are still playing. Definitely them, they're very good players, so. Probably just generically, everyone who has a lot of tops and a lot of experience, probably more than me, so.
Any specific names that come to mind of those players, or even like any of your teammates or friends that help you prepare that you want to shout out?
I don't know, I guess I want to shout out to like all my friends who I've played for like over the years, so like Eddie, Enzo, John, Ryan, and then just everyone that I play with over the years. I've just known like more people as I keep playing this game, so just everyone that I've met along the way, of course.
Ed, welcome to YCS Weekend. How's it starting off for you?
Starting off great. I love California, so I'm here.
How confident are you in your deck choice and your ability to play it this weekend?
I'm not very confident in myself, but I'm very confident in my deck because like Calamity is a broken card.
Nice. Wait, what deck are you playing then?
Millennium Eye Centurion.
Well, that's going to be fun to watch how you do. How much practice have you put into this deck leading up to this weekend?
So I've been practicing like U-Bell for like the past 2 weeks, but it's like super duper complicated. So then I was just like, I want to play a deck where if I resolve my combo, I'm going to win. So I just pulled out my calculator and just run the numbers and try to do a combo that is super resilient.
All right, fair enough. And where are you coming in from? Where's your hometown?
My hometown's originally Carson, California, like LA area, but then I'm from Las Vegas currently.
Okay, anybody you want to shout out from the Vegas area? Either maybe practice friends that help you prepare for these events, or anybody else?
Yeah, I want to shout out the People's Card Shop. That's the shop that my local OTS shop. And then shout outs to like John and Cody, like they help me practice Yu-Gi-Oh! And Christian help me practice like games and stuff like that. So.
Now, your friends that I talked to earlier said that you're great at anime impressions. Could you give us an anime character impression right now?
I'm not very.
Come on, who comes to mind? Joey Wheeler?
Okay. So one time when I was like a little kid, I topped 8 at a regional, and every single time I actually topped the YCS with the same thing. Every single time I would summon Stardust Dragon Assault Mode, I would go, "The skies blacken, the seas roar, tear the earth asunder, Stardust Dragon Assault Mode." And I would say that all the time.
I'm pumped now. Thank you so much, Ed, and best of luck this weekend. Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready for round 5 of YCS Sacramento, so we're going to play a little game I like to call rapid fire categories. I'm going to give both my competitors a category, and they have to take turns naming cards that fit the category until one of them messes up. The winner gets an extra prize. You'll both get something for competing. I got Kamani and Ricardo. Give it up for Kamani and Ricardo, everybody. All right, our first category. 30 seconds will be on the clock. We're going to go until one of you messes up or we finish the time and go to the next category. Name a normal monster. Go.
Voice Raider.
Skull Guardian.
Gemini Elf.
Skull Servant.
I believe that was a repeat, right? Skull Servant? Oh, wait, it was Skull Guardian. We're counting it.
Blue Eyes.
Red Eyes.
Dark Magician.
Baby Dragon.
That counts. That counts. There you go. Ricardo wins round 1. All right, we're going to do another one. All right? Ready for another category? All right. Cards that are included in Infinite Forbidden. Go.
Feast with Engraver.
Track.
Feast with Requiem.
Preacher of Lacrima.
There's other cards in the set.
No, there's other cards in the set.
I think that counts. All right, there's another round win. There's Kamani right there. It's all Beatsman. Yeah, no. All right. Final category. Are you ready? You ready? You ready, Ricardo? Cards used by Yugi in the anime.
Kuribo.
Dark Magician.
Dark Magician Girl.
Dark Magician Sage? Is that what it is? What is it called? It was like Sage. Magician Sage. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, Sage.
Do you want to give him the point?
Yeah, I give him a point.
All right, well, your competitor said give you the point, so congrats.
Giant Soldier of Stone.
Buster Blader.
Monster Reborn.
Monster Incarnate.
Yeah, I don't. Okay, I think that's 2. I think that you take it. There we go. 2 wins to 1 win. There we go. Congratulations, Kamani. You'll get 8 of the lottery wall tickets, and you'll still get 3 for competing. One more round of applause for your competitors. Thank you so much, guys. We're gonna send it back to a break while we get ready for round 5.
Hey everyone, this is Billy Brake. We continue rolling through 2024 with an in-depth look at our next core booster. That's right, it's Legacy of Destruction. This 100 new card set is spearheaded by a new Fire Dragon theme that will unleash new synchro summons, more cards for the devastatingly haunting theme Ashen that premiered in Phantom Nightmare, new fusion spells, and cards that revisit that tear-jerking final duel between Yugimoto and Atem, plus so much more. Let's get into it. Here it is, Legacy of Destruction.
Legacy of Destruction draws heavy inspiration from Yukimoto's most personal victory, his triumph over the Pharaoh that allowed his soul to pass on to the afterlife. The turning point of Yugi's duel against the Pharaoh was the revelation of which card Yugi had sealed away inside his gold sarcophagus. Similarly, this new theme revolves around the card Shining Sarcophagus, a continuous spell that holds a world of powerful monsters within it. These new monsters are based on the ones Yugi used to create his deck for dueling against the Pharaoh, like the Gadgets and the Silent series of monsters. It's all anchored by a brand new version of Gendora that's capable of ending the duel on the spot. You won't want to face off against this monster, so perhaps the best strategy is to just use it yourself. You can even get a head start on it if you win a special promotional copy of Silent Magician Zero at your local OTS Core Booster Premier event. If you want to add the cards Silent Swordsman and Silent Magician to your deck as well, you'll have another chance to get them when the 25th Anniversary Rarity Collection 2 launches in May. This is Ragnarika, the Evil Seed, an unassuming level 1 plant monster that lays the roots for a brand new strategy that ties plants, insects, and reptiles together. Similar to the Tri-Brigade strategy that lets you employ powerful beasts, winged beasts, and beast warriors from outside of the theme, Ragnarika will let you do the same, as you gather the materials to link summon powerful monsters. Plants, insects, and reptiles tend to excel at recovering or manipulating cards in your graveyard or banishment, and the new Ragnarika strategy plays into these strengths. Take a look through the card database to see what sort of plants, insects, and reptiles you might want to play alongside these new cards. And don't forget about powerful spell and trap cards that might work with them as well. If 2 heads are better than 1, then 3 heads must be even better than that. Try your luck in assembling a winning hand with this new Fire Dragon Synchro strategy. If you can pull it off successfully, you can inflict well over 30,000 damage in a single battle phase. And if you start off with the Sangen Summoning Field spell, you can make all your preparations in main phase 1 without worrying about your opponent's activated effects dousing your Fire Dragon's flames. Now, to get the most damage possible out of this strategy, you'll need a copy of Trident Dragion. So make sure to check your collection to see if you have one, and ask a friend if you don't. Two fusion-powered strategies are gearing up for another round in Legacy of Destruction. Gather up more materials for your huge Ancient Gear fusion summons, or orchestrate your next great victory with new Melodious cards. Some strategies will get their first ever fusion monsters as well. The Momentoplan strategy for Valiant Smashers gains a monster that can be fused with any 2 Momentoplan monsters, while Lightsworn gained the ability to merge Judgment Dragon and Punishment Dragon to create the new Enlightenment Dragon. The Ashen theme that began in Phantom Nightmare also gains the power of fusion in Legacy of Destruction. Come on back to the channel later on for a full breakdown of all the new Ashen cards. Legacy of Destruction also has new illusion monsters. Illusion monsters can come in many forms. They can be beautiful, or scary, or both. Maybe don't leave your pets unattended around this one. You'll also be able to find new cards for strategies like Voiceless Voice, Goblin Bikers, Centurion, Gold Pride, Yubel, and more. Legacy of Destruction is full of cards that are a ton of fun to play and enable some seriously powerful strategies. I hope you'll all enjoy it when it hits shelves everywhere.
Legacy of Destruction arrives soon, and we hope y'all are ready for what awaits. If you want to get your hands on it early, be sure to visit your local OTS during our upcoming premiere weekend on April 20th and the 21st. Stay tuned as the previews continue with videos from your favorite content creators exploring the strategies and themes in Legacy of Destruction. Plus, we'll be releasing a continued look into more of the mechanics and strategy of the Ashen theme. As always, we cap it all off with content creator pack openings that I'm sure will be full of surprises. Secret rares, ultra rares, super rares, and of course the latest quarter century secret rares will all be up for grabs. Glad to have y'all join us once again on this look into Legacy of Destruction. It's always a pleasure. I'm Billy Break. Thanks for watching, and don't forget, it's time to duel. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to YCS Sacramento. We are halfway through the day. We are in round number 5 now. We've seen some exciting duels so far today, right, Mike?
We have.
Definitely a lot of cool stuff happening already. More cool stuff to happen later on in the day. We're going to keep trying to feature some of the cool decks that we haven't seen just yet. And we're going to have one of the decks, expect to see, but the other one, maybe, you're expected to play 1, maybe 2 throughout the tournament, but we're going to find out who our players are for our feature match. I think Kangas is standing by, waiting to introduce our players, so I'll go ahead and toss it over to him. Take it away, Kangas.
And in our next feature match, first up from Klamath Falls, Oregon, in the blue chair, Matthew Elder. His favorite card is Neptibus, the Atlantean Prince, and he would like to shout out all 11 people who traveled with him from Oregon. And his opponent in the red chair, from Castro Valley, California, Jonathan Wong. His favorite card is Eldritch the Golden Lord, and this is his first ever YCS. Duelists are ready, so let's send it back to the casters for duel number 1.
All right, thank you, Kangas. We have a good match on our hands. It's going to be Fiendsmith Snake Eye up against mainly Runic, or mainly Labyrinth, but a little bit of a Runic splash into the deck.
Yeah, Labyrinth has been one of my favorite decks for a while now, so I'm excited to see it here. And I've seen more recent iterations of the deck that players are using splash a couple of Runic cards and use simultaneous equation cannons, which I'm hoping to see in this match.
That is one of the coolest cards. I couldn't tell you the right numbers to run. I haven't really put too much thought into it. We are jumping into the 5th round of Swiss, but yeah, the math, I'm going to leave that to you this match. You can run the numbers for us.
I'm excited to finally use my math degree.
What, you're saying it just now came in handy after all this time?
Well, I entered the legal profession, so I don't use it much, but when it comes to simultaneous equation cannons, I'm going to put it to use.
Nice. Yeah, I'm really glad I have you for that, because I'll just wait and hope that it's able to be activated. It is one of those, probably one of the most complicated cards, I think, in the game.
I think for sure.
But with a really good payoff.
Incredible payoff. It banishes every card on your opponent's field.
Definitely. And then you mentioned we do see the Runic cards kind of in there as they have the various extra deck levels, which will come in handy, getting to those right numbers so the math equation adds up to be able to banish all the cards.
Right, and using the Runic spells to summon Hugin can protect your back rows as well if they threaten it with something like Harpy's Feather Duster, as the Runic decks do. So
yeah, that's so annoying when that happens. I'm just like, oh, I got the Duster, and oh, chain of Runic spell, summon Hugin, protect. Oh.
Yeah, that replacement effect. Banish the Hugin, you're done. Back row stays exactly where it was.
And we'll have to see if Hugin's going to touch down as we jump right into game number 1, round 5, YCS Sacramento. Here comes the die roll.
Yeah, so I've noticed a trend where players are dropping the furniture cards, like Kublok, Stovey Torby, and Shindraglier. And now they're just using Lovely Labyrinth and Lady Labyrinth and a ton of trap cards. And that's been the more popular variant.
Yeah, it's definitely really been interesting because, yeah, the main deck monsters were all over the place for a while, but now a lot slimmer, a lot more dedicated on more trap cards, being able to break boards. But we will see how it will play out as the players draw their opening hands. It looks like Jonathan is going first. He's going to start with Pot of Duality.
I think I just saw a simultaneous equation cannon in his hand.
All right, you better start keeping track. All right, it looks like he is going to grab Skill Drain off Pot of Duality. That's a pretty good card, I hear.
It sure is, because even just summoning Lady Labyrinth with 3,000 attack points and flipping Skill Drain can be tough to deal with.
Shades of Beast King Barbaros Skill Drain. I like it. I like it. Now it looks like Jonathan's going to shuffle his hand and place his cards face down. If he doesn't know where they are, there's no way his opponent is going to know.
I love doing that. They can't read me.
Yep, I do the same thing as well. It's a lot of fun. You still have to set your cards one at a time, but it's a cool way to conceal where you might be placing your cards. That way your opponent doesn't get a read like, oh, he said this one first. Maybe it's better. Oh, he said this one last. Maybe he's thinking about it longer.
I think it's something Yugi would do against Pegasus.
That is a good call. Now Matthew's going to start his turn with Bonfire.
I'll add Snake Eyes Ash. Everything on
Going
resolution.
to add Snake Eye Ash, that beautiful ultimate rare. Probably one of my favorite ultimate rares out of the OTS packs as of recent. I love the circles behind it. Now, do you think there's a trap card that he's going to activate here? It looks like it is.
There's the Skill Drain. We knew he had it.
Going to cost him 1,000 life points, but going to be able to stop the Snake Eye Ash in its tracks.
Main deck Skill Drain is tough to deal with.
It is. You definitely want to dive into the side deck sometimes, but he's going to go right into the battle phase. and attack for 800.
All right, he's chipping away at Jonathan's life points. 1,800 down.
Main phase 2. Yes. I will set one phase turn. I will enter the end phase. Pass my turn.
During the end phase.
Not a lot here for the Snake Eye deck.
I will activate.
And next up, he's going to...
He has a Flashing Fire.
Flashing Fire to special summon.
Going to use the effect to special summon.
He'll have to give up his next battle phase in exchange.
Looks like he's eyeing the extra deck, going to summon Frecky.
Oh, do you want to cut my deck?
Looks like it.
Yep. No effect there thanks to Skill Drain. Looks like he might have something here at Resolution. It's going to be Trap Trick. That can basically be any trap in your deck as long as you have 2 copies of it.
I love how it's a wild card. So he's going to banish a Welcome Labyrinth to set one
Labyrinth.
from his deck. So that next time he'll be able to flip that Welcome
I will
Labyrinth.
attempt to activate Welcome Labyrinth.
Sorry, immediately he'll be able to flip it. Trap Trick allows you to activate one more trap. Activate that set trap card, but then you can't set any more trap cards that turn. But he won't get his battle phase next turn because he did use a runic spell.
3 cards in hand. I will chain Solemn Strike. Oh.
Yeah, I was like, you can't use another trap after Trap Trick, so you're not going to be able to Solemn Strike that Ash Blossom there, and that's going to resolve, negating the effect of Welcome Labyrinth. Ash Blossom pretty strong against the Labyrinth cards.
Dude, why did it not resolve?
Because Trap Trick, you're not allowed to activate any other trap cards the rest of the turn
Am I in?
after you activate it, besides the one you set.
Yeah, but why didn't the Welcome Labyrinth resolve?
You got Ash Blossom.
Oh, he ashed it. I didn't see the Ash Blossom.
Indeed.
Battle skip. Skip battle.
And now he's going to go to battle phase, have to skip the battle phase.
Draw to start my turn?
Yes.
Stand my phase? Yep. Main phase. Yep.
And now plays right back to Matthew.
I will discard the Fiendsmith Engraver.
Okay, Engraver is activating in the hand, resolving in the graveyard. So Skill Drain is powerless against it. Matthew
Anything
gets
on Resolution?
Fiendsmith's Tract.
Beautiful quarter century secret rare.
That is nice.
Fiendsmith Tract is fine.
I will resolve track by discarding Lurry.
Gets Lurry, discards it. Lurry's effect will special summon it back to the field.
And if we could fix the zone for your deck.
Yep, now he has 2 monsters on the field.
None of them have effects, though.
Gonna link away into Requiem. You can still tribute the Requiem off.
I will activate the effect of Fiendsmith Engraver.
So yeah, since it's not on the field after it tributes itself, its effect can resolve. So it does play against Skill Drain. Get the level 6 Engraver.
Do you mind if I read this? Yep.
Looks like he's gonna try and play Fiendsmith Engraver Beatdown. He can equip the Requiem and give it 600 more attack.
When Skill Drain's up, it's nice to have the strongest monster on the field.
Indeed it is, and now he is equipping it.
I will activate the effect of Snake Eyes Ash to release for cost.
Okay, so he's going to get the level 8
That's fine.
Flamberg Dragon from his deck. This might open up some more possibilities for a simultaneous equation cannon.
Anything on summon?
Thinking on summon.
Looks like he does running some numbers. There's 3 cards on his field, 2 cards in hand. So that's 5 cards on Matthew's side. Let's see, 4 face down, 1 on the field for Jonathan. So that's 9.
Was it 3 in his hand? Or 4 in his? 3. Oh, 3. So 6 for Matthew, 5 for Jonathan. Does Jonathan have a hand?
Looks like he has 1 card.
So that's 10 cards total.
3 cards in hand, you said?
3 cards in hand.
Yep, he's running the numbers.
Simultaneous equation.
Yep, and it looks like the algorithm does add up. You see a little smile there
11,
from
1, 2,
Matthew.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Sure.
So 2x plus what? Oh wait, he said 11. So I guess there are 11 cards.
2 XYZs, same rank from each deck. Which combined levels and ranks equal the total number of both players' hand and field. Return 2 of your banished monsters to the extra deck. 1 XYZ, 1 fusion, whose combined level equals the level of 1 face that monster controls. Banish all cards they control.
So here's the equation. 2x plus y equals 11 if that's the total number of cards. Then x plus y equals a level of 8, which is or 6, a monster on the field.
All the cards in field.
So
3 and then return 2. Yeah.
He did.
Do you banish face up?
5, 1, and 1. So 2 times 5, which is the level
Any
of
trigger effects?
the fusion.
I like they welcome Labyrinth to set itself because a monster left the field.
Oh, sorry, the level of the rank of the Xyz monster plus 1. The level of fusion is 11, which is the total number of cards. And then 5 plus 1 is 6, which is the level of the Fiendsmith Engraver.
And the math adds up, and Jonathan is going to win on the back of simultaneous equation cannons, just like that. It is tough, and you're always having to add up those numbers, but if you do somehow manage, I told you, I've seen it before on the Fiendsmith Engraver. It looks like that is the key point for a lot of the Labyrinth players, is looking for that level 6. There's a lot of combinations to equal that 6 at the end of it, and then be able to banish all the cards.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. He just won with math.
Stay in school, kids.
Yeah.
It comes in handy.
So it's basically 2 simultaneous equations where X, you can treat X as the rank of an Xyz monster, Y as the level of a fusion monster, and then 2x plus y is the number of cards, x plus y is the level of a monster on the field. And now, the higher the level of the monsters on the field, the more combinations you should be able to make to get that to work. The more levels that will add up to those higher numbers, so there's more possibilities for total number of cards that will enable you to banish everything on your opponent's field. So because he had the level 6 and the level 8, there were so many combinations he could have done that would have worked, and one of them happened to match the number of cards total in the combined hands and fields.
Just really cool. It's a really rewarding card if you can pull it off. And these duels are 3-0-1, so no losses yet. A draw for each of them, but a draw better than a loss. You still get 1 point as opposed to 0. And yeah, definitely wanting to move on with another win. But now Jonathan's going to have to go second. So Matthew's going to have time to dive into that side deck. Not have to go second is huge. He's going to have cards that are going to be able to deal with the skill drain, deal with some of the other traps. Maybe like a Harvey's Feather Duster is always key. But as you mentioned, there are runic spells in the deck to have Hugin summon to be able to protect those spells and traps.
Yeah, Labyrinth decks have the advantage when they go first. I think that they really, really want to go first. But more importantly, there's a lot of floodgates in the Labyrinth deck that will stop the opponent's plays, which most decks are not equipped to deal with in the first duel. So after the side deck, after players dip into their side deck, I think Labyrinth's odds of success
go down
a bit. But having won the first duel, I think he still should be a favorite for this match. But we'll see as it goes on.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. And also when you just lose to the blowout of like the simultaneous equations cannon, like that's not an easy card to play around either.
It's not.
You have to know how it works inherently to be able to play around to begin with.
Right, you have to be running the numbers, and then it's hard to do once you have high-level monsters on the field, because if you have a level 8 monster on the field, there's so many combinations.
Yeah, for me, I would just be trying to get rid of all the spell and traps before committing too many monsters to the field to maybe just prevent it from happening in the first place. But yeah, dodging it just by having summoning the right number of monster versus the cards and plugging in the numbers while you're playing, tough.
It is. You really, and it's harder when you're the opponent, because if you're not, and you're going against the simultaneous equation cannon, because if you're not familiar with it, you have no chance of figuring out how it works before it's too late.
Yeah, and it is not just been like a flash in the pan kind of card. It has shown its face at multiple tournaments throughout this the past few months since its release.
Yes, I think one duelist had success with it, and that sort of triggered more duelists to be like, wait a minute, this does what is the payoff for this card? Banish everything on the opponent's field? I have to figure out how this works. How can I banish everything on my opponent's field? And we've seen a lot of players start to use it because of that.
Indeed. So let's jump into game number 2. Matthew is going to take first.
Draw phase, stand by main. Yep.
All right, in the main phase here for Matthew.
Snake Eye Ash, effective fine.
Ash resolves. Looks like he'll get Snake Eyes Poplar. We'll see if he's using its effect.
Poplar is good.
He'll special summon it with its effect, and then use its effect to add add a spell to his hand.
Resolution? Nope.
He's going to go for Divine Temple of the Snake Eyes. Just let him place the Snake Eye monster from his deck into the spell and trap card zone.
He goes for Snake Eyes Diabell Star.
We'll use the effect of Snake Eyes Ash and get plus Diabell Stars.
Is there an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring here? This would be where you want to do it. Doesn't look like there's any response here from Jonathan. He's going to be able to send these 2 to the graveyard to summon Snake Eyes Flamebird.
You don't think he would have Ashed the Ashes effect?
It's tough. I normally don't Ash Snake Eye Ash. I do wait to hit them here with on the summon a Snake Eyes Flamebird's Dragon or the Snake Eyes Oak from the deck.
I usually Ash the Ash, but I could be doing it wrong.
It depends. No, if you just have one Ash Blossom, you can kind of just hope, like, hopefully this is your only card that's going to start and the rest of your hand falls apart. Those are the tough calls you got to make throughout the tournament. But it looks like he's going to link into Moon. The Poplar sent to the graveyard, so he gets to place that Snake Eyes Bellstar back in the spell and trap card zone. And since Moon is a Light Fiend, fulfills the requirements for Fiendsmith Requiem to get access to the Fiendsmith engine out of the deck here.
Tributes the Requiem, summons the Fiendsmith Engraver.
With the effect of Requiem targeting Engraver. Yep.
Requiem's effect equips it to the Engraver, and then he uses the Oak to send it and the Requiem to the graveyard. I assume to get Flamberg Dragon this time.
Yep, I imagine that is where he is going. Looks like it is in the bottom cards that he hasn't been picking up this whole time. My favorite part was when he was shuffling his deck and there were still cards in his deck on the table. That's like one you can tell it's just like one of those habit kind of things. But yeah, the Poplar being able to put back that Snake Eyes Bellstar coming in handy here. It's going to be able to put itself in this monster zone by placing Snake Eye Oak back in the spell and trap card zone. Link those two away into Fiendsmith's Requiem or Sequence.
Sequence's effect activates.
Going to be able to fusion summon. Refills his extra deck while taking out Fiendsmith's Lacrima. Lacrima's going to be able to either add back a level 6 or summon it. He hasn't used Track yet, so I think he might add it back to his hand potentially here. Yep.
I will activate the effect of Engraver. Yep.
You are correct. So he is discarding that Engraver, and it looks like he's going to go for the Tract. A lot of Quarter Sanctuary rares in his deck.
Looks
they look nice.
They do.
I will activate the effect.
And Tract. We'll let him add the Fabled Lure, discard Fabled Lure. I like that what you can add and then choose to discard something different, so you don't have to discard what you get. So it's pretty nice.
Yeah, that's cool.
Get some utility there. Get some other options if you happen to want to add something to your hand.
Also good if you already drew the Lure, you can get a different card and then discard the Lure you already had.
For sure. And now it looks like the Flamebird is going to be linked away with the Lure for IP Masquerena. Now Flamebird is going to bring back a couple monsters. Is there a Nibiru the Primal Being here for Jonathan? It looks like Matthew has him on Labyrinth, and assuming he doesn't have a Nibiru in the deck and just going all for it.
Okay, you're fine here.
That doesn't look like it. I think he would use it here if he had it.
I will shuffle Larian for cross-activating the Fiendsmith Engraver.
Yep, hasn't summoned back the Engraver yet. Going to be able to put back a Light Fiend, a special summon Engraver from the graveyard to the field.
Fiendsmith Track to fusion summon.
And now he's going to use Track to banish it from the graveyard to fusion summon for Fiendsmith's Desiree. Let you use materials from your field or hand.
Yep. One of them has to be Engraver, the other two have to be Light Fiends. There it is.
I will.
Let's see how he's getting equips on it. Looks like he's going to use Masquerena and a Link Summon to summon Promethean Princess now.
Looks like he's going for...
Okay, he equips the sequence to the Desiree.
Going to bring back the Snake Eyes Flamebird's Dragon.
There it is.
Flamebird's just going to put that IP in the spelling trap card zone so it can special summon it during Jonathan's turn.
I will activate the effect of Desiree. Yep. I will negate Promethean Princess.
Yep, so he's going to negate the Promethean Princess, so he's no longer locked into fires, so he can link them away into Appaloosa Bow the Goddess, or Silhouette Rabbit. That's a cool one.
That might be better here, because I don't think Appaloosa is particularly effective against Labyrinth.
Very true.
Especially if they're not playing the furniture. It would be okay if he was playing Chandragli or Stoby Torby Clock, but...
Very true.
All we've seen so far are traps.
And the Silhouette Rabbit has that bonus effect that when you special summon a monster that is treated as a continuous trap card, you can destroy a spell and trap card.
Which is very good, and doesn't always come up, but is definitely going to be relevant in this matchup if things go Matthew's way.
Yeah, I really like the Silhouette Rabbit.
Yeah. The Wanted poster gets the Bellstar.
Send my Oak to the graveyard, special summoning Black Witch. Activating her effect.
Yep, the Black Witch will let him set another copy of Wanted Seeker of the Sinful Spoils, or Original Sinful Spoils. He hasn't even used Original yet this whole turn.
No.
He definitely wants to get it into the graveyard so he can get that draw from Wanted here.
I will activate Original Sinful Spoils, sending Diabels for cast. Yeah.
What did he summon here? He's already used all the effects, just another copy of Snake Eye Ash just to get that draw online.
Yeah, he already used Ash's effects, so he can't do it here.
Original Sinful Spoils. Yes.
But as you said, that allows him to use the Wanted's effect in the graveyard, banish it, and set return the original sin to his deck and draw a card.
I will set 1 in the back row. Yes. I will attempt to end my turn.
All right, and that's going to do it for Matthew. After he sets an additional card, you probably can look at that. Maybe a Call by the Grave, maybe an Infinite Permanence are usually the things you want to look at.
Sure.
And now it is Jonathan's turn. Could be a Crossout Designator potentially, since he did go first.
Crossout Designator, you think stayed in his deck in this matchup?
Yeah, it would be tough. It would be a tough call. It would be more so if they sided in just for going first every time by like habit, potentially. Crossout Designator usually spends a lot of time in the side deck, as opposed to people's main decks nowadays.
It's a pretty good field for Matthew. I just don't know how good it is against Labyrinth.
That is going to be the question. The Desiree being able to negate face-up cards is going to help.
Yeah, that's really good. It can negate hit the traps that he activates, right?
Yeah. But if he has the right combination of cards, and he's going to have 5 set spell and trap cards, we're going to see which one he's going to try and snipe here with the Silhouette Rabbit.
End of main, I will activate Flamebridge effect.
And likely SP.
Little Knight?
Little Knight, using the Masquerena, perhaps.
I will activate Angel Statue Azurin.
Angel Statue Azurin will special summon itself as a effect monster. Works kind of like Thunder King, where it can attribute itself to negate the special summon of a monster. Not one summoned by an effect, but one that's just inherently special
Which makes
summoned.
the Silhouette's effect more relevant here to destroy.
Big
welcome. All right, it's not irrelevant in the graveyard, but it probably would have been a good card to have.
IP Masquerena. Yes.
Masquerena and Ash he's going to use to summon, I assume SP. Yep.
SP Little Knight's going to be able to banish a card since he used a monster from the extra deck. 5. It's going to reroll, looks like. 2.
Banish?
Banish,
Ice
Dragon's Prison.
Not too bad.
It's a good card.
So now he's got him down to 3 spell and trap cards face down.
And he can
set another one.
Yeah, and he can destroy one that gets activated.
I will draw to start my turn. Yes. I will go to standby.
Using Desiree.
Main, thinking in standby. Sure.
Jonathan's in a tough spot because Little Knight will also protect his monsters from something like a simultaneous equation cannon.
Yeah, the Desiree being able to stop it just is pretty nice. But if he had something like the simultaneous equation cannon plus Solemn Strike, maybe not a bad combination.
That could work.
He would also have the right amount of numbers, but
there's
like many of you out there, I wouldn't know.
There's a lot of options on the field, though, right? Well, we certainly have a level 8. We have Flamberge Dragon. Desiree's level 8?
I believe so.
So, a lot of combinations to make 8, though.
Matthew's trying to get one of his high-level monsters on the field, going into Nightmare Phoenix. Co-linked there with the SP Little Knight.
Fine.
We're close to an extra link, aren't we? Almost.
We are close to it. Well, yeah, I mean, Little Knight's not pointing.
Things,
Little Knight's not pointing to the rabbit.
Yeah, the Desiree would have to be a link, and we could wrap around or something. All right, looks like he's prompted Jonathan to go into the think tank here, running some numbers, doing some math.
Targeted this one?
I targeted this one, correct.
Yeah. It looks like
Okay,
he's going.
Ice Dragon's Prison that he targeted, it looks like.
Flamebridge does it.
So the Ice Dragon's Prison could definitely go after a Light Fiend and try and force out the Desiree at least.
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense, right?
I think so.
Matthew could use Little Knight's effect to try to protect it, but that still hinders his position.
I will chain Skill Drain as chain.
Oh, of course, there's always Skill Drain.
Oh, he is going to Skill Drain instead.
That's a bit more of a blanket effect there. Let's see if this prompts Matthew to use. He could chain the SP Little Knight, get the Nightmare Phoenix off the board, and still take down that other spell and trap card. Or he could just chain Desiree.
Yeah, but that forces him to chain Desiree. So now he used the Desiree's effect.
So now he can use the Ice Dragon's Prison. Oh, because yeah, if he does it this way, the Desiree won't be on the field, doesn't have a link rating to check, it's not going to be able to negate any face-up cards.
This is the one you target.
This is interesting.
That's a good point. This is a great play. If it works out. Well, I guess even if Little Knight's effect removes Desiree from the field, it still won't have the link and still won't resolve, right?
Yep. Jonathan knowing he needs to get this Desiree off the field.
Was this properly fusion summoned?
That was fusion summon using sequences.
And it counts as a
yes.
the sequences in here anymore.
Looks like he wants
It
to
counts
take
as
the
a
Lacrima and banish that with the Desiree. Or at least he's contemplating it.
I will target Engraver.
Yeah, definitely want to go for the Fiendsmith Engraver since it can come back.
That makes sense. It has the graveyard effect.
Special summon and then banish it and the link card on the field.
Matthew considering his options here. He doesn't want to fumble at this point, but the skill drain could be scary. There's still 2 other face downs. Even something just like a Welcome Labyrinth could be pretty useful if the skill drain sticks.
Yeah, I mean, it's special summons and banishes on resolution, so Matthew could use his Little Knight's effect.
SP Little Knight targets. Desiree and...
Okay, so he's valuing keeping the Desiree as a body for skill drain face up? Because it'll come back, he won't be able to negate anything, but he'll be at least have some sort of board presence fighting through the skill drain.
Yeah, there will be nothing left to banish with Engraver. But I feel like that's already a win for Jonathan. That was sort of his goal.
Yeah, the goal was just to have Desiree be as useless as possible.
Is that card? What is that card?
Another Ice Dragon's Prison? It has to be. He's looking at that graveyard mighty hard.
Did he draw 3 copies of Ice Dragon's Prison?
Could be.
Oh, it's a Daruma Cannon.
Oh, that would just send them all to the graveyard. Oh no, he can't even use it. Oh no, he
well,
can flip
he
the Desiree
could, but
face
put Desiree down, but then he won't be able to get rid of it.
Yeah. So now he
And with
gets-
Engraver on his field, he's now actually able to activate the Daruma Cannon if he so chooses.
And the SP Little Knight's already been spent too.
Yeah.
I mean,
so,
skill drain's on the field now.
I suspect by the end of the turn it'll get activated.
Okay, the Flamebird's resolves, bringing back 2 level 1 fires.
But isn't that negated by skill drain?
Yeah.
I'm not on the field.
Oh.
The Nightmare Phoenix isn't
Oh,
on the
yeah,
field.
yeah, right.
It's not on the field, but it was co-linked when he activated the effect.
Nightmare Phoenix was co-linked at activation.
Yep, that's what they're talking about right now, and it was co-linked at activation, so it will get to draw a card. You can't Ash Blossom Nightmare Phoenix if they choose to draw at activation. So that if you ever want, I know someone's told me that they've lost the game before because they decided just to go ahead and draw the card just because, and then they got Ash Blossom, they couldn't come back into the game.
And they couldn't destroy the
So
back
that's
row.
something to keep in mind.
That is definitely good to know.
All right, now it looks like Princess is coming out to the field. Since the Engraver was special summoned, it was able to trigger the Princess in the graveyard, destroying it.
That is nice.
But the Oak being on the field, literally, it makes the Karma Cannon live.
Yeah, so if there, something I didn't know for a long time, if there are no monsters to put face down, you can't activate the Daruma Cannon. But with Oak on the field, able to be put face down, the Daruma Cannon will put it face down, and then send all the Link monsters to the graveyard because they can't be put face down.
Yeah, but here comes the destructive Daruma Karma Cannon. One of my favorite trap cards ever made. It also looks fantastic on that artwork.
It feels a little risky for him to have waited this long, because what if Matthew had chosen, you know what, I am going to send my Oak to the graveyard as part of a Link summon.
That would have been a disastrous.
No, that Little Knight goes to the graveyard
SP was made
too.
with IP Little Knight and hasn't been moved from the field yet.
It
made it with IP on
Yeah,
this.
it doesn't destroy it. It makes you send it.
Yeah.
You also have to send
Oh,
cards that
I
are
got it.
unaffected. So if you have like a Towers kind of monster that can't be affected, it makes the players send them to the graveyard. So
Yeah.
there ain't no dodging destructive Daruma Karma Cannon.
It's an incredible trap card. That's why it's been mostly a
I'll
3 of
activate
in
the effect
Labyrinth
of
decks.
Fiendsmith Engraver. Yep.
All right, looks like we've moved on to main phase 2 now that all these Link monsters have been sent to the graveyard. Matthew does have some monsters coming back. He's going to have that Desiree without any equips coming back and the Nightmare Phoenix.
Jonathan played
I
through
will
Matthew's
activate
field nicely, but he
one
doesn't
for
have much going on for him.
He just has
doesn't
that
have a
one
good-
face down speller trap.
Yeah,
it
he
needs to be
does-
Welcome Labyrinth or something, but even then it's still going to be tough.
Yeah, he doesn't have any pressure to apply.
Yeah, that's kind of what you give up when you're not using like the Arianas and the other Labyrinth cards to be able to really go consistent. You need your Welcome Labyrinth and your big Welcome Labyrinth to really resolve to get monsters onto the field.
Right, and if you're not playing the Furniture, the Chandraglier, and the Stovey Torby, it's a lot harder to get to.
Indeed. Looks like Matthew is trying to put some more monsters onto the
I
field,
will
maybe to
indeed.
access his extra deck, or
I'll resolve SP Little
just to have some protection, because yeah, there is no pressure from Jonathan's side so far. Diabell Star does have a graveyard effect during the opponent's turn that it can come back by sending a card. So he's just trying to wall up here.
I
So
think he just drew a Sphere mode.
Ancient Beast of the Sky, please hear my cry.
I hope he drew it so I can hear the chant from Billy.
Oh, I am much too old now. Envelop the desert with your glow and cast your rage upon a foe. Unlock your secrets from deep within.
So that together we may win.
Well, I hope it is. That'd be really cool. I'll tribute these 3. Well, I wonder what you would attribute to his tier mode. Probably the Desiree.
Whatever has the highest attack points, right?
Yeah, Desiree. The Black Witch could come back. I think it just has to be sent to the graveyard, so maybe not that one.
Yeah, that's true. He would have to discard a card, and then we'll get the effect on summon of it.
Enter battle phase. We are in battle.
And maybe it isn't
I
seer mode.
will-
Enter main phase 2?
Let's see.
Oh. It looks like he sees the writing on the wall there. Goes to battle phase, see if Matthew does anything, and now it's going to game number 3. Tough break there for Jonathan. Matthew opening unopposed, pretty much being able to set up the board that he intended to set up, going into the tournament. You want to know your bread and butter combos when you're uninterrupted. He definitely did, was able to, make it the best he could. I mean, playing the Silhouette Rabbit, giving that extra edge against a deck like Labyrinth. That's why that card is really cool. You do have to play like the Azaroon, which is a useful trap card in your deck, but it gives you a little more flexibility, a little more utility against the rogue strategies you might face like Labyrinth.
Yeah, that was nice, using the spell and trap destruction effect rather than what the Azaroon's usually used for, which is negating the special summon of a monster.
Yeah, definitely. And then having because normally you just have the SP banish, but having a couple of ways to pick through those back rows is huge. Because getting rid of that big welcome Labyrinth was a big deal, because that would be the one way he could put pressure on the field. If he did just have like a 3,000 attack monster out there, that could have been enough almost.
Right, both duelists are playing very well this match. They know their decks inside and out, and we'll see what happens in the third duel. The risk you run when you don't play the furniture and you don't have ways to get to that welcome Labyrinth, big welcome Labyrinth, is basically duels like that, where Jonathan didn't draw anything that could actually threaten Matthew's life points or field.
Yeah, I've had a lot of stuff to stop where he was going, but nothing to do once he got there. But we'll have to see what he's going to be able to do here in game number 3. He will get the opportunity, Jonathan, that is, to go first, which is where you want to be as a Labyrinth player. So winning game 1 is huge there. But Matthew, down but not out. We did mention how it becomes a little bit different once you can dive into your side deck against these trap-heavy strategies. In your main deck, you probably don't have too many cards dedicated to help with cards like Skill Drain in the Floodgates, but once you dive into the side, there's plenty of options. Stuff like Cosmic Cyclone's a really big pick for a lot of people, because you mentioned Hugin being able to protect your spell and traps from destruction. Cosmic banishes them, so you can snipe like cards like Skill Drain that might be giving you problems, even though you're not getting that widespread destruction effect.
Yeah, with the rising popularity of Runic, Cosmic Cyclone has been incredibly popular. So I think Labyrinth is a pretty big, suffering a bit as a result of it, because it's a very effective card against them. Not just for banishing spells and traps, but also for chain blocking the Lady Labyrinth so that I can't set a trap from the deck. If you chain the Cosmic Cyclone to a trap card, they get deprived of the effect. That has to be chained directly to a normal trap card. So Cosmic Cyclone's very good against the deck. If it's in Matthew's side deck, I'm sure we'll see it come in.
Yeah, being able to chain to the traps is something you got to always pay attention to, but it looks like Jonathan is starting off with Lord of the Heavenly Prison, so even more protection from spell and trap destruction. Reveals from the hand. While it's revealed, Matthew will not be able to destroy spell and trap cards. I don't think either player can destroy any spell or trap cards. And then if one's activated, you can summon it from the hand and set a spell or trap that can be activated in the following turn.
So that's his hand. 4 cards to put in the back row and the Lord of the Heavenly Prison to protect them.
A simple game plan, but might be a strong one here. Looks like Matthew just taking a second to make sure he knows exactly what he can and can't do while the Lord of the Heavenly Prison is revealed.
Yeah, he doesn't want to do something like accidentally activate a Harpy's Feather Duster and realize they can't be destroyed.
All right, looks like he's got it down. It's not on the field, it's in his hand, but there you go.
We can move that.
All right, now it looks like Matthew's about to draw for his turn.
We'll see how well he started, and we'll see whether Jonathan has some back row cards that interact with them. I suspect he does.
No matter what, we at least get to see the simultaneous equation cannon work in game number 1.
We did see it once. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it again. This variant of the deck tends to rely on it.
Yeah, it does seem to be a key piece in their winning strategy, but Matthew starting with Fiendsmith Engraver, going to discard that to add Fiendsmith's track.
Okay, you're giving up pretty much your whole extra deck to use the simultaneous equation cannons.
Yeah, you have to include a lot of wacky ranks and levels to make sure you can always add the most amount of... I mean, that becomes really cool building your extra deck where you want to have the easiest access to those monsters.
He gets Engraver with the Tract, a play we talked about earlier, and then discards the Lurry that he already had in his opening hand. He
There you
special
go.
summons Lurry with its effect.
Get to see it in action. Let's see if this prompts an Ice Dragon's Prison. Doesn't look like it. That would have been a cool trap to flip up right here. Matthew now going into Requiem. He could be saving it for a second Engraver just to try and banish both of those if he does have it.
Yeah, I don't think he would have used it on the Lurry, right?
Yeah, it makes sense to wait for Requiem for sure. And here comes an Engraver, the third copy. Unless he sided one out. Nope.
There it is. Putting in an attack position. Never know when you're going to get hit by a skill drain and just want to
It does
just
have
go into
18
one for attack.
Yep, it does have 1800 attack, and now he's going to bring out another one in attack mode. Torrential Tribute.
You're good here?
Nope, nothing here from Jonathan.
I will link these away.
Fiendsmith Sequence?
Could be, or the... Yeah, there's the
Summon of
sequence.
sequence is fine. I will activate the effect. I will change skill drain by paying 1,000.
All right.
Oh, there's skill drain again. We've seen a lot of skill drain this match.
Also pay 1,000 life points.
Chain Cosmic Cyclone.
Cosmic Cyclone. Targeting skill drain.
We talked about it. And here it is, trying to snipe that skill drain in game number 3.
Solemn Judgment. Jonathan pays half of his life points to negate the Cosmic Cyclone, but he does get to pay it after paying the 1,000 for the skill drain, so he's only paying 3,500 instead of 4,000.
Solemn Judgment says no.
Cosmic Cyclone banishing a card instead of destroying it, interacting well with the Lord of the Heavenly Prison.
I will tributes to normal summon Fiendsmith Engraver.
Yes.
I will activate the effective sequence targeting
This is the third Fiendsmith Engraver we've seen summoned to the field this turn.
Spell card. Monster cannot be targeted.
So he's going to try and make this Fiendsmith Engraver untargetable, and it'll gain 600 attack if he does equip Requiem as well.
Skill drain won't stop that,
one
since
doesn't-
it's the effect of the sequence in the back row.
I will activate Bestial Baldric. I will
All
target.
right, we're going beatdown mode, banishing a light to summon Bestial Baldrake.
I'll enter Battle Phase.
Battle phase is fine.
This is
I'll check
18 and 25.
I'll activate Big Welcome Island.
Oh, and he has the big welcome. Does he have Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring? He doesn't.
Doesn't look like it. He's probably going to get Lady Labyrinth, return it to his hand, and use its effect to summon it.
This would have been game on board, because they had to pay the half from the Solemn Judgment. But Big Welcome finally resolving. I don't think we've seen a Labyrinth monster being summoned here from Jonathan until now. Lady goes back to the hand, but it can be summoned since the trap was activated this turn.
I'll activate Lord of the Heavenly Prison.
Since the trap card resolved, he can summon the Lord of the Heavenly Prison as well. Suddenly, the strongest monsters are on the field are on Jonathan's side.
The effective set is all one effects.
Correct. Correct.
And if it's activated,
It
Lord
is
of
all
the
one
Prison will
effect.
be set as well.
Lord of the Heavenly Prison's effect does not activate on the field, so it is also unaffected by skill drain, and he's actually going
That's
to
a good
set
one.
Art of Demise.
Oh, that's not a card you want to see set.
No.
I do love Lord of the Heavenly Prison. It does get to still set the card because that is part of the in-hand effect. It's not an effect that happens on the field.
Yeah, with Lord of the Heavenly Prison up, he doesn't even need to summon the Lady Labyrinth yet, though he might do it in the end phase to have some monsters to attack with on his turn.
I will.
We're seeing Jonathan's game plan come to fruition
I'll
right
activate
here.
Lady because a normal trap was activated this turn.
Yep.
Summon herself?
So now he has some power on the field. Now he can start
drop that.
attacking.
So he's either doing math with his deck to win the game or just playing just old school beat down big monsters, no effects. It's effects negate anyway. Might as well give a check on the stats though.
Enter battle phase.
We're in battle.
Go into battle.
3,000 into 18.
I will take 1,200 damage.
3,000 into 25.
Gonna be 1,700 damage
I will take
total.
500 damage. Putting it at 53.
All right.
53, yep.
58 to 53.
Jonathan has two monsters with 3,000 attack points. Not going to be easy for Matthew to deal with
And-
skill drain face up.
And the big welcome labyrinth in the graveyard with a level 8 fiend on the field is also a point of interaction he'll have. But now that it's still his turn, he can do card of demise.
Looks
He
like
wanted to
big
attack
welcome.
first to do the damage.
I think that was Big Welcome, Trap Trick, and...
Strike, maybe?
Looks like
I will
Solemn
set-
Strike that he picked up, but he can only pick 2 to set.
Looks like he's going big welcome and strike, I'd assume.
I proceed to the end phase?
Yep, there's no room for the third card in his back row, so
it
we'll
was
have to
trap
discard
trick.
Solemn Strike in the end phase.
Card and Mize, draw 3, and then discard your hand. You won't be able to do damage for the rest of the turn.
Of Engraver by shuffling back in Engraver.
Yes.
All right, Engraver's coming back. I like Kaiba's version. Draw 5 cards as long as you discard your hand in 5 turns.
I think that version looks a little bit different too, and the artwork has like the one thing on it, but yeah, it's definitely a scary card.
He's going to equip the Engraver with
I'll say
Sequence
original
again.
Sinful Spoils, I'll send my Sequence in.
All right, he's going to be able to try and get more monsters onto the field.
Goes in match. Oh, man.
So-
now Matthew can only control 1 attribute of monster, and if there's no light monster he can summon from his deck, he has nothing to summon with the original Sinful Spoil, Snake Eye.
I saw there was a smile that just came across Jonathan's face as that resolved.
I think that was the moment he realized he had won.
Or he might. He's definitely in good shape. Looks like he pulled it back a little bit, calmed himself down, realized the game's still going.
So Matthew's going to send the Engraver to the graveyard. Summon the Requiem. Does he have anything to summon with Requiem? Yeah, he sent an Engraver back early on the turn. So he'll tribute the Requiem and summon that Engraver back to his field, which he had recently sent back to his deck.
This is the 5th Engraver summon in this game,
Yeah.
right?
They keep going back. They keep coming out. I feel bad for them. They keep getting destroyed.
I don't feel bad for them.
He's going to equip it with Requiem, and he set a monster pass.
He's on the back foot. He's playing defensively, but it's not going to work, especially with the set Big Welcome. A Big Welcome in the graveyard to use on the following turn.
I think we're going to see Lovely come out, probably Lady return to the hand, and then Lady special summon back to the field to have 3 attacking monsters. Oh, he returns the Lord of the Heavenly Prisons to his hand, so he can reuse its effect.
Why not?
I think that's the safer play. He's really in no rush to do all that damage. There's still almost 8
A little
minutes on
bit
the
of
clock.
rush. Yeah, 7.5 minutes, a little bit of a rush.
Yeah,
not too
I
bad,
guess.
though.
He is down in life points, but this...
Yeah, it's not looking good here for Matthew by any means.
Oh, he's using Trap Trick, though, so we might see him get
That is true.
Welcome Labyrinth maybe to apply pressure. Or can he make the equations work?
1 card in hand?
1 card in hand.
Looks like that is what he's trying to add up to see if he can use the equation.
He's banishing the equation cannon, getting the equation cannon.
Okay, so let's start
4, 5, 6,
counting.
7. There's 11 cards and 11 level 6. So he could do 5 and 1 again. He can do...
It's 11, right?
Yeah, so he could do 2 rank 5 Xyz monsters and a level 1 fusion monster. 2 times 5 is 10, plus 1 is 11. That's the 2x plus y equals number of cards, 11.
Why does this math work out so well?
And then 5 plus 1, the rank of the Xyz monster plus the level of the fusion monster, is 6.
Yeah, it definitely seems like 11 cards with an engraver on your opponent's side of the field is what to look for with the equation cannon.
With a level 6 monster on the field.
Wait. I was like, wait. That's good. Okay.
With the level 6 monster on the field. But that's just one of many combinations.
Yeah, just the one we happen to see come up a lot of the times.
So that's the cool thing about the card.
Yeah, this is your end phase, yes. I will drop
Writing is on the wall.
Yeah.
The math was done. He didn't need to do the math, but why not? I would have done it too. And Jonathan is going to win with his simultaneous equation cannon labyrinth deck here in game number 3, round 5 of Swiss. What an exciting game. Definitely happy about that one. Glad I had a math expert here with me, so you could run the numbers, and I could just be like, yeah, now is the time we can
Banish
do it.
everything.
Let's get rid of it all.
I love seeing that card in action, not just for the payoff of the card, but for the thought that goes into using it.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, when the last event at the NAWCQ, when we were doing a feature match with it, it was also the engraver that prompted it. So it kind of is like a counter to that Fiendsmith engraver being on the field, as the 6 is a really easy number to add up with the combination. I mean, I think even back then at the NAWCQ, the total number of cards was also 11. So 11 and 6 seem to be like a really simple one to go for.
Yeah, the higher the levels of the monsters on the field, the more combinations that you can make. So in a deck like this, in Fiendsmith Snake Eye, with so many high-level monsters, particularly Flamberge Dragon, the Engraver, the Fusion monsters, it's pretty easy to use.
It seems that way.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 times in one match. I mean, they didn't really need it here. It was a little bit extra, but it shows you how easy, how prepared he is to always have access to it, always knowing to activate it. And cards like Trap Trick really giving you access to it all the time because you basically have 6 copies of that card in your deck, and you can only grab it when you need it. If the numbers don't add up, you can grab something like Destructive Druma Karma Cannon and have a lot of utility there. Really cool to see this Labyrinth strategy moving on 4-0-1 going into the next round of Swiss here. We have 8 rounds of Swiss today, but still a couple rounds we played, but looking good to make it to day 2 for Labyrinth here with Jonathan.
Very cool. And Lady Labyrinth's effect can also set the simultaneous equation cannon. So it is searchable when the math works out and you have the combinations that allow you to activate it. So that makes this one of the coolest decks, in my opinion. But what do I know? I like math.
You like math. You like Labyrinth. You're here for it.
I'm here for it. And that was cool to watch.
Yeah, it really was. And I hope we get to see Jonathan in Top Cut with the Labyrinth strategy. There's a lot of cool decks out there. We've seen Sprite. We've seen a lot of other stuff. The side feature, we could see it going on right now. I don't know if we'll cut to it, so I won't spoil it. But there was a Sprite deck that we had on our bonus feature match stage that is really, really cool. So hopefully we'll get to see that. But before we go to that, we're going to be talking to our interview with our winner once they're ready. They're not ready quite just yet, but I mean, going into this tournament, there's usually at least one Labyrinth deck we're going to feature for a round, but to see it go up against the best deck, it's sure it won the Dyros, was able to go first in game number 3, but it's still awesome. And Lord of the Heavenly Prison, Lord of the Heavenly Prison, incredible card. Even though it didn't have to actually protect anything, just with skill drain and being able to have that huge body that comes out, still be able to set card of demise from the deck. I really like it.
Yeah, it was nice. It allowed him to hold on to Lady Labyrinth, which he could have just summoned instead to protect his life points. So it was almost extra, but it's a good defensive card to have. And like we saw he played a lot of cards in anticipation of his opponent using certain strategies to remove his back row cards, including the Solemn Judgment he was able to use on the Cosmic Cyclone.
That is a key moment in the game, for
yeah,
sure.
Certainly a key moment in the game. He paid the 1,000 life points for skill drain. The skill drain was threatened by Cosmic Cyclone, and then he paid 3,500 life points for Solemn Judgment. Really protecting what he had. And then once he was able to summon a monster with 3,000 attack or defense points to stave off the attacks, he really had the game on lock, and the simultaneous equation cannons kind of just ended it.
Love to see it, but I think we are ready. Kangas is standing by with Jonathan. We can hear about the math and how proficient he is at running the numbers. Seems like he didn't have to think too much about it. But Kangas, go ahead and take it away for our winner's interview with Jonathan.
Thank you very much. I am live here with Jonathan at your first YCS first feature match, and therefore your first win up on stage. Congratulations. What was it like being up on stage dueling?
It was really fun. Definitely nerve-wracking to begin, but once I started playing the cards, it just came to me.
It felt like you were calm, cool, collected, especially with the simultaneous equation cannon, pulling it up twice in the duel. Talk to me about why you felt the need to play that card this weekend and what the strength of that card is.
It's actually just the best normal trap in the game right now. So to pair with Labyrinth, you need normal traps, and it just it really does everything you need. It removes a monster by a normal effect, so it can trigger Welcome Labyrinth or Lovely Labyrinth. And then it banishes your opponent's whole field. And so if you're willing to sacrifice your entire extra deck, then you can banish, you saw like 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10 I've done today. So you can really banish like a lot of the high levels as long as you get rid of your whole extra deck.
I was going to ask that next. What is the deck building strategy then involved? Because it does feel like you need so many. I saw multiple times level 1 fusion and then whatever Xyz monsters you needed from that point. So what was your strategy going into that?
Yeah, so I cut Dogmatica Punishment, and I cut all but one Pot of Prosperity, and I don't play Pot of Extravagance. So I'm dedicate my whole extra deck to specifically the one card, so I can resolve it as many times as I can.
That's awesome. I'm happy that we got to see it so many times. The mathematics master. You had a couple people cheering you on. Do you want to give any shout outs to anyone in the audience?
Shout out to Mason and Daryl and Daniel.
Congratulations at your first YCS and a first feature match win. We're going to send it back to the casters.
All right. Thank you, Kangas. Good to hear from our winner here that round. Kind of similar to the things you were saying, that once they get the higher level monsters on the board, there's pretty much a combination for all of them.
Yeah, it's hard. It becomes very difficult to play around.
Yeah, it definitely is. And then before we go to our break, this next thing we're going to talk about, I want you to talk about it, Mike, because I know you are an active participant in this tournament series, so you can kind of tell us about what this awesome thing is.
I am, and if anyone at home has played in them, they may have played against me or seen me in the tournament. This is the Remote Duel Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Main Event Series. There are awesome prizes, including that beautiful Zeus desk mat for winners and players who make top cut. There are additional prizes as well. It is scheduled monthly. You can play in it on September 15th, October 20th, November 24th, and December 15th for the rest of the year. Every time a date is announced, I always put that date in my phone, so I'm ready to play. Awesome prizes. You can play from home, use your decks. In the past, there's been a large amount of flexibility where you can swap decks between duels. It's a lot of fun, and I encourage anyone at home to participate. If they play Master Duel, and if they don't play Master Duel, to download the game, build a deck, and you can play in these awesome monthly tournaments with great prizes.
Yeah, and that Zeus mat, it may just look like a normal game mat to you on the image, but it's a desk mat. It's big, and it's really, really cool. And you're going to want to have a chance, an opportunity to play in these main event series. We have it for Duel Links too. I know you compete in all of them. Like I said, you're a connoisseur of everything Yu-Gi-Oh! And speaking of everything Yu-Gi-Oh!, we're going to have more matches coming up for our first Swiss rounds here today. This is the end of round 5. We're going to have our bonus feature match for you right here for this break, and then we'll be back with our 6th round of Swiss. So stick around and watch some awesome games here at YCS Sacramento. Stay tuned.
Sacramento. I got some Yu-Gi-Oh cards on me. Let's see if any of the duelists can guess what they are. I'm on the show floor with Eddie here. Eddie, you got 60 seconds. Guess the card.
Monster.
No.
Spell.
Yes.
Meta.
No.
Is it from pre-2010s?
Yes.
Is it Delinquent Duo?
No.
Is it a normal spell?
Yes.
Is it used in GOAT format?
Yes.
Is it Pot of Greed?
Yeah, it's pot of greed. Well done, Eddie. Well done. All right, I'm on the show floor, and I found Stephen Darling, one of the commentators, walking around. Stephen, you got 60 seconds to guess the card. Go.
Okay, is it a spell?
No.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Okay, is it an extra deck monster?
No.
Ooh, is it a ritual monster?
No.
Is it a normal monster?
No.
Okay, so it's got to be an effect monster.
Yes.
Is it a pendulum monster?
No.
Okay. So, is it earth attribute?
No.
Is it fire attribute?
No.
Is it light attribute?
No.
Is it dark attribute?
Yes.
Okay, dark monster, that's most of the game. Is it Jinzo?
Who's given hints about these cards? Yes, it's Jinzo. It's Jinzo.
That was just a guess.
How did you do this?
It's an anime card.
Well done, Steven.
Okay, well done.
This is why he's a commentator and a judge.
That was... I have no idea what to say. That was totally a guess.
Well done. I'm live on the show floor with NAWCQ champion Aditya. You got 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
Is it a... I can ask questions, right?
Yeah.
Is it a ritual monster?
No.
Effect monster?
Yes.
Was it released in Info?
No.
Was it released in like the past 3 sets?
No.
Does it require tributes to summon?
Yes.
Is it a level 8?
No.
7?
No.
9?
No.
5?
No.
6?
Yes.
Is it an Unchained monster?
No.
Damn, I tried. Level 6, effect monsters. This is tough. Is it Fiend?
No.
No, I tried. I was thinking Engraver. Is it? Oh man, maybe I'm bad at this.
Think old school. Old school.
Oh, old school. Old school. Dark Magician Girl.
No.
No, that's not. Wait, that is an effect monster. Effect monster. Level 6.
Final guess.
Level 6, old school. Oh my god. All right, Herag Dragon of Tefnuit.
No, it was Jinzo.
I should.
You might have won North America WCQ, but you didn't win the old school. This is for the old ones out there. Thank you so much. Dylan, you have 60 seconds. Guess the card.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it an extra deck monster?
Yes.
Is it a link monster?
Yes.
Is it link rating 1?
No.
Is it link rating 2?
Yes.
Is it a nightmare?
No.
Is it archetypal?
No.
Is it IP Masquerena?
No.
Is it a staple?
Yes. I got Shunping nodding yes.
I don't like the smile, but that's okay. Is it dark?
No.
Light?
Yes.
Is it a charmer?
No.
Is it Cyberse?
No.
A light? Is it a spellcaster?
No.
Oh my god.
Think outside the box.
The box. Was it released in 2024?
Yes.
Is it a fiend?
No.
I tried, man.
Final question?
No clue. No clue.
Silhouette Rabbit.
no!
Silhouette Rabbit.
That's a good one.
I guess if the pros are saying it's a staple, it's a staple.
No, so that makes sense. That makes sense. All right.
Good stuff. I'm live on the show floor with Shunping. You got 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
All right, cool. Is that a monster?
Yes.
Is that a level 4 or higher monster?
Yes.
Is that level 7 or higher monster?
Yes.
Is that level 9 or higher monster?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Is it one of the kaijus?
No.
Okay. Is it level 11 or higher?
No.
Okay. Is it a dark monster?
Yes.
Is it Yubel?
No.
Is it one of the Yubel form?
No.
Okay.
Good question.
The attack above 1K.
Yes.
Is the attack above 2K?
Yes.
Huh? Is it an FF monster?
Yes.
Is it an extra die monster?
Yes.
Okay, we're getting there. Is an Xyz monster?
No.
Okay. Well, that's hard.
60 seconds. Ooh. It was clearly Vitos the Dragon of Endless Darkness.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have no way to guess that.
Ashen support. We need more of it. I love the cards. Thank you, Shumping. Best of luck. We're going to ask Landon to guess the card in 60 seconds. Go.
Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
Yes.
Normal spell.
Yes.
Does it include drawing cards?
Yes.
Pot of Desires.
No.
Is it a pot card?
Yes.
Pot of Prosperity.
No.
Pot of Extravagance.
No.
Pot of Generosity.
No.
Pot of Greed.
Yes, you got it. Well done.
Yes. Thank you.
Ethan, you got 60 seconds to guess the card. Go.
Exodia.
You don't have to guess right away. No.
Black Rose Dragon.
No. Here, think about categories.
Is it a monster?
No.
Spell.
Yes.
Fiendsmith Tract.
Did you see the card ahead of time? Well done, Ethan.
Game on, world. Another game, world?
Welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready for round 6 of YCS Sacramento. But before that, we're going to play some more rapid-fire categories. We've got 2 more contestants. If you missed it last time, the rules are simple. I'm going to list a category, and you both have 5 seconds to give an answer of a Yu-Gi-Oh card that matches that category until one of you fails. You win if you get it. It's best 2 out of 3. Are you guys ready? All right, we got Joseph and we got Cam as our competitors. Joseph, you're going to go up first. First category, name a Synchro monster.
Stardust Dragon.
Formula Synchron.
Black Rose Dragon.
Stardust Dragon.
That was already said. Okay, all right. Quick win. Quick win. All right, congratulations. Joseph wins round 1, but it is 2 out of 3. There's a chance. Everyone's showing Sword Soul cards over here. There are a lot of options. It's okay. It's okay. All right, are you ready for the next category, Cam? Next category. On the forbidden and limited list, name a card that is forbidden.
Pot of Greed.
Graceful Charity.
Delinquent Duo.
Zodiac, Dryden.
Okay. I think, do you think it took too long, or are you going to allow it? You're the competitor. I'll let you say.
I want to tie it up.
You want to tie it up? Tie it up. Tie it up. I think that took too long as well, Cam. 1-1 on the scoreboard right now, which is the final category now. Okay, you ready? And it's going to go over to Joseph to start off. Joseph, name a level 8 monster. Go.
Blue Eyes Dragon.
Snake Eyes Flamberge.
Snake Idea Bellstar.
Is that's a 7, right? No, that's an 8.
As an 8. Mseti, Glory of Horus.
Happy the Horus. Or Happy the Glory of Horus.
I'll allow it.
Duamotef, Horus monster.
How many more horse we got? Can it be any level 8, like synchros, or
any level 8?
Diabel of the White Forest.
Quabesanuf, the Horus monster.
You got it.
Level 8. Archfiend Dragon. Or the synchro 8, Archfiend Dragon.
I would ask for the full name. Can you give it?
How about Stardust Dragon?
I'll allow that.
Red Dragon Archfiend.
There we go.
Archfiend. I'm done. I don't know.
All right. Well, well done. Well done. And well done, Cam, our winner. Congratulations on that. Round of applause for both our competitors. And we're going to send it back to a short break before we're ready for round 6.
Welcome back, and as you can see, the Council of Stevens has assembled. We've got everybody here for a great time.
We're multiplying.
We have. I mean, we did a lot of math on stream. What's a little multiplication among Stevens, right?
Steve cubed. That's what we are right now.
Well, this is going to be a very confusing cast. We're going to try our best here, and I'm really excited. I got to say, it's nice to have you at the desk, Steven.
I'm happy to be back at the desk, Steven, and joined by Steven
at his first YCS. You're doing a great job, great job.
Oh,
well, we do have to throw to Kangas for the interest. Let me just pick this up and go. There you go. Go ahead and introduce our 5 new duelists.
Let's take a look at the duelists ready up on stage. First up in the blue chair from Sacramento, California, Sebastian Constantino Jr. His favorite card is Green Gadget, and he has been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! For 18 years. His opponent today in the red chair from Santa Barbara, California, Charles Roberts. His favorite card is Tierlement's Kit Kalos, and he was playing back when Pendulum Magicians were out. Penned best deck. Thank you very much to our duelists. They're ready to go, so let's pass it back over to Stephen Castor to get into duel number 1.
Thank you so much, Stephen Kangas. And yes, we have Sebastian and Charles. I wanted to take note here what both these players are playing for this round 6 of the YCS Sacramento. We have Sebastian piloting Runic Sprite. A good little blast from the past for some of our friends from, I believe, the 2022 format. This deck was popping up all over the place. And then we have, of course, Fiendsmith Snake Eye, the ruler of the current Infinite Forbidden format in the year of our Lord and Savior, 2024. Very exciting to see this.
Well, Swiss Round 6 is upon us. I cannot believe how fast this tournament has been going, but again, these are 2 great decks. You know, Blast for the past 2022 is still pretty recent, but there's some really interesting stuff. I don't want to spoil any surprises, but this is not your standard Sprite Runic deck.
I will say I'm happy to see it back, though. Sprite has always been one of my favorites personally to play, as well as to watch, so it's cool to see the staying power, how strong this deck is, how strong these cards are. Now it's going to come down to, can Sebastian pilot them well enough to pick up another win here? Already having a very impressive showing at the YCS Sacramento here going into round 6. But Charles playing, I would argue, the more, standard deck that we've seen at the recent top events. We've seen this doing very well at events even such like the WCQ.
Absolutely. It is a testament to the impact of the Infinite Forbidden that once that set released, it really shook up the format in a way that we're still really exploring. There's a lot of different decks that we've been able to see today, a lot of different combinations, but just like Steven said, at the very top of the pile, now Fiendsmith Snake Eye has really managed to carve out a name for itself.
Yeah, the analogy I like to use is a deck like Fiendsmith Snake Eye is the best deck at doing what everyone loves to do in Yu-Gi-Oh! Drawing cards, gaining advantage, summoning all kinds of different monsters. But then all the decks that are really good against Snake Eyes, the decks like Tenpai Dragon, the decks like Ritual Beast, any deck that can kind of, like a Runic, just sort of slow the game down and play the version of Yu-Gi-Oh! They want to play, they're good at playing their form of Yu-Gi-Oh! So you have this like dueling mentality of like optimal, amazing advantage versus let's do a wacky thing that can kind of circumvent all that other stuff.
Right, you are, Steven. I had asked you a question earlier on in the weekend of, what do you feel is more fun to play around with, the spells or the traps? And you were more on the spell side of things because you're able to activate your own cards, play your own tempo. But I like the trap side more because I feel like it's more fun to play against what your opponent's trying to do. And I think that to an extent, we could see some of that coming out from Sebastian's deck. Again, don't want to spoil too much of what's going on in there, but the Runic cards can slow a lot down.
Definitely going to see a few infinite symbols on the field, maybe a few continuous cards. Again, Runic has done a lot of different things. We've seen how well it pairs with things like White Forest. We've seen how well it pairs with Sprite, obviously, because of the level 2 synergy there. But it's also just a good way to keep your opponent at bay while you execute whatever game plan you're trying to do. So I am equally fascinated, Stevens, to see what we're going to have here.
Yeah, it's so interesting. Like once you combine like a really powerful resource engine that can summon really powerful level 2 monsters, or can just pump out bodies while also looping various resources, you can do pretty much whatever you want with Runic.
And here we go, game number 1 underway for our round 6 feature match, Sebastian versus Charles.
Both players are getting ready. Like we said, we have Sebastian in the blue corner and Charles in the red corner. We're wishing the good luck, and we're going to get that all-important dice roll out of the way to figure out who's going first. We have 5 for Sebastian. Will we get another tie? 5 again. What's with me and Stevens just making everyone tie today? That's crazy. So we got 8 and then 10.
There we go.
All right. Charles automatically coming out without going first. We love being able to set up as big of a board as possible. That's what Fiendsmith Snake Eye wants to do. I'm taking a little look at Sebastian's deck. I want to give a little bit away to the people at home. I don't see any forms of disruption in this Sprite Runic deck. It's all about, I'm going to try to just crack whatever you're doing or prevent you from actually attacking me with whatever you have. So Charles is free to pop off, as the kids say.
And you can see a little bit of that hand revealed on Sebastian's side already. Would have been maybe a little stronger going first, but does not lack for options right now going second. So let's see how Charles wants to navigate this, because eventually Charles will realize that there's not a lot going on in Sebastian's hand to stop him. So this theoretically could be a full-powered end field for Fiendsmith Snake Eye.
That certainly could. One of those things about those continuous traps is they're still good going second, right? Flipping Rivalry of Warlords, as we saw in Sebastian's hand, could disrupt the field in its own special way. But you're right that he is almost wholly depending to activate cards on his opponent's turn, either by setting them or by having the Runic Fountain face up on the field. So we might get to see some better interactions later, but right now he just gets to sit and stare at Charles executing his game plan.
And no better game plan than normal summon Snake Eye Ash, activate the effect, and search through your deck for that beautiful Snake Eye Poplar, resolve its effect by being added to the hand, special to the field, and now search for a Snake Eyes spell trap. I believe we're going to get Temple here, because we already have Original Sinful in hand.
There's so many cards in the Snake Eyes deck that will get your combo started, and Charles is navigating that right now. Now, as we see the combo continue from Charles, I want to go towards what we could expect potentially from Sebastian's turn, because I'm also seeing some, it looks like Runic quick play spells in hand. Has anybody spotted exactly which ones are there?
I think I saw a Runic Smithing Storm or Smiting Storm, so I think beyond that there may not be too much else.
Might have been a Flashing Fire if I caught a little glimpse of like a big yellow in the upper right-hand corner.
Tough to tell from the angle.
Definitely a game of guess the card for sure.
Sebastian doesn't want to make it easier for us.
Right.
Keeping him literally close to the chest.
He's like, I'm going to need to hold these really tight because then they'll be stronger. If I hold them close to my heart.
That's actually the secret. Yeah. Power of the heart.
Well, speaking of powerful cards, here is a nice 0 attack Relinquish Animal on the field.
And then that Snake Eyes Dead Buster is being brought back because of Poplar's effect in the graveyard.
Great way to shortcut that out. Charles just kind of determining what's next. I think he hasn't gotten quite to the point where he feels like he can go, the sky is the limit. We're not seeing that sort of like Nibiru doesn't exist sort of gameplay, but pretty soon I think he's going to make it. Now, whether or not he makes the Appaloosa, he's going to kind of tell what he thinks, but he did go in the Moon to Closed Heaven. He might think that there is no interaction.
And I think the unknown card, you're right, it is like the Smithing Stone, the little hammer one. And then I think it's Golden Droplet was the other one.
Okay, so a couple of ways to get into the Runic game plan. Maybe chaining card after card is the only way he's going to be able to jump into this duel. But again, Sebastian just has to stare. Fiendsmith Requiem hits the graveyard to use its effect.
I'm also seeing the Sprite Blue in the hand of Sebastian, but notably that card doesn't do a lot just on its own. You do need something else alongside of it. And of course, we're spending so much time talking about Sebastian's hand because we're giving Charles time to make these decisions in what combo Charles opts to go for, and we are still into that Fiendsmith combo.
Here comes the Fiendsmith sequence being linked off and created by those two Fiendsmith engravers going to the graveyard. And looks like we're going to go ahead and return the Requiem and the Moon to Closed Heaven to Fusion Summon.
Yep, and then here comes the ultimate question. After this Sacramento resolves, will Charles commit to building out like a Princess line or going for something like a Disarray? I think he has full access to going as hard as he would like to, I think, for this turn. Something like Princess in Graveyard, IP in play, Flamberge in play, as well as Disarray with an equip of Sequence would probably be what he's ultimately trying to go for, because that gives him the most amount of interaction and specifically can help him deal with what Sebastian's potential answers could be on the following turn.
You're absolutely right. Now we're seeing Fabled Lurie hit the field off of that discard effect, so just the sky's the limit here again. No points of interaction from Sebastian. Charles not necessarily pressing the gas pedal too hard, but methodically going through his combo and just thinking, okay, gotten this far, what's next?
And I'm trying to remember, I don't believe we've seen a normal summon from Charles. I think it was a special summon of Ash off of the original Sinful Spoils.
You're totally right.
That means that theoretically, Charles can continue playing much deeper into a combo here.
Imagine there was a Nibiru, he'd still be able to go ahead and normal summon and keep going from here, and it looks like things are going just fine as Snake Eyes Diabellstar goes ahead and advances, putting Poplar in the Spell and Trap Zone. Now we're immediately going to a Link summon here with the Fiendsmith sequence.
Add that up. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. Maybe a 3-material Appaloosa?
Yeah, that was my thinking, because like you're saying, Charles, at this point of his combo is probably like, I'm now a little bit worried about a potential Nibiru coming down. Let's go ahead and insulate ourselves immediately from that. And now he does have access to his normal summon, like you said. I would say the most important thing we're going to want to try to look for is going to be that Disarray, because I know Charles doesn't know this yet, but that's going to be the most powerful card for him in this matchup. You know, turning off those runic spells, maybe dealing with some of those fancy trap cards that we were maybe alluding to later in the match.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant...
Little conversation between the players there again. You can't use dice to keep track of how many materials it has, but you can't just write it down, so note taking certainly is allowed for mandatory effects. Check your tournament policy guidelines. But yes, the Appaloosa there at 2400 attack, basically protecting against the Nibiru and allowing these plays to continue almost unfettered, even though that was going to be what happened anyway.
And then correct me if I'm wrong, in order to special Sprite Blue from the hand, you need to have a level 2 monster or a rank 2 monster in play.
Believe so.
Yes.
Well, it's going to be difficult to get there.
Yeah, because
There's
being
a split
able to...
in the requirements for some sprites. Some require a level 2 or a rank 2, some require a level 2 or a link 2, but yes, Blue do believe requiring that rank 2.
And there we see the Princess coming down, bringing back the Flamberge Dragon. This is going to be, I think, the bread and butter here that leads into an Appaloosa potentially. Yep, sorry, an IP Masquerena bringing down into the Spell and Trap card zone.
Very powerful end field for Charles here with the Snake Eyes.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. Okay, so we're really going in.
And then we're going to go Zelantis.
Read this? Yeah.
Ah, yes, the powerful Link 4 that is Zelantis, being able to basically reset the entire board if you so wish to do so.
I don't imagine we're going to here. I hunch was that we just wanted to get the Princess into grave with the Phoenix in grave as well. There's really not a reason for Charles to go for that, but we'll see if Charles is cooking anything up here.
Yeah, resetting your own Apple would be a very bad idea.
Yeah, that's what I'm imagining, but it is just a pass. So Sebastian, let's see if his hand doesn't look very queued up. It looks pretty good.
Honestly, I'm curious to think if Charles knew the matchup beforehand, if he would have gone for a much more different end board, because right now he has no real ways to interact with spell cards, which is what the Runic deck is known for using. And there we see the best one coming down, Runic Tip.
And now Charles, I mean, you could hear that, I think realizing,
Okay, that's what we got going on.
That's what I was saying. I was like, if you're really going to pop off Charles, pop up with Desiree. Go ahead. You'll be really happy if you do that.
Well, he did not make that choice. He is in the driver's seat and stares down the Runic Tip and banishes the first card off the top of the deck. Goodbye, Ash Blossom.
Let's keep a counter at home. How many cards Charles have left in deck? Let us know, people watching. I imagine it's a little less than 30. It's going to be a lot less later.
I definitely searched through a lot of his own deck doing the combo, but now let's see what Sebastian wants to do next.
Fountain?
Oh, yeah. Did he hard draw Fountain?
No, he searched it from the tip.
He just searched it, yeah.
Might be able to get the next Runic spell off here and start to recycle some resources to get back in the game. Maybe get a fellow Sprite to begin some combos, but right now we're just thinking about our next play here.
Timing everything here, because the second you special summon your first Runic Fusion monster from the extra deck, that Temple will activate, bringing up that IP, which could be a big problem for you if you want to protect your spell and trap cards.
A little scary, but we're going to Smiting Storm. Wow. For the summon effect, though.
Yeah, I mean, again, in order to activate or get that Sprite Blue online, you kind of want to get your Hugin out. That's the powerful combination of these. And we are, getting Ash, Blossom, and Joy Spring. So no draw effect from Runic Fountain.
I thought we were saying goodbye to Ash Blossom, but now we're saying hello once again.
Did you declare the effect of Sprite Blue already?
He did. He did. That is one Appaloosa activation.
Oh, we're going to chain. Freezing Curses coming down the board, trying to slow down the effect there.
Ooh, but chain effect failure on Sprite Blue.
Wow.
Very nice. Very heads up, Charles. He's like, no, it's not flashing fire. You get to keep your Appaloosa, but now it's 0 attack, I believe.
Certainly a smaller monster for sure.
We can still, as the Sprite deck, continue making plays from this position as well. You can go into something like a Gigantic. Maybe if you're playing Sprint, you can go for that. The scary thing is that the IP Masquerena is still on the field for Charles. So we're going to have to get through that from Sebastian's side.
Charles losing some important options there too, by the way, off those 3 cards from the Freezing Curses Banish effects.
And then did Charles choose not to activate Temple on the special summon of Blue, or can he not?
Seems like he's saving it so far.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to wait for the Gigantic and then you just do it right then and there.
Yeah.
Because Gigantic cannot be protected from banishment.
I believe so, but looks like we might be...
That's a Link.
Link summoning.
Yeah, Gigantic doesn't do much for you here for Sebastian. So instead we're going to try for something else.
There is a...
Wow, okay.
That's Flashing Fire, right?
Yep, and so we're going to destroy that and banish Nibiru, the Primal Being. A couple other cards we saw. Effect Failure there. Looks like a Fabled Lurry right off the top.
That very heads up on Sebastian too. The second he summoned Moon of the Closed Heaven, he said response, and he said nope. I was like, okay, cool, Flashing Fire. And then he goes into his mini Fiendsmith engine that he has in his deck. He literally is playing a one-of copy of Fiendsmith Engraver just so he can use it with his Moon of the Closed Heaven in his extra deck.
One gets it done.
It was interesting to see that, though, considering the fact that he had the answer to the IP already. I feel like Gigantic Sprite can get you into a lot of your deck, but let's see where Sebastian decides to go. He was already shaking his head right there.
Oh, and then correction, it was Runic Destruction that he played to get rid of IP. That's the one that spell traps. Flashing Fire is monsters.
Definitely going to punch it straight through there. But doing really good stuff here with just that one Fiendsmith Engraver. Again, one gets it done.
Green draw.
Ooh, and there we see one of those magic trap cards. We didn't mention it was in his hand, but that Sebastian had that Rivalry of Warlords in his opening hand the entire time, and now this zero material Appaloosa, or sorry, zero attack Appaloosa is getting removed, and all we have now is a Zelantis. I'm not gonna lie, Zelantis is a lot less scary when he's the only monster you have in play, and you already lost your Raging Phoenix and can't summon it now that Rivalry's in play.
Yeah. We saw it on Charles's turn, but I completely forgot about the fact that that was definitely flipping up.
Surprise!
And now Charles is going to have to figure out how to play around this. Zelantis effect is going to be step number 1.
Yeah.
Because I believe Zelantis...
Summons again, I don't know.
It would summon itself, right? That's it. There's no other targets for him to summon, so it's legal to do. And then it summons the Engraver face down. Yeah, because you can decide what position it comes back in with Zelantis. Very heads up from Charles, because otherwise the defense on Fiendsmith Engraver is too big for Zelantis to get over.
2400 is pretty scary, but that does mean that Sebastian now can summon other Runic cards because he's no longer locked into his Fiends.
I believe Hugin's a fairy, right?
I believe so, Light Fairy.
And then the Beast for the other ones, pretty much.
Good old Gary.
You really just need to get one quick play spell, because you already have the Fountain on field as well. And if Charles can't deal with that, then there's a lot of very strong draws available to Sebastian.
Let's see what we got.
I saw green.
Waiting with bated breath. What is this card?
Here it comes.
It looks like that's Flashing Fire.
There we go. That is a very, very strong card to draw.
And its effect is summon too. Nice.
Yeah. Good.
Perfect timing. Charles just accepting it. There's nothing that can be done right now. Rivalry of Warlords, very strong card still to this day.
And everyone's favorite field spell, Resolution. Runic
one.
Fountain giving you so much card advantage.
Yeah. 3. Being able to draw 3 cards while you summon a new monster that protects your other cards is so strong.
Yep.
Well, let's see if that helps.
Oh, okay. There we see the Messenger of Peace coming down once again. One of those powerful infinity symbol cards that Steven was mentioning earlier.
Continuous spells for a vibe.
And don't almost all the Sprite cards or like all the really powerful like level 2 or link 2 monsters in this deck get under Messenger of Peace?
There is a version of this where you just punch with just the little guys.
Just the little guys. I mean, Gigantic's natively 16, so that one's not going to be as useful. But also remember that the Runic cards will just be banishing from the top of your opponent's deck. Steven, you mentioned it earlier. Everyone at home, keep track of how many cards remain in Charles's deck. I think Charles is now going to be counting that as well, thinking, okay, how many turns do I have to try and find a way to get out of this?
And the powerful thing about a lingering effect like Messenger of Peace is the player who uses it can decide whenever they want to get rid of it. Or you can just keep paying 100 life points, which, you know, it's one heck of a cost.
Not too difficult. We just got to make sure we are counting those life points down.
What type is Zelantis? Is he a fish?
I believe he's a sea serpent.
Sea serpent, okay. I was like, are there any other sea serpents in a Fiendsmith deck? I'm like, not sure.
Probably not.
Well, that's a fun one. Hyperia.
Every summons them. Yeah. Hyperia draw.
Yeah, Hyperia, I believe, it just says summon in general, right? Because I don't.
Yeah, right.
Now, does this summon at the same time?
It
and
does.
Therefore,
So
one gets sent from the Rivalry of Warlords?
That's right, because it's clearing the field and then they splash down at the same time.
Yeah.
And so you're having 2 monsters, but you have to pick. Looks like we're going to keep reptiles.
Interesting interaction. It's not that one is on the field and then the other cannot land on the field. It's that both hit the field at the same time, and then the choice is made. But Sebastian choosing to keep that one so that you can go for the draw.
What goes up must come down.
Also, I think the question, too, was does Zelantis summon? Because if the Hyperia gets
It
summoned
does.
back,
It
you get the draw.
does.
Yeah.
Which is a really cool interaction. Like, this is a very rare duel, if I say so myself.
Funny enough, if Charles was able to attack into the face down Hyperia, it wouldn't trigger because it's just being flipped face up. It's not being summoned. Very interesting.
I got a little too excited here.
Yeah, Hugin was not summoned properly. You were correct.
Okay.
Yeah, Hugin was not fusion summoned. It was summoned with the effect of a runic card, so it doesn't come back from Zelantis no matter what.
0. I just activated last.
Oh, yeah.
No. It's my standby phase.
That's still 1.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, we do need to keep track of those life points. That's the hardest part of Messenger Apiece, is just remembering every standby phase. Make that choice.
We did go through 2 turn cycles, so you know it could be hard to like bleeze.
There we go.
With how quickly you go through your standby phases with this.
This could be a big turn for Charles. The fact that you're able to tribute set means that you now can actually go into certain plays.
Tribute set engraver. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, Bill.
We're now into spellcasters, though.
There's certainly some plays that can be used, and Snake Eyes Diabellstar is definitely one of them.
You can now replace in the Spelltime card zone with one of your Snake Eyes cards, bring up Diabellstar. That's 28-25. That's a lot of damage, but without Messenger of Peace getting gone, we won't be able to attack anyway.
Yeah.
My bad.
Probably just have some cards that are getting banished. So we're activating the effect of Wanted here, putting Original Synthesis on the bottom and drawing a card.
I think Charles wishing that he had made the other decision because had to set the Wanted. Probably only running the 1 Original Sinful Spoils to set.
It can hurt sometimes. Deck space is at an all-time premium, especially when you're in this weird situation where all of your cards count and you're losing them from all those great runic spells.
I think in like a really good turn, you can mill what, like 15 cards in a single, sorry, not mill, it's, what is it, banish from the top of the deck. Like 15 cards.
Well, and the Smiting Storm really helps get that checkmate. When you're in this position and your opponent really can't do very much unless they punch through the Messenger of Peace Rivalry Warlords combo, you can just keep recycling the spells. And oh, and speaking of which, here goes another 3. If this resolves, that monster will not only be protected, but we're going to go ahead and lose 3 more.
And I think Charles is also kicking himself for that missequencing there, because if that was an Original Sinful Spoil set face down, you can get yourself out of that Rivalry of Warlords lock again on your turn and maybe try and push for a bigger turn after this. But Sebastian can get a lot done here with another activation of Runic Fountain.
Wow. 3 spells and put back that Smiting Storm. I think we might be going for a deck out finish.
No question. That is definitely his game plan right now because he has no way to kind of hit over anything in Charles's deck at this point.
Now, we've certainly seen this style of Runic played before, but this is really interesting to also have the Sprite engine as well, and the Aperia just giving the extra advantage, letting you dig deeper, get those options. Really good stuff.
Oh. So Sebastian opting to actually clear out the Black Witch. So now Charles can actually normal summon or special summon other types.
That actually unlocks his whole Pyro.
Wow, that was enough for Charles. Let's go to game 2.
I think Charles just banished too many of his actual engine pieces. So even if he did unlock the rest of his Snake Eyes cards, they're all gone. I think he had 2 Ash in the banish now, so it's like nothing for him.
It's very tough because if you don't have access to the Fiendsmith cards anymore, the best out that you would probably have to the rivalry would be something like a Nightmare Phoenix, but you're locked into Fiends. If you don't have those Fiendsmiths anymore, you got Pyros. You can't go from that into the Nightmare Phoenix.
A little difficult for sure.
Yeah.
Sebastian seems like he's doing okay, though.
Yeah, honestly, like it's surprising how this matchup kind of came down to Charles not knowing what he was playing against in his first turn. Like I truly think Charles would have played a completely different game, and we might see that different game now in game 2, now that he knows, oh, I'm playing against Runic Sprite. Got it.
You said it, Steven. Desiree would have been a very strong turn 1 setup.
So premium.
And now Charles, with this information, can make a better educated game 2, turn 1, as I imagine will be opting to go first. If you know your opponent's playing Rivalry Warlords, probably don't want to give them that opportunity to set up.
And then, Steven, what do you think is going to be like the best side deck options for both of these players here?
Well, it's one of those things where, you know, we know those powerful cards piling up on the board when somebody else goes first. There's really easy options to deal with that because you just get rid of all of them in one fell swoop. So things like Lava Golem, Kaiju Monsters, or the Winged Dragon of Ra Sphere mode would be a great option to go ahead and tuck into this deck. But on the flip side, can you imagine if we get to see some of those very powerful cards resolve on Charles' side? And I see it. I see it. Do we want to spoil the surprise of what's in there? Because that's crazy.
I don't want to spoil it. No, I want to see that in action.
If it happens, it happens. I just want to see that naturally. Don't worry, chat.
Because you got that. Yeah, exactly. That's going to be crazy if he does that. Okay.
Still an ongoing tournament. We don't want to spoil all the surprises, but there may be some crazy stuff coming down from Charles as he takes revenge against all the cards he lost.
Revenge is a very apt word to describe the cards that I'm looking at. It's going to be a little spiteful, I think.
The only spoiler I'll give is Charles has answers.
Oh,
there are things that Charles can try and set up here.
And that's one of the things that makes this game so unique is the side decking. You know, thinking, okay, this is what my deck does.
Yeah.
This is what it cannot do. this is what I need to supplement it again. But your opponent's doing the same thing, right? Sebastian taking a look at all the cards he has, thinking, okay, he might do this, he might do that, they're going to come after me. So both of these players deep in thought, thinking what they're going to add, but it looks like they're just about done side decking and ready to shuffle and pass that deck across the table.
Honestly, something I want to point out is by looking at these two players' side decks, it really reminds me, like, if I had to describe one word to for this format, it would be freedom. Like, the freedom that these Fiendsmith Snake Eye decks have, the freedom that all these different fun splashable archetypes that exist in the format, like Runic or Branded or whatever else exists, the freedom they have to play whatever cards they want and whatever amount they want and get them whenever they need them. Like, the reach in Yu-Gi-Oh! Has never been deeper than I think it is right now, thanks to the Infinite Forbidden format and just how different lines of play there are.
And I still feel that the mark of some of the best duelists in the world is not necessarily just the decision in that main deck, but some of the best decisions you can make are the side deck. What answers do you have to the decks that you expect to have? And I'm very excited to see what Charles could bring out here in this game number 2.
No, Steven, you're absolutely right that it takes a lot of forethought. You know, it's stage 1 of dueling is, can I do what my deck is supposed to do? Stage 2 is, can I interact with what my opponent is trying to do? But stage 3 is this galaxy brain level stuff that Charles and Sebastian have to get through, where they have to think, okay, this is what he might do, this is what he might change, this is what I've got to do. So it's definitely an arms race of the side decks.
Slash, like, what's something I would never, ever, ever do except for right now? Because of exactly what's happening.
Because I know that this card is going to be useful in this matchup. I absolutely love the deck building side of Yu-Gi-Oh! One of my favorite parts of the game. So looks like the duelists are getting ready here. We'll soon find out what answers each one felt would be better as Game 2 is underway.
All right, time to find out. Is Charles coming back with a vengeance using some of those very interesting side deck cards we saw and some cool combinations?
Stand by main.
I see it.
Speaking of side deck, we already have seen the introduction of Sebastian's favorable side card, Dimensional Shifter, coming out.
Now chose not to activate it, doesn't want to telegraph it too soon until it is the right time to take away that graveyard.
Specifically wants to wait for Charles to commit a bit more into one line of play, whether it's the Snake Eyes or the Fiendsmith cards.
That is interesting. A lot of people still would argue using it in draw or standby phase might be better so that you're not playing into a potential triple tactics talent or something along those lines. But yes, you're right that the upside of this decision tree is that now you get to bait your opponent into false sense of security, and there it is.
Lots of monsters on the field, but nobody is going to the graveyard, at least for a turn or so, and just going to cut the deck real fast.
The stream's going to think I'm so toxic.
Oh.
No.
No, you leave him alone to stream. Don't worry, folks at home. It's just good Yu-Gi-Oh!
We're all playing Yu-Gi-Oh! We all love it, and there's no shame, ever, in any decision you make.
Duelists have the right to win the tournament they entered. A lot of players, they say, why is he using this? Why is he using that? But the truth of the matter is both of these duelists are well-equipped to be here, and that's why they made it this far in the tournament so far.
The question from this position is always, though, for a Fiendsmith Snake Eye deck, this is a very tough answer to what your deck wants to do. How do you respond? IP Masquerena, not a bad way to start things off here, because you do have your temple up. If a monster is summoned now, you can get extra material for the IP to try and link off with.
You're good.
I wonder what card Charles is setting.
Main phase good?
Now, it could be the card we're thinking of because the attribute's right.
The attribute, I think, is right.
Little preview there, but here comes evenly matched. It's going to say a lot if he keeps that face-down card, what that might have been. But he might also banish it face down.
Losing Snake Eyes Day of All-Star would be really rough in this position, I think. It's like one of your only ways to continuously loop a really powerful monster in this deck, and that could be so vital in a matchup
Oh,
that's
but he
so
chose
grindy.
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That can only tell me one thing.
Yeah.
That face-down card must be very important to give up everything for it.
And you know that you will not lose the duel here, because this is the battle phase for Sebastian. You will get an answer now, and you won't be under that dimensional shifter anymore. So let's see what else Sebastian can do on the turn.
That is the one thing about playing Shifter and specifically a Sprite Runic deck, and that's maybe why Sebastian waits so much, is he knows, oh, I'm not winning the game on my next turn. I'm winning the game 10 turns from now. So shotgunning this doesn't really matter. And that's also why Charles goes, I can take my time. I can get rid of these uber premium cards because I think this card, in time, will be the card that wins me the game. If it's the card I'm thinking of.
If it's the card we're thinking of. Chat may be very disappointed if it's just
guessed
nothing.
it yet?
We'll have to go back and watch the VOD, that's for sure.
Someone definitely did. Is that the Mega Runic monster?
Yeah, I think it's the Sleeping Bane.
Wow. I don't
yeah,
think I've
slept near
ever
the
seen
Runic
that card
Bane.
being played. It's like it lets you recycle some of the spell cards, right?
Now, notably, that runic quick play should be banished, I believe. Yeah, there we go. We are correcting the game state.
Did you just tribute summon the fusion
tributes,
monster?
yeah.
That's why he summoned that one. He's like, this is the most useless one. I'm just gonna get
I'm
it
not
out of my
gonna
deck.
use this.
I don't need it.
I mean, it does some decent stuff, but not today.
Oh boy, we see Destruction summoning the level 4. That's not Gary. That's the other one. No,
that
that
is
is Gary.
Gary,
That
yeah.
is Gary. I was thinking the level 3 one. The little.
Oh.
Now, are we making a Chaos Angel?
Yeah, add up the levels right there. That's a Chaos Angel.
Is that a Light in the Dark being used to make Chaos Angel?
He's
as
going to
well?
banish it. Is it? Oh, it's not. It's just an infinite impermanence.
Wow. It's like I said, I think Charles is taking a very sort of passive play this route. He knows he has time to win this match.
That does mean that that Fabled card may still be here. And speaking of Fabled, here comes a normal summon Alluri.
Yeah, so we are no longer under Dimensional Shifter. And I didn't see how many cards are in Sebastian's hand, but there is a good chance that Charles can get the Fiendsmith combination off here.
Chaos Angel's strong, but it's just kind of sitting there.
I believe because it was specifically impermed, it is still affected, correct? Okay, great.
Requiem.
I haven't gotten a good look at what else is in Charles's hand either. I think I see an Effect Veiler and a Black Witch. And there's the Witch.
Ooh, sending Requiem to summon the Witch really heads up play there. For reasons you might find out later.
Taking a look through the deck here.
There we are ratting Sinful Spoils. Gonna help us get back into the rest of his Snake Eyes engine. He did banish one Poplar, which is a big chunk of his engine.
Now Charles has a lot of freedom here because, again, probably not going to be facing too many points of resistance here. And with no Runic Fountain on the field, nothing's going on.
And Charles just asked how many cards in hand. Sebastian said 1. Now we're asking if Chaos Angel maintains its effect after being impermed on summon.
Yeah, to my understanding, it's because the effect is applied when it's summoned and it stays that way, right?
Well, we got the Yu-Gi-Oh! Judges up there, so we're about to hear our answer soon.
I didn't quite catch what they said, but Charles did get an answer.
That's right.
Now, based on his response, it seems like it's still safe.
Going for a Link 2 might be Sequence, might be... Yep.
Yeah.
Going to go for that Ever-Fabled Fusion Summon, returning Requiem and Fabled back into the deck. Going to be getting, I believe, Lacrima.
And keep in mind, we haven't used Tracked yet.
Exactly.
Because we just normal summoned that Lurie.
Have we searched Track? No, because we didn't use Engraver's Effect yet either.
No, I think that was just naturally drawn there.
Yeah.
And now we can use it.
Like how Charles is playing this. This is very, very strong resource efficiency that he's focused on right now.
Certainly meticulous. All right, there is another Fiendsmith track. Going to go ahead and activate that. Right in the Lurie.
Going to go ahead and recycle that Lurie. It can be, and then probably also go back into the Requiem, or just use it to go into maybe like a Link 3, Link 4 play maybe. Depends on if he wants to. He already used the effect of Lacrima to add, right? So we can't summon with it. Okay. Oh, using it for our Sinful Spoils send really heads up play. Again, using the resources properly here. There's really nothing else the Lurie can turn into because Requiem already uses the effect to add Engraver.
This is my favorite part of watching the best duelists play the best decks, is the fact that they will do such creative plays to manipulate their resources in such efficient ways. This is a type of line that I would not just natively think, oh, this is what you do. It's you're in a really weird position. You've probably never been in a position exactly like this before. How do you react in the moment? And I'm very impressed with how Charles is playing this.
Great stuff.
Yeah, who knew normal summon Lurie could get us here?
Right?
Hey, there's a reason they're up here, and, well, we're just back here with us, Stevens.
That's one of my favorite catchphrases, you know?
It's because I didn't have enough time to sign up for the tournament, guys. That's what happened, okay? I
Oh,
promise.
okay, yes.
We'll get them next time. We'll get them
Right,
next
you
time.
I don't have my engravers yet. They're in the mail. It's fine.
Just play Sprite.
Ooh,
Yeah, there you go. Charles thinking about that next move, just staring it down, but oh, it's the Angel of Blue Tears.
Oh.
This is one of those really fun cards that are introduced into this format because of the big unlocks that Fiendsmith lets you do with things like Beatrice and whatnot.
Crazy.
These are just fun cards to send into the graveyard. They give you access to really powerful trap cards or even really powerful interruption tools.
Usually we see the Angel of Blue Tears just off of the effect of, you know, Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal, but actually seeing it just show up, flip face up.
Thinking.
Yeah, Sebastian's like, this is a problem. I should stop this, right? Because this only leads to bad places.
Do I have to have cards in my hand in order for him to resolve this?
Oh, it's me that has cards. I take 200 because I'm targeting your monster.
Sebastian with the correct
No.
questions.
You
but
take
Charles.
Yeah, it's a little
I need
interesting.
cards in my hand to resolve it though.
Yeah, it's not you. I'm pointing at you. It's oh no, you. The card's pointing at me.
Yep.
Opponent's controller. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Always important to ask those types of questions, though.
Yep.
So happy Sebastian is taking those steps. Clearly, that means that it's a hint that whatever is in Sebastian's hand is something that can interact.
It's chainable in some way.
Yeah.
Let's go. Oak effect.
Which means it's not a runic card.
Yeah, we don't have Fountain on field.
Very interesting there. Still proceeding. Haven't seen that Fiendsmith Desiree either, just in case there's something to be afraid of.
So we're sending to bring Flamberge out using the effect of Oak, I believe?
Yes, Oak was the one who has brought out Flamberge. But now we're going to link things off. So goodbye Sequence, goodbye Fiendsmith and Graver.
Interesting to not use Poplar to put a card in the Spell and Trap card zone. There we see Princess. Oh, did he remember that he forgot Poplar? No, it's fine.
Hasn't committed to the summon just yet, so maybe some different options.
It needs to be at least a Link 3 or low, at most Link 3.
I'm trying to think what the materials were. Okay, yeah, so it was 2 Fiends.
Oh, maybe we're doing somebody else here too.
Just go for a Link 4 instead.
You could add to it. Oh. Oh, yeah, I think he's committed to most Link 3, exactly.
Okay.
Because he already sent the materials before he looked, exactly. You have to declare your materials first. And then Princess, no summon for Princess. We are locked into fire now.
Okay, Charles really trying to think how to get out of this position. Has played it very well up to this point. Can Charles get across the finish line?
Is Raging Phoenix 55?
Believe so. It's going to be some big numbers, so this might be the way just powering over.
Put it to the Spell and Trap card zone?
Okay.
Great.
So we have our answer. That Infinite Impermanence did shut things down.
It was able to be affected.
No, he blue tears.
Yeah, blue tears. This is, battle. 24. 28. 2000.
Yeah.
Big numbers.
And then I believe Lacrima can win you the game with the damage that it deals by effect.
Yeah.
We're just going to go for, I think, a simple Link 2. Get it in the graveyard so we can resolve the effect.
Looks like the duel's already conceded, yeah.
Just enough.
It's 24 plus 28 is 56 plus 3,000.
But
8,600 points of damage is bigger than 8,000, so pushing right on through.
Why did I think it was 1,000 less? I don't know why. Either way, great job, both players. Going into a game 3 now.
There we go, and still decent amount of time on the clock, so there's a good chance that this duel, this best of 3, does not come down to the clock. It still could, but I love it when we have definitive winner where one person is able to execute 8,000 points of damage to their opponent on their turn.
Charles winning that one, but still focused, as you can see. Hasn't let that win change his opinion, just focused and locked on the duel.
It's not over until game 3, that's for sure. And do you think we should let the people at home know what Charles' tech would have been? Because I don't think he'll probably use it.
Not until it comes up. This is still an open tournament. We don't want any viewers at home saying, hey, friends, psst. But if we see it, oh my goodness, oh my goodness.
All right, all right, all right. Hopefully it does come up, though, because I think that'd be a super fun way to win this game.
I really do want to check out Twitch chat now and just see if they've
just
guessed
figured it out.
Yeah.
That'd be funny. Be like, yes, you got it, but we won't say who.
Or any chat.
Playing a little game against the cards, yeah.
1-1 though on the scoreboard in this best of 3.
And for the first time this turn, for this match, I think Sebastian's going to be able to go first and really show off those powers of those main deck trap cards he plays.
And we saw one of them already, the Rivalry of Warlords was just so difficult for Charles to play through. I think if Charles can see that coming now, your decision-making can change because you theoretically, depending on how you build your extra deck, you can have some answers to things like the Rivalry of Warlords if you're playing specifically Fiendsmith. That's why I've seen things like Nightmare Phoenix so popular, just because you don't get locked into it as much, whether it's, something like a Goza match, your Snake Eyes can still get into it, Rivalry of Warlords, you can still get into it with your Fiendsmith stuff, so it's just such a useful and versatile extra deck monster, but it's going to be, if Charles, like I said, the deck building side of Yu-Gi-Oh!, did he foresee that coming?
Yeah, the link to for Snake Eyes for a while I think was Dual Little Chimera, but then they're like, you know what? There's so many powerful continuous trap cards and annoying things that lock us. Let's just make it Nightmare Phoenix. It's still fire, it's still Link 2, and it gets so much value for you.
And the Nightmare Phoenix also lets you protect your Appaloosa with a Goddess, right? Because you co-link it, and then it's no longer destroyed by battle. So it's been kind of scary, actually, how good Nightmare Phoenix is, despite being just kind of a little pinch hitter for a spell and trap.
One of my favorite extra deck monsters in the game. A lot of time spent on that just because we're trying to think of what else Charles' deck can do to deal with something like a Rivalry of Warlords. It's such a scary trap card to see flipped up when you are playing a deck that wants to use multiple different types of monsters in order to achieve your ultimate win condition.
Well, the thing is, your extra deck really is the only thing that Charles is guaranteed to have, because the Sebastian is banishing all the options from the main deck with his runic cards. You do have to like zoom in and think, oh goodness, I've only got like a few cards I'm going to guaranteed get to play.
That's the one scary thing about playing like a slower game against a runic deck specifically is like, sure, I have like 4 or 5 turns realistically, so I can play a little slower, but the one turn that they actually banish your Flamberge Dragon, what else can you do?
Yeah. And I'm going to say right now, I'm going to ask a question. Do we get to see a Sprite combo go off? Because I love the Sprite cards. We talked about that coming into this. Sebastian now gets to go first, and I think that this deck choosing to go first, oftentimes you can try and actually pull off a turn 1 setup, which this deck is very strong at doing if you get the right openers.
What would you say it would look like? Like, it wouldn't be a pure, like a proper Sprite combo. There's no like Nimbles, there's no like level 2 enablers. It's literally just like, I think 3 Spike Blue, 1 Carrot, 1 Jet, and then like nothing else pretty much.
It's a very lean set, but still you can just get a lot of monsters on the field and a lot of resources. So game 3 underway, 1-1 on the scoreboard.
And Sebastian is going first, leading in the draw phase with that runic tip. One of the best starts ever. Going to be, of course, grabbing that fountain and banishing the engraver. That's one. That's a powerful one.
Mm-hmm.
If it was Sebastian's engraver, he would have 0.
That would be it. Looks like we're going to see the fountain immediately, and we're going to pause play here just briefly.
Think on the enter into main phase? Was there a problem with the way tip resolved?
We'll wait and see what the reason for the pause is. But you do see the time has stopped at the top of the screen. So in the meantime, you can enjoy some incredible Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links original music.
It's a great soundtrack, that's for sure.
I love it.
Does give both players just a moment to think, but it looks like, yeah, they can go ahead and move. And so the runic fountain is in play.
Sure.
And then we've got Distractions Effect to summon, and I believe then we're going to immediately activate Fountain's Effect to draw some cards.
Yep.
Do we have the Ash Blossom like we did in Game 1 for Charles? Because getting this much value on your turn 1 is so huge for Sebastian.
That's fine.
Ooh, letting it go
Sebastian
through.
Loves hearing those words.
So 2 down.
No, keep them.
Still need to go ahead and cut that first before we get those stacked to the bottom.
Good memory from both players and the judges, of course.
Well, it is both players' responsibility to maintain an accurate game state.
And I saw 2 spell cards drawn.
And I think I see a Messenger of Peace in Sebastian's hand.
Here it comes. Messenger of Peace right there on the field.
Speak of the devil. Or the priest in this case.
Messenger of some sort. He's peaceful, we know
Hey,
that.
don't kill the messenger.
Yeah. No.
I mean, unless
attacking
you're
will be happening
1450 or
here.
below.
True. But even
Yeah,
then, technically not a monster, so going to have to find other ways to take care of that one. But 2 sets and a pass with a Hugin on field. No Sprite combo, notably. But that's all right, because I think that Sebastian has enough to make it difficult for Charles to know what exactly to do. If you try and deal with Messenger of Peace, there are other threats face down.
Did Sebastian ask a question and that Charles doesn't have to answer? Oh, Cosmic Cyclone getting that fountain is so huge because I believe Hugin only protects from destruction specifically.
That is correct. So banishing it is still a good vibe, but it looks like we're going to chain a runic tip here.
Runic tip effect? Chain? Runic tip?
Yeah.
We'll get to search for another runic card because, of course, Fountain allowing you to activate your quick plays from the hand. Very, very strong effect there.
Charles is like, I'm ready to banish this card.
I think Runic Fountain is definitely one of my favorite types of cards where it gives like a new type of gameplay to an existing deck. Kind of like Orcust when you think about the Tower of Battle. Really cool stuff.
Also, if you guys saw, I believe Charles banished Molchami Perulia was the card from the top of his deck, which I guess against the Sprite cards, yeah, it lets you draw some cards.
Yeah. Really only against the Sprite cards, as the Wunax will be coming from the extra deck. But Cosmic Cyclone, very strong card, I imagine, coming in from the side for Charles there. And now the normal summon has been committed. So what is the response from Sebastian?
Yeah. It's a Freezing Curses saying, that Ash, it's really pretty, doesn't do anything.
Yep.
Goodbye, Fiendsmith Track. Goodbye, Ghost Mourner. And ooh, goodbye, Flamberge.
That is rough. Oftentimes we see one of Tracked, one of Flamberge. If those are actually both gone, then that is going to be real rough for Charles.
That just brings the ceiling of all of his potential combos way down. Luckily, against a deck like Runic Sprite, you don't really need that much explosiveness to win. You just need a little bit of resilience, I would say.
Yeah.
Definitely a consistent way to keep your opponent's options from happening at all, right? Why stop them when you could just prevent them?
And there we see one of them.
What?
And there we see
So that's it. Let's go ahead and spoil the surprise. Epidemic Eradicator Virus. We didn't get to see it resolve, but it's great fodder to go ahead and discard and get rid of that last card.
Such a strong card against a spell-heavy deck. You can just say, nope, those are all gone. But interesting that it's just discarded with the Golden Lord, which is also fantastic for just clearing out your opponent's field.
Also, there are just like a lot of random trap cards in your deck that you're like, you know what, I don't need these anymore. Let me get a 2500 beater out of my deck. That's great. It's kind of great
stuff.
3500 can't be destroyed once it comes out by its effect.
I like the way you think.
Yeah.
I was a big Eldritch
I can, in
trader for a
fact,
while.
read, Steven.
And I apparently can't. I'm too distracted by the gorgeousness that is Eldritch the Golden Lord.
It's okay. Between the three of us combined, we will make one whole actual Steven.
I can't say I blame you, Steven, either. But there we go. Temple's played. And here we go.
And honestly, if there was a card that was really good against specifically Runix, I would say Eldritch being able to come back every turn and attack stuff once that Magister piece goes away would be pretty good.
Certainly some good stuff there. And technically, you don't have to special summon a zombie off of Eldritch the Golden Lord's effect. You could just return it to the hand and say, we'll see you soon.
That's a good point, actually.
And that could be like a continuous form of removal for all these pesky spell and trap cards, too.
Really could. So that's a really heads-up way. And very, like, cost-effective in the sense that it's just the one card. And you just got to keep cycling it.
And you're using your Snake Eyes cards that are, you know, able to go into that spell and trap card zone. And there we go. Yep, see? He's utilizing the resources very efficiently. Again, he is opting to summon Golden Lord, but Charles's ability to pilot this deck in creative ways is very, very entertaining to watch.
Especially when you throw in all these random creative cards like Epidemic Virus, Eldritch the Golden Lord. You're like, there's no way these have synergy with them. No, they kind of do when you use them the right way.
Definitely a buffet for Beatrice, the Lady of the Eternal.
Which, by the way, even though we've seen Fiends with a bunch today, and that's like been the big card, I don't think it's summoned. It's been summoned once all day.
Maybe.
I haven't noticed,
yeah, it's been really rare.
Even without that card, you don't really need it to get the value out of these cards, which is pretty cool.
All right, so into the next one, I think. Maybe we might be hitting up an IP, or excuse me, SP Little Knights in order to banish. It seems like the direction we're going here.
And then you can banish the Messenger and then just attack over the Hugin, right?
Oh, instead.
We want our Fiendsmith line. That's what we want.
I think we can still get into it later just fine. But again, talking about efficient resource use, this will be more efficient for Charles. But 3 minutes on the clock, and you are down 1,000 life points because of that Cosmic Cyclone. You need to consider that if you're in Charles's position. And we're actually using the removal option from that, but Hugin protects the spell, and Hugin's the one sent.
I believe Requiem only targets monsters, right? Or no, it can target any cards?
It's the Fiendsmith effect.
Either way, Hugin gets gotten rid of, basically.
Definitely grinding up those Fiends and making better use of them.
And the extra Eldritch body.
Target Engraver.
I mean, I think if Charles has his way, he's gonna try to go for game this turn. It'll be very hard without access to specifically Flamberge Dragon, but I think he's getting up there.
Yeah, thinking very quickly is Charles, because if you go into SP Little Knight, you cannot attack directly that turn. So yes, it would deal with the Messenger piece, but how do we get the damage? I mean, you can always go for the Lacrima burn effect.
Because he got rid of the Hugin, he can now go for Nightmare Phoenix, get rid of the spell card that way.
Well, it looks like we are going for 3 link materials here.
For an
access
code.
That'll do it.
Access code.
That'll do it.
They're going to be 4,300 attack there, and let's link into the brains. Goodbye, Dark Attribute Link Monster. Goodbye, Messenger of Peace.
Engraver.
Summon by returning the sequence to the extra deck using the effect of Engraver.
Now I believe it's at 4,300 attack. Access code
That's
Talker.
61.
That's going to be big numbers. That'll bring him down to 1,700 life points.
Can Sebastian pull it off? A minute, 20 seconds on the clock right now. Turn has not passed yet. Now it's passed. All right, Sebastian. Can you pull it off?
Make or break time. Fountain's a good start.
Yeah.
He'll draw, I think, 3 cards off of it, too, with all the runic cards that are already in the grave. Flashing Fire, get rid of Access Code Talker. Banish, what is it, 4 for Flashing Fire, or 3?
Just 2, I believe.
Two. 3 is Freezing Curses.
The better the effect, the smaller the banished.
Chain over on Fountain.
Look at the
Chain Smiting.
Woo! Oh, so it looks like
Hugin.
Hugin will go ahead and replace itself to not let that runic temple get destroyed.
All right.
Runic fountain, excuse me.
Was an exciting answer from Charles, but Sebastian does have the ability to play through, but only has 30 seconds left to play the game.
Yeah.
And then it's a bummer, too, because that smiting would have been a really good way to get a lot more cards out of Charles's deck. But now he used the summon, so he cannot use it again.
Starter?
Oh, and there we see the 1-up Sprite starter coming out of Sebastian. Going to get him into his Sprite package that's in his deck.
He's got to do 5,100 damage, though. And I don't know if Sebastian will have the time to get into the battle phase to do this. I think theoretically could assemble that much, but at this point, you're playing against the clock, and we're about to hit it.
We don't know for sure if they've specifically hit time it, because they might have a slightly different clock than the one we have on screen.
Looks like the time has actually been updated. There might have been a time. No, okay.
There might have been a time extension, because earlier they were talking about some stuff that was going on with like the ruling of Chaos Angel and stuff.
That is great news for Sebastian, because again, this is what the Sprite cards can do, is assemble a large amount of damage very fast.
Effect, banish Hyperia, make that 500. Draw a card.
This is a brand new card that came out, I believe, in Legacy of Destruction, or...
Yeah, very recent Legacy of Destruction, and, you know, shows you there are still some undiscovered cards.
Makes sense why Hyperia's in the deck now.
Go ahead.
This changes everything.
Oh. Just a pass turn from Sebastian. I don't think he was able to get the damage.
Stand by. Yeah.
Yep.
And then we're going
to... Battle.
Battle's fine.
I believe Poplar's 19 right now.
It is. 1,100 boost.
Okay, so 800.
At 19.
Oh.
Sebastian's like, Poplar's really weak. You know that, right? Why are you making that choice?
Still take the damage. So we might be doing 1,100 here.
19 minus 8, 11. That should be game.
Okay.
Looks like life points may need to be updated. There might have been another effect that went off earlier.
Maybe Lacrima Burn, and we didn't see that?
Possibly. But players seem to be keeping a good track of it, so we know it's a fair duel. Sebastian, considering his last options, is that attack is coming.
There's no real battle effects that can stop it. Once cards are already in play, Runic kind of can't do anything about them.
It prevents. It doesn't necessarily stop. And
boom, there we go. There it is.
Bump.
Charles winning with a Poplar attack into a Link 2. I don't think I've ever seen a Snake Eyes player win by attacking with Poplar.
Well, you see something new every day. Certainly a magic trick to have that card basically disappear off the field and get it done, but just an incredible set of duels there. And
honestly.
Got to see a real photo finish, too. You know, we thought the time was running out. Turns out there was an extension, and Charles able to just keep summoning out monsters and just keep on punching through. So again, Charles is our match winner here. Good. Magic, can you imagine? But he showed that you really don't need that necessarily, especially considering how long the Runic deck gives you to play. And having that recyclable use of Eldritch the Golden Lord, I'm going to go find my copies the second I get home, because that's cool. Just the one-up. And it shows you that there's so many cards you could be playing in this format that make such a big impact. Like, Steven was right. Deck building is #1 right now.
And I'm really glad we had the counsels of Steven for this round specifically. We're going to be cutting pretty soon to a winner's interview with Kangas and Charles. But for now, let's talk a little bit more about the future for the rest of this weekend as well as for day 2. I hope both these players have a chance to make it to day 2. I believe they were X1 each of them going into this round, so they both still have a really good shot of making it if they continue to win out from here.
That's right. You need 16 points to get to day 2 tomorrow, so if you've already got 4 wins, you got 12 points, and we've got 2 rounds left, so both of them are at least eligible to make it to day 2. They just have to win out from here.
Which, given the way both these players are playing, is definitely a possibility. They played out of their shoes, as I like to say, and that can be pretty hard sometimes, especially when you're playing decks like this, which either want to be very explosive, like Teams with Snake Eyes, or decks like Wunax Sprite that want to slow the game down and go, no, we're playing my version of Yu-Gi-Oh, not yours.
What I love about both the Wunax Sprite and this Fiendsmith Snake Eye variant with lots of cool tech cards is the fact that both duelists kind of have like control of the pace of the game, right? They can say, I need to go really, really fast, or actually I need to just slowly, methodically deck my opponent out. And it shows you the flexibility even within your own deck type, right? Some duelists may push it to the limit, and some may be able to slow it down, and the greatest duelists we've seen are able to do both this format.
I mean, we saw Sebastian. He was like, oh, now I'm going to get into my Sprite package. Now it's time to deal damage with my deck. And he's like, oh, wait, that card's too strong. I can't deal enough damage. All right, we got to go back. I need to rebuild my defense and just go, your turn. And then, sadly, his life points were just too low.
Just some really good stuff. Again, it would be interesting to see all this stuff, but I'm glad that we at least got Charles to showcase all those different side deck options too, because it shows you don't just splash in a different Dimension Ground or an Angel Blue Tears. There's so much Yu-Gi-Oh! Still left to play this format. But speaking of winners, let's hear from Charles himself. We're going to go back to the stage. Notice there's only 2 Stevens here. I wonder where the third went. He's right on the stage for our interview.
We'll have you set up right here. All right, let's go. Thank you very much, Steven. I am live with Charles after a victory, a close one. Well, all 3 duels went down right to the end of the clock. How are you feeling? How are the nerves after such a close duel?
Very nervous. Kind of just trying to think through it, not seeing the lines. Eventually got there.
You eventually got there, and I do want to credit you because the creativity of how you manage your resources is something we were talking about on the cast, specifically the Eldritch the Golden Lord, utilizing the Snake Eyes cards as monsters and spells. Talk to me about your deck building philosophy and why you chose some of the cards you did.
So at Nats, I faced a lot of stun players, and I saw that in a deck profile, probably in the OCG. I kind of just incorporated it into my build, and I figured it was a good tech. Yeah.
Well, it worked out for you. What was it like when you saw that Rivalry Warlords flipped up, though, in that one duel?
I'm like, he main decks it? Sheesh. I don't really have an out. I can try to play through it, then it just got too much.
Well, congratulations on picking up that win. You mentioned you've been playing since about 2016. How many YCSs have you had a chance to get to, and how many feature matches have you been on?
No feature matches. I've day 2'd once during Spiral format, and I was playing Pendulum back then. That wasn't a top deck at all.
Well, how's it feel to pick up a win then on stage for your first time?
Yeah, it feels pretty nice. Yeah.
Well, we're happy to have you. Happy to see you on your journey. Best of luck going forward. And we're going to send it back over to casters.
Thank you, Steven. It's really good to see Charles just being like, man, that was just good Yu-Gi-Oh! That was awesome.
So modest, and I'm actually really happy to hear that he got his inspiration for some of his tech cards from the OCG. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game that's both here and everywhere else. You can pick up inspiration from anywhere. I love that.
Certainly duelists from around the world. I love checking out Neuron just to see like, oh, never thought of that idea before. And speaking of digital dueling, have you heard that duel got an update really recently?
That's right, the brand new selection pack, Wings of the Guardian, that feature, I believe, Raid Raptor, Voiceless Voice, and Ice Barriers?
Yeah, some really cool stuff from various different sets. I'm certainly like experimenting with the Voiceless Voice stuff, but man, Raid Raptors is really cool to finally see. Just that towering, but look at how many stars are in the rank of that.
13, Rising Rebellion Falcon. I saw someone playing with that deck yesterday against our host, Kangas. He got a little bit destroyed by that card. It does a lot of damage and cannot be getting rid of so easily.
Some good stuff for sure. And again, Master Duel is a great place right now. So hopefully we can see some of you daily digital duels. Remember, we do have Master Duel tournaments here at the YCS. So you can play on your mobile device, on your laptop, whatever. You will have to bring your own internet connection. But no, you can show us how good you are and win some of those prizes that we've been offering right here. So next time there's a YCS, you don't have to stay at home. But speaking of duelists, we're about to do something fun, right?
Mm-hmm. We're going to be going back to duelists and asking for a break.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and check out some cool questions from our duelists out in the field.
So I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! By seeing I was in middle
saw kids playing with the Blue Eyes structure deck and the Dark Magician structure deck, and I thought it was pretty cool, so I decided to pick it up after that and started playing this game ever since.
First started playing Yu-Gi-Oh when my dad was gonna take us to Mexico, and he wanted us to do something, so he got us on it was like a GX box, and that's how we kind of started. I've only recently started playing again though, like competitively.
How I got into Yu-Gi-Oh was actually my friend introduced me to the show on Sunday Mass Church, and ever since then I guess I got hooked into it. Anime, the card game, everything about it. Been involved.
I first got into Yu-Gi-Oh from a YouTuber, Simo, and I watched all of his progression series videos, and it really got me invested into the card game, and eventually, you know, his history of Yu-Gi-Oh videos got me into the legacy formats a little bit and more modern Yu-Gi-Oh, and it just kind of spiraled outward from there.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh back with the original anime, and then I started picking up the cards and playing with friends, and then found out about local tournaments and just kept growing from there.
How did I get into Yu-Gi-Oh? Honestly, it was the anime. I saw it one morning as a kid, got hooked ever since.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh with like my brothers, seeing them play. I'd see them play, and the cards were so unique to themselves. Like, it wasn't like any other card game. Other card games had different art styles or like different wording, different text. But then like seeing how it was with the art styles and how the game played out, I was really intrigued. And in elementary school, my brother showed me how to play, and then eventually, a year and a half ago, we started going to like, Master Duel came out, and then because of Master Duel, we started going to locals and other competitive scenes, and got with the community there.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh when I was a kid. I was 9, me and my brother got the structure decks. And then I kind of took a really long break until I was about 14. Found myself at SJC San Francisco and walked into the convention, and I was like, I remember this game, and it stuck with me ever since.
The deck type I brought today was Tenpai with a bit of spice. Oh, the matchup I'm looking most forward to? Honestly, none, but I guess the most, Snake Eyes is the best deck, so I'm looking forward to hopefully beating a few of those.
This weekend I brought Fiendsmith Snake Eyes. I'm excited to play against Ubel, Ritual Beast, a lot of the stuff I haven't played against before. Tough matches.
I brought Snake Eyes. And I'm not sure if there's necessarily a matchup I'm looking forward to. No, that's a lie. I'm looking forward to play against Ubel, because I think it's cool to see a deck from the anime have so much popularity and be able to compete on a competitive level with other decks. It kind of like makes you think about like, you know, like when I was little, seeing those cards on the show, and then now seeing them on the board, like actually doing stuff. It's cool.
The deck I brought today is Infernoid Snake Eye Fiendsmith. Not really looking too much into a particular matchup, but I'm really hopeful that I don't play against Ritual Beast. My matchup with Ritual Beast is really hard. Their boss monster, their Link Force, says monsters can't be tributed, and my entire deck just tributes monsters. So the worst thing I could probably run into. Plus the shifter really hurts.
The deck that I brought to this event was my Runic Stun strategy. And I feel like I have a really good matchup versus the meta decks right now, the Fiendsmith Snake Eye decks and the Ubel Fiendsmith decks. I have a good matchup versus both of them.
I brought Tenpai Dragon to this YCS. I'm looking forward to playing Snake Eyes. I think the deck has a pretty decent matchup. I like playing the mirror a little bit too, because there are certain little interactions with certain cards that are really important to know and will give you the edge in that matchup.
So I brought Rescue Ace Fiendsmith for this event. I think it's a pretty strong pick. As for any matchups that I would care about, probably Snake Eyes is the most I'm prepared for, because it's probably going to be the most popular deck in the room.
Today I brought Ubel for the YCS. You know, I kind of don't want to see Ritual Beast just because Protos is kind of annoying. This is actually my first YCS. I've been in the game for a year. Started off regionals, but then I kind of wanted to see how like a bigger event was, and I'm just looking forward to it, you know?
It feels great to be competing at my YCS. This is my first one ever, and you know, being in a room full of 1,000+ people, all enjoying the same card game as you, it's kind of surreal. Just being around so many people who love the same things as you, get to talk with everybody, and it's a really nice time being here.
How does it feel competing at a YCS? I've done this a lot of times, so it's really nice getting to see my friends, and then playing competitively over all these years. It's been a blast.
It feels great to be competing at the YCS. I'm very excited. It's my first YCS, so I'm so excited to see all the people, how big the community can be, play against different decks, and really just gain the experience of playing at a YCS in such a competitive level.
Pretty nerve-wracking competing at a YCS. I have to think extra hard, make sure I'm making the right plays and not just messing up like I would at a local tournament.
How it feels to be competing at a YCS is really good. This is my 6th YCS, I believe. You know, still trying to get that top or win, but you know, it hasn't happened yet. Hopefully it does this weekend.
I don't feel a particular different kind of way of playing at a YCS. I played in over 20 to 30 at this point, so at this stage I'm just trying to get past the round 1 jitters and hopefully smooth sailing.
Oh, I like it. I like the atmosphere. I'm very competitive as a person, so this fits my competitiveness very well. Definitely Snake Eye Fiendsmith, without a doubt. That deck is just so powerful. What it can do with just one card is pretty strong.
The most popular deck type at this YCS is probably going to be some variation of Snake Eyes. Probably Snake Eyes Fiendsmith at this point. I don't think anybody who's really trying to win is not going to be on that deck.
I think the most popular deck type right now is probably going to be Snake Eye Fiendsmith, just because it's like probably the best deck, and people are kind of thinking it's going to be at the end of its like life length right now.
The most popular deck at this YCS is definitely going to be a Fiendsmith Snake Eye deck or a Fiendsmith U-Bell deck with a splash of U-Bell, with a splash of Tenpai maybe in there somewhere. But I expect those as the big 3, and then my strategy is like a deck a little lower than all of those.
I think the most popular deck type this weekend will be, I'll go out on a whim and say U-Bell. I think Snake Eyes is probably still the best, but I think people want to try U-Bell in the anticipation for the new format.
I think it's definitely between 2 decks, but I think the one that's going to be the most popular, just like ever so slightly, is probably going to be Tenpai Dragon, because anyone can play it. Like, you don't need to spend too much on it, and also it's an easy deck to learn, so anyone can play it and play at a competitive level and compete with other people who are also competing at a very high competitive level, and I think that's great about the game right now, actually.
I believe the most popular deck type this weekend is going to be Fiendsmith Snake Eyes and Fiendsmith U-Bell. They seem to be the most popular at the moment, so I'll probably see a lot of those.
I think the most popular deck will probably be Snake Eyes. I think it's the best deck that you could probably be playing, but I could see other people experimenting with Tenpai Dragon or U-Bell, or maybe older decks like Rescue Ace. With the support from the Fiendsmith cards, I think they give a lot of value to some of the older decks.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are here with round number 8, I believe. Seven. Yep, I knew I was a little far ahead. We're on the odd rounds. Usually I'm on the even rounds. But we have Kangas here joining us on the desk, so we're going to have 3 people coming at you for commentary today. Thanks for joining us, Kangas.
Happy to be back. This is now 2 in a row, and it's always fun to talk over the actual games while also stage hosting. Speaking of, the players are actually ready on stage, so we're just going to get right into it for our round 7 feature match and introduce who you'll see on stage today. Up first, in the blue chair from Sacramento, California, Jacob McKenney. His favorite card is Dark Armed Dragon, and he would like you to know he is repping Sacramento and wants to give shoutouts to Chris, Mo, and Irvin. His opponent today in the red chair, Julong Wu. His favorite card is Yubel, and this is his first YCS since 2017 San Diego. Duelists are ready on stage, so let's get ready for duel number 1.
And we see that Jacob is going to be bringing the Tempai Dragon strategy up against Fiendsmith Yubel. We saw Yubel earlier in round number 1, but Sans the Fiendsmith. Now we're getting to see it here at full power with the Fiendsmith cards included. But I'm excited to see Tempai Dragon. We haven't had that on one of our feature matches just yet, right, Mike?
That's right. Tempai Dragon can win pretty quickly, but I think Yubel can put up quite a bit of defense against it. Who do you think is favored here?
I mean, notoriously I hear from players that Yubel has a good matchup into Fiendsmith. I do know that they can include cards in their extra deck like Samurai Destroyer to help alleviate this matchup a little bit, but we're going to have to see if that comes into play.
Well, the best part about the Yubel cards is that they kind of like being attacked. A lot of what Tempai does is utilize that battle phase. So it can still come down to, you know, what your opener is, but theoretically Tempai will still want to go second in all of their matches because they utilize that battle phase so much better than really any other deck in the format right now.
Yeah, definitely not a lot going on for Tempai Dragon going first. A lot of players just ending on Seal's Pass, but that's notoriously been enough in the past, but maybe not in a format like the one we are in currently. But
Seals doesn't destroy, so you know Yubel cards get bounced back.
Nice.
My favorite interaction with Seals in the Tempai Dragon strategy. So they do choose to go second a lot of times. So you will see main deck Mulcharmies, Perilia a lot of the times. So if you go Seal Path, you can tribute off the Hieratic Seal and then chain the Mulcharmy since you have no monsters on your field. So you have the opportunity to bounce and still resolve your Mulcharmy, which is kind of cool.
That's very cool. The good thing about running Tempai is also if your opponent doesn't know what you're playing, odds are they're going to choose to go first.
And
you want
exactly
to be
what
going
you want.
second. So that's we're likely to see that happen here. And we're likely to see Jacob go second either way, no matter which die roll.
And we've seen a lot of different takes on the Tenpai Dragon strategy, depending on what kind of interactions you want to have. There are very strong cards that some of them will run that can just end the Yubel Fiendsmith's turn. Things like Dimensional Shifter are the ones that come to mind. It makes it tougher for the Tenpai Dragon to play through their own, you know, combo, but if you're good enough at the deck, you still can play through it. Let's see if Jacob opted for that strategy and if it's going to come up here in this match.
Yeah, definitely Dimension Shifter is one we're going to look out for as we jump into game number 1 at round 7 of YCS Sacramento. I'm usually on the even rounds, but getting used to being on the odd rounds. So here comes the die roll. Yeah, I was like, that's a weak roll. You're going to get a low number probably. You got to give the dice a good shake.
There we go.
Yep, 6 is going to beat a 3, and now Jacob's probably going to be choosing to go...
I'll go second.
Second.
He'd almost prefer to lose the die roll, so that because now Junlong probably knows he's playing Tenpai Dragon, or at least suspects it. Whereas had he lost the die roll, he would have no indication of that.
Definitely a little more impact. Junlong's turn 1 plays.
There it is. Okay, I brought it up, I teased it, and Dimensional Shifter does come down, but the called by is available.
Has to feel good here for Junlong. I can't really. Last time I actually saw a Dimension Shifter get hit by a called by the grave, but definitely a key part here for Junlong.
It's hard to do because you have to be going first.
True, yeah.
Well, here it's called by just auto wins it because your opponent can't chain the second shifter with shifter in the graveyard.
True.
And called by will negate the effects of all dimension shifters. So called by is the perfect card for that opening. So that might work out really well for Junlong.
Now it looks like he's going to activate Fiendsmith's track to add Fabled Lure and then discard it for the track. He's going to special summon out to the field.
And we see it looks like a Bishop Magnamut in hand as well. Haven't spotted what the other two are yet, but we're going to start off by going into the Fiendsmith extra deck monsters.
Yep, Requiem's going to tribute itself to special summon Fiendsmith Engraver from the deck.
There he is.
Now, Tract isn't the ideal starter necessarily for the full combo, but it still gets you exactly where you need to be.
Definitely. With the addition of Necroquip Princess, it makes opening up with that track a little bit better, because now he is able to bring back the Requiem, equip it to the Engraver, use both the materials to fusion summon for Necroquip Princess by sending them to the graveyard. And Engraver will summon back from the graveyard by shuffling back a Light Fiend, putting the Fiendsmith's Requiem back into the extra deck. So now we have 2 level 6 monsters or materials to be used for a Link Summon.
He says Link Summon, so he's made his choice. Looks like he's going to Fiendsmith Sequence so that he can start a Fusion Summon.
Alright, gonna shuffle back. Looks like Fabled Lure and Engraver to the deck. And this is something cool. So a lot of the times we see Fiendsmith Lacrima, but Aerial Eater, a really cool card for the Yubel strategy, being able to send any Fiend monster from the deck to the graveyard, and it can also special summon itself back from the graveyard later on in the turn.
Gruesome Gravescormer to special summon Spirit from hand.
Yeah, the Gruesome Gravescormer just has so many effects. Being able to summon itself from the hand, being able to summon a Spirit of Yubel from your hand as well. I mean, Spirit of Yubel is the key point in this deck. Getting access to Nightmare Pain is huge. Nightmare Pain is the card that Jacob is going to have to worry about with his Tempai Dragon strategy.
And that's, again, I'm always in awe of the decision-making of the top duelists in the world, in the country, because the decision to not go for a Phantom just right away with that Spirit in hand, instead realizing, no, I'm going to keep that Spirit of Yubel in hand because I can special summon it off of this other line that I found. Very, very impressive.
Definitely, yeah. I did see those 2 monsters in hand. I was wondering why he may not want to go into it right away, and now that does look like that is what is coming to fruition here.
He did make himself vulnerable to Nibiru, though.
Definitely. You know, Nibiru is a key card in this format. I haven't seen too many come down in our feature matches, but they are definitely out there waiting for 5 summons to catch someone off guard for sure.
Yeah, I think he's probably assuming what is likely a Tempai Dragon deck on the other side of the table does not play Nibiru.
Maybe. They have been favoring a lot of board breakers instead, like Regeki, Dark Hole, Triple Tactics Thrust, those kind of cards, ever since it did win the EU WCQ with that kind of strategy. So the Unchained Soul of Yama is going to be summoned to add Unchained Soul Chavara. Now, Kangas, I know this is a deck you like to play on Master Duel.
Love the Yubel deck. It's very fun to play on Master Duel right now. You don't have the Fiendsmith cards yet, but at some point, imagine that we'll get to play around with those as well. But this is pretty standard for what the deck is trying to do when you're using this small little Unchained package as well. And we're going to go for our second Spirit of Yubel.
We have the 2 level 10s on the field right now. He could go into Varudis. Rank 10 does have the materials now in the graveyard, so he's going to be able to shuffle those back to summon Phantom Yubel.
And I was wondering, when you know or you assume you're against Tempai Dragon because your opponent opted to go second, what type of field are you trying to assemble here as the Yubel deck? Honestly, leaving more Yubels on the field doesn't feel too bad. Obviously, having the negate from your rank 10 would also feel great, but we'll see what Junlong's decision is here.
Yep, he's going to destroy the Spirit of Yubel to summon Shavara. Spirit of Yubel's effect to special summon from the deck is not once per turn.
Another Yubel.
While the effect on field is once per turn. But yeah, more level 10s means we're going to access Varudus, the final bringer of the end times. This card, if you want to read it, basically says you get to negate a spell trap or monster effect, but then if a card on the field is destroyed, destroy another one. Pretty much if it does anything, it destroys cards on the field. It is truly the final bringer of the end times.
Very, very strong.
We don't have him in Master.
But with Shavara on field, you are locked into Fiends right now.
No.
Yeah, he's going to have to get that Shavara off the field and link it away. Yeah, he forgot to link it away into Unchained Soul of Rage before he went into the Varudus.
Yeah,
so
so
he's
he's
a little ahead of himself.
He's only locked while it's on the field.
Mm-hmm. So it's still going to come out at some point. As you see it on the bottom right of your screen right there. Beautiful artwork on that card as well.
It really is. It's one of my favorites. Like, it really shows like it is destroying the planet. And then being able to set the escape with Shavara's effect, that'll let him bring back Soul of Rage. Looks like he's going for another Phantom Ubel. This helps him play around cards like Infinite and Permanence if you have 2 on the field. You could also use the second one as link material with the Unchained Soul of Rage. He wants to go into another monster from the extra deck as well.
He's probably checking to see if you can really summon 2 of them in one turn with the effect of sending 2 back.
Oh,
yes,
you can summon
yes,
3.
you can.
Yes, you can.
One of the strongest parts about the card is its versatility. You're able to not only play under very powerful hand interruptions like the Nibiru with it, but you can also use it as link material and then still get another one out to then pass to your opponent and have it for that resource advantage on their turn.
Yeah, at least you can't use it as fusion material, so you can't keep like cycling the Phantom Ubel. So it has one limitation at least.
And you can only tribute one of them to change an effect once per turn.
Right, right.
So
it's mainly just to play around. Like, Infinite Permanence is the best way to force out the effect, but you definitely want to target that Varudus with an Infinite Permanence if you have something like that. Dark Ruler No More, not going to be a card you're probably going to expect in a Tempai Dragon deck as they need to do damage, but you never know. You could still use it. Dark Ruler No More, then like singing, summoning Black Rose Dragon in the field kind of thing.
Something like Forbidden Droplet has also been seen, so that could be the option here for Jacob, but let's see what Jacob opts to do. I haven't gotten a great look at the hand yet.
Let's see if he's going to start with some sort of board breaker like Harvey's Feather Duster, Lightning Storm, Regeki.
Regeki, okay.
Regeki, I'm going to use Varudus effect to negate.
So Varudus will negate that?
He's pretty much forced to do that.
Great start, though.
Now would be a great time for that Forbidden Droplet.
Or another Regeki.
Or another Regeki. Or a Lightning. Well, Lightning Storm, they're all on defense.
Oh, it looks like it is Forbidden Droplet.
Oh, you called it. He sends the Regeki.
Only one. Yep.
Just the one.
So he's going to send one going to target Varudus?
Escape of Unchained. I'm going to target Unchained Soul of Rage and the Varudus to destroy it.
So he's going to destroy his Unchained Soul of Rage to destroy the Varudus. So now it's no longer on the field to be negated by Forbidden Droplet. So the Regeki won't resolve.
You can choose one Phantom to negate.
But yeah, he gets to choose
No,
one
that's
Phantom
actually-
to negate, but the other one will still be alive.
Wow.
And the Oyama is going to be able to just let him summon back that Unchained Soul of Rage.
While also grabbing a Fiend from the graveyard back to the hand.
That's right, since he destroyed it.
Yeah, so graveyard effect.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, escaping grave. Yeah.
I believe Samsara Lotus is in the graveyard still, so maybe that's the one that we add to hand
Unchained Soul of Rage.
with the Unchained Soul of Rage.
So basically,
Unless then maybe that one got
Rage's
shuffled back
effect,
already.
I'm going to add.
Shavara is going to probably go back
one
to
Ubel
the hand.
back.
Oh, no, he's going for Ubel. It can add back any Fiend.
Yep.
And
the Unchained Soul of Rage is what is adding back this card here.
Special summon.
Okay, so he doesn't bring back the Soul of Rage, brings back a Ubel instead.
Now
wants to force out Battle Phase, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, maybe. Because Unchained Soul Rage not so great against Tempai Dragon if they have Singing Summoning. It's pretty much going to be useless. Meanwhile, Ubel could be a potential to reflect some damage here.
Yeah, it's another card that defends him that Jacob will just have to get
I
through.
said add that back. Yeah, I already said Rage is going to add Ubel back, and Yama is I did say that.
You
Can
did.
confirm.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely said he's going to add back Ubel and summon Ubel.
So let's attack Ubel monsters.
I do like that because even if we deal with the Nightmare Pain, then you still have a Ubel on the field. Can't be destroyed by battle. Going to have to deal with that. If you do destroy it, it's going to bring out the Terror Incarnate.
Yep. Then the Phantom of Ubels also can't be destroyed by battle. But you're right, this is also good defense against something like a Black Rose Dragon play, because then the Terror Incarnate will come out to defend him.
Normal summon,
Yeah.
Tenpai, Hydra.
All right, there is Tenpai Dragon Hydra.
And we do still have the Phantom of Yubel.
Cards in hand 2.
2 in hand.
No Sanguine summoning to protect it.
To activate Phantom of Yubel's effect.
So Phantom Yubel is going to be able to attribute itself to change the effect to destroying Yubel to the deck. Wants to cut him off from access to the field spell or Sanguine Kaiman.
Spirit of Yubel.
Both would be really solid options.
Effect will special summon and Yubel.
And when Spirit Yubel is
from
destroyed,
the
you can summon Yubel from the hand.
Rare that comes up, but it does still get another Yubel on field.
Yeah, it looks like he's just building his defenses to try to not lose this turn. A solid strategy against Tenpai Dragon, which aims to win.
Definitely. Surviving is step number 1.
Surviving is almost all the steps. You just survive.
Generally, it's considered a good step, no matter where it is on the step list. And this is why the Yubel deck is so strong against Tenpai Dragons, because your monsters inherently can't be destroyed by battle. If they're destroyed, do get out something else to replace them that also can't be destroyed by battle. Really difficult for the Tenpai Dragons to effectively clear through all of them and also do that 8,000 points of damage.
Yeah, I believe a lot of Tenpai Dragon decks started using Samurai Destroyer, which negates the effects of monsters in battles.
Right, attempt to enter battle phase.
We'll have to see if that is something he's going to be able to do here in the battle phase. The Tenpai Dragon are able to synchro in the battle phase. He does have the Sanguine Kaiman already. That's going to let him add a Tenpai Dragon and then special summon it since it's during the battle phase.
Okay.
Looks like he's looking at Chandra.
Yes.
That's what he chooses.
I wonder if he's thinking about just going into Black Rose, maybe?
I mean, that would end with a Terror Incarnate on your opponent's field.
I'm going to declare an attack on
And I'm trying to see if Julong had any other cards in hand.
So he attacks and destroys the Phantom of Yubel and
yeah,
add its
still
effect.
Can't be
negated.
destroyed by... Oh, it is negated. No,
that has to be the one negated by the...
Forbidden Droplet.
Forbidden Droplet, because he used the effect of the other one, right?
Yeah, it should go to the graveyard. But he's going to special summon Fadra from the deck here with Chandra's effect. And now let's see where he goes next. Okay, it was just the damage step. They were just doing it in the correct order. They didn't miss anything there. Good to see, good to see.
Good, clean play. I like that.
Now let's see if he goes into Samurai Destroyer or a Black Rose Dragon. Looks like he's eyeing the Samurai Destroyer, moves past it.
Yeah.
Yep, I mean, this is why you play it, is for this matchup.
It is. It lets you attack over Yubel because it will negate its effect, so it can be destroyed by the battle. But with Nightmare Pain up, I don't know how much that's really going to do. While Junlong has 2 Yubels on it.
One more Spirit or Phantom of Yubel in the extra deck, presumably. If you're running 3, most decks are, but 2 have already been used. So Junlong is running out of ability to really play out, depending on what Jacob's able to do here on this field.
Considering his options, an important battle phase.
Yeah, this is a stressful moment in the duel, that is for certain.
Chandra's already attacked. It would be Hydra has to attack.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'll attack with Hydra.
Yubel's effect, you will take 1500. It's not Nightmare Pain effect, it's Yubel itself effect. So 700.
Is it effect damage or battle damage?
No, it's not battle damage, it's effect damage.
That. Yeah, it's Hydra.
It only negates.
Yep. Notably, Yubel's effect says if it's attacked, it doesn't. You don't take any battle damage, and your opponent takes damage equal to their attack.
Yes, it does affect damage.
Yep. Nightmare Pain is the one that will do the damage back to them.
Tiger stops battle damage.
Yeah. Yubel's a very fun card. All the way back in Phantom Darkness.
Cover card. Well, Yubel itself isn't the cover card. I believe the third form is the cover.
Ultimate Nightmare.
Yeah, really, really cool box art.
I don't see a lot of Ultimate Nightmares in U-Bill decks anymore.
Nope, they pretty much stop at the Terra Incarnate. It's sad.
Yeah.
A shame. But we got to see Wing Creeper level 6 today, which I'm going to. That was on my bingo sheet.
Yeah.
I don't think I've said any card was my favorite card yet. Oh wait, I definitely did during that hero match, but that shouldn't count for people's bingo sheets.
Is this something I was unaware of? That there's a
I
bingo
tend to
sheet
say a lot
for
of cards are
Billy
my
Break
favorite
ones?
cards because I love Yu-Gi-Oh! And I love a lot of cards, so
Okay.
it tends to be a sentence I
Well, you can't
repeat.
admit what your actual favorite is because.
Oh, I'd
you
say
know.
Rare Bellum,
Oh,
not even close.
You can have
you can.
You can have more than one favorite, Billy.
Yeah, Masterpiece of True Draco's Lane King. We can keep going down the list. But this is neither here nor there. While this player, Jacob, is considering his options, we've been in this attack declaration for a hot minute. I think the judges should probably say something, but I guess they're really trying to figure out how U-Bell works. Round 7 of the tournament.
Yeah.
But let's move on. This is turn 2. We're 17 minutes into the
It's a
game.
bit of a weird interaction
It is a
because
little
Nightmare
weird.
Pain, I think, reflects the battle damage,
Yes,
but
it does.
U-Bell sort of reflects
And
it
it's
as
notable because you can
effect
take a
damage.
lot of damage if you're attacking the U-Bell when the Nightmare Pain is up, but the U-Bell itself is not going to be deflecting battle damage back.
Yes.
And then Pygra stops the battle damage. So.
A little complicated, but
It's important to know the matchups, the rulings. That's why U-Bell in particular is so scary because, yes, it's theoretically the one that will do the least. You know, Terran Incarnate can destroy the whole field. Spirit can get you all of your resources and still, float into the regular U-Bell. But the U-Bell will do the most damage to you when you attack into it, which you have to.
you still take the damage.
Yes.
But you still take the damage. I mean, the solution is to not attack it. Worry
Yeah,
about
Nightmare.
damage. Put your stuff in defense mode. But if you're running Tenpai, you don't want to be doing that.
I guess that's why this is a tough matchup. All right, still eyeing what synchro monster to make.
Going for a 7.
He's been going for a 7 for a minute. Looks like he's looking at the Biden Dragon.
And none of the U-Bells are once per turn, so if you're destroying this U-Bell, it will bring out the Terra Incarnate. If you deal with the Terra Incarnate and then deal with the next U-Bell, another Terra Incarnate. So you really want to hit U-Bell, U-Bell, then Terra Incarnate if you're going to be going through order of operations for destruction. But again, not many ways for Tenpai Dragon to really deal with this many nuisance cards that Jinlong has.
Yeah, it does sound like Jacob is receiving a slow play warning. Needs to pick up the pace a little bit. Even though it is a complex situation, you got to still play at an appropriate pace.
Yes.
Not a big deal. Won't be upgraded unless he's had previous infractions, but it sounds like he has not.
Yeah, I haven't received those either.
Interesting to see that we're not going for the Samurai
Okay,
Destroyer,
thank you.
though.
I'm going to use Biden's effect, targeting
Bident Dragon.
Have 3 attacks been declared? Oh no, the 3 attacks
No.
just summon itself back from the graveyard.
Yeah.
So far, I believe 2 attacks have been declared.
Yep, and it gets to summon on Synchro Summon.
Declared. I'm going to attack again.
Yeah, so let's
So there's the 3rd attack from the Padra.
Then I'll use the effect, Hydra.
Padra's going to summon from the graveyard.
Okay.
Shungrid's back.
So Jacob's focusing on just getting the monsters on the field, building that up. Still has synchro plays to make.
Looks like he's looking at Black Rose Moonlight Dragon.
Then I'm going to activate Hydra.
Yeah.
Activate the effect during the battle phase of Synchro Summon.
Locked into dragons now.
The synchro 10 here.
Yes.
The Sengenpai Transcendent Dragon.
Dragion, there we go. Yep.
Always Dragion.
Yep, there's an
Just
eye
like
in there.
Trident.
Yeah.
Okay, so you destroyed the Nightmare Pain by bringing back Sengenpai fighting Dragion. Now that 3 attacks have been declared.
I do like how this theme has the inspiration from an old school card like Trident
I'm
Dragion.
going to use...
I remember pulling Ultimate Rare First Edition back in the day.
Oh, nice.
Currently in my friend's binder. But this one on the
Did he ask
field.
for it? Yeah.
How
I should ask him for it back, yeah.
How is he getting through 2 U-Bells?
Gonna synchro for Moonlit. That's gonna be able to return a spell summon monster to the hand.
That gets rid of one of them.
In phase 2?
He is not getting through 2.
I guess here it could be seals, and then we return it back.
Not too bad, not too bad.
Or just pass. Yeah, you don't need to do it right now. Okay.
Yeah.
Honestly, impressive that Jacob was able to deal with the majority of the threats. But Junlong does, like I said, have one more Phantom of Yubel theoretically in the extra deck.
Looks like that's what he's eyeing to summon as fast as possible here.
Get that out before the Heretic Spheres will actually go off. And then you can actually try and interact with it.
He might have to return that Yubel on the field. It looks like. Oh, no, he's Arrow Leader to summon from his graveyard as well. There's a couple things he could be considering.
Yeah, he has a lot of options. Jacob is not exactly where he wants to be at the end of his first turn.
Not right now.
With his opponent still at 8,000 life points.
I'm going to shuffle the Spirit of Yubel and the Yubel at my hand back to deck.
Has the materials.
Special summon Phantom of Yubel.
Gotcha.
And now that Phantom will be able to play through the spheres.
We'll go ahead and
Hieratic Seal of Heavenly Spheres is one of the
Oh, Black Rose Moonlight
play,
Dragon,
but very strong.
It'll target this to try to return it to hand.
So it activates when it's summoned or when another monster special summoned, it looks like. So you'll be able to immediately force out the Phantom Yubel. But forcing out the Phantom Yubel is going to get another level 10 onto the field.
It is, but it puts the spheres back online.
And exactly, Mike. Words out of my mouth.
Tributes for cost, right?
Yeah, cost.
And I think Jacob also knows that as well. I love opening the Spirit Gates. I'm just seeing this deck. It's one of the stronger cards in this deck for sure.
There's the Yubel he just sent back to his deck. Now it's back on the field.
And we still see the Magnamut in hand, and it looked like an infinite impermanence as well. So Junlong doesn't have a lot in the hand to really play with.
Necro Princess and Phantom of Yubel.
Arrow Leader's going to be able to banish the two monsters to summon itself from the graveyard.
There's the Arrow
Two monsters the same attribute. They might be fiends, but definitely the same attribute.
And do we still have the full Fiendsmith suite in the extra deck? I'm trying to think how
put
much
back
of that
the
is left.
ones he used, I think.
I believe so.
His extra deck is pretty small. It looks like 6 cards in there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now Junlong having a pause to think about his next move. He wanted SP Little Knight or Moon. Interesting.
SP Little Knight.
And he did make it with a fusion, so he'll be able to use the effect of banish.
Looking this one in the graveyard to banish.
Gonna try and banish the level 10 Synchro out of the graveyard.
Tempai from behind on resources is very difficult to play, so Junlong I think is opting for more of a long game. Oh, actually, okay, now is going in to the Fiendsmith cards.
So is this effect once per turn?
Yeah, it says once per turn.
If it wasn't once per turn, I think it would be over right here.
I've done that many times, though. Summon the monster. Wait a minute.
Wait,
that once per turn?
Did I just make a mistake? It might have been a question I should have asked beforehand, but we're here
Ideally,
now.
but yeah, we are here. We are here.
I'm seeing, yeah, he's definitely going to probably activate Heavenly Spheres.
Yeah.
Tribute as a cost. Just going to chain to banish the seal out of the graveyard. This way, it won't have the graveyard effect to special summon.
But it will still return the monster to Junlong's hand.
Oh, yeah.
Notably, still has it for future plays.
But now all he has is Magnamut and Infinite Impermanence.
Yeah, there's not much he can do. He can't use Area Leader again. That's a once per turn effect.
Attempting Antral. Let me see.
I'm not sure if I heard Junlong declare Magnamut activation.
Battle base. Oh, 100? 100? Yeah.
Black Rose Moonlight only has 2400, just like Black Rose Dragon. He will take that down with the Magnamut. He's going to get an in-phase search for a dragon here, but not sitting on a lot. And Jacob's graveyard has at least the level 7 Synchro in there.
That's what I was saying. He didn't declare the Magnamut on summon. I noticed that. He never said declare Magnamut, so you have to make sure you declare that on summon so that during the end phase it will actually use the effect.
I'll pass. You'll pass. Okay.
Nothing from
draws
Jacob.
And passes.
And now by name.
Second infinite impermanence. It's not great to add
Battle for 25.
Good.
I wonder if Jacob drew a copy of the field spell and just needs another card in his hand.
It's possible.
Yes, okay.
There's Cold by the Grave, it looks like you picked up. That's not going to be helpful at all.
Unless he can use it for his discard for Sanguine Summoning, but it doesn't look like.
Oh boy.
We'll set the call by the grave and a monster that
Okay.
he's hoping will help him survive.
I mean,
Now
yeah,
that's a monster.
Yes. So I'm going to.
Oh, he still has the Aerial Eater too that he could have brought back last turn. He might have got a little ahead of himself not summoning that Aerial Eater previously.
Well, now the call by the grave is there. So that can cut him off this time.
I believe he drew a Droll and Lockbird for a turn.
You
So
would
that
be
looks like
right.
in hand. So it could always go for that normal summon.
Normal summon, draw and lock.
Okay, we're doing it.
And he did.
Summon.
Going for Moon. Gonna try and go Moon into Requiem. Uses Requiem. Let him access Engraver from the deck.
Now, what's great is we know that there's a called by for Jacob at the top of his spells and traps, but the one closer to the deck, at least I haven't seen, but there is an infinite impermanence in Junlong's zone there.
So he's just gonna try and. Oh, he might have wanted to call by that Requiem because now he's gonna be able to clear the monster.
Oh.
He's gonna need a little bit more damage though to go for game.
Yeah, it doesn't end him.
But he has the Aerial Eater. Yeah. So it looks like he is gonna save the call by for the Aerial Eater.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I think that's what he needs to save it for, right? To have any chance of drawing a card. and
Definitely.
making
I'm
it come
going
back.
to activate Aerial Eater's effect. So I'm going to banish
2 Phantom
two
U-Bells.
copies of Phantom Sword.
Three beautiful Phantom of U-Bells banished on top of each other, and there's the called by.
Oh, okay.
Aerial Leader will join them.
A 10 PM battle base.
Alright, tax for 18.
Oh.
All Tempai Dragon needs is 100 life points,
Yep.
and they can still come back, but that infinite
Oh.
permanence is not going to be helpful.
That's not it.
I want to.
Tough draws here from Jacob
Okay.
after a decent board breaking, going second turn there from him, but not able to finish it off here in game number 1. And Junlong is going to win the first game of our round 7 feature match.
Yeah, I think Junlong's field was a little tough for a Tempai Dragon deck to break.
Yeah, so many U-Bells.
A lot of U-Bells, you destroy them, they replace themselves with the Terror Incarnate.
The double Phantom was great. I almost wonder if there was a world where Jacob could have chosen to discard another card off of that Forbidden Droplet, opted for just the Raigeki for the single negate. I'm wondering if maybe if you choose to use up something else that you could also hit both Phantoms then. Because just the way Junlong played around that was so impressive. Like, nope, you're not going to stop my negate because I'm going to get rid of my monster that you're trying to negate.
I do think, yeah, I think you're right. I think there's something there with that because at the end of all of that, he did leave Junlong on pretty much nothing.
Yeah.
It was just that Bestial Magnemite, the non-engine card, that was able to punch through and finish that game there. So, yeah, if he was able to do that, there would have been one less level 10 on the field. The Black Rose Moonlit Dragon would have bounced that one monster as well. He might have been able to finish him off that turn potentially. If there was, because there was definitely a card he didn't use in that opening hand. They ended up just like setting later on in that turn.
It's tough to know though because who expects the Unchained player to hit their own, you know, rank 10 Xyz?
He did know he had the card though.
He
because
did.
he searched for it, so he.
But maybe in practice, well, Escape isn't as popular as Chamber. A lot of U-Bell players use Chamber because it just immediately special summons back the Soul of Rage. But we saw there how he was able to use Escape not only to still summon back the Soul of Rage with the Yama effect, but dodge something like Forbidden Droplet with it, which is why I like the Escape of the Unchained.
I like Escape as well. That's the one that I choose to play when I'm playing around with this one on Master Duel, but mostly just because I like the removal options for my opponent's cards. That's why I'm always so impressed when I see these top duelists say, no, it's actually better if I use my trap to destroy 2 of my cards. That's 3 resources I'm giving up to make sure I negate the necessary thing that you are trying to activate that I need to negate.
Yeah, that worked out really well for him.
Yeah, the non-intuitive plays, the ones where you know they're being creative or you can tell that they planned for it ahead of time, I really love that as well.
And also Junlong, when I was talking with him before going up on stage, mentioned this is the first YCS since 2017 San Diego. Had not been able to go to many of the top tournaments since then, and at that tournament only made top 32. And in his words, he said, I'm hoping to do better this time. And I said, top 32 is pretty good, Junlong, but with plays like that, let's see if the player can do it, because so far off to a great start. A win here would set you up, and it's just a fantastic position
to make that going into tomorrow's games.
Yeah, both of these players are 401, so neither one of them has dropped a match yet, and sorry, 501.
Yep.
No, I forgot what round we're in. We are in round 7. They are both 501, so they have not dropped a match, and they are in great shape in terms of making day 2.
Yeah,
and we'll need a few more wins to make it to top 32. So maybe he will do better. Maybe he's looking pretty good to be doing better than he did at the last YCS.
Yep, and we saw Junlong just a second ago swapping out some cards and sleeves. He was putting in some extra deck. There we go. We flashback right to him. Siding some extra deck monsters, putting them in the extra deck. Now that after the Fiendsmith cards got released in the Infinite Forbidden, the extra deck space is tighter than ever.
Yeah.
So we've seen a lot of players adding some of their extra deck cards into their side deck. Cards like Axis Code Talker, Nightmare Phoenix, the Dark Charmer, Gloomy are all the ones that have been options of people we've seen in a lot of people's side decks starting back to the NAWCQ after the Fiendsmith engine. But it's always funny to me when you see them swapping out the sleeves into the extra deck.
One of the biggest ones is the Desiree coming in. I've seen that oftentimes be the decision because it is one of the best ways to answer something like a Forbidden Droplet. You know, when you get that big Unchained combination off, you can have a trap to chain to Droplet because very rarely will they discard a trap off of that. And then you can also chain Desiree to try and negate it. So.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
With the Desiree only really being useful going first, so having it in your side for the games that you're guaranteed going first, I can see that for sure.
I think in the past, duelists have been reluctant to use extra deck monsters in the side deck. Just haven't seen it that much.
Yeah, it feels like you're losing a little bit of value there in your side deck cards, the counter strategies, but...
You are, but I think counterpoint to that, which is what I think, is the cards in your extra deck are the most accessible cards. So if the side cards you're using in your side deck that belong in the extra deck are really effective in a matchup, you're getting so much more value out of them because you can access them so easily.
That is a really good point. Probably why we're seeing so many players utilizing the side deck for extra deck monsters now that there's so many choices to be made. Cuts have to be made. Cards have to be sidelined, but you still want to have them in your arsenal.
With all that said, the duelists have put their decks in positions. Judges are waiting for the final statement here with the timer set, and it looks like we are about to get underway. It's one win for Junlong. Jacob trying to fight back after a very, very tough turn 1 for himself, but here we go. Game 2 underway.
Now, do you think we're going to see Junlong go first again? I think he has to. Yep, looks like Jacob is pointing at Junlong, letting him go first yet again.
Not surprising from a Tenpai duelist.
Interesting choices here. We see a Terraforming and a Change of Heart in the opening hand for Junlong. Already has the Phantom.
I wonder if Junlong was expecting to go second.
Covering his bases just in case he got tried to catch him off guard. Potentially, Change of Heart's pretty good against Seal's Path. Just take it. Then you can use it for link material. But he's going to start with Nightmare Throne, one of the best cards in the deck. Going to let him destroy Yubel from the deck. Going to destroy Spirit of Yubel, so he's going to special summon the original Yubel to the field.
Shuffle these two are back to special.
Ooh, very early Phantom here for Junlong.
Yep, Yubel's not going to space. It's going back into the deck, so Phantom of Yubel touches down on the field. You know where I'm going with that.
It's so surreal to me seeing Yubel, the Yubel, the original Yubel at the top tables of tournaments.
My deck from my hand.
Personally, I love it. I mean, this is one of my favorite cards from back in the day. Again, Phantom Darkness. Remember playing this at locals and OTSs back in that time, and this time around, there's just so much more that that can do.
a lot more ways to summon it than Mystic Tomato.
Yeah, you know, we've come a long way.
He has the Dark Beckoning Beast, which is a great start, and he'll get the opening of the Spirit Gates, which will activate.
Yep.
You see a lot of players use Chaos Summoning Beast as well, since they can search for it with the gates in this sequence, and then be able to normal summon it. With the second normal summon they get from the Dark Beckoning Beast, so we might see that here.
Yeah, and the second half of the opening Spirit Gates, being able just to discard and summon back from your graveyard. So if you do happen to get another Dark Beckoning Beast, you can just ditch it right away.
Yeah, he went for the Dark Beckoning Beast.
So yeah, maybe he didn't lead with Terraforming. So you had two options in his hand. You lead with Terraforming, try and bait out an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, but that plays into Droll and Lockbird. Or you lead with the Nightmare Throne, so you're not going to have to worry about Droll until much later. But now that he sees that Droll's not on the table here, now he can use the Terraforming freely to empty out his deck just a little bit.
He uses the second summon on the Dark Beckoning Beast instead.
Requiem's effect.
Fabled Glory links into Requiem.
We already have the Fiendsmith cards online, along with all these other monsters. 2 Dark Beckoning Beast with the Phantom of Yubel. Junlong has so many options of how he wants to play this out from here.
Sequence. I'm going to activate the effect of Fiendsmith sequence to fusion summon.
All right, we're going to go into the Lacrima here. Or potentially just the Desiree. We'll see it, because again, that is one of the strongest cards to slow down or just stop the Tenpai Dragon's field clears.
He does have the Engraver plus 2 light beams in graveyards.
Okay.
Going for Lacrima.
Only the 2 materials means that yes, that will be the choice here. Now, 9 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Oh, okay. The Aerial Leader, okay. I was going to say, with 9 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, there is a chance, very slim chance, but a chance that a Lacrima burn could get it down to time, and maybe that would be enough for you, because you were able to pick up that first round win. But Tenpai, while it does have a lot of decisions to make, can make them fairly fast if the duelist is comfortable enough with them.
All right, now we're linking away the monsters, or probably Soul of Rage. Or sorry, Yama first, and then do the Soul of Rage a little later on. Definitely want to get access to Shavara so you can get the escape set.
That's Shavara.
There it is.
Now, an interesting thing you can do is we haven't used the effect of the circle.
Opening of
Opening of the Spirit Gates. You can discard a card. You could discard Shavara. That's a way to just get the search without having to summon the Shavara, and we are going to do that. You don't have to worry about Shavara locking you into Fiends. You don't have to worry about losing a material on the field.
Now he gets to use the effects of both Spirit of Yubel and Shavara. Shavara sets his trap card. Spirit of Yubel will get Nightmare Paid.
Oh, and and Chain 1 still need to resolve. Yep.
Can't forget to resolve that one.
It's pretty important. It's a good one. Yeah.
And then I'm going to Link Summon.
Mm-hmm.
Aerial Leader plus Yama.
Ancient Soul of Rage. Activate Nightmare Pen. Nightmare Pen's effect. Yep.
Destroy the Spirit of Yubel, and you can search your deck for a monster that now mentions Yubel, and we're going to go for the Gruesome Grave Squirmer. More monsters can hit the field now, and Junlong can just continue to climb up with all these link plays, or potentially go for that powerful rank 10.
Oh, nice. So now he gets to use Spirit of Yubel to summon Yubel, and he can use Nightmare Thorn also to get the Terror Incarnate. And special summon it.
Add Yubel, Terror Incarnate from my deck to my hand and special summon it. And Spirit of Yubel's effect to special summon and Yubel. I'm going to activate Gruesom's effect to special from my hand. And
Special summons the Gruesome Grave Squirmer, links away the Terror Incarnate and the Gruesome Grave Squirmer to summon
for SP.
Interesting.
This is one of those moments where if you're not playing IP, then SP is really the best next option to go for.
Special summon Spirit of Yubel.
But there we go. We have 2 level 10s on the field.
Summon.
I like saving SP so you can summon it with Soul of Rage on the opponent's turn, but maybe he plays 2 or has another card you can summon into with the Soul of Rage, but still has the Virtus. Oh, maybe he's going to SP Little Knight to worry about like board breakers to try and clear monsters off his field and come back potentially.
Yeah, it's definitely a defensive play.
Yeah.
To protect his monsters from whatever Jacob may have.
We see the double Phantom Yubel again with the Virtus alongside with the addition to SP Little Knight, so this field is a little bit better than the Game 1 board thanks to that opening of the Spirit Gates.
Yeah, this is an incredible field, but we'll see if Jacob can handle it. Now he had the opportunity to side deck and knew he would be going second. He had choice. So we'll see if he has something better.
Was it predicting? Yes.
Notable that there's no Desiree on Junlong's field.
There is not.
So we have Monster Effect negates. We have, of course, the SP Little Knight, which can try and dodge some things. The Unchained to try and link off with our opponent.
He has the Verudus, which can negate anything.
Yes.
Anything except a droplet that sends a monster to the graveyard, of course.
Good.
See what he reveals. Dimension Shifter, not a little too late there for that one.
Yeah.
Nibiru, a little too late. Wow.
Wow.
Ooh.
No big board clears at all, just some monsters and some cards he wanted on his hand in the first turn.
Well, 3 of the 6 are Tenpai cards that can help him extend on during this turn.
Yeah, I'm sure he was trying to dig for like even or Regeki, Lightning Storm, something like that, but a little tough there for Jacob.
Could have been better, but wasn't useless.
Anything on resolution?
Now all the damage he deals will be halved because of the Pot of Prosperity, but traditionally that's not actually a problem for Tenpai Dragon.
Okay.
Boruto's effect.
Starts off with Regeki
We're going to see
again.
this again.
So negate Reggie.
And
he have another
no
one?
Forbidden Droplet that time around.
Manga summoning. Yes. Normal Pydron? Yep. I'm going to use Spirit of Yubel's effect to change the Pydra's effect. And so...
He's going to attempt to negate. It's unaffected right now, but he's going to probably chain the escape. Or no, he just wants to get the monster on the field.
Yeah.
Oh, you destroy it first.
No.
He's changing
Oh,
the
it
effect
changes
of
the effect.
Hydra to destroy a Yubel card instead.
It still works through Singing Summoning.
It does.
That's a cool interaction because it changes the effect, so it's not the monster's not being affected, the effect is being changed.
Yeah.
So it's one of the things you can do under Singing Summoning.
Yep.
Really cool.
So the Pygra is stopped. Jacob appears to be in a tough spot.
That is the normal summon. Does Jacob have further plays to make from the hand in this position?
Well, the Unchained Soul of Rage doesn't really do anything now because of Sanction
Activate,
Summoning.
effect to search.
Cards in hand. 3. Oh, 3 cards in hand. Thinking on here.
Jacob can still
I'm
fix
going
his
to-
hand with Sanction Summoning.
Looks like he might use escape to destroy the Singing Summoning.
Target Rage and Sangen
I like this play.
Okay.
So he's going to be able to add back from the graveyard. He's going to be able to summon back the Soul of Rage with the Yama.
And now SP will be able to still interact with the opponent's field because
and
pesky
Channing
field
to
spells go.
Rage. Target Spirit of Yubel.
So now when Yama brings back
Yama's effect.
Unchained Soul of Rage, it can actually use its effect to link with the opponent's monster. Now that the Sanction Summoning is gone. Things are getting worse before they're getting better for Jacob.
And with only 2 minutes 25 on the clock, I wasn't sure if it would come down to a time scenario, but Jacob does not have a lot to work with here. And
You are
it's looking
100%
like it.
allowed to concede, and John Long is going to win round 7 here, moving on 6-0-1 as Kangas runs away to get ready for the winner interview. What an epic match there. It was pretty long, but not a lot too much going on. It didn't really feel like Jacob was ever really get a foothold in the game, and it was kind of the John Long show all the way through.
Yeah, I agree with that. Just the field he made on his first turn was just really strong and very defensive, which is tough for the Tenpai Dragon deck to play against when it's aiming to win on the very first turn that it gets a battle phase.
Yeah, it's like notoriously, this is a bad matchup here for Tenpai Dragon. They would prefer to play against Phoenix Snake Eye. It's not necessarily a horrible matchup, but it's tougher than the other matchups you might run into because of the interactions with Phantom Yubel versus Sangen Summoning like we saw. Nightmare Pain, the monster's not being able to destroy by battle, reflecting the damage. All of those things are bad news for Tenpai Dragon.
Yeah, but this is only Jacob's first loss in the tournament, so he will advance 5-1-1.
With 1 round to go
with
today.
1 round to go today, and a good shot at the top 32. Hopefully for him, he doesn't run into one of his harder matchups again in the tournament, at least Swiss rounds. And then he'll see if he can bring his Tenpai Dragons to the top.
Yeah, I definitely think there will be a few Tenpai Dragons in the top cut. Definitely coming back for day 2 tomorrow after the last round of Swiss. It's one of the top decks to look out for. You know, after coming off the first place of the EU WCQ, I'd say it's a really top contender that you have to account for. going into any tournament and be prepared for the strategy. And it looked like his opponent here was ready for it. With knowing kind of the board he wanted to make, I mean, I don't know how much different it would be against other decks, but it's still going to have the same kind of similar Yubel board always. But being smart about going into the double Phantom, knowing that a card like Infinite Impermanence is like one of the only ways to deal with that. But if you have two, you got to pick your poison. The Imperm won't do too much. And the Varutus, of course, being a key card in both of those games, protecting from Regeki both times.
Yeah, I like Tenpai Dragon also because I think it's a fun deck to play because it has a lot of high impact power cards like Regeki, and it can take the win pretty quickly. So it's not necessarily long chains of plays. It makes a lot of plays, but they're separated by battle and other types of interaction with your opponent that all lead to the same result of just depleting your opponent's life points to 0 in the battle phase.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I love that Regeki has gotten popular again. You see it go in and out of formats during like a Steer format. I think people were also using it a little bit, but it's been at 3 for a while now, and now we're seeing it in these main decks. We're seeing it being used to elevate these strategies that are attack-focused, battle-focused. I mean, having a deck where you choose to go second and it's still a viable option, knowing that your opponent's going to know what you're playing, really speaks to the power of the deck that you're able to go into a tournament with that strategy, which is something I really like.
Yeah, I love Raigeki. I've loved it ever since I pulled it in my first packs of LOB.
Yeah, my first holo was Mania Bug, and I was like, this was in my starter deck. What does this mean? I don't understand. But Regeki is definitely one of the all-time great cards for sure.
Yeah, it's good to see it getting play again, because it wasn't for a very long time.
Yep, but now it's at 3, and we're seeing it in the main decks of Tenpai Dragons, and we're going to hear from not Tenpai Dragon, but our Yubel player standing by on the stage with Kangas. So I'll go ahead and toss it over to Kangas. Take it away with our winner of our Round 7 feature match.
Thank you very much, Billy. I'm here with Junlong after a victory in your feature match on stage for Round 7, meaning that you have a very good chance of making it into Day 2. How are you feeling immediately after that feature match?
Just, kind of nervous when playing the match, but after the match, play the feature match and win is always my dream. I'm very happy right now.
Well, we're happy that you're able to pick up your win there because this is your first time at a YCS in quite a while. So talk to me about what this YCS means to you.
So this YCS is the first YCS after I go back to Yu-Gi-Oh! So yeah, I hope I can do better before I quit. So this means a lot to me. I just very happy now.
You say you want to do better than last time, which was a few years ago. How good does that mean? What is your hope that you want to accomplish at this YCS?
So I was top 32 at YCS San Diego at 2017. So I hope this time I can make at least top 16.
All right, well, I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of folks out there cheering for you. Best of luck as you go forward. And we're going to send it back over to the casters.
All right. Thank you, Kangas. I don't remember YCS San Diego in 2017. I'm like racking my memory. Maybe it was later on in the year, not the first half of the year, but I just don't remember. But awesome that he topped back then, and now he's looking to get back at it this weekend. Sorry, I was squinting over to see where our next promo image we're going to be talking about before we go to a break. And it's a good one. And this next thing we're going to talk about, you might be able to meet us in person. So let's go ahead and look at it. It's New York Comic-Con. That's right. We're going to be at the Konami booth October 17th to the 20th. You can take demos for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. What's not on there is you can duel the master and play against your casters right here. Billy Brake and Michael Kahana, we will be there, and you can duel us at New York Comic-Con. You also get demo coins just for playing any of our demos. You happen to get a coin just for challenging us. If you manage to beat us, you'll get another one. You can exchange those coins for awesome prizes. There's prizes of all different kinds. There's some top-level prizes all the way up to a Steam Deck, the new Time Wizard plush, and that beautiful crystal globe featuring the Millennium item inside. You really, if you're in the area or you're going to happen to be attending New York Comic-Con, please stop by the Konami booth. I'd love to say hi to you. I know Mike would love to get a chance to duel you as well.
It's always a great time at New York Comic-Con. It's nice to have you into my home state.
Yeah, this is where you live. It's not far. It's all the way across the country for me to go over there. But we will be there and dueling you at Duel the Master. There will also be a couple other masters. Asalawathi Thanjige, I believe, will be one of them. So you want to make sure you check it out. But as I said, this was round 7. We have one more round of Swiss today before we come back tomorrow for a couple more rounds before we cut the top 32 and eventually crown a winner and find out who wins the very first Ultra Rare, another versus Solaria. Stay tuned. We got one more round of Swiss. Don't go anywhere.
It's time to duel!
Duelists of the world, hear me. You are cordially invited to prove your dueling might with Speed Duel, Streets of Battle City. Can you master these 8 new decks and 20 new skill cards? I doubt it, but I look forward to seeing you try. 200 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome everyone to the round 8 for YCS Sacramento, the final round we have for you all today. Before we bring in you our duelists for this final match, how's today been for you, Steven? Been good?
It's been incredible, but this is the tragic part of the tournament, right? We only have 1 round left today.
And then 2 more tomorrow, plus top 64 and top 32 and beyond. Should be very exciting. Let's go ahead and we'll introduce this round properly by throwing over to our pal Kangas and interviewing our players, shall we?
Up first, taken to the stage for the second time in the blue chair from Klamath Falls, Oregon, Matthew Elder. He would like to once again shout out his 11 friends who drove with him here. And his opponent today, in the red chair from Los Angeles, California, Walter Angel. He would like to shout out his team, Divine Domain, for helping him prepare. Duelists are ready, so let's show it back to the casters for duel number 1.
Thank you so much, Kang, for bringing those players in. We have Walter piloting a pure Kashtira deck today, as well as Matthew piloting, again, Fiendsmith Snake Eyes, the deck that we've been talking about all day. I think we'll continue to talk about until tomorrow as well. Let's see if Kashtira can go up against this mighty threat.
Still think it's really a great deck. Again, without a Rise Heart, it's not necessarily the end-all, be-all of the graveyard. But being able to have those pinch removal spot, you know, and having those really big, powerful monsters, we've seen how 2500 will get it done, right? From Bystials to Kashtira Unicorn. This is going to be a good game for sure.
Especially with how tight extra deck space has been. I think Kashtira Unicorn is one of the most powerful cards in the game right now because it does that kind of interaction that I really like, where it doesn't necessarily stop your opponent from playing, but it very heavily punishes decisions they made before the tournament. Like, oh, only 1 copy of this really important card, or only 1 copy or 2 copies of this really important card in my deck that I need to use both of them for example.
You're right. It's kind of like the monster equivalent of what Runic does to the opponent, right? It doesn't necessarily stop the monster, it just never lets it come out to begin with, and doing that banish face down really seals the deal, so you no longer have to worry about that option. So we'll see if those Kashtira actually get that job done.
Are there any like prime targets you think to hit? Like if you were to specifically get cards out of the extra deck for a Fiendsmith deck, let's say, what's like the prime target you're going to be looking for?
Well, it depends. Obviously, if you get rid of really any of those Fiendsmith cards face down, they're not coming back using that powerful Fiendsmith engine. But I think Fiendsmith Requiem is a really easy target to hit. Obviously, you can also get Moon of the Closed Heaven if you don't want to go there. But you might also be thinking of like bigger targets, right? You're not worried about the beginning of the Fiendsmith combo. You might be worried about the end and just go straight for either the Lacrima or the Fiendsmith Desiree.
Yeah, and then specifically too, I'm thinking about like other things Kashtira can really do really well right now, which will just be a really powerful level 7 toolbox. It's really powerful rank 7s that they can access to that just have so many powerful effects, even if they're not like in archetype like Kashtira Rise Heart that did get forbidden a while back.
Well, the deck has not gone anywhere. We've seen a lot of powerful Kashtira variants, whether it is Kashtira Snake Eye that we saw, or we've seen Kashtira Vanquish Soul. So the deck on its own, really powerful. Obviously a great supplement to other decks, but this is going to be a pure duel. So it's really exciting to see that the deck has stuck it out, even though some of its most powerful monsters hit the Forbidden Limited list.
And something to note is that, again, we have Matthew piloting Fiendsmith Snake Eye, which, depending on who goes first or second, could just choose to ignore all these scary things. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and find out right now as we enter Game 1, and our players are ready to begin. I'm saying basically, like, if Matthew chooses to go first, all these really powerful points of interaction don't matter unless specifically Walter draws his Dimensional Shifter, which is a powerful card for Kashtira.
Well, here comes a dice roll. Walter starting it off with Lucky 7.
Nice.
Watch it be another tie again.
It's been a lot of double dice rolls.
3 and 6. All right, you got it. Which one? I will pick. All right, look.
All right, Matthew is choosing to go first. Like I'm saying, I think the big thing he's going to be looking out for is being able to set up beyond how much Kashtira can stymie him. But let's see the opening hand from Walter. I'm seeing a lot of interaction, but no Dimensional Shifter.
Yep. We'll start the turn by placing Divine Temple on field. Fine.
All right, so going right into the Divine Temple of Snake Eye. Take a look at the deck here. Going to go place something in the Spell and Trap Zone as a continuous spell.
Usually
the other half of the deck there.
Yeah, I think Matthew has a double sleeve deck, which can sometimes lead you to think you're holding a bit too much. You only have half.
Nope.
Ooh, and it's also for a quarter century rare as well. So I imagine he is right to double sleeve it and take good care of those cards.
All last time.
A lot of high rolling rarities. The next one to hit the field is just going to be
Snake Eye
Oak.
So not the most explosive start we've seen from a Snake Eye engine, only having like the 2 sort of engine pieces that you usually add with other cards in your deck, like Poplar and Snake Eye's Ash. But thanks to the Snake Eye's Temple getting him access to the Diabell Star, he has that second body to get Flameberg Dragon, or in this case, get Ash and then go into the rest of it from there.
Ooh, but it got mortared there, so that is going to hurt a little bit. Little effect negation and some life point loss if it leaves the field.
Yes, that was a special summoned Oak, not a normal summoned Oak. So finally, Ghost Light can come and get it.
So draw for a turn.
Oh, and just an automatic pass.
Special summon Ogre.
Special summon Castor or Ogre from the hand.
I'll go with Theosis target Ogre.
There we go. This is the really powerful thing about the Castor engine. Almost one card can turn to any other ones depending on which ones you start off with.
Certainly a powerful deck. Now it's time to see if we're going to go for that Unicorn or the Fenrir.
With this board texture, I'm thinking Fenrir.
Okay, so one great Castura will search another.
Because in my mind, I'm like, this is a very opening for Walter to go into his like rank 7 pool that he has in his extra deck.
Yes, sir.
Oh, we're just doing the straight Castura combos. You're absolutely right. Grabbing that Rise Heart, time to modulate a few levels.
Ooh, and there we see the set rotation being flashed from Walter's hand. That's a really powerful tool for you to reuse different field spells. Obviously, we have Pressure Planet, but who knows what other kind of field spells we have in this deck. Oh, well.
And now you can see it. The Necro Valley's right there. No surprises here.
Oh, man. I wanted that to be a surprise. Oh, well. Here we see Rise Hard banishing the Unicorn from the deck, so that way it can special summon itself, and then I believe modulate its own level. And now I think Walter is banishing some cards face down.
I think I saw a Bonfire in there mixed with some other spells, so it's going to hurt just a little bit.
More and more engine pieces being taken away from Matthew over there. Now there's the question, which level 7, rank 7 do we go into? Shangri-Era? Do we go into a Draco Sack and do some fun link climbing plays with Link Spider?
Did I just see Harmonizer? Wow, that's cool.
Number 78? Okay.
A lot of great level rank 7 options.
Yeah.
Looks like we're just going for Shangri-Era.
Just want to get rid of that extra deck, I think. Yeah, that's the thing about Kashtira, is that's not as explosive as other decks, but you know I don't need to be when all you got to do is this. Wow, set rotation on your opponent's temple, so cool.
For sure? Remember.
Just get rid of that and
I
pass
know,
him.
but I mean, like, do I have to show up? Like, don't matter.
The camera, no.
Oh, it's on here.
The camera knows. Yes, we do know.
That's so kind of us. No, don't worry about it, Walter. We'll be fine.
We'll keep our Millennium Eye to ourselves, we promise.
We are no.
Ogre into Ash on attack declaration, Ogre effect.
Sure.
Ogre's going to
Top
banish
5,
some more cards, I think.
Who's going to do the full 5 here? Taking a look. Seeing some great options, infinite permanence, some other stuff. It does get shown to both players.
It's
so
reveal, right? Yeah.
1 for 1, triple tactics talent. A wanted, and looks like he's going to choose.
Are those ultimate rare infinite impermanences?
Yeah, some really good stuff from the official tournament store pack there, but looks like we're just
Very
going to get rid of the spell card there.
Effect, hero on resolution hero.
Yes. Sorry,
Yeah.
Handy dandy zone blockers. Thank you, judges.
Ooh, that's a good one to hit, too.
Yeah, we'll go to damage step. I'll take 2K.
Being right underneath that first link zone. That could be some arrow math that he might want to use later.
Set 1. I'll flip Necro Valley.
Oh, wow.
And there we see the power of set rotation in this deck. Giving your opponent a pressure planet, too, doesn't really do much for them, I don't think.
I mean, they might have Kashtira, but in this case, it looks like they do not. We're going to go in special summon with the Kashtira Shangri-Era effects, pulling out another Kashtira Fenrir. Just
I love it.
Good, strong Yu-Gi-Oh! Plays. No Unicorn. I know your favorite's out there, Steven, somewhere.
I do. I think in a pure Kashtira engine, Unicorn doesn't do nearly as much unless you specifically begin your combos with it. And there we just see is that a scoop from Matthew?
That's a scoop, yeah. So just some clapping from the audience there, and Walter smiling, feeling the cheering from. Even Matthew's got a little bit of a sense of humor there, but yes, Walter takes a very convincing game 1, just locking his opponent out of his options, and pretty much all she wrote.
And I believe both these players are currently at 15 points, which means the winner of this match will be guaranteed. No, they're both at 16 points. They each have one loss and 1 draw. Meaning they're both kind of guaranteed for a day 2 spot, but getting a better placement, obviously, by the time you get to top 32 will be super huge.
It's absolutely true. Again, everyone who is either top 16 or top 128 will go ahead and move on to day 2. It's probably going to be 16 points there. But the 16 points aren't necessarily enough to get you into the top cut tomorrow, so every win counts. So just because we're going to see these duelists bright and early tomorrow morning doesn't mean that they are locked in for that top 32 spot. You do not get this far in the tournament without aiming to win it.
The goal is to get as many wins and as many points as possible when we have a Swiss tournament like a YCS. And then thinking about the side packages for both of these players, I'm not really sure how much there is for Walter to do. I believe his main deck is pretty much teched out as it is for this kind of matchup. But what do you think about Matthew?
Matthew certainly has a lot of options that we've seen that certainly can have an impact on this duel, although many of the cards are really to stop other decks when you think about it. Things that are a little bit more common. You don't always expect to see just a Kashtira just swinging for the fences, but that might be a little bit of a problem here because I don't know that he has a lot of great options to get out of the jam that he's currently in.
I feel like if I'm Matthew, I think the real reason I didn't do well in that first game was just how well I drew. You know, all I had was Oak and Temple as my main starters for my engine. That's not really good enough against the resiliency and the interactions that Kashtira has. I think he's just hoping to go first again, draw a bit better here, some more actual engine starters, and then just pop off and hope that's enough to win. Then Walter's going, well, I know I'm going second, so I'm going to do my best to maybe try to break your board and do the same thing I did in game 1.
Interesting to see how things kick off again. Both duelists showing some great sportsmanship. It's been a long day, right? They had to wake up early, and we were in 8 rounds today. But doesn't have either of these duelists down. Matthew's still ready to get back into it, and Walter sort of, give it a little nod to the crowd there and a smile, thinking, okay, yeah, a little respect there.
And then Matthew's like,
come
on, guys.
Shaking his head like, no, come on, don't cheer for him.
Now it's my turn. Now it's my time. He had his chance. It's my turn to shine. We love that crowd interaction. If you guys ever want to be a part of awesome YC events like this, be sure to visit them. Speaking of awesome events, let's go into game 2 and see how this thing gets started. Again, I think Matthew's going to start us off and try to do his best to set up.
Right, back to duel here. Let's see what we got.
I see a bonfire. No, I think I see a wanted, which is a good way to start, in my opinion.
Let's see if he shares that. Ooh,
same as last time.
Temple, yeah.
I have a bit more oomph this time around, though.
Matthew certainly has that signature style, only just picking up as much of the deck as he needs at any given time.
Trust me, when you have a double sleeve deck, that's the best way to go. Because you don't want to risk dropping those cards.
Oh, not as cards as nice as that.
All right, so we have the Diabell Star sending the other Diabell Star for cost to summon. Going to be searching for original, because we already have, I think, a wanted in hand.
Maybe you need to grab the other side of that deck here. Let's see if we can grab a original Simple Spoil Snake Eye. Yep, set that face down in the field.
I love it. Let's see, I wonder how we're going to follow this up. And then we're going to summon from deck.
And no response there from Walter, so...
Yep. Once again, we have a special summoned Ash, but I think Walter's going to let it go this time. Yep. No Ghost Mourner.
I will add... Can't be that good. Poplar. I will activate Chinook on Poplar. Nope. No effect on field.
So it's looking like Walter did not draw any hand interactions for this game, so Matthew is going to, once again, as the kids say, pop off.
Well, popping off with Poplar is not difficult there. Again, allowing that effect to resolve is going to cost Walter a bit of card advantage here. As we get into the next combo here, it looks like we might be activating the effect of Snake Eye Ash. Oh no, first we're going to Link Summon.
Into Anima?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, and thanks to the effect of Poplar, Diabluster gets to do her best Crystal Beast impression and go into the Spell and Trap Guard zone as we summon Anima and begin to continuously Link Climb or use Ash's effect this time.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Snake Eye Ash
effect. Yeah, if we just immediately sent with that, we would be lacking these two bodies. So this is a really good heads-up play for Matthew, not to immediately jump the gun, but still build the resources possible to continue comboing off.
Snake Eye Oak's effect targeting Snake Eye Ash.
A little bit of practice here for tomorrow. Again, both of these duelists likely to appear again on day 2, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're here for the top cut. So you have to play as hard as you can, get every win. And looks like we're going to go ahead into the Moon of the Closed Heaven to seal those deals.
I love this. I love this sort of patience from Matthew. He knows he has Oak. He knows he doesn't need Flamberge until the very end of his combo when he wants to go into the IP plus the Princess plays. So first we do the Fiendsmith in the middle, so that way we can get all this advantage that this generates.
Certainly a roller coaster of emotions here. Walter sort of settling into the duel. A lot of highs winning round 1 or game 1, but doesn't necessarily mean that this duel is going to go his way. So Matthew continues, and our next summon is the Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon.
Yeah, this is like the craziest thing to me about the Fiendsmith engine specifically is that there's really no bad time to utilize these cards. They can just generate the resources you need to keep comboing off and keep going deeper and deeper into your extra deck.
Absolutely. It's like next we're going to go into Fiendsmith's sequence. We'll start to sequence some plays here as we go ahead and return these two Light Fiends. We'll fusion summon.
Yep. Lacrima effect targeting Engraver.
All right, we're going to go ahead and recycle that Engraver now using the effect of Lacrima, adding it back to hand, and now we can use the Engraver's effect.
Yeah.
Go ahead and get that tracked, and then we can enter the Lurry of it all. Now that we've returned the Fiendsmith Requiem.
Really great cycling here. Everything seems to be working exactly as intended. So that beautiful Fiendsmith's track, getting the Lurie, discarding the Lurie, and I wonder who we're about to see on the field.
It's almost poetry how many times we've seen it, you know, like, oh, it's a song that you'll never get tired of, I think.
You'll get me one of these days.
Well, fun between our new friendly duelists here, but they're going to go ahead and link into the next monster. So it
This feels like IP to me. Beautiful.
Even more bodies hitting the field here. Ash and Oak.
At this time, this would probably be the best time to Nibiru if Walter had access to it, before potentially any Appaloosas come out.
This is your last chance.
So I think from here, it's just going to be a matter of get him in play.
Now, Kashira is certainly no stranger to board breaking. Does a great job going second, so it's wholly possible that Walter is just fine, but this is a big board to climb through. It's like a 3-material Appaloosa coming our way. Oh no, okay, Fusion Summon instead into Fiendsmith's Desiree.
So we use the effect of track to Fusion Summon. Okay, I see. And then effect of Desiree to equip sequence.
Yep.
Into
Feels like Promethean Princess, yeah. There she is.
Could have been Celine, but Princess seems a little bit more good, getting that Flambridge back, so that way you can use the effect to put IP in the spell and trap card zone.
Yeah, I could definitely get the commentator's curse, right? It is difficult to predict where these duelists go next with so much functionality in any direction with both of these decks combined.
But I do think the ultimate goal is, you know, have that ability to go IPSBN. Oh, Silhouette Rabbit. Haven't seen that much today from these Fiendsmith end boards. That's going to get the Azure statue.
Azaroon is a very powerful card. Again, having that sort of inherent summon negation built into a trap and having Silhouette Rabbit to get the spell and trap destruction, just good stuff.
Also, really heads up here from Walter asking for clarification. Instead of answering, Matthew just goes, here's the card, you can read it yourself.
Could I read this real quick?
Yep, and then Silhouette Rabbit is an illusion monster, which is a fun thing to point out for people, because I think specifically against Tenpai can give you a little bit more life points than you might think of.
It's just a little sort of shaves off each of those attacks bit by bit since it cannot be destroyed by battle.
Activating the Wanted here that he had in his opening hand this entire time to add that Diabell Star back to his hand, and then I think use the Wanted's effect to draw an extra card. Yep.
Yep.
Just get back all these resources. Again, the most powerful thing about the Snake Eyes engine has never been how much you get during your turn, it's how much you get on the follow-up.
Certainly a lot of gas left in the tank there for 2 trips, right? Enough for this turn and the next.
I will end my turn. All right.
Oh, and that's where we're going to stop for now, but what a powerful board there. Lots of points of interaction, so Walter has his work cut out for him, but Kashtiras are no stranger to board breaking. So, looks like we almost went for the Pot of Prosperity first. A little thinking here, but yep, let's go ahead and banish. It's going to be 3 or 6. I'd imagine it would be 6.
I wonder what you're searching for if you're Walter, though. Like, what card do you desperately want here that you don't already have? I already see Fenrir and Unicorn in his hand, which can get a lot of your breaking going. I believe Unicorn only activates when they activate monster effects, right?
That is correct, so it's not going to be... Oh, there's the Ash Blossom. A lot of cheers from the crowd on that one.
A lot of shrieks, because they're like, no, Ash with the Prosperity. I lost 6 cards from my extra deck for nothing. I'm supposed to do that to you. There we see the special of Fenrir.
Now, the Azaroon is not there, but looks like the Divine Temple is going to go ahead and pull the IP Mask Arena to the front row here. Thinking maybe it's time to perform something. I mean, would you use the Fiendsmith's Desiree maybe to clap back on the Kashira Fenrir?
It can respond and negate, and then I believe Desiree does destroy, correct?
So negating the effect would be good.
Time to enter battle?
Oh, we're just going to battle phase.
How much defense does Desiree have? Is it more than 24? I think it's like 28. Defense.
Whale could be trying to banish it too, though, to force the interaction.
That's fine.
So on enter battle, we're activating the effect of IP Masquerade at the end of the main phase to go ahead and link summon into, I'm assuming, SP Little Knight? Yes?
On resolution? Yeah. As turn player, you'll be turning one, targeting sequence.
Great, and that'll force the Desiree now. Good heads up play by Walter there on Chainlink 1.
I'll be SP Little Knights.
Like we're going to jump the gun here quite literally. SP Little Knight going to go ahead and dodge out of the way, possibly taking the Fiendsmith's Desiree again with only 2,400 defense points. It doesn't seem like much, but it is enough technically to block the Kashira Fenrir. So Fenrir really had to get in and try to get that Desiree.
So Chainlink 2 was SP targeting. What did he say he was targeting with that?
I think he was going for the Desiree, but let's find out. It'd be a little difficult here.
Oh, targeting the Fenrir for the effect on
that's
summon.
fair.
Because he used an IP Masquerade to link summon it. Okay, great.
Ash 1, Oak 2, targeting Poplar and River. Okay.
Smart. Thinking on that. I do see the Forbidden Chalice
Talking
in
Poplar
Walter's
with
hand,
Oak,
which is super huge.
Chalice is definitely a heads-up play, right? You might make the joke, hey, we have infinite impermanence at home, but this card does a little bit different, right? Activate it during the damage step. 400 damage little boost that you might actually need in this specific situation, staring down something of equal defense to your attack.
Yeah,
so
how
flexible
funny,
card.
Yeah, how funny would it have been if Matthew was like, yeah, go ahead and attack Desiree, nothing happens, and you go Chalice and damage step, and he's like, oh!
No other trigger effects.
Because I don't believe, does Desiree negate activations? Can you use it during the damage step? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think it only negates effects there again.
When they're face up on the field. These are the things you got to think about when you're trying to beat through, because now we're still in the main phase, and now we get to bring out Kashtira Unicorn because we no longer have level 7s in play.
I'll be targeting my Ash and your Unicorn. That's fine. I'll chin. Yep. Azurine.
Oh, there's the Azurine. That's going to make things a little bit more difficult for Walter with those inherent summons.
Summon itself, right? Correct. That's fine.
We're letting that go through, and no spells and traps to destroy, so not necessarily anything the Silhouette trick is going to do, but here we have the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flame showing up on the field.
Let's go. Can I read this card? Yep.
Yeah, I believe Azurine specifically stops special summons from the hand.
Okay.
So a little difficult to get through there.
Can't do anything, right? Because do a bunch of things.
Matthew certainly giving a straight-faced answer. It has a lot of effects.
Oh, that's only when it's summoned.
I think right now, Silver Rabbit, the scariest thing about it is that it interacts with Azurine.
Rates off effect. Sure.
Did Walter save Scareclaw in his hand? Is that what I see? Scareclaw
I think
Kashtira?
so. It might be Scareclaw Kashtira there, but we need more bodies, so we get another copy of Unicorn there. We've got an open field.
Chalice target.
Smart, because it's now considered a monster and a trap card.
Interesting way to negate the effects there. Oh, wow. Really having to think about that one, Matthew, as he decides. Taking a look at the card.
I think it still stays in the monster zone. I don't think it goes to the spell and trap card zone, right?
Yeah, because you're only negating its effect. You're not taking away the fact that it's a monster. But luckily, again, we do have those Yu-Gi-Oh! Judges well at hand.
Yeah, you could definitely target the...
Is this considered a monster effect?
Again, asking that question, is
But
this
an effect
considered
monster
a
with
monster
the
effect?
effect to negate, or is it still a... Because it's also still a trap card. But it's also a monster card now, so it's negated.
Because the first word on Angel Statue Azurine, special summon this card as an effect
I know, but what I'm
monster.
saying is I'm chalicing it, so it's negate now. Right, so I guess my question to the...
Oh, it's still an effect monster, but
the effect attribute to negate is a monster effect, not considered a face-up trap effect. Because it's both a trap and a monster.
This is an interesting question. Do trap monsters that have effects lose their effects when they're negated by stuff like Impermanence and Chalice? I'm going to say
I think
they do not keep their effects.
But this one
Feels like
say with the
they would not keep their effects because, again,
Especially
it's
when it
special
has
summon
the
as an
default
effect
on the field,
monster.
while face up, you can send any continuous trap card to the graveyard.
And just a nice little quiz here for our Yu-Gi-Oh! Judges.
I think, because it is no, I guess the question would be, is it summoned with a monster that has that effect, or does it inherently, as the card, have that effect?
It's interesting, you're right, because it only really says special summon as an effect monster.
Not as a monster with this effect.
Yeah, you're right, you're right.
This is negated, it has 200 more attack, or 400 more.
Okay, so they decided that it's negated.
Okay. So
which I think is correct too.
Judges. Yeah, it feels right, feels right.
Anything here? It's exactly like Imperm, but you get 400.
Walter's like, it's literally Imperm, just a spell card. I promise.
It's a great card for sure, and it's good to see it being used again.
And that was really important for Walter to stop, because then he wouldn't get access to the Unicorn.
But the effect, though, or just the eyes on Walter opening up, realizing that changes everything.
Go into battle? We are in battle. Oh. Let's go. Currently at light, dark fire. No, that's right. He's saying now we're in battle. That bugged with my head too. I'm not in battle.
Yeah, he messed with
IP also just says you can't attack directly?
They're like earlier, we were in battle phase that whole time, right?
Yeah,
There's no way.
communication, but
Chalice is a quick play spell card. You can play during battle phase.
Exactly, yeah. You can play during the damage step.
Light, dark. So against and win. 400 attack.
Yeah.
Lots of different attributes powering up the Pressured Planet rate saw. Again, gaining power for each of those different attributes to reflect all the versatility of the Kashtira attribute list.
Go beat over.
It's got to be Desiree, right?
I feel like you have to.
Because you don't want to give him Princess back in grave.
Little difficult. They're definitely going to destroy that.
Yeah. I will activate Desert's effect. Sure. I'll shuffle in Lacrima. Yep. I'll put this back in your deck. Sure.
So a lot of reuse there and returning that Kashtira. Again, a little painful there. Every time he manages to build some board presence, Walter ends up getting set back by just this incredible field for Matthew going first.
Yep, the sheer number of interactions that Matthew was able to set up was just able to beat through his hand. Oh, it was another copy of Fenrir, not Scareclaw. Did he draw?
The effect of Fenrir to search this turn?
He did not search this turn. He attempted to use the effect to banish.
Sure.
That is correct. So we're going to use the other effect here, taking a quick look. Grabbing another friend of some kind. I feel like maybe Kashiro Riseheart might be helpful, and that's exactly who we're grabbing.
This could be a line for Dracosac to lead into like some destruction on the board, maybe. Oh, that's right. I forgot about the double bounce.
Yeah.
The double tuck. Sorry, the double flicker. Unfortunate.
Let's see what we end up banishing.
But you banish cost. We're resolving the event.
They're going to banish, I think, a Kashira Theosis here.
Yeah, just anything. Man, Birth would have been so powerful if he would have been able to get that up Unicorn.
Birth seems to be the silent card in this duel for sure. We haven't really seen Unicorn being able to get it out. And
that Veiler was huge.
Resolution, Theosis effect. Adds 1 from banished hands. Yeah, sure. Okay.
Are we just going to summon Boy again?
Well, you can at this point because there's a monster on the field, so it's a Fenrir, but Fenrir in name only.
And pass it back to you. During the end phase, we'll resolve SP Little Knight. You can supposed to win your Fenrir back.
There's a Fenrir, but there's still so much on the board, so it's going to be difficult for Walter to survive this. Matthew drawing for turn. Let's see what he gets.
Yep.
Now, Matthew definitely wants to get rid of the Fenrir before he begins activating a bunch of effects, because otherwise he might lose some of the cards he wants to go for game with this turn.
Definitely have to play through this dual puzzle, but again, the SP Little Knight is kind of a little bit of a cheat code in and of itself. Anytime that Fenrir comes reaching for you, you just dodge right out of the way.
And in terms of pure resources, Matthew is definitely far ahead. He has, what, 5, 6 cards in play, plus another 5 cards in hand, one of which is Snake Eye Ash.
This is a deck that only needs a few cards to get in, and look at how many are on the field and in the hand there.
I have not.
Oh, did he put the Desiree back in his extra deck by accident?
Yes, looks like there was a procedural error minor, but again, that's a warning. No prior penalties for the same thing, so play will continue.
Yeah. All these cards shuffling, going back in the deck. It can be hard to keep track of sometimes.
Did you get called for that? 100%. It's legal activation, baby.
All they're asking the question, whoa, no way, he just made a mistake? Yeah, sometimes you got to take it seriously. This is a Tier 1 event for a reason.
Again, it is a marathon, not a sprint. You have 8 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! To play through.
And I will target this.
Oh, but it looks like we're going to get rid of the Pressure Planet Raid Slot there, evening out the numbers.
New Chain Link. I'll you have Poplar targeting Diabells in the graveyard. Yep. Thinking here. Sure.
Nightmare Phoenix showing how powerful card. We had a whole discussion over how great Nightmare Phoenix is. I mean, co-linking it to the left side of Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames. I think now we're seeing everything.
Wasn't Phoenix, when it first came out, a ultra rare? Or was it a super rare?
Not
Back when they had
sure
super
I
rares.
remember, but yeah, it was just a crazy, crazy card, right? The Nightmare cards definitely gave people nightmares. I won't mention any of the ones you know I'm talking about. But the Forbidden Limited list has a few nightmares of its own now.
So no effective Fenrir was chained, right? Yeah.
Not yet. Holding off on that.
So there we see the link of the Azaroon plus... Ooh.
Yeah. Interesting. I mean, you've got some fire monsters to borrow. That Kashiro Riseheart looking pretty hot there.
But I think Riseheart's in play. Can he just steal from the board too?
Well, no, but if you were able to get to the graveyard, there's a quick way that you're able to do that. But let's see how things go. Could be the Fiendsmith Engraver.
I will chain SP Little Knight. I will target Engraver and...
Maybe the Fenrir again. So the Fenrir goes. The biggest threats on the board are gone, but that just means that Matthew can basically play uninterrupted here, unless there's something in Walter's hands.
Now it's more of a game of math than it is a game of interruptions.
Simplified game state for sure, but doesn't feel like if you're in Matthew's driver's seat again with so many powerful cards on the field, just really getting through, and there is searching out the Diabell Star again. All this from that Heat of the Fire Charmer ablaze. Summon on the field, you know, kind of spooked everybody a little bit, but we still are staring down the fire monster on the field.
Snake Eyes Diabell Star. Sure. I'll target...
I believe a Riseheart has, what, 1,000 defense? Something like that?
Believe so.
Yeah, I think he's like a pretty standard stated monster. 2100 defense.
Oh, that's right, because it's from the great family of Visa Starfrost, right?
That's right.
Visa Starfrost.
Not that Matthew won't have a problem getting a monster stronger than that. It's just a thing to keep in mind.
Absolutely. Diabolstar, the Black Witch, going to go ahead and take out that Kashtira. And look, there is one arrow ready and waiting for Hida to go ahead and summon another one if we survive.
36. I'll swing directly for 19.
Down to, I believe, 17? Yep, and then 1850 with Hida.
Okay, so Hida the Fire Charmer Blaze does change the duel, but not by summoning, just by clobbering with 1850 and winning some applause from the crowd just for game 2. We're not done with this duel.
No, we're going into game 3, and huge shout out to Matthew there, realizing, oh, I don't need to keep going. These 4 monsters will be more than enough. Let's just go do that. Really heads up. Always remember, guys, do your math. Make sure you realize, oh, I don't think my opponent can stop me from attacking anymore. This feels like enough damage. Let's just go for it and not waste the 2-3 minutes he could have wasted actually going for combos.
Well, you also give your opponent a little bit of heads-up information. Maybe you reveal an extra deck monster that you were keeping secret from them. Maybe something else occurs. So just knowing when to hold them, when to fold them, and when to just go in. That really helped Matthew clear out this game without giving any additional information there. So now we're going to game 3. Again, both players getting great practice. They are going to be here tomorrow, but they still need to win plenty of duels. So best way is just to charge on into duelists of equal level, and that's exactly what we've got here with 2 players of equal record.
And as we head into this 3rd game, I'm imagining we're going to see Walter choosing to go first, and it'll be nice to see Kashtira. We know how powerful it is at breaking boards, how cool it is at summoning monsters and going into rank 7 plays, but I wonder what the going first plan is for a pure Kashtira deck. I mean, there's a pretty good argument for Walter to be like, I'd rather go second. I'd rather have you have more abilities that I can interact with my powerful cards like Fenrir and Unicorn, but
we did see how that played out, though, in that game. I mean, Matthew was able to just put out so much stuff. So if Walter does decide to pass, he better have the perfect options in his hand, because if not, he's going to be staring down basically the same situation. Big monsters and no answers.
Yeah, it takes a really brave kind of duelist to be like, you know what? I'm going to let you go, and then I'll go. It can always feel a little worrisome. You're like, am I really going to let my opponent go unfeathered? That's why it's really tough to kind of decide going first, going second. It all depends on what your game plan is either way.
Really great, strong decks that are good at going second in this format. We saw at the NAWCQ Ancient Gear. We saw Tenpai today. And Kashtira kind of has flexibility to go, either or. But I feel like for this duel, if I was Walter, well, really he's in the driver's seat. Either option is good, but going first at least gives you a little security to be like, okay, these are my monsters. These are my defenses. This is what I know I can do. At the same point, seeing that 6th card may help him out, so we'll see what he ends up choosing.
The big thing is to make sure that you yourself have the game plan based on your side deck, based on your prep, and based on what you know your deck can do, and then hope it's enough.
Well, both duelists certainly calm and getting ready for this game 3, just sort of manually working out those side deck cards. The sacred ritual of the side deck, right? Just like, no, these are my answers. These are my answers.
Alongside, too, figuring out not only what cards you should put into your side deck, but what cards you should take out. Like what cards are no longer needed when you're going first. What cards are definitely still needed because you know you're going second. Or you could get a curveball thrown your way depending on who side going first or second.
I do see that it looks like we were going through the extra deck there and sleeving up some new cards, and I think we might have actually sided in an extra deck card, which has become really popular this format because, we've always talked about like the toolbox extra decks, right? That was very popular during the Xyz era of the rank 4 toolbox where you just had different options. But now we have so many options we all desperately need that there's just too many, and that's what the side deck is starting to become the second extra deck.
And all these different summoning mechanics, too. Like, it feels like there's not enough room given how many links you have to play for link climbing, given how many fusions or XEs you need for engine requirements. And then some decks can just go into all different kinds. Especially this Fiendsmith Snake Eye deck we've been seeing all weekend. It makes a lot of sense. Like, the things that they need for going for game, like, I don't know, Access Code Talker or the Silhouette Rabbits for, like, special text and stuff here and there. You just don't need those in your main deck sometimes. Take them out. Put in something else.
Unfortunately, the extra deck is not like the main deck where you can be like, you know what, I could run 44 cards, that'd be fine. Do not show up to a tournament with a 16-card extra deck because that is against the rules, unfortunately. But I can feel those cards that are the 16th extra deck card, right? Where you're like, oh, I really want to run this. And you look through all 15 of your extra deck and you're like, no, these are all keepers. Sorry, you're sitting on the bench.
Honestly, I think it goes deeper. I think you can get like 20th cards.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. They're all 4 16th cards. But
whenever
jokes
you need
aside,
them.
There's no joke in here. Again, Walter and Matthew certainly smiles on their faces, but it's going to be that last game. The last duel of the day.
As they both look to the crowd and they know this is the last one they're going to be watching. They're both excited. They're both a little nervous, I imagine. But I think they're both guaranteed to make it to day 2, so they're going to keep dueling no matter what. Best of luck to both of them. And let's see what happens.
You get that checkpoint feeling where you're like, okay, I'm going to make it tomorrow. I'm going to try my best, but we'll see, you know. Only one duelist can win. They both can draw, but only one duelist can win, and neither of them want to walk home with just 1 point. You know, going in tomorrow with 17 points will be kind of difficult. You really want to edge out that extra win there. Going from 16 to 19 feels good. That would be enough to get day 2 at a 9-round day 1. So that would be pretty strong, but we'll see how things turn out here. Few final instructions from our judges there. Again, great staff that we've had all day working hard so you can enjoy your tournament experience.
Even though we've been doing this for 8 rounds, there are no shortcuts. You got to take your time. You got to make sure everyone knows what's up. Everyone's ready. Timers are going. Timers are set. And everyone can start going and playing freely and confidently.
Certainly, again, they are just feeling comfortable there. Matthew feeling good. Walter feeling good. Hopefully you duelists at home are feeling good. Hearing some woos in the crowd. Maybe they heard me, but forget that. It is game 3 of round 8, the last round we have today.
I've been waiting for this.
Alrighty, here we go. We got 14 minutes on the clock. More than enough time to finish this game out. All right, Walter is feeling the energy.
Great energy.
Right to seriousness. He's like, okay, now it's game time.
Walter going first, by the way, starting off with Pot of Prosperity. Let's see if we banish the same 6 here. Oh,
3
wow,
link
very
monsters,
fast. Knew what he was going
6
for.
link monsters. He's like, you know what? These blue cards, they're powerful.
Yeah.
My black cards are going to be the ones I need.
Matthew, very meticulous, by the way, verifying that 6 cards were banished there.
I like
Nothing wrong with that.
All right, so I see Birth, I see Planet, I see Fenrir, I see Skill Drain, which is one of those cards from the side deck that we were talking about. And then we see Set Rotation coming to hand. We saw how powerful that was in game 1, bringing out that Necro Valley, essentially saying, Matthew, oh, all those powerful graveyard effects, they don't work.
Well, I feel like we probably would have seen the Ash Blossom by now. You see, like, there's maybe an infinite permanence. Yep, coming down.
Huge. Imperm on the Fenrir is really strong.
So negated effects. Oh, we're doing something weird. Set rotation. So I assume we're getting the same field spells, giving you.
Because he wants Pressure Planet, huh?
Theosis. Or not Theosis, Wraith Off.
Okay, so gave Wraith Off to the opponent.
Yeah, you definitely cannot get Theosis. That's not a field spell.
Yeah. It's a Kashtira card, but it's not a field spell. That is not working itself into the set rotation.
Flip
up Necro Valley. And then I think it's just going to be a nice, humble set 2.
Errata of Necro Valley available. Set 3.
That's the Duelist Saga Necro Valley, isn't it?
It is. What a glorious... I just love the hollows from Duelist Saga.
It looks like the sun is setting in the card, which is nice.
I'm going to do a little homework assignment for everybody at home. We're going to pull up the current text of Necro Valley because it has changed over the years.
It's got a few iterations.
All Gravekeepers gain 500 attack and defense. Not necessarily relevant here.
Never in question.
And cards in the graveyard cannot be banished. Negate any card effect that would move a card in the graveyard to a different place and negate any effect that changes the types or attributes in the graveyard.
Beautiful.
Current text.
I love the activation of Theosis just to get rid of it.
Now, as a clarification, we did hear from our judges there was a marked cards minor issued to Matthew for just a sleeved extra deck. They just saw that while siding. Just a little SP minor there, so it's not going to be anything important there. But again, just a few warnings so you can keep track at home.
I will activate Moonsmith Traps. I'm sorry? What? He did. He sent my rates off.
Yeah, so Matthew flipped up the race off so that way you could send it as a face-up card for Diebuster's effects. I believe Diebuster has to send face-up cards.
Correct.
That in hand. There's more bodies? I don't think I'm buying.
Walter narrating the duel aloud.
Walter's
like, I think, yeah, with Skill Drain, you can do whatever you want, my guy. You're good.
Abstract.
Have fun.
Card. Yep. Am I legally allowed to activate Larry?
Well, you have to activate Larry. It just doesn't do anything.
It negates it once on the field. It's being discarded to the graveyard, and that's where it resolves. So
That's
you're more than welcome to
correct.
activate
But it would move a card from the graveyard.
True.
So it would be negated, and because it's a mandatory activation, it would have been a chance for Kashtira Fenrir to try to activate, but obviously with the skill drain on the field, that is not going to happen. But an interesting interaction for sure.
Yep.
Right, I forgot the Necro Valley. That's why Larry can't come out.
Yep.
Because it's being moved.
Exactly. But 25 is bigger than 24, so a little 100 off the top there should bring it down to 6,900 life points.
I think one of the older erratas for Necro Valley said you could, as long as you're not targeting, you could do it.
There's a lot of stuff that Necro Valley has said over the years, but looks like we're just going to activate Bonfire here, light the torch, and pass it on to
It's got to be Poplar, right?
I would assume just for the extra body for sure. Another monster on the field will help for more summons.
That's the same as well. You can summon that. Wait, no, because you have Skill Drain in play.
Yeah, that's interesting there. Maybe just grabbing the name for later feels like the Skill Drain isn't going to last forever.
Normally, when Snake Eye decks play Skill Drain, they're playing it themselves, and they can get rid of it themselves with all their cards.
I will enter the invis. Yep, I'll pass turn.
A normal set and pass.
Wow.
Stand by me. Sure. Prosperity.
Another copy of Prosperity, but this time we're going to have to go into the really powerful cards.
So we lose
RXZ's
Harmonizer.
monsters.
That's unfortunate.
I see Typhon. Yeah, that makes sense.
Want to go all in?
I mean, that's a pretty small extra
Hey,
deck.
are you asking us, Walter? You're the one who gets to decide if you're going all in.
We cannot answer that question for you, my man. But hey, I think you're going for it. He's like, we don't need Zeus anymore. How am I summoning Zeus?
Maybe Walter talking to his inner spirit of the Millennium Puzzle there.
I think he kept.
Will resolve.
I think he kept Big Eye, Shangri-Ira, and was that Draco Sack?
That might be all you need for a Kashtira deck.
Did I not get what I want?
Ooh, all that for a Kashtira?
Rise Heart.
Rise Heart's a good grab. That can get you into more of your cards. I think he wanted his own Pressure Planet, maybe.
Probably would have helped there.
Freeze play, then it's time in the round. If you need help with end of match procedures.
All right, Walter's just deciding what to do next with his Rise Heart. Oh, Kashtira Birth. But wait a second, his own Necro Valley stops him from using the effective Birth.
But he could, hey, yeah, slow down. You can't do that. But what you could do.
Right.
Normal Rise Heart. Sure. Effect. Banish for cost.
But now if you add a level 7 to your hand, you can normal it without tributing. But you just use your normal summon on Rise Heart.
Now, curious there, I didn't catch if the Kashtira Birth was activated and a target was made.
Oh, you can summon from Banish, can't you?
You can. Yeah, I was going to say the Kashtira. When you target Kashtira Birth, it's not an illegal activation. Just like the judges are mentioning and just like Walter's acknowledging, he cannot try to use that Kashtira Birth again because he already chose to do it and it didn't happen.
Right, he didn't just flip it up. He flipped it up and
flipped it up and he activated. So even if it's something that doesn't work, it doesn't mean you didn't do it.
Yeah, Necro Valley does not prevent the activation of cards. It prevents the effects from resolving.
That's correct, and that could cost him the duel. We'll see what happens here. Walter smiling to the crowd, certainly humble there, understanding what happened, but that's okay. Again, it's a long day. Both of these duelists are going to day 2, but it might be time to have a little bit of rest after the tournament to regenerate your energies and come in strong for next time.
Yeah, and that's why it's always important that even though your deck can play under some of the lingering effects that you might have in your deck, it doesn't mean it can do it really well. You have to make sure you understand your lines and play them properly.
Absolutely correct there.
Enter battle phase. Sure. I will attack with Thanos.
Looks like the punish is not going to be that hard. Only going to be 1,000 damage again, dropping Walter down to 5,900 life points and giving an opportunity again to bring out that Kashtira Unicorn the correct way. So all's well that ends well if you're a fan of Walter.
Draw for turn. Stand by main.
All right, Walter, now you can activate the effect of Kashtira Birth. All you want to bring out Unicorn. Ooh, and now we normal summon using the effect of Birth.
Summon is okay.
Very powerful.
Effect. 2 special summon? Yep. Sure.
Now we can bring out number 2.
What do I have left?
There's not much, but there's some good ones.
Oh, that
certainly are. Don't forget that Skill Drain.
Yeah, I was going to say, all those monsters are really great if Skill Drain wasn't there.
Oh, now this is interesting.
Red Flare Metal.
Because it's 28 instead of having 2 25s.
Swing over. I'll take 300 damage. Yep.
In a simplified game like this, big number is all you need.
What I do?
Well, the other thing, too, is that if Skill Drain leaves the field, because the Red Eyes Flare Metal Dragon has material, it won't be destroyed by card effects, so maybe that can help, too.
Illegal. No, it was legal.
Oh, illegal. Yeah.
It's legal, just doesn't resolve.
How many times am I going to forget Necro Valley?
You legally discarded a card.
Valley's not a real card, I guess.
You legally discarded a card. That's it. No big deal. It happens. Necro Valley came out what? In Pharaonic Guardian?
Yes, it is one of the oldest cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! And one of the most powerful still to this day, which shows you how crazy this game has been in its 25 years of existence.
Just a reminder for everyone out there that Walter did receive a PE minor for attempting to activate Birth twice, and once, even though it was negated by Necro Valley.
I'll swing for 28.
But now we're in a good swing here. Red Flare Metal's attacking. We're going back and forth here between these turns. I think Walter feels pretty pretty.
Go ahead.
All right, Walter passing.
He's at 4959. Yeah, 4959.
Can he attempt to use Red Flare Metal and detach so that way he can bring it back with Birth, or no? Right?
No, you wouldn't really be able to do anything with that because the detach effect of the Red Eyes Flare Metal Dragon is for Red Eyes Black Dragon and Red Eyes Black Dragon alone.
Okay.
So there's not really anything you can do here, but it's a great monster because, again, if you get rid of the Skill Drain, all of a sudden it's protected because it would be destroyed by card effects.
You didn't prospect. I didn't prospect turn. I prospected turn previous.
Yeah.
Draw.
They're verifying the damage is not going to be 50. It's just 4,900 even to 5,900 even.
It's always so funny how fast turns go in simplified games like this. People just forget. Wait, you did that last turn, right? No, the last turn. We already went through a whole new turn cycle.
That one, last turn.
Certainly got to be mindful. This is down to the wire here.
Stand by me. Yep.
Got to get a monster on the field if you're going to hang in the deal, and that's one way to do it. Sets and pass.
Draw for turn.
This is Street Yu-Gi-Oh here. This could be the very last turn of the duel.
Sacramento has become Battle City.
Swing over.
And it reveals Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
Which certainly shows how down to the wire Matthew is if we are setting monsters with effects in the hand, but not anything in the field.
What a guy. Draw. And by main.
Oh, Walter is feeling excited about that draw. Normal summon another unicorn thanks to the effect of Birth.
Enter battle.
This is more than enough damage.
Metal Dragon over.
Get rid of
Flare
Ash.
Metal is doing so much work.
And there it is, Walter wins Cashtira versus Fiendsmith. That guy, Cashtira Unicorn, my favorite Cashtira monster, going in for the W. We love to see it. Congratulations, Walter, for getting that, fighting through all that advantage that Matthew is sure to have in game 2 and 3, and taking it home.
I think
Great
Walter can't believe it. Just a sigh of relief there again. Both of these duelists going to move on to our second day here, be bright and early in the morning, but it does feel good to come out with a win, to barely scrape by there again. Certainly, once he was back in control of the duel, he never let up an inch, and it looks like from the field there might have been a set solemn judgment there protecting it all. So just some really interesting stuff there. Shows you if you're a fan of Kashtira, don't go anywhere. You can still play that deck to some great success.
And hopefully, if we do see Walter again tomorrow, we can see some of the more explosive plays that I know we all know Kashtira is capable of making with the powerful rank 7 pool that it has access to. Things like Draco Sack, things like Link Spire, things like Beat Soul ? Who knows what's possible? Anything is possible in the great game of Yu-Gi-Oh! And I think we're going to be doing a winner's interview for Walter in a second there. I'm sure he's going to talk about how exciting and stressful that last round might have been.
Yeah, but let's talk about how stressful that round was for a bit, too, because, again, it's one of those things where, everyone talks about how, Yu-Gi-Oh! Over time, we have introduced brand new game mechanics, but it doesn't mean that every game is going to look the same, even with the same cards. Game 1 did not look like Game 2, and nothing looked like Game 3. Just that slug match between some really big monsters until it was whittled down to just Red Eyes and set defense mode monsters.
Feels like 2002 all over again. Love it.
Definitely a blast from the past, right, Time Wizards? Oh, but very cool stuff there again. We got to showcase just some really interesting duels. And as a reminder, we will be back here tomorrow with some great stuff, but just all the cool stuff. But I got to say, this was your first day casting YCS. How does it feel?
It feels exciting. It feels, like I said, I think my big thing for today is a lot about freedom. It felt so fun to watch people experiment. It felt so fun watching people go through the motions, learning about Yu-Gi-Oh!, doing a lot of their own first YCSs, both in playing, mine for casting. It feels so special. I can't wait for tomorrow to do day 2 all over again.
No, there was some really good stuff. We got to see duelists who had only been dueling for a few months, duelists who have been dueling for years and have Ultimate Duelist Series belts under the trophy line. Just great stuff there. And some really interesting stuff. You're right that the format is just like, it flows. It's almost like Yu-Gi-Oh! Jazz, right? You're like, I'll do a little Fiendsmith. It would sound good right here. Now, let's do some Snake Eye and some crazy Angel of Blue Tears combos as well.
And then the big beat drop of Skill Drain, the big beat drop of Dimensional Shifter. Now we're doing off-tempo stuff. Whoa, we got to figure out this new song. It can get a little crazy, but the best players can figure it out, no question.
Definitely, definitely. And it makes me excited to see what the future for Yu-Gi-Oh! Is going to look like again. We've got all those ongoing official tournaments or championships where we can win that great Fiendsmith Engraver mat. Everybody gets to study off of all the professionals they've seen on stage this time. Just go ahead and copy the deck list like you're in Duel Academy. But there's just some really exciting stuff. It's one of those things where the energy of every tournament really changes everything.
And today, let's figure out what the actual energy of the finality of day 1 is by checking up with our winners for a winner's interview over on the stage. Kangas, take it away, please.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I'm here with Walter after your victory up on stage for your feature match. Congratulations on the win, Walter. Have you had the opportunity to do a feature match before?
No, this was my first time.
What was the experience like then, being up on stage, on stream in front of everybody at home?
I was very nervous.
Yeah, do you feel like that affected your play?
It only affected the fact that I might have bent one of my cards.
Which card?
I don't know.
Unknown. We'll find out later. Hopefully going into tomorrow, it's not in too big of damaged shape. But speaking of your cards, Kashtira, very unique deck to bring to the YCS Sacramento. Talk to me about why you wanted to play that deck this weekend.
So I kept losing with all my fun decks like Heroes and stuff like that. So I decided to bring the same deck my friend got his first invite with. The exact same deck. I borrowed it from him. He's actually over there. Yeah. So I borrowed the deck from him. I did a little changes, and I brought it here, but I still never see Shifter.
Of course. You're never going to see the card that you need. But I want to talk about the Necro Valley in particular. What a strong card to pull out against so many of the decks that you're going to be facing off. How confident were you in your deck choice? Was it truly just a copy-paste of your friend's deck, or did you make any decisions yourself that you thought, this is going to be good this weekend?
So his deck was basically very standard. I added a couple cards I thought were necessary in the side and the main, but Necro Valley was an idea I got off him that's won me a lot of games. With the biggest tech that he put in that I didn't necessarily agree with at first was Forbidden Chalice. Yeah, that card won me games because of the attack gain.
The attacking in particular. Okay, that's cool. Well, thank you so much, Walter. We're going to wish you best of luck going into tomorrow. Thank you so much for coming on. I'm going to let you get off the stage here. One more round of applause for Walter, everybody. And for everyone at home, thank you so much for watching along for our day one coverage of YCS Sacramento. 8 rounds are in the book. Tomorrow we'll have 2 more rounds before getting into the top 32. So thank you once again for watching, everybody at home. We'll see you tomorrow.